Chapter 1. The first Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty. Feng Shui can also kill, invisibly leading to infertility and untimely death. Feng Shui can nurture, allowing one to rise to success, becoming rich and prosperous. Feng Shui can also nurture the dead, concealing corpses in blessed lands, enabling ascension and becoming an immortal. You may not believe in fate or Feng Shui, but in Chinese civilization, for thousands of years, emperors and nobles have been obsessed with the art of Feng Shui. If you are diligent, unafraid of hard work, yet still have no money. If you are handsome, come from a wealthy family, yet find yourself alone at 30. If everything goes wrong for you, you feel lost every day, and your fortune is poor. If you find yourself in such situations, it is either due to your bad fate or issues with your family's Feng Shui. Li Chengfeng's grandmaster, Li Jinshan, was once the top Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. His grandfather, Li Tiancheng, was also a well-known Feng Shui master, skilled in Yin-Yang Feng Shui, Qimen Dunjia, and folk secret methods. Li Chengfeng grew up following his grandfather, influenced by him, developing a keen interest in Qimen Feng Shui and folk secret techniques from a young age. Though he is only 22 this year, he has a high level of expertise in Feng Shui and folk secret arts, deeply inheriting his grandfather's teachings. His grandfather opened a Feng Shui shop called Suiyuan Hall in the coastal city of Qingzhou, helping people with dream interpretation, naming, Feng Shui, treating strange illnesses, and matchmaking. Due to his fame, many people sought his services for various matters. Some sought love, some inquired about careers, some asked for Feng Shui, some sought to ward off disasters, and some sought treatment for difficult ailments. However, due to his advanced age and physical disability, his grandfather closed Suiyuan Hall 2 years ago and stopped helping people with their issues. He bought a small farmhouse in a seaside fishing village and began living a secluded life. After graduating from university, Li Chengfeng faced job rejections, and his girlfriend of 2 years ended up with a wealthy heir, which hit him hard. One evening, after failing an interview, Li Chengfeng bought 3 bottles of liquor, 2 pounds of pig's head meat, and a few side dishes, returning to his grandfather's place. After downing a couple of drinks, Li Chengfeng expressed his thoughts. "Grandpa, I want to reopen Suiyuan Hall." "No way." His grandfather immediately rejected him without a second thought. He didn't want his grandson to go down that path, looking at him with a complex expression from his one good eye. "Xiaofeng, look at your grandpa now. If you don't want to end up like this, don't ever mention reopening Suiyuan Hall again." Seeing his grandfather's frail body, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. His grandfather was disabled, with only one eye and a missing leg. In his grandfather's words, this was due to revealing too many secrets of heaven, helping others change their fate and being punished by heaven. Having grown up with his grandfather, Li Chengfeng knew every time his grandfather was punished, he had witnessed his grandfather's transformation from a healthy person to a disabled one. His grandfather raised his glass and drank it in one go, sighing before he opened up, calling Li Chengfeng by his childhood nickname. "Xiaofeng, your grandpa doesn't want you to take this path for your own good. People in our line of work who reveal too many secrets rarely have good endings. I don't want to see you get into trouble. I hope you can be an ordinary person, marry a wife, have children, and live a good life." As his grandfather spoke, he began talking about Grandmaster Li Jinshan. Li Chengfeng became instantly interested, pouring his grandfather a drink and quietly listening to the stories about the Grandmaster. His grandfather took a sip of his drink, lost in distant memories, recounting events from many years ago. The story dates back to the late Qing dynasty. At that time, Li Jinshan, the head of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, observed the stars at night and discovered that the Ziwei Emperor star was setting in the west, indicating that the Qing dynasty's fate was nearing its end and there was no way to save it. Realizing that the Qing dynasty was about to collapse, Li Jinshan changed into Taoist robes and fled the capital, leading a life of wandering. Not long after, having run out of money, he set up a stall on the street, helping people with divination, Feng Shui, and writing letters to make a living. During a time of chaos and suffering, when the common people could barely afford their next meal, who had the spare change to seek divination or Feng Shui? Li Jinshan's life on the run was extremely difficult. He went hungry for days and was afraid others would discover his identity as a Qing official, forcing him to hide. After an unknown period of fleeing, he arrived in Qingzhou in rags and looking like a beggar. Having not eaten for several days, his stomach pressed against his back. Desperate for food, the Grandmaster disregarded his status and squatted by the street, using stones to write out divination, dream interpretation, and Feng Shui, asking about fate and future prospects. After squatting for 2 days and nights, he had yet to find a single customer and eventually fainted from hunger on the street. The renowned Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty had fallen to such a state, which was truly lamentable. Just when he thought he would starve to death, perhaps it was not his fate to perish, he was saved by a wealthy local merchant named Chen Tinghai. When Li Jinshan woke up, he found himself lying on a soft bed with 2 beautiful maidservants nearby and a table full of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. After a long-awaited meal, he met his savior, Chen Tinghai. They hit it off immediately, and Li Jinshan stayed with the Chen family, where he was treated to fine food and drink every day. Before he knew it, 6 months had passed living off the Chun family, made Li Jinshan feel guilty. He still did not understand why Chen Tinghai had been so hospitable to him for such an extended period. He thought he had encountered a rare and great benefactor. One day, after drinking, when the drinks were flowing, Chen Tinghai finally expressed his troubles. Brother, Chen Tinghai, may be wealthy, but I'm already past the age of understanding, and yet I have no children. Why is this? Why does heaven treat me this way? Li Jinshan was somewhat surprised. He had studied Chen Tinghai's face and could tell that he should have children. However, his fate seemed altered. This man who had no wealth should have had great riches, and he who should have had 2 sons and a daughter had none. Having taken advantage of the Chun family's hospitality for so long, Li Jinshan felt a pang of compassion and wanted to help Chen Tinghai uncover the reasons. Brother Chun, looking at your face, you should have a house full of children. Why do you have none? There must be an issue with your fate. Brother, you can read faces. Chen Tinghai feigned surprise as Li Jinshan smiled and nodded. I know a little. The next day, Li Jinshan helped Chen Tinghai examine the Feng Shui of his home. There were no issues with the residential Feng Shui, so it was very likely that the problem lay with the ancestral tomb's Feng Shui. Chen Tinghai took Li Jinshan to the ancestral grave of the Chen family. Upon seeing the Feng Shui of the site, he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. This is the Feng Shui layout of gold hidden under the pillow? Good eye, my brother. The Feng Shui of my family's ancestral tomb is indeed a wealth-attracting layout of gold hidden under the pillow. Chapter 2. Gold hidden under the pillow leads to no descendants. Seeing the Feng Shui layout here, Li Jinshan slightly furrowed his brows as he understood the reason why Chen Tinghai had no children. Chen Tinghai was originally a hard-working individual born under the 7 killings fate, and those with such a fate would toil their entire lives without accumulating wealth. Yet, he possessed immense family fortune. This was precisely because the Feng Shui layout here, gold hidden under the pillow, had changed his destiny. Although gold hidden under the pillow is a superior wealth-attracting Feng Shui layout, not everyone could be buried in such a precious Feng Shui spot. To be buried in this treasure spot, one's ancestors must possess significant yin virtue and blessings, otherwise it would harm the descendants, leading to a lack of heirs. Looking at the hill, shaped like a pillow, and the 2 graves on top of it, Li Jinshan sighed. Brother Chun, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. My brother, please speak freely. Jinshan took 2 steps forward and said seriously, in the study of Feng Shui, there's a saying, gold hidden under the pillow leads to no descendants. The requirements for the deceased in virtue and blessings are extremely high. To be buried in such a Feng Shui treasure spot, the ancestors must have significant in virtue and blessings, otherwise it will result in no descendants. Upon hearing this, Chen Tinghai pretended to panic. If he were to have no heirs, what use was his immense wealth? What should I do? My brother, is there a Feng Shui treasure land that does not require in virtue and blessings? Li Jinshan casually replied, there is, but before Li Jinshan could finish, Chen Tinghai's face lit up with hope as he urgently pleaded. My brother, you must help me. If not, Chen Tinghai, will have no heirs. Who will inherit my vast fortune? I beg you, you must help me. Li Jinshan's brows furrowed tightly. Due to the Feng Shui, Chen Tinghai's fate had already become one of no descendants. If he forcibly helped him change his fate, he would surely face divine retribution. He spoke with difficulty. Brother Chun, your fate is already set, and I am powerless to help. If you wish to change your current fate, you must do more good deeds and accumulate blessings. There may be a change. Suddenly, Chen Tinghai knelt down and pleaded desperately. Brother, I know you must have a way to change my fate. I beg you, help me. Brother Chun, it's not that I don't want to help you. If I assist you in defying fate, I will definitely face divine punishment. The consequences could be severe, being struck by lightning and dying a terrible death, or lightly, becoming blind and lame, with disasters constantly befalling you. Li Jinshan expressed his concerns and refused firmly, but Chen Tinghai knelt there, pleading for help. That my brother, considering I saved your life and took care of you for half a year, please help me. My brother, rest assured, if you suffer divine punishment, I, Chen Tinghai, will mourn for you and take care of you in your old age. Li Jinshan sighed. He was a person who valued gratitude. If it weren't for Chen Tinghai, he might have starved to death on the streets. Seeing the other party's desperate pleas, he ultimately softened. All right, I will help you defy fate. Li Jinshan chose an auspicious day to prepare to relocate Chen Tinghai's parents' graves. On his journey, he inadvertently discovered a superior Feng Shui treasure land called Lotus Pod Embracing Seeds, making it perfect for burying Chen Tinghai's parents. When Chen Tinghai saw the Feng Shui layout of Lotus Pod Embracing Seeds, he was immensely shocked. 7 hills surrounded by mountains looked like a lotus pod from afar, with the 7 peaks resembling lotus seeds embraced by the mountains. There was also a very tall peak nearby, which was the main peak of the Lotus Pod Embracing Seeds, resembling an adult looking over 7 children. Truly, it was a marvel of nature. My brother, if I relocate my parents' ancestral grave here, will I then have descendants? Yes, Lotus Pod Embracing Seeds is a superior Feng Shui layout for having children. Look, the 7 peaks are embraced by the mountains, resembling the 7 lotus seeds in a lotus pod, indicating the birth of 7 children. Following Li Jinshan's instructions, Chun Tinghai buried his parents' remains at the highest peak of the mountain and built 7 empty graves at the foot of the 7 peaks. After completing all the arrangements, the ground suddenly trembled, and although the sky was clear, thunder rolled. Li Jinshan was immediately frightened, his face changing color, while Chun Tinghai panicked. "My brother, what is happening?" Li Jinshan said nothing. He suddenly felt his vision becoming increasingly blurry, eventually plunging into darkness. Becoming blind, he had long anticipated divine retribution, but did not expect it to come so quickly. After Chun Tinghai relocated his parents' graves to the lotus pod embracing seeds, within just a year, several of his concubines, along with his wife of over 50 years, consecutively gave birth to 7 sons. That it was just as Li Jinshan had said. 7 sons were born. Chun Tinghai was overjoyed to have 7 sons. For the first 2 years, he took very good care of Li Jinshan, providing him with the best guest room and serving him lavish meals daily. However, as time passed, Chun Tinghai felt that keeping a useless blind man at home was quite unlucky and forgot the words he had originally said. He moved Li Jinshan from the best guest room to the firewood room, replacing the lavish meals with leftover food. Li Jinshan was furious and sought to reason with Chun Tinghai, only to learn something unbearable. Chun Tinghai proudly stated, "The reason I saved you 2 years ago was that I saw the token of the imperial decree on you. I guess you were a Feng Shui master who escaped from the palace, which is why I brought you home and treated you well, hoping to gain your favor to help me find a Feng Shui treasure land to continue the Chun family's lineage. Now that I have 7 sons, you are of no use to me anymore. Why should I continue to provide for you lavishly?" Ha! At that moment, Li Jinshan finally understood that Chun Tinghai had been scheming against him all along. Upon discovering the truth, he was filled with immense anger. "Chun Tinghai, you ungrateful scoundrel! I will fight you!" In his desperate attempt to fight back, Li Jinshan was kicked down by Chun Tinghai and then locked in the stable, forced to eat and sleep with the horses. This imprisonment lasted over a decade until the appearance of his grandfather Li Tiancheng changed Li Jinshan's fate. Chapter 3. Breaking the Lotus Pod, Embracing Seeds. At that time, his grandfather was just a teenager working short-term at Chun Tinghai's home, mainly responsible for taking care of the horses, thus getting to know Li Jinshan, who lived in the stable. As time passed, the two became close friends across generations. Li Jinshan shared his experiences with his grandfather, who sympathized with Li Jinshan's plight and often brought him delicious food. Their relationship grew stronger, and Li Jinshan accepted his grandfather as a disciple, naming him Li Tiancheng and passing on all his skills to him. From his grandfather, Li Jinshan learned that Chun Tinghai was not a good person. He bullied the weak, disregarded human life, and was known as a local tyrant. This made him regret helping an evil person find a Feng Shui treasure land, and it was no wonder divine retribution came so quickly. Over the past 20 years, Chun Tinghai's 7 sons either became officers in the national army or married into wealthy families, and the Chun family's power grew increasingly larger. Chun Tinghai himself became more arrogant, practically establishing himself as the local emperor of Qinzhou City. "My grandfather had raised horses for the Chun family for several years without receiving a penny, and when he went to demand payment, he was beaten up." Feeling very aggrieved, he told Li Jinshan about this matter. As he spoke, he recounted how Chun Tinghai had oppressed the common people and disregarded human life over the years. After listening, Li Jinshan was extremely angry and said with a serious expression, "Chun, I want you to do something. Are you willing?" "Master, as long as it's not something that goes against heaven and reason, I dare to do anything." "Good. I want you to break the Feng Shui formation of the lotus pod embracing children set by Chun Tinghai's ancestors." "All right." With the fearlessness of youth, my grandfather readily agreed, motivated both by revenge for his master and by the desire to rid Qinzhou City of this scourge. Seeing my grandfather agree, Li Jinshan was very pleased and shared the method to break the lotus pod embracing children formation with him. "Chun, listen carefully, you must not be careless. To break the lotus pod embracing children formation, you must lie behind the graves of Chun Tinghai's parents on the night of the full moon, just before sunset. Wait for the bright moon to rise, and you will see a lotus pod emerge from the top of the grave, from which 7 small children will jump out, calling for their grandparents. Then you will see an old couple emerge from the grave to play with these 7 children. At this point, do not be afraid. You must seize the opportunity, run to the top of the grave, and pull the lotus pod out by the root. Then turn and run. Remember, do not look back." After hearing this, my grandfather, filled with doubt and curiosity, asked, "Master, what happens if I look back?" "You will be scared to death." Although my grandfather had learned the secret arts of Qimen Feng Shui from Li Jinshan for several years, he had never had any real combat experience and found it hard to believe the mysterious things his master described. Even though Li Jinshan was blind, he could sense what my grandfather was thinking and said with a smile, Tonight is the full moon night. Once you go, you will know whether what I said is true or false." "Okay." My grandfather arrived early at the designated spot behind Chun Tinghai's parents' grave and lay down. It must be said that my grandfather was truly brave. He even fell asleep behind the grave mound. At some point, a gust of eerie wind blew, waking my grandfather. He looked up at the sky, and at that moment, the bright moon was high, but he did not see a lotus pod emerging from the top of the grave, let alone 7 children jumping out. He thought his master was just boasting and decided to go back and argue with him. But just then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Moonlight illuminated the top of the grave, casting flickering shadows, and a golden lotus pod slowly emerged from the grave, with 7 thumb-sized children appearing on top of the pod. Then they jumped down, and at the moment they landed, they grew to the size of normal children. The 7 children surrounded the grave, continuously calling for their grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, come out and play with us. Ha ha, just wait a moment, Grandpa and Grandma will be right out." Even my grandfather, as brave as he was, shivered in fear when he heard an old man's voice coming from beneath him. Immediately after, he saw an old man and an old woman dressed in splendid clothing emerge from the grave. And my grandfather was secretly astonished the scene before him was exactly as described by Master Li Jinshan. Not daring to be careless, he quietly climbed to the top of the grave while the 7 children played with the 2 old people, then grasped the base of the lotus pod and with all his strength pulled it out by the root. Then he turned and ran. At the same time, a gust of eerie wind blew behind him, along with the cries of the 7 children and the howls of the 2 old people. "Return my Feng Shui spirit root. You ruined my Chun family's Feng Shui. I will take your life." Terrified, my grandfather ran for his life. Perhaps out of curiosity, he looked back while running and saw the 2 old people and the 7 children with menacing faces floating in midair, chasing after him. My grandfather was so scared by this sight that his face went pale. Without looking back, he sprinted forward, and only when he finally ran out of the range of the lotus pod. Embracing children formation did the sound behind him disappear. He ran all the way to the stable and told Li Jinshan what had just happened. When Li Jinshan learned that my grandfather had looked back, he was somewhat surprised. "You brat, you really have guts." Upon hearing that my grandfather had broken the lotus pod embracing children formation, Li Jinshan laughed heartily, startling several Maras into a frenzy. With his wish fulfilled, that night, my grandfather carried Li Jinshan away from the Qimen family. Within less than half a month after the breaking of the Qimen family's Feng Shui lotus pod embracing children formation, the Qimen family faced a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 4. Qimen Tinghai's lineage cut off. Qimen Tinghai was still unaware of the disaster that would befall the Qimen family due to the breaking of the lotus pod embracing children formation. He was holding his newly born grandson, smiling and playing with him. Suddenly, the baby in the swaddling closed his eyes without any warning and stopped breathing. At the same time, one piece of bad news after another arrived. All 7 of Qimen Tinghai's sons died unexpectedly within a month. More than a dozen grandchildren also met with strange and untimely deaths. At this moment, Qimen Tinghai finally realized that something was wrong and went to the stable to find Li Jinshan, but he had long since vanished, leaving only a few big characters. On the wall, "Too many evil deeds. Lineage cut off." Qimen Tinghai could only watch helplessly as his descendants left one by one. He could not bear this blow and became a madman. Later, it was said that when Qimen Tinghai died, he was found lying on his parents' grave, frozen to death. There's a saying that those who are pitiable must have their own faults. Everything that Qimen Tinghai obtained through Feng Shui to defy fate was lost in equal measure the moment the lotus pod embracing children formation was broken. If he had done more good deeds, accumulating virtue and blessings, his ending might not have been so tragic. After my grandfather finished telling the story, he raised his glass and drank it all, lost in memories. As a descendant of the Feng Shui lineage, Li Chengfeng firmly believed in his grandfather's words but pretended to be skeptical and said, "Grandpa, your story is really good, can you tell another one?" "This is not a story. Go under my bed and pull out the box underneath. There is a small box inside. Open it and you will know whether what I said is true or false." Li Chengfeng pulled the box out from under the bed and found a beautifully crafted small box inside. The moment he opened the box, he was instantly stunned. Inside the box was a golden lotus pod with 7 small holes on it, but the lotus seeds were already missing. Below the lotus pod was a lotus root. Looking at the lotus pod in the box, Li Chengfeng exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa, is this the lotus pod you pulled from the lotus pod embracing children formation?" "Yes, this lotus pod is called the 7 Suns Lotus, formed from the spiritual energy of the earth, absorbing the essence of the moon. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, perhaps the only one in the world," my grandfather said with some pride, having preserved this lotus pod to this day, which shows its preciousness. Looking at the lotus pod in his hands, Li Chengfeng's excitement could not be calm for a long time. Nature has left us with many mysterious existences, and there are too many unknown questions in this world that humanity cannot unravel. Humans are actually very small, but having mastered a bit of modern science and technology has led to the denial of ancient cultural heritage, which is humanity's greatest loss. Under his grandfather's persuasion and learning about the experiences of his great master, Li Chengfeng looked at his grandfather's disabled body. Originally wanting to give up on reopening the Su Yuan Hall, at this moment, he made a decision. Even if he became like his grandfather, he would reopen the Su Yuan Hall. Seeing the thirst for knowledge in his grandson's eyes, his grandfather shook his head helplessly. It was over the child had already become obsessed. He regretted in his heart that he shouldn't have told him these things. Wanting him to abandon the thought of reopening the Su Yuan Hall was probably impossible now. When he chose this path without hesitation back then, it was also to explore the unknown and mysterious existence in this world. I Chungfeng looked at his grandfather, his eyes full of determination, and said seriously, "Grandpa, I want to reopen the Su Yuan Hall." His grandfather did not respond but raised his wine cup and drank it in one go, putting a piece of pig's head meat into his mouth, chewing slowly. After long silence, he finally spoke. "Child, once you embark on this path, you're destined to be widowed, alone, isolated, and disabled, with no connection to wealth, life, or power. Aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid." Li Chungfeng answered directly without thinking. The widowhood, loneliness, isolation, disability, wealth, life, and power mentioned by his grandfather were precisely the punishment from heaven for those who pry into the secrets of the universe, commonly referred to as the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. The front refers to the 5 misfortunes, and the back refers to the 3 deficiencies. His grandfather sighed, realizing that picking up Li Chungfeng by the garbage bin back then might have been fate, destined for him to walk this path. Wanting him to find a job, marry a wife, have children, and live a good life seemed impossible now. "All right, you want to walk this path, I won't stop you. I hope you won't regret it." "I will never regret it." "Well, since that's the case, I will let you worship the master, open your spiritual eye, and pass on the Qintian order, officially accepting you as my disciple." His grandfather took out a jade tablet from his body and handed it to Li Chungfeng. The jade tablet was not very large, only the size of a matchbox, with the 3 words Qintian Ling engraved on it, and a vividly carved divine dragon on the back. In ancient times, the Qintian Ling was a symbol of the identity of the Feng Shui master of the Qintian Bureau, representing ability and status. Under his grandfather's guidance, Li Chungfeng knelt 3 times and knocked his head 9 times, worshipping the master of the Qimen, Guopu. He then washed his eyes with heavenly water and cleansed himself with earth, before receiving the sonic compass. After completing all the initiation procedures, his grandfather sighed and said seriously, "Xiaofeng, from today onwards, you are the 108th generation heir of the Qimen school. Use heavenly water to open your eyes, observe the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, cleanse yourself with earth, and search for the dragon veins of the earth's energy. Remember, do more good deeds, accumulate merit to avoid heavenly punishment, and do not harm others with your skills." "Yes, grandson, I will remember grandpa's teachings." Li Chungfeng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. From today on, he would be a true Qimen Feng Shui master. His grandfather searched the room for a long time and finally found a bag under the pillow, dumping its contents onto the table. On the table lay several sets of keys, 9 turtle shells, and a string of bone slips. His grandfather picked up a set of keys and handed them to Li Chungfeng. "This is the key to the Su Yuan Hall. It is yours now." Li Chungfeng took the keys, but his gaze fell on the turtle shells and bone slips, and he asked with a puzzled expression, "Grandpa, what are those?" "I don't know either. These turtle shells and the string of bones were passed down to me by your great master. Before he passed away, he told me to find a way to decipher the characters on them. It's really too difficult to decipher these characters, even ghosts might not recognize them." His grandfather said helplessly to Li Chungfeng picked up a turtle shell, which was covered with dense ancient characters. These should be oracle bone script. Li Chungfeng didn't recognize these ancient characters either. These turtle shells and bones have been passed down for who knows how many years, and both the great master and grandfather had tried to decipher the characters on them. When his grandfather was young, he sought out many renowned experts in archaeology who specialized in oracle bone script, but none could decipher the characters. These characters were even older than oracle bone script, with an old professor who studied oracle bone script speculating that the characters might be an even older celestial script. Li Chungfeng carefully repacked the turtle shells and bone slips, filled with curiosity about what the characters recorded. The earliest written characters discovered by humanity are oracle bone script, yet celestial script predates it. He wondered if he would be able to decipher the characters in his lifetime. Content summary: Qimen Feng Shui, folk secrets, spells, evil arts, witchcraft, Qimen Dunjia, 9 palaces. Fate, goat tethering, blessing techniques. As the saying goes, a person's fate is determined by luck and Feng Shui. Feng Shui has a significant impact on individuals, affecting wealth, health, relationships, and family. If a person works hard, is not afraid of hardship, yet still has no money, it's either due to bad luck or issues with their home's Feng Shui. You want to change your fate? Do you want to become wealthy? If so, turn to the first page and keep reading. Chapter 1. The first Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty. Feng Shui can also killing invisibly, leaving people without descendants, dying untimely deaths. Feng Shui can nurture, allowing people to rise to great heights, becoming wealthy and prosperous. Feng Shui can also nurture corpses when buried in blessed lands. They can achieve immortality and ascend to the celestial realm. You may not believe in fate or Feng Shui, but in the civilization of Huaxia, for thousands of years, emperors and nobles have been obsessed with the art of Feng Shui. If you are diligent, not afraid of hard work, yet still have no money. If you are handsome, come from a privileged background, but find yourself alone at 30. If everything seems to go wrong, and your wealth and luck are poor. If you find yourself in such a situation, it's either your fate or issues with your home's Feng Shui. Li Chengfeng's grandfather, Li Jinshan, was the top Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty. His grandfather, Li Tiancheng, was also a well-known Feng Shui master, skilled in Yin-Yang Feng Shui, Qimen Dunjia, and folk secrets. Growing up under his grandfather's influence, Li Chengfeng developed a strong interest in Qimen Feng Shui and folk secrets. Like just 22 years old, he has a high level of proficiency in Feng Shui and folk secrets, having inherited his grandfather's teachings. His grandfather ran a place called Suiyuan Hall in the coastal city of Qingzhou, where he helped people with dream interpretation, naming, Feng Shui, treating strange illnesses, and matchmaking. Due to his reputation, many sought his guidance on various matters. But as his grandfather aged and became disabled, he closed Suiyuan Hall 2 years ago, retiring to a small farmhouse in a fishing village. After graduating from university, Li Chengfeng faced numerous job rejections, and his girlfriend of 2 years ended up with a wealthy partner, which hit him hard. One evening, after failing a job interview, he bought 3 bottles of liquor, 2 pounds of pig head meat, and some side dishes, returning to his grandfather's place. After downing a few shots, Li Chengfeng expressed his thoughts. "Grandpa, I want to reopen Suiyuan Hall." No, his grandfather rejected him without hesitation, not wanting his grandson to take that path. "Xiaofeng, look at me now. If you don't want to end up like this, don't ever mention reopening Suiyuan Hall again." Seeing his grandfather's frail body, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. His grandfather was disabled, with 1 eye and 1 leg missing. In his grandfather's words, he had leaked too many secrets of heaven and suffered retribution for helping others change their fate. Li Chengfeng had watched his grandfather go from a healthy man to a cripple due to heavenly punishment. His grandfather raised his glass and drank it all, sighing as he began to speak, affectionately calling Li Chengfeng by his childhood nickname. "Xiaofeng, I don't want you to take this path, it's for your own good. Those of us in this line of work who leak too many secrets will not end well. I don't want to see you in trouble. I hope you could be an ordinary person, marry, have children, and live a good life." As he spoke, his grandfather began to share stories about Master Li Jinshan. Li Chengfeng instantly became interested, pouring his grandfather another drink and quietly listening to the stories. His grandfather took a sip, getting lost in memories as he recounted events from many years ago. The story goes back to the late Qing dynasty. During the late Qing dynasty, Li Jinshan, the head of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, observed the stars at night and discovered that the Ziwei Emperor's star was setting in the west, indicating that the Qing dynasty's time was over and salvation was impossible. Calculating that the Qing dynasty was about to collapse, Li Jinshan changed into Taoist robes and fled the capital to live a wandering life. Not long after, having exhausted his funds, he set up a stall on the street, helping people with divination, fortune-telling, and writing letters to earn a living. In a time of chaos and suffering, the common people were struggling to make ends meet and had no spare money for fortune-telling. Li Jinshan lived in hardship on the run, fearing that others would discover his identity as a Qing official, hiding everywhere. He wandered for an unknown duration until he reached Qingzhou, looking like a beggar in tattered robes. Having gone days without food in order to eat, he squatted on the street, using stones to write characters, offering dream interpretation and fortune-telling, asking about yin and yang, and predicting futures. He squatted on the street for 2 days and nights without a single customer, eventually fainting from hunger. The first Feng Shui master of the Qing dynasty had fallen to such a state, which was quite pitiful. Just when he thought he would starve to death on the street, fate intervened, and he was saved by a wealthy local merchant named Chen Tinghai. When Li Jinshan woke up, he found himself on a soft bed with 2 beautiful maidservants nearby and a table full of food. After a long period of hunger, Li Jinshan enjoyed a hearty meal and met his benefactor, Chen Tinghai. The two hit it off, and Li Jinshan stayed with the Chen family, where he was treated to fine food and drink every day. 6 months passed quickly, and Li Jinshan felt guilty about living off the Chen family without contributing. He was puzzled as to why Chen Tinghai was so generous to him for such a long time, thinking he had met a rare, kind-hearted person. One day, after a few rounds of drinks, Chen Tinghai revealed his troubles. "Dear brother, although I, Chen Tinghai, have great wealth and am past my 40s, I have no children. Why is that? Why does heaven treat me this way?" Li Jinshan was surprised. He had already observed Chen Tinghai's features and determined that his fate should have included children. Though he had no wealth, he possessed a fortune, and although he should have had 2 sons and a daughter, he had none. It seemed that his fate had been altered. For half a year, having received the Chen family's generosity, Li Jinshan felt it was time to help Chen Tinghai understand the cause of his plight. "Brother Chen, I see in your features that you should have many descendants. How could you have no children? There must be a problem with your fate." "Dear brother, you can read faces?" Chen Tinghai feigned surprise, and Li Jinshan smiled and nodded. "I know a little." The next day, Li Jinshan helped Chen Tinghai check the Feng Shui. The Feng Shui of his home was fine, so it was likely that the problem lay with the ancestral tomb's Feng Shui. Chun Tinghai brought Li Jinshan to the Chun family's ancestral grave. Upon seeing the Feng Shui of this place, he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Is this a Feng Shui setup that hides gold beneath the pillow? You have a good eye, my brother. The Feng Shui of my ancestral grave is indeed a wealth-attracting setup that hides gold beneath the pillow. Chapter 2. Hiding gold beneath the pillow leads to childlessness. Seeing the Feng Shui setup here, Li Jinshan slightly furrowed his brows, as he had already understood the reason why Chun Tinghai had no children. Chun Tinghai was originally a hard-working person with a 7-kill fate. Those with such a fate would toil their whole lives without accumulating wealth. Yet he possessed vast riches. That it was precisely because of the Feng Shui setup here, hiding gold beneath the pillow, that his fate had changed. Although hiding gold beneath the pillow is a superior wealth-attracting Feng Shui setup, not everyone can be buried in such a Feng Shui treasure spot. To be buried here, one's ancestors must have accumulated a great deal of virtue and blessings, otherwise it would harm their descendants, leading to childlessness. Looking at the hill shaped like a pillow and the 2 graves on top of it, Li Jinshan sighed. Brother Chun, there's something I don't know if I should say. My brother, please speak. Li Jinshan took a couple of steps forward and said seriously, in the study of Feng Shui, there's a saying, hiding gold beneath the pillow leads to childlessness. This setup has very high requirements for the virtue and blessings of the deceased. Being buried in such a Feng Shui treasure spot requires ancestors to have accumulated a great deal of virtue and blessings, otherwise it will lead to childlessness. Upon hearing this, Chun Tinghai pretended to panic. If he were to be childless, what use would his vast wealth be? What should I do? My brother, is there a Feng Shui treasure land that doesn't require virtue and blessings? Li Jinshan casually replied, there are such places, but before Li Jinshan could finish, Chun Tinghai's face lit up with hope, and he quickly pleaded, brother, you must help me. Otherwise Chun Tinghai, will be childless, and who will inherit my vast fortune? Brother, please, you must help me. This. Li Jinshan furrowed his brows tightly. Due to the Feng Shui, Chun Tinghai's fate had already become one of childlessness. If he forcibly helped him change his fate, he would surely face heavenly retribution. With a pained expression, he said, Brother Chun, your fate is already set. I am powerless to help. If you wish to change your current fate, do more good deeds and accumulate blessings, perhaps there will be a change. Chun Tinghai suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, brother, I know you must have a way to change my fate. Please, help me. Brother Chun, it's not that I don't want to help you. If I help you defy fate, I will definitely face heavenly retribution. The consequences could be severe, with lightning striking me dead, or at the very least becoming blind and crippled, suffering disasters throughout my life. Li Jinshan voiced his concerns and firmly refused, but Chun Tinghai knelt on the ground, begging for help in return for gratitude. My brother, considering that I saved your life and cared for you for half a year, please help me. Rest assured, if you face heavenly retribution, I, Chun Tinghai, will wear mourning clothes for you and take care of you in your old age. Li Jinshan sighed. He was a person who valued gratitude. If it weren't for Chun Tinghai, he might have starved to death on the streets. Seeing Chin's desperate pleas, he ultimately softened his heart. All right, I will help you defy fate. Li Jinshan chose an auspicious day to prepare to relocate Chun Tinghai's parents' graves. On the way, he inadvertently discovered a superior Feng Shui treasure land known as the Lotus Pod Embracing Seed Spot. It was perfect for burying Chun Tinghai's parents. When Chun Tinghai saw the Feng Shui setup of the Lotus Pod Embracing Seed Spot, he was immensely shocked. 7 hills surrounded by mountains looked like a lotus pod from a distance, and the 7 peaks resembled lotus seeds embraced by the mountains. Next to the 7 peaks stood a very tall peak, which was the main peak of the Lotus Pod Embracing Seed Spot, resembling an adult watching over 7 children. Truly, it was a creation of nature, a work of divine craftsmanship. My brother, if I move my parents' ancestral grave here, will I have descendants? Yes, the Lotus Pod Embracing Seeds is a superior Feng Shui setup for bearing children. Look, the 7 peaks are embraced by mountains, just like the 7 lotus seeds in a lotus pod, indicating the birth of 7 children. Following Li Jinshan's instructions, Chun Tinghai buried his parents' remains at the highest peak of the mountain and built 7 empty graves at the foot of the 7 peaks. Once everything was completed, the earth suddenly trembled, and though the sky was clear, thunder rolled ominously. Li Jinshan was instantly frightened, his face changing dramatically, while Chun Tinghai panicked. My brother, what is happening? Li Jinshan did not speak. He suddenly felt his vision becoming increasingly blurred, eventually plunging into darkness, turning blind. He had long anticipated heavenly retribution, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. After relocating his parents' grave to the Lotus Pod Embracing Seed Spot, within a year, several of Chun Tinghai's concubines and his wife, who was over 50, successively bore him 7 sons. It fulfilled Li Jinshan's statement of having 7 children. Overjoyed with his 7 sons, Chun Tinghai took great care of Li Jinshan for the first 2 years, providing him with the best guest room and serving him lavish meals daily. However, as time passed, Chen Tinghai felt that having a useless blind man at home was unlucky and forgot the promises he made earlier. He moved Li Jinshan from the best guest room to the woodshed, replacing lavish meals with leftovers. Li Jinshan was furious and confronted Chen Tinghai, only to learn something he couldn't accept. Chen Tinghai proudly said, 2 years ago, the reason I saved you was that I saw the token of the decree from the palace on you. I guess you were a Feng Shui master who escaped from the palace, so I brought you home, treating you well to win your favor and have you help me find a Feng Shui treasure land to ensure the continuation of the Chun family's lineage. Now that I have 7 sons, you are no longer of any use. Why should I continue to treat you well? Haha to that moment. Li Jinshan finally understood that Chen Tinghai had been plotting against him from the beginning. Knowing the truth made him incredibly angry. Chen Tinghai, you ungrateful scoundrel. I will fight you. In a desperate attempt, Li Jinshan was kicked down by Chen Tinghai and locked in the stable, sleeping and eating with the horses. This confinement lasted for over a decade until the appearance of his grandfather, Li Qiancheng, changed Li Jinshan's fate. Chapter 3. Breaking the Lotus Pod, Embracing Seed Spot. At that time, his grandfather was only in his teens, working short-term at Chen Tinghai's house, mainly responsible for taking care of the horses, which led him to meet Li Jinshan, who lived in the stable. As time passed, the two became close friends despite their age difference. Li Jinshan shared his experiences with his grandfather. Grandfather felt great sympathy for Li Jinshan's plight and often brought him treats from home. Their relationship grew closer, and Li Jinshan took his grandfather as an apprentice, naming him Li Qiancheng, passing on all his skills to him. Li Jinshan also learned from his grandfather that Chen Tinghai was not a good person. He bullied others, disregarded human life, and committed all sorts of evils, being a notorious local tyrant. This made him regret even more that he had helped an evil person find a Feng Shui treasure land, explaining why the heavenly retribution came so swiftly. More than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Tinghai's 7 sons have either become officers in the national army or married into wealthy families, and the Chen family's influence has been growing stronger. Chen Tinghai has also become more arrogant, seemingly becoming the local tyrant of Qinzhou City. Grandfather had raised horses for the Chun family for several years without receiving a single cent. When he went to demand his wages, he was beaten, leaving him feeling very aggrieved. He then told Li Jinshan about this matter. As he spoke, he recounted the years of Chen Tinghai oppressing the common people and disregarding human life. Li Jinshan was very angry after hearing this, and said with a serious expression, "Chen, I want you to do something. Do you dare? Master, as long as it's not an evil deed, there's nothing I won't dare to do." "Good. I want you to break the Feng Shui formation of the Lianping Baizi Shui lotus seed hole that Chen Tinghai's ancestors set up." All right, the young and fearless grandfather readily agreed, partly for his master's revenge and partly to rid the people of Qinzhou City of this calamity. Seeing that grandfather agreed, Li Jinshan was very pleased and shared with him the method to break the Lianping Baizi Shui. Listen carefully, you mustn't be careless. To break the Lianping Baizi Shui, you must lie in wait behind Chen Tinghai's parents' graves on the night of the full moon, just before sunset. When the bright moon rises, you will see a lotus pod emerging from the top of the grave, and then 7 little children will jump out of the lotus pod, surrounding the grave, and calling out for their grandparents. Then you will see an elderly couple emerging from the grave, playing with those 7 children. This moment, you mustn't be afraid. You need to seize the opportunity, run to the top of the grave, and pull out the lotus pod by its roots. Then turn around and run. Remember, do not look back. After listening, grandfather curiously asked, "Master, what will happen if I look back?" "You'll be scared to death." Grandfather followed Li Jinshan, and although he had learned the secret arts of Qimen Feng Shui for several years, he had never had any practical experience. Hearing his master's words, it sounded so mysterious. He was still a bit skeptical. Although Li Jinshan was blind, he knew what grandfather was thinking and smiled. Tonight is the full moon night. When you go, you'll know whether what I said is true or not." Okay. Grandfather arrived early at the position Li Jinshan described and lay in wait behind Chen Tinghai's parents' grave. One must say, grandfather really had a lot of courage. He even fell asleep behind a grave. At some point, a gust of cold wind blew, waking grandfather up. He looked up at the sky. The bright moon was already high, but he did not see a lotus pod emerging from the grave, let alone the 7 little children. He thought his master was just boasting and planned to go back and argue with him. But at that moment, something miraculous happened. Moonlight illuminated the top of the grave, and shadows flickered. A golden lotus pod slowly emerged from the top of the grave, and 7 thumb-sized children appeared on the lotus pod. Then they jumped down, and at the moment they landed, they grew to the size of normal children. The 7 children surrounded the grave, continuously calling out for their grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, come out and play with us." "Haha. Wait a moment, Grandpa and Grandma will be here soon." Even with grandfather's bravery, he shivered in fear when he heard an old man's voice coming from beneath the grave. Immediately after, he saw an old man and an old woman, dressed in magnificent clothing, emerging from the grave. Grandfather was secretly astonished. What was happening before his eyes was exactly as Master Li Jinshan had described. Not daring to be careless, he quietly climbed to the top of the grave, while the 7 children were playing with the 2 elderly people, and swiftly grabbed the base of the lotus pod, using all his strength to pull it out by the roots. Then he turned and ran. At the same time, cold winds blew behind him, accompanied by the cries of the 7 children and the howls of the 2 old people. Return my Feng Shui spirit root. You've ruined the Chun family's Feng Shui. I want your life. Scared, grandfather ran like mad. Perhaps out of curiosity, he looked back while running and saw the 2 old people and 7 children with terrifying expressions, floating in the air and chasing after him. This sight scared grandfather so much that his face turned pale. He ran desperately forward, not daring to look back until he had completely escaped the range of the Lianping Baizi Shui, at which point the voices behind him disappeared. Grandfather ran all the way to the stable and told Li Jinshan everything that had just happened. When Li Jinshan learned that grandfather looked back, he was somewhat surprised. You rascal, you really have guts. Upon hearing that grandfather had broken the Lianping Baizi Shui, Li Jinshan laughed heartily, startling several Maras into jumping around. Now that his wish was fulfilled, that night grandfather carried Li Jinshan away from the Qin family. With the Feng Shui Lianping Baizi Shui broken, it took less than half a month for the Qin family to encounter a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 4. Chun Tinghai's lineage cut off. Chun Tinghai still did not know the extent of the disaster that would befall the Chun family due to the breaking of the Lianping Baizi Shui. He was happily playing with his newly born grandson when suddenly, without any warning, the baby in the swaddling closed its eyes and stopped breathing. At the same time, bad news came one after another. All 7 of Chun Tinghai's sons died unexpectedly within less than a month. Dozens of grandchildren also met with mysterious deaths. At this point, Chun Tinghai finally realized that something was wrong. That he went to the stable to find Li Jinshan, but he had long since vanished, leaving only a few large characters on the wall. Those who do many unjust deeds will have their lineage cut off. Chun Tinghai could only watch helplessly as his descendants left one by one. He could not bear this blow and became a madman. Later, it was said that when Chun Tinghai died, he was found lying on his parents' grave, frozen to death. There is a saying, those who are pitiful must have something detestable about them. Everything that Chun Tinghai obtained by defying fate through Feng Shui was lost as soon as the Lianping Baizi Shui was broken. If he had done more good deeds and accumulated virtue and blessings, perhaps the outcome would not have been so tragic. After grandfather finished speaking, he raised his cup and drank it all, lost in memories as a descendant of the Feng Shui lineage. Li Changfeng believed every word his grandfather said, but pretended to be skeptical and said, Grandpa, your story is really good. Can you tell another one? This is not a story. Go to my bed, pull out the box from underneath. Inside there is a small box. Open it and see if what I said is true or not. Li Changfeng pulled the box out from under the bed and found a beautifully crafted small box inside. The moment he opened the box, he was instantly frozen in place. Inside the box was a golden lotus pod with 7 small holes on top, but the lotus seeds were already gone. Below the lotus pod was a lotus root. Looking at the lotus pod in the box, Li Changfeng exclaimed in amazement, Grandpa, is this the lotus pod you pulled out from the Lianping Baizi Shui? Yes. This lotus pod is called the 7-child lotus, transformed from the spiritual energy of the earth, formed by absorbing the essence of the moon. It is a rare treasure in a millennium. There's probably only this one in the world. Grandfather said with some pride, having preserved this lotus pod to this day, highlighting its preciousness. Looking at the lotus pod in his hand, Li Changfeng's excitement could not be calm for a long time. Nature has left us many mysterious existences, and there are too many unknown questions in this world that humanity cannot unravel. Humans are actually very insignificant. Having mastered a bit of modern science and technology has led to the denial of ancient cultural heritage, which is humanity's greatest loss. Under the persuasion of his grandfather, and knowing the experiences of his great master, Li Changfeng looked at his grandfather's disabled body. Originally intending to give up reopening the Sui Yuan Hall, Li Changfeng made a decision at this moment. Even if he became like his grandfather, he would reopen the Sui Yuan Hall. Seeing the thirst for knowledge in his grandson's eyes, the grandfather shook his head helplessly. It was over this child had already become obsessed. He regretted in his heart that he should not have told him these things. It seemed impossible to make him give up the idea of reopening the Sui Yuan Hall. He had chosen this path against all odds, perhaps in search of the unknown and mysterious existences in this world. Li Changfeng looked at his grandfather, his eyes filled with determination, and said seriously, Grandpa, I want to reopen the Sui Yuan Hall. The grandfather did not respond, but instead raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, placing a piece of pig's head meat into his mouth, chewing slowly. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Child, once you embark on this path, you are destined to be widowed, orphaned, lonely, and disabled, with no connection to wealth, life, or power. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. Li Changfeng answered directly without hesitation. The widowhood, orphanhood, loneliness, disability, wealth, life, and power mentioned by his grandfather were indeed the punishment from heaven for those who pry into the secrets of the universe, commonly known as the 5 misfortunes and 3 deficiencies. The former refers to the 5 misfortunes, and the latter refers to the 3 deficiencies. The grandfather sighed. Perhaps it was fate that he picked Li Chengfeng up from the trash can. Destined for him to walk this path, it seemed impossible to hope that he would find a job, marry a wife, have children, and live a good life. All right, you want to walk this path? I won't stop you, but I hope you won't regret it. I will never regret it. Good. Since that's the case, I will let you pay respects to the master, open your spiritual eyes, and formally accept you as my disciple. The grandfather took out a jade token from his body and handed it to Li Chengfeng. The jade token was not very large, only the size of a matchbox, with the word Qin Tianling engraved on it, and a vivid dragon carved on the back. In ancient times, the Qin Tianling symbolized the identity of a Feng Shui master from the Qin Tian monitor, representing ability and status. Under his grandfather's guidance, Li Chengfeng knelt 3 times and knocked his head 9 times, paying respects to the master of Qimen, Guopu. He then washed his eyes with heavenly water and cleansed his body with earth soil, before accepting the Sanhe Luopan instrument. After completing all the initiation procedures, the grandfather sighed and said solemnly, Xiaofeng, from today on, you are the 108th generation heir of the Qimen school. Observing the changes of the sun, moon, and stars with heavenly water, cleansing your body with earth soil, and seeking the dragon veins of earth energy. Remember, do more good deeds, accumulate merit to avoid heavenly punishment, and do not harm others with your skills. Yes, grandson will remember grandpa's teachings. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but feel a bit excited from today on. He was a true Qimen Feng Shui master. The grandfather searched in the room for a long time and finally found a bag under the pillow, emptying its contents onto the table. Scattered on the table were several bunches of keys, 9 turtle shells, and a string of bone slips. The grandfather picked up a bunch of keys and handed them to Li Chengfeng. This is the key to the Sui Yuan Hall. It is yours now. Li Chengfeng took the keys, but his gaze fell on the turtle shells and bone slips, asking with a puzzled expression, Grandpa, what are those? I don't know either. These turtle shells and this string of bones were passed down to me by your great master. Before he passed away, he told me to find a way to decipher the writings on them. It's really too difficult to decipher these writings, even ghosts might not recognize them. The grandfather said helplessly to Li Chengfeng picked up a turtle shell, which was densely engraved with many ancient characters. These should be oracle bone inscriptions. Li Chengfeng also did not recognize these ancient characters. These turtle shells and bones have been passed down for how many years, and both the great master and the grandfather had wanted to decipher the writings on them. When the grandfather was young, he sought out many renowned experts in archaeology who specialized in oracle bone inscriptions, but none could decipher the writings. These characters were even older than oracle bone inscriptions. An old professor who studied oracle bone inscriptions speculated that the characters might belong to an even older script known as heavenly text. Li Chengfeng carefully repacked the turtle shells and bone slips, filled with curiosity about what the writings recorded. The earliest writings discovered by humanity are oracle bone inscriptions, yet the heavenly text predates them. He wondered if he could decipher the writings in his lifetime. Chapter 5. The ancestor in the painting. The next morning, Li Chengfeng took the key his grandfather had given him and went to the old town of Qingzhou alone. On an old street lined with 2 rows of sycamore trees, the trees were laden with many fuzzy little round balls. Shops lined both sides of the street, and beneath an old residential building was a closed shop with a bright red plaque hanging on the door, inscribed in gold with the 3 large characters Sui Yuan Hall. Due to years of neglect, some of the gold paint had peeled off. Below the plaque were smaller characters that read, Dream Interpretation, Naming, Character Analysis, and Feng Shui, specializing in various difficult ailments. Upon opening the door and stepping into Sui Yuan Hall, he found the interior very simple. The white walls had little decoration. Only a portrait of the ancestor Guopu hung on the wall, with an offering table placed beneath it. Li Chengfeng did not notice that at the moment he entered Sui Yuan Hall, the ancestor in the portrait suddenly moved slightly, his eyes fixed on him. The space of Sui Yuan Hall was not very large, only around 30 to 40 square meters, and inside was a resting bedroom. Against the wall on the left was a redwood writing desk, accompanied by a grandmaster chair. To the right of the entrance was a tea table carved from tree roots and a redwood sofa. Li Chengfeng bent down slowly and saw a few copper coins under the tea table. He remembered his grandfather mentioning that the Feng Shui arrangement of Sui Yuan Hall was called opening the door to welcome guests, a common arrangement for attracting wealth and customers. In many restaurants, clubs, bathhouses, and hotels, it was common to see sofas and tea tables placed on the right side of the entrance or in the lobby, with copper coins underneath the tea tables. To ordinary people, this was simply a resting place for guests, but to a Feng Shui master, it was a wealth-attracting arrangement known as opening the door to welcome guests. Li Chengfeng walked to the offering table, first lighting 3 sticks of incense for the ancestor, bowing 3 times with the incense held above his head before placing it in the incense burner. He then began to clean. As the shop had not been maintained for over 2 years and was covered in dust, just as he was focused on cleaning, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Kid, come here and clean my dining table. The sudden voice startled Li Chengfeng, causing him to shudder. He quickly turned around, but saw no one. Only the portrait of the ancestor hanging on the wall. Confused, He wondered if he had misheard. Li Chengfeng did not dwell on it. Instead, he took a cloth and carefully wiped the offering table in front of the ancestor's portrait. As he bent down to clean the table, the ancestor Guopu in the portrait actually smiled and nodded. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng did not see this scene. Had he seen the figure in the portrait nod, he would definitely have been scared enough to run away. Unaware, Li Chengfeng continued cleaning. He worked from morning until noon, finally finishing the cleaning just as he was about to take a break for water when a young woman in her 20s appeared at the door. "Excuse me, is Mr. Li here? May I ask who you are?" "My name is Yi Mengyao, and I am here to find Mr. Li." Li Chengfeng was somewhat surprised. His grandfather had retired for many years and no longer helped people with yin-yang matters, yet someone still came seeking his help. Being a guest was a privilege, and facing his first customer, he felt a little excited. He smiled, his tone somewhat boastful. "My grandfather has washed his hands of this business and no longer helps people. If you have something to say, you can tell me. I am Mr. Li's grandson, Li Chengfeng. Everything my grandfather can see, I can see. Everything he cannot see, I can also see." Yi Mengyao scrutinized Li Chengfeng, her eyes revealing some disappointment. He looked young. What abilities could he possibly have? His tone was quite bold. In everyone's impression, those well-versed in Feng Shui and secret arts should be elderly men with white hair and beards. Yi Mengyao continued to emphasize her purpose. "I am here looking for Mr. Li. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Can you take me to see him? If you can take me to see him, I will certainly reward you handsomely." Li Chengfeng did not want outsiders to disturb his grandfather's peaceful life, especially since his grandfather was of advanced age. He understood well that the woman before him did not believe him. After all, he was too young, and it was normal for her to doubt. Li Chengfeng was not angry, but instead assessed Yi Mengyao's facial features. Noticing her wealth palace was full and round, she must be the daughter of a wealthy family. Furthermore, observing her parents' palace, the color of the left corner of her forehead was dark and dull, indicating her father's health issues. Did he have some difficult ailment? Seeing Li Chengfeng staring at her face, Yi Mengyao showed a look of disgust, thinking, how can Mr. Li's grandson be such a lecher? Although she felt repulsed, she forced a smile, remembering he was Mr. Li's grandson, and her tone was less respectful than before. "Please, take me to find your grandfather, okay?" "No." Yi Mengyao's expression slightly darkened, not expecting him to refuse so decisively. After observing Yi Mengyao's features, Li Chengfeng had already guessed her intentions and realized he needed to demonstrate some skill to gain her trust. He tentatively asked, "If I am not mistaken, you came to find my grandfather for your father, right?" "How did you know?" Yi Mengyao, who had just shown anger, was now somewhat surprised. Li Chengfeng guessed correctly. Yi Mengyao had come to find Li Tianqing specifically for her father. 2 years ago, Yi Mengyao's father woke up one day to find he had suddenly gone blind. To help her father, the Yi family had consulted many medical experts, visited numerous hospitals, and used the most advanced instruments in the world to conduct a comprehensive examination of Yi Guqing's eyes and body. The results were quite unexpected. All of Yi Guqing's health indicators were better than those of normal people, with no diseases found. Strangely, even though all tests were normal, his eyes could not see. After 2 years of treatment and spending a lot of money, Yi Guqing's eyesight still showed no improvement. Just a few days ago, Yi Mengyao learned from the old Chinese doctor Kuang Guohua that her father's condition might not be an illness that ordinary doctors could treat. He then suggested that she come to Sui Yuan Hall to find Mr. Li Tianqing. For half a month, Yi Mengyao had come to Sui Yuan Hall every day, but unfortunately, the shop had been closed. Today, she finally got to see it open, only to find Li Chengfeng there. Chapter 6. Humiliated by the Yi family, Yi Mengyao still did not believe Li Chengfeng. The news of her father's illness had also circulated online, and he likely saw it there. "Even if you guess my father is ill, what does that prove? Many people in Qingzhou know about my father's condition." Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. This woman's vigilance was quite high. Since she had chosen the path of observing yin-yang and Feng Shui, if he could not make her believe, then Sui Yuan Hall had little hope of success. As the saying goes, starting is the hardest part. Being young and without any reputation, it was normal for people to doubt him. Once he gained fame, like his grandfather, even if he was young, no one would question him. To retain his first customer, Li Chengfeng said with a serious expression, "If I am not mistaken, your mother passed away unexpectedly when you were 13. When you were 16, you encountered a peach blossom disaster and someone." "That's enough, don't say any more." Yi Mengyao interrupted him before he could finish. When Yi Mengyao was 16, the incident that happened to her felt like a nightmare. She was kidnapped and nearly lost her life. Besides her family, no one knew about it. How did he know? Yi Mengyao's complex gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng as she asked in a puzzled tone, "Can you really cure my father's eyes? If you can't, I won't pay anything. If you can, at least 2,000 yuan. Li Chengfeng wiggled 2 fingers. Yi Mengyao frowned slightly. Was he joking? Over the past 2 years, they had spent at least tens of millions trying to treat her father's eyes, and he claimed he could do it for just 2,000 yuan? Yi Mengyao didn't believe Li Chengfeng's words, but knowing that Li Tianqing was his grandfather, she said seriously, "If you can cure my dad, I'll give you 100,000. If you can't, you'll take me to see your grandfather. Deal." Li Chengfeng suppressed his excitement. He thought 2,000 yuan was already a lot. But the other party immediately offered 100,000. He regretted a bit, feeling that he had undersold himself. In truth, Li Qingfeng wasn't 100 sure he could cure Yi Mingyao's father. He needed to see the specific reason first. Sometimes, you have to take a gamble. If he couldn't cure him, he could ask his grandfather for help later. If he could, that would be 100,000 yuan. For someone who just graduated from university, 100,000 yuan was astronomical. He had never seen so much money. After reaching an agreement, Yi Mingyao drove Li Qingfeng to her home. She had no good feelings toward him and maintained a cold expression, not saying a word during the drive. Li Qingfeng, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, playing with his phone in the car. Soon they arrived at the Yi family villa. When Li Qingfeng got out of the car, he was instantly amazed by the building in front of him. A 5-story independent villa with European architectural style, looking very impressive. The area around the villa was filled with green vegetation, creating a particularly nice environment. He thought to himself that these rich people really knew how to enjoy life. And when he got rich, he would buy a piece of land and build a big villa too. Yi Mingyao showed a look of disdain on her face, secretly mocking him for looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. "Mr. Li, please come in," Yi Mingyao said with a cold voice. Her eyes filled with disgust, and she walked into the villa first. Li Qingfeng smiled slightly, feeling neglected and looked down upon, which was really uncomfortable. He sighed helplessly, thinking it was normal to be looked down upon without fame. He believed that once he became well known, she would regret it. He followed Yi Mingyao into the villa, which was even more lavishly decorated inside. Yi Mingyao didn't look back and coldly said, "Change into slippers, don't dirty my floor." Okay. A feeling of humiliation rose in Li Qingfeng's heart, but he chose to endure it, not only for the 100,000 yuan, but also out of curiosity. He wanted to see what was wrong with Yi Mingyao's father's eyes. Just as he finished changing into slippers, another voice came from the room. "Mingyao, why did you bring a beggar home?" Yi Wushuang, Yi Mingyao's aunt, came down the stairs. "Aunt, he is a Feng Shui master. I found to look at my dad's eyes." Li Qingfeng's expression became a bit awkward. Although he was wearing cheap clothes, he was clean. Did rich people really consider someone in cheap clothes a beggar? What hurt him more was that Yi Mingyao said found instead of invited. Li Qingfeng smiled slightly. Enduring the ridicule, he thought about leaving, as he felt this business wasn't worth pursuing. At this moment, Yi Wushuang came down the stairs, and her mocking voice rang out again. "You're young and not learning anything good, but instead learning to deceive people. With someone like you. You probably don't even know what Feng Shui is, yet you pretend to be a Feng Shui master." Li Qingfeng suppressed his anger as he put on his shoes and turned to Yi Mingyao, his voice equally cold as frost. "Miss Yi, since your family doesn't welcome me, I think this matter is best forgotten. Goodbye." Yi Mingyao did not stop him, as she originally did not believe Li Qingfeng could cure her father's eyes. Just as Li Qingfeng was about to leave, a voice called out to him. "Stop. Is the Yi family a place you can come and go as you please?" Chapter 7. The true master Li Qingfeng stopped in his tracks, feeling quite angry. This woman was really overbearing, thinking he couldn't leave. He turned to glare at Yi Wushuang and snorted coldly. "If you won't let me go, do you want to keep me for dinner?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Yi Wushuang's face as she pointed at the slippers Li Qingfeng had just worn, saying irritably, "You dirted these slippers, and they cost 200 yuan. You must compensate me for that. Otherwise, you can't leave the Yi family." Having earned nothing, was he now supposed to pay 200 yuan? Li Qingfeng's expression changed instantly. At this moment, Yi Mingyao impatiently said, "Aunt, no matter what, he is someone I brought here. Let him go." Yi Wushuang's expression showed some reluctance. "Get lost. You smelly beggar. If you come to our Yi family to swindle again, I'll break your legs." Li Qingfeng didn't retaliate with harsh words, knowing it was pointless to say anything at that moment. Unfortunately, he had no money on him. If he had money, he would have thrown 200 yuan at her face. He silently vowed that he would not come back to the Yi family in the future unless this woman was on her knees to welcome him. Just as he angrily turned to leave, a BMW drove into the Yi family's courtyard. The car door slowly opened, and a man in a long blue robe, over 50 years old, got out of the car. When Yi Wushuang saw the man, her previously angry expression suddenly brightened with joy. She hurried a couple of steps forward to greet the man. "Master Hu, you finally arrived." "Miss Yi, I'm very sorry for keeping you waiting," Hu Yinsong said apologetically, his demeanor exuding the aura of a master. Li Qingfeng was a bit surprised. He didn't expect to see Hu Yinsong here. This Hu Yinsong was not an ordinary person. He was the vice president of the Qingzhou Xian Arts Association and often participated in variety shows, discussing feng shui and health topics. Li Qingfeng had even watched his programs during school. Yi Wushuang invited Hu Yinsong into the villa, and as they passed the entrance, Hu Yinsong saw the slippers on the floor and said with a kind smile, "Miss Yi, let me change my slippers. Otherwise, I'll dirty the floor." "Master Hu, you don't need to be so polite. It's our honor for you to come to the Yi family. Don't worry about dirtying the floor. Even if you dirty the ceiling, it's a blessing for our Yi family," Yi Wushuang said in a flattering tone, completely abandoning her earlier arrogance. Yi Mingyao was very surprised to see Hu Yinsong. She hadn't expected her aunt to invite the vice president of the Xian Arts Association. Had she known her aunt would invite Hu Yinsong, she wouldn't have brought Li Qingfeng to the house, even if it meant being beaten to death. The two were simply not comparable. She hurriedly stepped forward to greet Hu Yinsong. Li Qingfeng felt very embarrassed and simultaneously angry. This family truly had a superficial attitude. When Hu Yinsong stepped on the Yi family's floor, it was an honor for them. But when he dirtied their floor, it became a disgrace for the Yi family. They even wanted to charge 200 yuan for dirtying their slippers. It was infuriating how people could be so petty. Yi Wushuang first said to Yi Mingyao beside her, then turned to Li Chengfeng and rolled her eyes, mocking him. See, this is what a Feng Shui master looks like. Just look at yourself. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to call yourself a Feng Shui master. At that moment, Hu Yinsong also looked at Li Chengfeng, not saying anything, but his gaze was filled with disdain, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't speak, his expression was deeply thought-provoking. Li Chengfeng was at a loss for words. This woman's tongue was indeed sharp, and he didn't want to argue with her. Just as he was about to leave, another voice came from the villa. Master Hu, I apologize for the inconvenience. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Yi Guqing, supported by a maid, walked out of the villa and exchanged pleasantries with Hu Yinsong. Li Chengfeng turned to look at Yi Guqing and was instantly shocked. He saw that Yi Guqing's eyes were shrouded in a dark mist, and his neck was also wrapped in a dark aura. His right leg and chest had the same dark energy. In the past, Li Chengfeng would definitely not have been able to see the dark mist surrounding Yi Guqing. Since he had paid respects to his master and opened his heavenly eye, he could now see things that ordinary people could not. He understood that Yi Guqing's sudden blindness was not so simple. No matter how many hospitals he visited, he would not be cured. Looking at the dark mist around his neck and right leg, and the mist around his chest, which was right at the lung position, he feared that it wouldn't be long before something happened to him. Yi Wushuang, seeing that Li Chengfeng was still dazed, said unhappily, "You filthy beggar. Why aren't you leaving yet? I'll leave now, but before I go, I want to say two things." Li Chengfeng looked at Yi Mingyao with a serious expression. "Miss Yi, I assume this is your father. Take good care of him. He will have problems in the next couple of days. Within 3 days, there will definitely be issues with his leg, lung, and neck." "Shut up." Yi Mingyao was very angry, not expecting Li Chengfeng to say such things. And she retorted angrily, "Are you cursing my dad? I can't believe you are this kind of person. I didn't ask you to treat my dad, and you dare to curse him." Yi Wushuang was also furious, shouting angrily, "Get out of here immediately, or I'll break your legs and tear your filthy mouth apart." Chapter 8. The suffering ones arrived. Li Chengfeng was speechless. He was just trying to remind them out of kindness, but they took it as malice. Since they didn't believe him, staying here would only increase their dislike for him, so he had to leave in embarrassment. His mood was somewhat low. He had initially thought he could make a good profit, but not only did he not earn any money, he was also coldly ignored and humiliated. Behind him, he heard Yi Guqing reprimanding Yi Mingyao. "There are too many scammers nowadays. Don't bring just anyone home in the future." "I understand." Yi Mingyao looked at the frail figure walking out of the Yi family gate with resentment, feeling very regretful. Did I take the wrong medicine? How could I bring him home? Fortunately, she realized it in time. Otherwise, she would have really been fooled. They had come in a luxury car, but now they could only take the bus back. When Li Chengfeng returned to the Suiyuan Hall, he didn't dwell on the incident. He had been at the Suiyuan Hall for 2 days, and every day there were people coming to the door, looking in curiously. When they saw a young man inside, they turned and left. Li Chengfeng felt helpless. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to afford food, as he only had a few dozen yuan left. Sitting in the armchair, he boredly looked at his phone and accidentally saw a news article. In a primary school in Qingzhou, 5 teenagers went to the Qingcheng Reservoir to bathe. 2 of them drowned, and 3 days later, their bodies have not yet been found. The search and rescue team is still looking. The loss of 2 young lives was truly regrettable. Just as Li Chengfeng was feeling sorrowful, a young couple with tear-streaked faces walked into the Suiyuan Hall. The couple seemed to be in deep grief and didn't notice that the shop had a young man. They immediately began to cry out, "Sir, our son drowned in the reservoir while bathing, and his body hasn't been found yet. What should we do? I want to see him one last time. Please help us find our child. We are willing to pay any amount." Li Chengfeng recalled the news he had just seen and thought, could it be such a coincidence? He poured them 2 cups of tea and comforted them. "Don't worry. The rescue team will definitely find your child. He was just a Feng Shui master and didn't want to get involved in such matters. This was something to be handled by a Yinyang master." However, the young couple continued to plead. Perhaps the pain of losing their child had driven them to irrationality, and they knelt down on the floor. "Please, help us find our son. We have been searching for him for several days. We have searched the entire reservoir multiple times, but we just can't find our child." Li Chengfeng also didn't understand how this couple had found him. Seeing their desperate pleas, he ultimately softened and decided to help them recover their child's body. He had them buy 2 gourds, paper money, incense candles, and 2 roosters. Li Chengfeng took yellow paper and vermilion ink with a brush and followed the young couple to the Qingcheng Reservoir. During the journey, he learned that the husband was named Wang Jun due to the hot weather. Their child had gone to the reservoir with a few classmates to bathe after school. One classmate accidentally slipped into the deep water. Wang Jun's son, Wang Xiaoming, seeing his classmate drowning, tried to save him, but unexpectedly, he was pulled underwater by his classmate. The rescue team had been searching for 3 to 4 days, yet they still hadn't found the bodies of the 2 children. At the suggestion of the rescue team, Wang Jun and his wife had consulted several Taoists and shamans, spending a lot of money, but still had not found their child's body. They had sought out well-known Taoists and shamans in the area, most of whom were scammers. Just when they didn't know what to do, they happened to pass by the Sui Yuan Hall and entered with a let's give it a try attitude. Li Qingfeng was still somewhat puzzled as to how the couple had found him, but didn't ask further, as it seemed to be fate. Soon, they arrived at the Qingsheng Reservoir, which was very large, with the deepest point close to 30 meters. The rescue team was still conducting search and recovery operations, with 2 divers searching underwater and a boat dragging a fishing net through the water. The parents of the other drowning child were on the shore, their tears having dried. Sitting on the ground, with vacant gazes fixed on the water's surface, Wang Jun walked up to them and sadly asked, Yang Ge, have you found the child? No. The man sitting on the ground, named Yang Dongming, seemed to be overwhelmed with grief. When Wang Jun introduced Li Qingfeng to him, he simply nodded without even looking at Li Qingfeng, as if he didn't care whether Li Qingfeng was a scammer. Li Qingfeng understood their feelings. When a person is utterly heartbroken, they don't care about anything else. Wang Jun looked apologetically at Li Qingfeng and said, I'm sorry. I can understand your feelings. Come on, let us go find the child. Li Qingfeng chose a relatively flat spot by the reservoir, preparing to search for the bodies of 2 children. Just then, the rescue team leader, Zhang Dunjia, walked over and, seeing that Li Qingfeng was quite young, asked irritably, What are you doing? Before Li Qingfeng could respond, Wang Jun hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Captain Zhang, this is Mr. Li, whom I invited from the Suiwan Hall. He is here to help me find my son. Are you stupid? Someone like him can help you find your son? Zhang Junjia scoffed, certain that Wang Jun had been deceived again. How could someone so young have any skills? Chapter 9. Folks' Secret Technique. Gourd for Finding Corpses, Part 1. Zhang Junjia's angry gaze fixed on Li Qingfeng. Their family has already been deceived enough. Are you here to trick them again? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Our rescue team has used many advanced devices and searched here for several days without finding the child. What do you have to find the child? Just these 2 broken gourds and 2 roosters? That's right. Li Qingfeng replied calmly, not wanting to argue with Zhang Junjia, as he had good intentions and was worried about Wang Jun and his wife being deceived. It was clear that Wang Jun and his wife had been deceived many times before. Otherwise, Zhang Junjia wouldn't have reacted this way. Wang Jun sighed, realizing that Li Qingfeng was only in his 20s and regretting that he had hired such a young man. Li Qingfeng said seriously, Don't worry. If I can't find the child, I won't take a single penny. Hearing this, Zhang Junjia's expression softened considerably. Wang Jun, however, felt embarrassed and said, Mr. Li, regardless of whether you can find the child or not, I won't let you come here for nothing. Li Qingfeng simply nodded. Wang Jun's words showed that he was an honest person. Zhang Junjia stood by, showing no intention of leaving. He wanted to see how Li Qingfeng would find the child. Hearing the commotion, Yang Dongming and his wife, along with some relatives and friends, approached. They didn't say much, just stood silently by, under everyone's watchful eyes. Li Qingfeng placed the 2 roosters by the edge of the reservoir. Strangely, the roosters squatted on the ground and didn't move at all. He then lit 6 sticks of incense in front of the roosters and burned 2 piles of paper money, mumbling something as if speaking to the roosters, who listened quietly. Zhang Junjia snorted coldly, mocking, playing tricks. Li Qingfeng ignored him and continued to burn the paper money in front of the roosters. When the paper money was finished burning, the 2 roosters simultaneously crowed and nodded their heads. Li Qingfeng then placed the 2 gourds next to the roosters, and at that moment, something strange happened. As the gourds hit the ground, the 2 roosters slowly closed their eyes and, with a tilt of their heads, instantly lost their life force. Zhang Junjia, Wang Jun and his wife, Yang Dongming and his wife, and their relatives and friends were all stunned by the scene before them. How could the 2 roosters die inexplicably? Mr. Li, what is going on? Li Qingfeng did not answer but whispered, Lower your voices and tell me your children's birth dates. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming each recited their children's birth dates. Li Qingfeng used red powder to write down their children's birth dates on yellow paper and then burned them in front of the 2 gourds. After doing all this, Li Qingfeng formed a hand gesture and pointed at the 2 gourds, shouting loudly, Rise. The 2 gourds placed by the water's edge seemed to come alive. Upon hearing the command, they jumped directly into the water. Everyone present was left speechless in shock. Zhang Junjia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thinking this couldn't possibly be real, it must be some kind of illusion. The 2 gourds landed in the water, floating toward the reservoir with the waves. Gourds are naturally light, so they should float along with the waves. Yet these 2 gourds seemed to be flowing against the current, defying scientific principles and leaving people bewildered. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 gourds floated into the reservoir amidst the waves. The rescue team members who were out on the water searching for bodies were equally amazed by the sight. Soon, the gourds stopped amidst the waves, floating on the surface without moving, regardless of the wind and waves. Wang Jun, seeing this, exclaimed excitedly, Mr. Li, what is going on? Why aren't the gourds moving? Are our children underneath? Li Qingfeng nodded and looked seriously at Wang Jun and Yang Dongming, saying, You all, please step back. Why? If you stand here, the children won't come out. They don't want to see you sad, nor do they want you to see their current state. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming looked helpless. They realized that although Li Qingfeng was young, he was indeed capable. They could only comply with his request, tears in their eyes. and turned to leave with the help of their relatives and friends. Just as Wang Jun and Yang Dongming had walked a short distance, the two gourds that had been floating on the water suddenly disappeared and began to sink slowly. Zhang Junjie, still in disbelief, took a few steps forward, his shoes already in the water, searching for the vanished gourds with a look of disbelief. He shouted loudly, asking the rescue team members on the boat, "Where did the two gourds go? Captain, the two gourds have sunk to the bottom. How is that possible? Gourds have a great buoyancy. Without external force, how could they sink to the bottom?" This was too contrary to scientific reasoning. Such a bizarre event couldn't be explained by science and defied physics. Zhang Junjie shouted to the rescue team members on the boat, "Divers, hurry down and see where the gourds went." Two divers, just suited up, jumped back into the water with flashlights and cameras. They dove down to the bottom, following the sinking path of the gourds. The gourds sank slowly, and the two divers quickly found them. They used their camera equipment to film the scene of the sinking gourds. Chapter 10. Folks' Secret Technique. Gourd for Finding Corpses, Part 2. One diver illuminated the slowly sinking gourds with a waterproof flashlight, while the other used underwater filming equipment to capture the scene. The rescue team members on the boat watched the video transmitted by the divers on the screen, all with expressions of disbelief. As rescue workers, they often searched for the bodies of drowning victims in the water and had seen many bizarre things, but they had never witnessed anything like this before. Zhang Junjie had the rescue team on the boat transfer the signal to his phone, and he watched the gourds slowly sink on the phone screen. "This is too strange. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Without external influence, gourds can actually sink to the bottom." About 10 minutes later, the two gourds finally sank to the bottom, landing on the black silt. However, the divers did not find the bodies of the two children. Seeing this, Zhang Junjie raised his phone in front of Li Chengfeng and asked with confusion, "What about those two kids?" "Don't worry, keep watching." Li Chengfeng didn't even glance at his phone. He calmly looked at the turbulent water surface and saw a green, oily light flickering in the water. There is something dirty in this reservoir. Zhang Junjie refocused on his phone screen, and when he saw the image on the screen, he screamed in terror and dropped his phone. Just now, he had seen a child's head slowly emerging from the mud. The lifeguards on the boat, watching the video, were also frightened and screamed, with the timid ones jumping away. Two divers underwater were puzzled as they shone their flashlights on the gourd, wondering why they couldn't see the two kids. Just then, they noticed the mud below moving. A child's head emerged from the mud, startling the two divers. Though they often retrieved bodies and had seen a lot, they quickly calmed down and continued to shine their flashlights on the gourd to film. The gourd slowly rose, as if a mysterious force was pulling the bodies trapped in the mud out. Although the two divers were brave, watching the bodies slowly emerge from the mud made their hair stand on end and their skin crawl. After about 5 minutes, one child's body surfaced from the mud, followed by the other child's body. The second child's hand was tightly gripping the wrist of the first child. The flashlight illuminated the faces of the two children. Their mouths, noses, and ears were all filled with mud, their eyes wide open in terror, as if they had seen something horrifying before dying. The rescuers on the boat, along with Zhang Junjie standing next to Li Chengfeng, were so frightened that their legs went weak. As the two gourds continued to rise, the bodies of the two children completely emerged from the mud. They floated to the surface as if they were alive, slowly following the two gourds. The ascent was very slow. It took about 20 minutes for the two gourds to finally surface. At the moment the gourds broke the water's surface, the two pale bodies floated up as well. The two divers swam up, and, when they were pulled onto the boat and removed their masks, their faces turned pale with fear. "This is too eerie. I've lived for decades and have never seen anything like this. To pull bodies out of the mud with just two gourds, how is that even possible?" The sight of the two children emerging from the mud was terrifying. If a person gets stuck in the mud, it's extremely difficult to climb out. The two children's bodies were buried in 20 meters of mud underwater. It would be very hard to dig them out, yet they were pulled out with just two gourds. How could this be? It's truly bizarre, magical, and uncanny. Zhang Junjie looked at the bodies floating on the water, then turned to Li Chengfeng, swallowing hard and apologizing. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry for my earlier offense. Please forgive me. It's fine, I won't blame you. You meant well," Li Chengfeng said calmly. His gaze fixed on the surface of the water where the green light flickered mysteriously. "There is something dirty in this reservoir. Stay away from it in the future. All right, dig a hole and bury these two chickens." After arranging the subsequent matters, Li Chengfeng turned to leave without mentioning money. Zhang Junjie had already regarded Li Chengfeng as a remarkable person. He had retrieved the children's bodies with just two gourds, a method he had never seen before. However, he had heard of some extraordinary individuals who mastered folk secrets, more powerful than Taoist spells. Although Li Chengfeng was young, his abilities indicated he was no ordinary person. As Li Chengfeng was about to leave, Zhang Junjie hurriedly approached and respectfully said, "Mr. Li, can I have your contact information?" "Forget it. I don't want to get involved in this. I'm a Feng Shui master, not a necromancer." By the time Li Chengfeng returned to the old city of Qingzhou, it was evening, and he had only a few dozen yuan left. He stopped at a roadside shop for a bowl of noodles. When he returned to the Surintang, he found two women standing at the door, Yi Wushuang and Yi Mengyao, the ones who had kicked him out of the Yi family a few days ago. The sight of the two women made Li Chengfeng's expression darken slightly. Why were these two here? Yi Wushuang, seeing Li Chengfeng, spoke with her usual domineering tone. You damn thing, where have you been? We've been waiting for you here for so long. What I do is none of your business. I didn't ask you to wait for me here. Seeing the disrespectful words from the other side, Li Chengfeng didn't hold back. Yi Wushuang was furious. She pointed her finger at Li Chengfeng's nose. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Chapter 11. Trouble comes from the mouth. Yi Wushuang was very bold, and as she spoke, she attempted to take action, startling Li Chengfeng into jumping back. You foul woman. Don't go too far. You dare call me a foul woman? I'll fight you. Yi Wushuang, in her mid-30s and very beautiful, had never had a boyfriend and was still a virgin. How could she tolerate being called a foul woman by Li Chengfeng? She lunged at him with a fierce attitude. But thankfully Yi Mingyao grabbed her. Aunt, stop making a scene. My dad is still lying in the hospital. Yi Wushuang had no choice but to suppress her anger and glared at Li Chengfeng, saying viciously, you foul man, just wait. We'll settle the score later. This woman is truly unreasonable, bold, and lacks any femininity. If she ever gets married in her life, it would be a miracle. Yi Mingyao walked up to Li Chengfeng with an apologetic expression. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, it was all my fault that day. I shouldn't have kicked you out of the Yi family, looked down on you, or mocked you. Please forgive me. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly. He felt this woman wouldn't come to apologize without a reason. With an unpleasant tone, he said, if you're here to apologize, there's no need. I didn't take that matter to heart. Please leave, I don't want to see you. Li Chengfeng took out his keys, opened the door, and walked directly into the surintang, ignoring the two women outside. Yi Mingyao was unwilling to leave and stood at the door, continuing to speak. Mr. Li, please let my dad go. That day it was my fault. It had nothing to do with my dad. I beg you to lift the curse and not harm my father. Li Chengfeng poured himself a glass of water, listening to Yi Mingyao's incessant chatter outside. Feeling quite puzzled. What curse? What harm to her father? Is this woman out of her mind, babbling nonsense? Li Chengfeng still didn't know that everything he said before leaving the Yi family had come true. In less than 3 days, Yi Guqing's right leg suddenly became lame, and he developed lung problems, coughing all day long, and lost his voice, becoming mute. Yi Wushuang hurriedly called in Master Hu Yensong to check on Yi Guqing's condition. After examining Yi Guqing, Hu Yensong pretended to be profound and told Yi Wushuang that Yi Guqing had become like this because someone had placed a curse on him. Under the deliberate hint of Hu Yensong, Yi Mingyao and Yi Wushuang instantly thought of Li Chengfeng. They suddenly realized that Yi Guqing had become this way because of a curse from Li Chengfeng. Hu Yensong pretended to be profound and told Yi Mingyao and Yi Wushuang that he had no way to cure Yi Guqing. To lift the curse, they needed to find the person who cast it and seek his forgiveness. Only then could Yi Guqing recover. Yi Mingyao and Yi Wushuang then went to Suiyuan Hall to find Li Chengfeng, asking him to forgive them and lift the curse on Yi Guqing. After listening for a while, Li Chengfeng finally understood what Yi Mingyao meant. It was indeed a case of a disaster from one's own words. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have said those things back then. He explained impatiently, Miss Yi, I think you have misunderstood. I never placed a curse on your father. The way your father has turned out has nothing to do with me. I'm just a fraud. I can't cast curses at all. Please stop bothering me, alright? Yi Mingyao remained silent, and the closed door was suddenly kicked hard by someone, followed by Yi Wushuang's fierce voice. Damn it. Have you forgotten what you said when you left our Yi family that day? You said my brother would have problems with his legs, lungs, and throat within 3 days, and now it has all come true. My brother has become a cripple, a mute, and has contracted tuberculosis. Do you expect us to believe you when you say it wasn't you who cast the curse? Don't you just want money? Just say how much you want. As long as you lift the curse on my brother, the Yi family will pay. Li Chengfeng shook his head helplessly. This time, he really couldn't clear his name. He never expected that a single sentence would lead to such trouble. Yi Mingyao and Yi Wushuang took turns outside the door, one pleading desperately and the other threatening with inducements. They were convinced he had placed a curse on Yi Guqing. Listening to the two women prattling on endlessly at the door, Li Chengfeng could no longer endure it. He opened the door angrily and shouted, Are you done? I tell you, I cannot cast curses. I'm just a fraud. If you can't cast curses, how could my father end up like this? Every word you said has come true, and you still say you can't cast curses? Yi Mingyao glared at Li Chengfeng with resentment, while Yi Wushuang said domineeringly, Just tell us how much you need for lifting the curse on my brother. Li Chengfeng sighed. He couldn't communicate with these two women at all. They were convinced he had cast a curse on Yi Guqing and explained impatiently, To be honest, the reason your father has become like this is not due to his fate, but because of problems with your family's Feng Shui. It has nothing to do with me. Li Chengfeng then looked at Yi Wushuang and, upon closer inspection, found that her eyes and neck were also entangled by a dark aura, causing him to smile slightly. You fierce woman, weren't you very tough? I'll tell you, within 3 days, you'll also turn blind and mute. After saying this, Li Chengfeng instantly regretted it. Chapter 12. A word becomes a proverb. The Yin soul thinks sometimes one really shouldn't speak carelessly. As soon as Li Chengfeng's words came out, Yi Wushuang, full of anger, pointed at him and began to curse. But after just a few words, she suddenly felt her vision becoming blurry. Panic-stricken, She covered her eyes and exclaimed, I can't see. Mingyao, where are you? I can't see. Yi Wushuang appeared extremely flustered, reaching out her hands to grab around. Yi Mingyao hurriedly stepped forward to hold Yi Wushuang's hands. Aunt, I'm here. Yi Mingyao couldn't believe it. Aunt's eyes were fine just a moment ago. How could she suddenly go blind? She waved her hand in front of Yi Wushuang's eyes, but there was no reaction. Yi Wushuang tightly grasped Yi Mingyao's wrist with a panicked tone, saying, Mingyao, I can't see. Quickly take me to find Master Hu. I don't want to be blind. Aunt really had gone blind, and Yi Mingyao couldn't accept it. In her eyes, all of this was the doing of Li Chengfeng. He had cursed her aunt. He had just cursed her aunt, and now her aunt couldn't see. This man was truly terrifying. Yi Mingyao looked at Li Chengfeng with fear and anger. This man was too despicable. First, he cursed her father, and now he cursed her aunt. Li Chengfeng, you are really vicious. My Yi family has no grievances or enmities with you. You first cursed my father, and now you have cursed my aunt. Li Chengfeng, if you do not lift the curses on my father and aunt, I, Yi Mingyao, will be your enemy, and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Yi Mingyao helped her aunt turn and leave, preparing to find Hu Yansong. At that moment, Yi Wushuang also turned, leaving behind a harsh remark. Li, you wait for me. Our Yi family will not let this go. Li Chengfeng watched the two beautiful figures leave, his expression very complicated. How could it be so coincidental that as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Wushuang really went blind? Now, it was even more impossible to explain this matter clearly. Li Chengfeng raised his hand and slapped himself twice. Alas, it's all because of this foul mouth. At this moment, Li Chengfeng had already guessed that the reason Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang had both simultaneously become blind and mute was definitely due to problems with their ancestral grave's Feng Shui. If he didn't resolve the issues with their ancestral grave, the next person to have trouble would be Yi Mingyao. Li Chengfeng closed the door of Suiyuan Hall, shaking his head helplessly. Since reopening Suiyuan Hall in these few days, he hadn't earned a single cent and had gotten into such big trouble. Had he known this would happen, he would have never reopened Suiyuan Hall. Matters like observing yin and yang and feng shui are all dependent on age. Even if you have extraordinary skills, as long as you are young, no one will believe you. Even if you don't know anything, as long as you are older, you can fool people, and someone will believe you. If this continues, he wouldn't even be able to eat. So it would be better to find a job and work properly. Li Chengfeng lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He didn't know how he would solve his meal money for tomorrow, and he didn't know how long it took before he finally fell asleep. In a daze, he heard a knock at the door. Just as he had finally fallen asleep, he was awakened by the noise, feeling somewhat displeased. He got up to open the door and saw two little boys standing at the entrance. The two little boys held hands, were not wearing clothes, and looked pale as paper, their bodies still wet. Seeing the two little boys, Li Chengfeng was startled, his scalp tingling and hair standing on end. He suddenly remembered the two drowning children he had found with the gourd search technique during the day. He had encountered ghostly knocking at midnight. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to appear calm, thinking that he had never done anything wrong. So he wouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking at the door at midnight. The two children, seeing that Li Chengfeng was a bit scared, smiled adorably at him and said gratefully, "Brother, don't be afraid. We are here to thank you. Thank you for bringing us out of the water, allowing our parents to see us one last time." The two children said this and simultaneously lowered their heads, appearing extremely sad. Perhaps they were reluctant to leave their parents and were attached to this bustling world. They were still young and had lost their lives before truly embracing this world. Li Chengfeng sighed, no longer afraid, and looked with sympathy at the two children standing at the door. In a gentle tone, he said, "This is what I should do. You don't need to take it to heart. I hope you can reincarnate soon and stay away from water in your next life." The two children nodded simultaneously. Then with tears in their eyes, said, "Brother, can you help us convey a message to our parents?" Li Chengfeng nodded, and the children continued, "Thank you, brother. Please tell our parents not to think about us, to forget us, and to live happily." With tears in his eyes, Li Chengfeng nodded. The two children then told him that there was a glowing fish in the Qingxing reservoir, and they had been pulled into the water by that fish. Watching the two children disappear, Li Chengfeng suddenly woke up in bed, quickly opening his eyes, realizing that what had just happened was a dream. Yet the dream felt so real. He sat up in bed, understanding that this was a dream sent by the two drowned children to express their gratitude. Although they were young, they understood gratitude. They were truly well-behaved children. Unfortunately, they were gone just like that. Thinking of what the two children had said before they disappeared, about the glowing fish in the reservoir, he suddenly realized that the green light he had seen in the water was indeed emitted by a fish. Sitting on the bed, Li Chengfeng pondered why the fish in the reservoir glowed. Just then, there was a sudden sound of banging on the door, along with Yi Mengyao's angry roar. "Li Chengfeng, you big bastard, get out here now." Li Chengfeng frowned slightly, glancing at the time. It was only a little past 4 in the morning. Why is this woman back again? The banging and roaring were incessant and annoying. Chapter 13. The ancestral grave Feng Shui is problematic. Li Chengfeng put on his clothes. Since he hadn't slept well the night before, and with the two children coming to him in a dream to express their gratitude, he felt extremely tired, his legs weak. He opened the door to see Yi Mengyao's disdainful expression and impatiently said, "Miss Yi, how many times do I have to tell you? Your father and your aunt becoming disabled and mute has nothing to do with me. Please stop bothering me, okay?" Yi Mengyao completely ignored his explanation, glaring at Li Qingfeng with a venomous look, ready to fight. Last night, after Yi Wushuang went blind, she had brought her aunt to find Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Xian Technique Association. When Hu Yinsong saw that Yi Wushuang had gone blind, he was equally astonished. Just a couple of days ago, she had been fine. How could she suddenly become blind? He was filled with confusion, not knowing why her eyes had suddenly gone dark. Just as he was thinking about how to deceive these two women, Yi Mengyao recounted what Li Qingfeng had said about Yi Wushuang's eyes and neck having problems. Hu Yinsong then concluded that Yi Wushuang's blindness was also a curse from Li Qingfeng. Faced with such profound sorcery, Hu Yinsong claimed he was powerless, the only way being to find the person who cast the curse to lift it. Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang were quite helpless, firmly believing in Hu Yinsong's words. They could only return to the Yi family and wait until dawn to find Li Qingfeng, hoping he could lift the curse. Yi Wushuang, who could not see, had a sleepless night. In the middle of the night, she wanted to drink water and wanted Yi Mengyao to pour her a glass. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. In just 6 or 7 hours, Yi Wushuang had become mute. Upon realizing her aunt had become mute, Yi Mengyao was furious and arrived at Suiyuan Hall before dawn, seeking an explanation from Li Qingfeng. With a venomous glare, Yi Mengyao fixed her eyes on Li Qingfeng. Filled with hatred for this man, she said nothing unnecessary and directly walked into Suiyuan Hall, opening her handbag and dumping its contents onto the coffee table. 10 stacks of red bills scattered across the table. Aren't you just after money? Here is 100,000 yuan. As long as you lift the curse on my father and aunt, I will give you another 900,000. Li Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, staring at the cash on the coffee table, swallowing hard. This was indeed 100,000 yuan. It was the first time he had seen so much money in his life. Just when he was worried about not having money for food today, someone had brought him money. Seeing Li Qingfeng's naive reaction, Yi Mengyao looked at him with disdain, thinking to herself, poor fool, is 100,000 yuan really that impressive? To the wealthy, 100,000 yuan might seem trivial, but to the poor, it was an astronomical sum. Seeing Yi Mengyao so generous, Li Qingfeng's attitude shifted significantly. His previously angry face now turned righteous, but his eyes were fixated on the money on the table. Fearing it might fly away, he feigned seriousness and said, "Miss Yi, money is not important. I regard it as dirt. What matters is your filial piety towards your father and aunt that has moved me. In light of your filial heart, I agree to lift the curse on your father and aunt." Yi Mengyao had already convinced herself that her father and aunt had become blind and mute because of a curse from Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng knew that if he told Yi Mengyao that all of this was due to the Feng Shui, she would definitely not believe him. So he went along with her narrative and said it was a curse. Seeing Li Qingfeng's hypocritical demeanor, Yi Mengyao despised him even more, wishing she could kick him to death. "Since you agreed, hurry up and lift the curse on my father and aunt so they can suffer less." "Okay. Just wait a moment, I'll get something." Li Qingfeng took the Sana compass, closed the door of Suiyuan Hall, and got into Yi Mengyao's luxury car. This was already the second time he had sat in her car. Watching Yi Mengyao, who held the steering wheel with a cold expression, Li Qingfeng didn't mind her attitude. After all, he was helping her for the money. It was merely a transaction. Yi Mengyao wanted to go back to the Yi family to have Li Qingfeng lift the curse, but unexpectedly, he said with a serious face, "Miss Yi, to lift the curse, I must first go see your family's ancestral grave." "Why do we need to go to our ancestral grave? Does that have anything to do with lifting the curse?" "Of course it does. If I don't check your family's ancestral grave, I can't lift the curse on your father and aunt." Yi Mengyao was quite helpless. She didn't understand curses, so she could only follow Li Qingfeng's instructions and turn the car around towards the Yi family's ancestral grave outside Qingzhou City. After about 2 hours, they arrived at the location of the Yi family's ancestral grave outside Qingzhou City. Li Qingfeng got out of the car, looking at the Yi family cemetery before him. An oval-shaped mound lying on the ground, the main peak of the hill, with a small hill connected to it in front. From a distance, it looked like a turtle lying on the ground. He then turned to look not far away, where a large river flowed 50 meters away, rushing past the hill and flowing downstream. Seeing the Feng Shui layout here, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but praise. What a fine Feng Shui layout for a golden turtle hatching its eggs. Yi Mengyao, standing beside him, looked puzzled. "What did you just say?" "I said the Feng Shui layout of your ancestors is called golden turtle hatching eggs." Chapter 14. The superior in-house Feng Shui of the golden tortoise hatching eggs. Yi Mengyao had heard from her father that the reason their Yi family could prosper was due to the ancestral Feng Shui arrangement of the golden tortoise hatching eggs. As an educated woman, Yi Mengyao did not believe in such things at all. In her eyes, the Yi family's success was due to the hard work and struggle of their ancestors, not related to the mystical concept of Feng Shui. Li Qingfeng looked at the Feng Shui arrangement of the golden tortoise hatching eggs in front of him and said enviously, "The reason your Yi family is wealthy is thanks to the Feng Shui arrangement of the golden tortoise hatching eggs." There's a saying in Feng Shui that goes, "Golden tortoise hatching eggs brings wealth in abundance." and your Yi family has what it has today. Nonsense. Our wealth has nothing to do with this Feng Shui arrangement. Feng Shui is just an ancient feudal superstition that doesn't exist, Yi Mingyao interrupted, with an intellectual demeanor. Directly denying the existence of Feng Shui, he looked at the woman in front of him and lightly snorted, thinking she was naive. The secret techniques of Feng Shui have been passed down for thousands of years. This is a treasure left to us by our ancestors. Most of it has already been lost because it has been denied by so-called intellectuals like you. Today, I must teach you a lesson. He took out his phone and waved it in front of Yi Mingyao, then asked seriously, Miss Yi, what is this? A mobile phone. Why can two mobile phones communicate across thousands of miles? Because the phone can receive signals. Miss Yi, I want to ask, can you see the existence of mobile signals? Yi Mingyao was immediately at a loss for words. Everyone knows that phones can communicate because they have signals. Anyone with a mobile phone knows of the existence of mobile signals, yet no one can see them. This is what modern science is. Seeing that Yi Mingyao was speechless, Li Chengfeng continued, Miss Yi, just because we can't see mobile signals, does that mean we should deny their existence? There are many things in this world that we cannot see with our eyes, such as magnetic fields and air. Do you also deny their existence? Yi Mingyao didn't know how to respond. She felt that Li Chengfeng's reasoning made sense. Humans indeed cannot see mobile signals, magnetic fields, or air, but these things do exist. Li Chengfeng waved his phone and continued, Miss Yi, the fact that we can't see mobile signals, air, or magnetic fields doesn't mean they don't exist. The existence of the Feng Shui energy field is like mobile signals. Although we can't see it, it truly exists. You may not believe in it, but you cannot deny its existence. That would be disrespectful to our ancestors. Feng Shui is beyond the realm of science, understand? Perhaps out of spite. Yi Mingyao knew that Li Chengfeng was making a valid point. Feng Shui might exist, and it could significantly impact people's lives, just like mobile signals, which we cannot see. Yet she didn't want to believe him, seemingly wanting to oppose him for the sake of it. No matter what you say in my eyes. Feng Shui is something that does not exist. Since you believe Feng Shui does not exist, how can you believe that I cursed your father and your aunt? That. Yi Mingyao was at a loss for words, her face turning red. If Feng Shui doesn't exist, then how could curses exist? This created a contradiction. Li Chengfeng merely smiled and said, Miss Yi, I will let you see the existence of Feng Shui with your own eyes. Let's go to the Yi family's ancestral tomb. Li Chengfeng felt a sense of victory, walking with his hands behind his back, feeling quite pleased as he headed towards the Yi family's ancestral burial site. He felt a sense of elation, thinking that today he had the upper hand over this woman. Yi Mingyao looked at the figure walking ahead, bit her lip, and then followed him. The Yi family's burial site was very large, containing the remains of at least 100 ancestors. The burial method of the golden tortoise hatching eggs is very particular. The grave must not be placed on the turtle's back, but underneath it. If the grave is placed on the turtle's back, it is no longer hatching eggs but rather referred to as the golden tortoise backing the eggs. There is a saying in Feng Shui, golden tortoise backing the eggs means the whole family is doomed. This saying exists because everyone knows that the back of a turtle is bare, with the center high and the sides low. If eggs are placed on the turtle's back, they will immediately slide off and could break. Thus, in Feng Shui, there is this saying about the grave's placement. No matter what kind of Feng Shui treasure site it is, the location of the grave is very important. If the grave's position is chosen incorrectly, it could have drastically different impacts on future generations. Li Chengfeng looked at the Yi family's ancestral burial site, slightly furrowing his brow, and walked around the site with his hands behind his back. Yi Mingyao stood outside the burial site, watching Li Chengfeng, unsure of what he was doing. The Yi family's ancestral burial site had many pine trees planted, which is very beneficial for a yin house. He then took out a Sana compass, looking at the compass's direction and the rotating needle. After a while, the needle stopped moving, pointing to a nearby mound. Li Chengfeng approached the mound with the Sanha compass in hand and looked at the mound in front of him, slightly frowning as he casually said, A tree grows on the grave, descendants have no path, an old tree penetrates the coffin, descendants return to heaven. This grave is very ominous. Chapter 15, Major Taboos in In-House Feng Shui. Trees growing on graves. Li Chengfeng squinted at the mound in front of him, which had a thornicacia tree growing at its highest point, about the thickness of a bowl. Trees growing on graves are a major Feng Shui taboo. No one would plant trees on a grave, and even if small saplings naturally sprouted, many would immediately cut them down. When planting trees in ancestral burial sites, they are kept at a certain distance from the mound. Planting too close or on the mound itself can affect the health and fortune of future descendants. At this moment, Li Chengfeng understood that the reason Yi Wushuang and Yi Guqing inexplicably became blind and mute was related to the grave in front of them. Seeing Li Chengfeng standing in front of the grave, Yi Mingyao walked over and asked somewhat displeased, What are you doing standing here? When are you going to lift the curse from my father and aunt? Li Chengfeng did not answer Yi Mingyao. Instead, he focused on the tree at the top of the grave and asked seriously, Who is buried in this grave? Why do you ask that? Because the reason your father and aunt became blind and mute is related to this grave. This grave is supposed to be my great-grandfather's. Yi Mingyao looked puzzled, still not understanding how her father's and aunt's sudden illnesses could be related to her great-grandfather's grave. Li Chengfeng walked around the grave while explaining. Trees have auspicious and inauspicious meanings. Their essay saying, good trees planted beside graves ensure healthy descendants, while bad trees planted on mounds bring illness to the entire family. Older generations know that trees should not be randomly planted on mounds and burial sites. If not done properly, it can lead to significant trouble. There is a saying in folk culture, do not plant trees on graves. Do not plant 4 trees in 3 households. This shows that planting trees in cemeteries is very particular. Trees can be classified into auspicious and inauspicious types. Auspicious trees include cypress, pine, phoenix tree, elm money tree, and willow. The most common trees in cemeteries are mainly pine and cypress. Phoenix trees and elm money trees are very rare. Ordinary people do not dare to plant them. Those who lack virtue and blessings will only counteract their fortune by planting these 2 types of trees in ancestral graves. Therefore, it is seldom seen that phoenix trees and elm money trees are planted in cemeteries. Inauspicious trees include black locust, Chinese parasol tree, and palm trees. The presence of these trees in a cemetery will greatly affect the wealth and health of descendants. If such trees appear in an ancestral grave, it is advisable to dig them up while they are still small. Otherwise, when they grow large and their roots penetrate the coffin, it will be very troublesome to resolve the issue. If these trees are far from the grave, the impact will not be too significant. However, if they grow on top of the grave, it will bring disaster to the descendants. Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather's grave has a black locust tree growing on top, and judging by its thickness, it has been there for at least 10 years. Yi Mingyao still does not believe that her father and little aunt becoming blind and mute is related to the black locust tree on her great-grandfather's grave. Stop trying to fool me. I won't believe your nonsense. Just because a tree grows on the grave, how could it possibly affect the living? This woman is really difficult to deal with. After saying so much to her, she didn't seem to take any of it in. It looks like I can only be a bit harsher, Li Chengfeng continued. Looking at the scale of your Yi family's ancestral grave, your family must also be a prominent one. If I'm not mistaken, there are probably more people in your family who are sick. Not just your father and little aunt. There should be many others suffering from blindness, lameness, or becoming mute. How did you guess that? Yi Mingyao was surprised. Li Chengfeng was not wrong. Her Yi family is indeed a large family, with Qingzhou being the place where the Yi family prospered. After becoming wealthy, most of the Yi family members went to the capital, leaving only the branch of Yi Guqing to stay in Qingzhou. In the capital, many descendants of the Yi family have also fallen ill, suffering from either blindness, lameness, or muteness. To treat the Yi family's descendants, they consulted many famous doctors, visited many renowned hospitals around the world, and hired many well-known experts and professors. They even specifically formed a medical team. After nearly 2 years of research, they concluded that the reason so many descendants of the Yi family suffer from the same illnesses might be due to genetic issues in the family. Diseases caused by such genetic defects cannot be treated with current medical technology. The only solution is to marry and have children with people who have good genes, thereby changing the genetics of the Yi family descendants. The current Yi family is already on the verge of collapse, and their family strength is no longer what it used to be. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smile, thinking about it carefully. It does make sense what those experts and professors said, but the reality is not so. He snorted lightly. This is not something I guessed. I saw it from your great-grandfather's grave. If the issue of this tree is not resolved, the number of sick people in your Yi family will continue to increase. It won't be long before something happens to you too. Yi Mingyao glared at Li Chengfeng, feeling that he was cursing her, and really wanted to slap his mouth. Although she did not want to believe it, Li Chengfeng was able to deduce that many descendants of the Yi family were ill just from seeing a tree on her great-grandfather's grave. So she had to reconsider this issue. He might really be able to cure her father and little aunt, as well as those descendants of the Yi family. However, she was still unsure whether to believe him or not, struggling to decide, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Can you tell me how this problem should be solved? Is it enough to just cut down this tree?" Li Chengfeng shook his head, his expression serious as he said, "If it were a small tree, and the roots hadn't penetrated the coffin, it could be cut down directly without affecting the Feng Shui. However, this tree has been here for a while. If cut down directly, it will harm the descendants' roots. The best solution is to transplant this tree to another location." In the end, Yi Mingyao chose to believe Li Chengfeng. Things that science cannot solve may really need to be addressed through supernatural means. Disturbing an ancestral grave is, after all, not a trivial matter. Yi Mingyao did not dare to make the decision herself. She decided to go back and tell Yi Guqing about this, letting her father decide. Yi Mingyao was very clear that if she told her father about this, he would definitely get angry and might even scold her. She thought of a better solution, which was to let Li Chengfeng tell her father about this. Li Chengfeng did not refuse. He was confident that he could make Yi Guqing believe him. Yi Mingyao drove, taking Li Chengfeng towards Qingzhou City. Chapter 16. Folks' secret cursing techniques. On the way back to Qingzhou, Yi Mingyao's expression was no longer as cold as frost. She had realized that she might have misunderstood Li Chengfeng. She began to question whether the words of Hu Yensong, vice president of the Qingzhou Xian Arts Association, were true or not. Did her father and little aunt suddenly fall ill because of Li Chengfeng's curse? While driving, she curiously asked, changing her address to Mr. Li. Mr. Li, does folk cursing really exist? Li Chengfeng, who had started playing with his phone as soon as he got into the car. Did not expect Yi Mingyao to take the initiative to talk to him and ask such a question. He put down his phone, nodded, and answered seriously. Folk cursing does exist, but cursing someone is very troublesome. It's not just a matter of saying a few words to make someone mute or lame. If it were that simple, the world would be in chaos. Li Qingfeng also wanted to take this opportunity to clarify that her father and little aunt becoming blind and mute had nothing to do with him. At this point, Yi Mingyao finally realized that she had indeed misunderstood him. If it were as easy as saying a few words to make someone blind and mute, only a deity could achieve that. She could only blame her impatience at the time and the words of Hu Yensong, who said her father was cursed, which led her to hastily place the blame on Li Qingfeng. Yi Mingyao's handsome face flushed slightly, and she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's fine. I don't mind. Our relationship is merely a transaction," Li Qingfeng said nonchalantly. However, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Yi Mingyao's face, and she curiously asked, "Can you really use cursing techniques?" "Yes, but we, the people of Qimen, never use cursing techniques to harm others, because using curses to harm people will bring down heavenly retribution. Before the Tang dynasty, cursing techniques were very popular in Huaxia. Because they are harmful, they have been explicitly prohibited from being passed down by various dynasties, which has led to the loss of cursing techniques. The cursing techniques that still circulate in folk culture today are mostly primitive ones like hitting little people, stabbing little people, and cursing little people. Cursing techniques from regions like Nanyang and Thailand evolved from these, belonging to a branch of Huaxia cursing techniques. To curse someone, you must have a medium, such as the cursed person's hair, nails, saliva, blood, or birth date. Yi Mingyao was deeply engrossed, not expecting the curse technique to be so complicated. Distracted, she accidentally ran a red light and nearly collided with a car coming from the right, causing her to slam on the brakes, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. As she was speaking passionately, Li Qingfeng, sitting in the back seat, was thrown forward by the sudden stop and hit his nose against the front seat, causing it to bleed. He angrily said, "Miss Yi, can you please drive properly?" Yi Mingyao replied, "You can't blame me. Your storytelling was too captivating, and I got a bit lost in it. So you're saying it's my fault?" Haha. Seeing Li Qingfeng bleeding from his nose, Yi Mingyao felt no guilt whatsoever and was quite happy, unable to suppress her laughter. Injured, Li Qingfeng covered his nose, thinking to himself that the ancients were not wrong. The most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. He suspected she did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could she be laughing? She was clearly enjoying his misfortune. Yi Mingyao's mood improved significantly as she hummed a tune while driving, quickly returning to the city of Qingzhou. By the time they arrived in the city, it was already noon. Li Qingfeng, who hadn't eaten breakfast, was starving and wanted to find a place to eat. But Yi Mingyao refused. She took him directly to Qingzhou Hospital. Yi Mingyao had just received a call because her father's illness was the most serious in the family, and her aunt suddenly fell ill as well. The family took this matter very seriously and sent a distant relative, Yi Wuming, along with 5 medical experts to Qingzhou City to check on Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang's conditions. Just half an hour ago, Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang were both taken to Qingzhou Hospital for examinations. When Yi Mingyao arrived at Qingzhou Hospital, the examinations had already finished. Yi Guqing lay on the bed, looking exhausted, and Yi Wushuang's complexion was also very poor. It seemed the two had been through a lot. Seeing her father and aunt suffering so much, Yi Mingyao felt a deep ache in her heart as she walked to the bedside and held her father's hand. Although he couldn't see or speak, Yi Guqing could still feel that the person holding his hand was his daughter, Yi Mingyao. Unable to speak, he could only make strange sounds. "Dad, it's me, Mingyao." Yi Mingyao hurriedly responded and continued, "Dad, I found a way to cure your illness." Although he couldn't see or speak, hearing his daughter say she found a way to cure him stirred some excitement in his heart, and he really wanted to know what it was. Yi Mingyao gestured to Li Qingfeng, who then approached Yi Guqing's bedside and explained the issue with the Yi family's ancestral grave's Feng Shui. He emphasized that the reason for his illness was due to Feng Shui problems. At first, Yi Guqing didn't believe it because he recognized that this person's voice was the same as that of the scammer who came to his house a couple of days ago. However, when he heard Li Qingfeng say that the Yi family's ancestral grave had the Feng Shui of a golden tortoise hatching eggs, his expression showed surprise. A person who didn't understand Feng Shui couldn't possibly recognize the golden tortoise hatching eggs Feng Shui at first glance. After finishing, Li Qingfeng said seriously, "Mr. Yi, if you agree to move that tree, please nod. If you don't agree, then forget it." Lying on the bed, Yi Guqing thought for a moment and nodded. He didn't want to remain blind, mute, crippled, or suffering from tuberculosis. Even if there was a slight hope, he wouldn't let it go, even if he was deceived. It didn't matter. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the door, very domineering. "Who dares to touch my Yi family's ancestral grave? My Yi family will not stand for this." It was Yi Wuming, a distant relative sent by the family, followed by 2 doctors in white coats, members of the Yi family's medical team. Li Qingfeng and Yi Mingyao turned to look at the 3 at the door simultaneously. Chapter 17. The arrogant and domineering Yi Wuming. Li Qingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had finally managed to persuade Yi Guqing to agree to move the thorny acacia tree from the ancestral grave. And now a member of the Yi family appeared to stop him. This situation was becoming tricky. After all, It was an internal matter of the Yi family, and Li Chengfeng couldn't say much. If they agreed, they would move the tree, but if they disagreed, this deal would come to an end. Yi Mingyao glared at Yi Wuming with displeasure, thinking that as a distant relative of the Yi family, he had no right to meddle in family matters and spoke so arrogantly, which made her very unhappy. What does moving my great-grandfather's grave have to do with you? A distant descendant? What right do you have to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family? Mind your own business and don't interfere. Do you understand? When Yi Mingyao said this, she was also very domineering, her heiress aura evident. This statement deeply hurt Yi Wuming. There was a significant difference in status between the distant descendants and the direct descendants in the Yi family. Direct descendants managed important family assets and held key positions in the family business, while distant descendants were merely laborers with no status. Fortunately, in the past 2 years, direct descendants of the Yi family had developed strange illnesses, becoming blind, crippled, or mute, giving distant descendants a chance to rise. Yi Wuming smiled. His disdainful gaze fixed on Yi Mingyao. What about distant descendants? The current Yi family is being managed by us distant descendants. You direct descendants either became blind or mute. You're probably next. Haha. When I came here, my third uncle already instructed me that since both Yi Wushuang and Yi Guqing are ill, the Yi family's businesses in Qingzhou are now all under my management, including the ancestral grave. No one can touch it without my permission. If anyone touches the Yi family's ancestral grave without my permission, I will expel them from the Yi family. Yi Wuming's words were directed at both Yi Mingyao and Yi Guqing. Yi Mingyao's expression turned very ugly. 2 years ago, when she accompanied Yi Guqing to Beijing for a family gathering, Yi Wuming had greeted her with respect, calling her miss. Now, Yi Wuming had grown bold and dared to flaunt his power in front of her, not taking her seriously at all. As a woman, she felt helpless in the face of such a situation and could only angrily say, Yi Wuming, don't go too far. I am a direct descendant of the Yi family. Otherwise, when I go to Beijing, I'll tell Grandpa about this, and he definitely won't let you off. Haha, am I being too much? Is that not allowed? That old man's ability to live until the end of this year is still a question mark. What good will it do you to tell him? Humph. Do you think the Yi family now is the same as before? The current Yi family is ruled by us distant descendants. Lying on the bed, Yi Guqing was furious to see a distant descendant of the Yi family being so arrogant and disrespectful to his daughter. He wanted to get up and scold him, but couldn't speak, nor could he even glare at him. Li Chengfeng, standing beside him, realized this was an internal struggle within the wealthy family. The distant descendants of the Yi family were taking advantage of the direct descendants' illnesses to seize power and wealth. Li Chengfeng was a very clever person. He didn't want to get involved in such a power struggle for fear of losing his life. Seeing the situation was not right, he looked at Yi Mingyao and pretended to apologize. Miss Yi, I'm sorry, but I have some matters at home, so I must take my leave. After saying this, he prepared to slip away, not wanting to risk his life for a business deal. Yi Mingyao was speechless. She didn't expect Li Chengfeng to leave at her most difficult moment, showing no masculinity at all. Little did she know, in such a fierce battle among the wealthy, anyone would likely avoid it. Li Chengfeng reached the door of the hospital room and saw Yi Wuming and 2 doctors blocking the entrance. With a smile on his face, he politely said, Gentlemen, could you please step aside? I have some urgent matters at home to attend to. Yi Wuming's eyes carried a hint of murderous intent as he stared at Li Chengfeng. He had clearly heard everything Li Chengfeng had said to Yi Guqing earlier and coldly questioned, Was it you who suggested disturbing my Yi family's ancestral grave? Li Chengfeng detected the hidden threat in his words and suspected that a thorny locust tree would sprout on the grave of Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather, likely related to the Yi family. After all, who would allow a thorny locust tree to grow on their own grave? Older people know that having a tree on top of a grave is inauspicious, especially a vicious thorny locust tree. The Yi family couldn't possibly be unaware of this. He thought to himself how unfortunate it was. Just when he took on a big business deal, he got caught up in such matters. Yi Mingyao truly was a harbinger of bad luck. The first time he went to her house, he was humiliated by her aunt and then kicked out of the Yi family. The second time, he was faced with a life-threatening situation. With an apologetic smile, he hurriedly explained, I was just talking nonsense earlier. I'm just a fraud and know nothing about Feng Shui. Please, could you step aside? I'm going home now and won't come out to deceive anyone again. Yi Wuming smiled slightly, his tone very satisfied as he said, You are a very smart person, and I enjoy dealing with smart people. I don't care whether you can read Feng Shui or not. It's best if you don't interfere in the affairs of the Yi family. Otherwise, the consequences will be very severe. Do you understand? I understand very well. Li Chengfeng hurriedly nodded and then left Yi Guqing's hospital room, quickly disappearing without a trace. Yi Mingyao felt disappointed, just when she found a way to cure her father. That cowardly man was scared away by Yi Wuming. At that moment, she had already believed that Li Chengfeng could cure her father, but it was too late. Yi Wuming looked at Yi Mingyao with a triumphant gaze and taunted, Miss, don't worry. The medical team I brought this time will definitely be able to cure your father, as well as your aunt. Haha. Yi Mingyao felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Chapter 18. Grateful to the suffering after leaving the hospital. Li Chengfeng took a bus back to Suiyuan Hall. He was very clear that he could not get involved with the Yi family's matters anymore. Otherwise, It would lead to disaster. He planned to return the 100,000 yuan to Yi Mingyao. Since ancient times, the struggles among the wealthy have been the most brutal and merciless. If he got entangled in the Yi family's conflict, the consequences could be imagined. When he returned to Sui Yuan Hall, he saw 2 men and 2 women squatting at the entrance. It was the couple Wang Jun and the couple Yang Dongming. They had placed many gifts beside them, including walnut milk, ham sausages, and cigarettes. Seeing their tired appearance, it was clear they had been waiting for a long time. Li Chengfeng felt quite apologetic and understood their intentions. After helping the suffering solve their problems, many would come with gifts to express their gratitude. Upon seeing Li Chengfeng, Wang Jun and Yang Dongming hurried over, a bittersweet smile appearing on their faces. Mr. Li, you finally returned. Yesterday, you helped us find our child, and we came specifically to thank you. Li Chengfeng opened the door to Sui Yuan Hall and invited them inside. When they entered, they saw the piles of red cash on the coffee table. They were momentarily stunned and then felt a bit awkward, patting their pockets. I'm sorry, I forgot to tidy up this morning. Please sit down, I'll get you some water. Mr. Li, there's no need to trouble yourself. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming said as they took out a stack of red cash from their pockets and placed it on the nearby coffee table, looking a bit embarrassed. Mr. Li, we don't have much money. This is just a token of our appreciation, and we hope you can accept it. Mr. Li, please don't think it's too little. Accept this money as our gratitude to you. Li Chengfeng looked at the money on the coffee table and knew very well that they had likely spent all their savings to find their child. From their attire, they didn't seem to be a wealthy family. This money might be their last savings. Although he himself was not doing well, he couldn't bear to see others suffer. Remembering what his grandfather had said about doing good deeds to accumulate virtue and avoid heavenly punishment, Li Chengfeng walked to the coffee table, picked up 2 stacks of cash, pulled out a single bill from each, and then returned the money to Wang Jun and Yang Dongming. Brothers, you've given too much. 200 yuan is enough. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming were both astonished, looking at Li Chengfeng with puzzled expressions. The Taoists and shamans they had consulted before would demand 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Even if they couldn't find the child, they would easily make up some excuse and not refund the money. Yet, he found their child and only asked for 200 yuan, which made them feel quite uneasy, and they hurriedly pushed the money back. Mr. Li, you must accept this money. If you don't, it means you look down on us. That's right, you only take 200 yuan. What does that mean? Does our child only worth 200? Mr. Li, do you think the money we brought is too little? If you think it's not enough, we can sell our car and house to give you the money. Brother Wang. Brother Yang, you're overthinking it. I didn't mean that. 200 yuan is really enough. Li Chengfeng pushed the money back again, insisting he wouldn't accept it, and they went back and forth for a long time. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming wanted to push it again, but Li Chengfeng directly pressed their hands down, pretending to be angry, and said, I said 200 yuan is enough. I usually charge 100 yuan for helping people with matters. If you keep insisting, I might really get angry. Seeing Li Chengfeng angry, Wang Jun and Yang Dongming smiled awkwardly, repeatedly saying thank you. There was one more thing Li Chengfeng was considering, whether to tell them about their son's dream. If he revealed it, they would definitely be sad. If he didn't, it would be a betrayal to the 2 children. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speak up and said tactfully, Brother Wang, Brother Yang, there is something I'm not sure if I should mention. Brother, just say it. We're all ears. Last night, your children came to me in a dream. They asked me to tell you to forget about them and live happily. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun and Yang Dongming instantly burst into tears. They knew Li Chengfeng was not an ordinary person and believed deeply in his words. They also never expected that their 2 children would reach out to Li Chengfeng in a dream and even convey a message to them. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, saying, Mr. Li, thank you. Thank you. Quickly get up. Li Chengfeng could not bear such a scene, turned his head to wipe away the tears that were about to fall, and after helping a few people up, he said, 2 brothers, please burn some clothes for the children. They came to me in a dream last night, still naked. Okay, we understand, tonight. I will burn clothes for the children. They sat in the Sui Yuan Hall for a while before leaving. Li Chengfeng returned everything they had bought and only kept 200 yuan. Everything that had just happened was witnessed by Yi Mingyao, who was sitting in the car. She stared at the departing couples, Wang Jun and Yang Dongming, feeling they looked somewhat familiar, and suddenly recalled a news article she had seen online. A few days ago, 2 elementary school students drowned while bathing in a reservoir, and their bodies were missing for a long time. Just yesterday, a mysterious master used 2 gourds to retrieve the children's bodies from the reservoir. There was even a video of the gourds sinking, which was posted online by the rescue team. This incident caused a sensation online, with many netizens expressing their doubts, feeling it was impossible and thinking it was a staged video. No one believed that, without external force, the gourds could sink to the bottom and retrieve the children's bodies. It was simply a fantasy. Yi Mingyao shared the same thoughts as those netizens. It was impossible to retrieve the bodies with gourds because they floated on the water's surface, and pressing a gourd underwater was very difficult, let alone letting it sink on its own. However, upon seeing Wang Jun and Yang Dongming come out of the Sui Yuan Hall, she suddenly had a question. Could the person who used the gourd to find the children's bodies be Li Chengfeng? Chapter 19. I am just a Feng Shui master. After Li Chengfeng sent them off, he suddenly noticed a familiar luxury car parked by the roadside across from him and wondered whose car it was. At that moment, Yi Mingyao opened the car door and got out. Li Chengfeng was startled and exclaimed, "What the heck? Why is this woman here again?" He hurried back into the Sui Yuan hall and closed the door. Yi Mingyao was very angry at Li Chengfeng's actions and kicked the door twice, shouting furiously, "Li Chengfeng, you big jerk, I'm not a plague god. Why are you avoiding me? Open the door." Li Chengfeng braced his body against the door and responded irritably, "You're not a plague god, you're even scarier than one. I can't get involved in your family's affairs. I'll return the 100,000 yuan to you shortly. So please don't come looking for me again, okay? No, Miss Yi, I am just a Feng Shui master, not some great hero. I want to live a few more years, please let me go." The two argued through the door for a long time. Yi Mingyao wanted Li Chengfeng to help move the thorn acacia tree from her father's grave, but Li Chengfeng was too afraid. He didn't want to get involved in the Yi family's messy business and didn't want to be entangled in their internal conflicts. Without sufficient benefits, no one would take the risk to deal with the Yi family's matters. Many people have a nature of being timid and avoiding trouble. Not everyone wants to be a hero. Since ancient times, heroes have had short lives, and unless absolutely necessary, how many people are willing to be heroes? No matter how much Yi Mingyao pleaded, Li Chengfeng refused to open the door. No amount of money could persuade him. While Yi Mingyao was busy bargaining with Li Chengfeng, she had not noticed that not far away, another luxury car was parked, and sitting in it was Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming sat in the car, watching everything happening at the entrance of Sui Yuan Hall, his eyes showing slight dissatisfaction. An angry Yi Mingyao kicked the door again and said in an angry tone, "Li Chengfeng, as long as you cure my father's illness, I, Yi Mingyao, can agree to any condition you have, even being your girlfriend. I won't refuse." Yi Mingyao was one of the top 3 beauties in Qingzhou City. Many men wanted to win her over, and she was very confident that as long as she used her beauty, Li Chengfeng would definitely take the bait. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Li Chengfeng was completely uninterested. A disdainful voice came from within Sui Yuan Hall. "I'm a straight man. I don't care for women like you. Get lost, I don't want to see you." Yi Mingyao was so furious she stomped her foot, feeling helpless against Li Chengfeng, who was truly impervious to her charms. This beautiful woman took the initiative to offer to be his girlfriend, yet he remained unmoved, making her seriously doubt his masculinity. Yi Mingyao could only turn and leave. But she still did not give up because Li Chengfeng was the only hope for saving her father and the Yi family. Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Mingyao drive away, but he did not dare to open the door easily for fear she might return suddenly. Just as he was preparing to pour himself a glass of water to calm down, the door of Sui Yuan Hall was suddenly kicked open, shattering the glass and leaving a big hole in the old door. Li Chengfeng was startled and quickly turned to look at the entrance, thinking it was Yi Mingyao returning, ready to get angry, but the person who came was not Yi Mingyao. Upon seeing 3 people, his right eyelid could not help but twitch. Yi Wuming stood at the door with 2 bodyguards, his posture arrogant and his eyes scanning Sui Yuan Hall with disdain. Seeing the kicked-in door and shattered glass, Li Chengfeng was furious and wanted to rush over and beat the 3 of them up. However, seeing the 2 burly bodyguards, he thought better of it. Charging in would surely result in him getting beaten up instead. He could only comfort himself that it was just a door and a few pieces of glass. Not a big deal. A true man does not suffer in silence. It's better to be patient and bide one's time. Endure. 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 He had to endure. Otherwise, he would definitely get beaten up. Although he was furious inside, he forced a flattering smile on his face and hurried to the door. "Big brother, what brings you here? Please, come in. I'll get you a glass of water." "Humph." Yi Wuming ignored Li Chengfeng, a playful smile on his lips. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, but Yi Wuming thought otherwise. He waved his hand and arrogantly ordered, "Smash this broken shop." Li Chengfeng panicked upon hearing this. This person was too ruthless, coming in with such a show of force. "Big brother, please be merciful. I still rely on this little shop to make a living. Get lost, or I'll smash you too." The 2 burly bodyguards pushed Li Chengfeng aside and stormed into Sui Yuan Hall, flipping over the root-carved tea table, causing stacks of red bills to scatter all over the floor. The writing desk was also kicked over, and its contents were strewn everywhere. The offering table in front of the ancestral portrait was overturned, the incense burner shattered, and the incense ashes blew everywhere. At the moment the offering table was pushed over, Li Chengfeng inadvertently saw the expression of the ancestral figure, Guopu. In the portrait shift from serene to furious. He quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again at the portrait. The figure's expression was still peaceful and had not changed to anger. He wondered if he had seen it wrong. Another bodyguard rushed into the bedroom, smashing and kicking everything inside, creating a cacophony of crashing sounds. Watching the 2 bodyguards smash the items in the store, Li Chengfeng's anger had reached its peak. Yet he maintained a smile on his face, demonstrating just how deep his cunning was. In real life, those who endure humiliation without anger, but instead wear a smile, are the most terrifying. Yi Wuming saw the smile on Li Chengfeng's face and thought, could he be an idiot? The store is being smashed, and he can still smile? Little did he know, he was about to face misfortune. You can provoke anyone, but never provoke a Qimen Feng Shui master. The consequences are unbearable. Chapter 20. The Ancestor's Dream. Apart from the portrait of the ancestor hanging on the wall, everything that could be smashed in the Sui Yuan Hall was destroyed, leaving the entire store in chaos. Looking at the wreckage, Yi Wuming was very satisfied and turned to Li Chengfeng, threateningly saying, "Today, I'll give you a little lesson to make you remember. Remember, you are not allowed to have any contact with Yi Mengyao in the future. If you disobey, next time it will be you who gets beaten. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely obey. I have always been very obedient since I was a child." Li Chengfeng maintained his smile, trying hard to please the other party. Those onlookers nearby felt that Li Chengfeng must have a problem with his brain. He must have been kicked by a donkey when he was young. However, the older folks, those who had experienced many accidents, secretly marveled at this young man, thinking he was not to be provoked. Unfazed by humiliation or anger, with a smile hiding a murderous intent, he was undoubtedly a ruthless character. In Yi Wuming's eyes, Li Chengfeng was an idiot. With his purpose achieved, he turned to leave, throwing out 2 mocking words. "Idiot. Yes, I am an idiot. Take care on your way out." Watching the 3 get into their car and drive away in a cloud of dust, Li Chengfeng's smile gradually faded as he turned back to the Sui Yuan Hall. He walked to the armchair, straightened it, then sat down with a thud. Taking a deep breath, he cheerfully said, "If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will destroy their whole family." Li Chengfeng did not expect that despite his restraint, the other party still smashed the Sui Yuan Hall. And this matter could not simply be dismissed. He would definitely settle this score with them. It was just a matter of time. If it were someone else encountering such a situation, regardless of whether they could fight back or not, in the heat of the moment, they would rush to confront Yi Wuming without hesitation. Many believed that such people were the true men of courage. But Li Chengfeng would not do that. In his eyes, those with courage were merely reckless men. Knowing they were not opponents, yet still rushing to fight, was just asking for trouble. Li Chengfeng looked at the door, wondering why Yi Mengyao had not returned yet. After a while, Yi Mengyao appeared at the door. She hadn't gone far, just pretended to drive away, then turned back to the Sui Yuan Hall. Li Chengfeng had long guessed she wouldn't go far and would definitely come back, which is why he was waiting for her. In fact, Yi Mengyao had returned earlier, watching from the car when Yi Wuming ordered the bodyguards to smash the Sui Yuan Hall. She hesitated to come over immediately afterward because she felt embarrassed. She already knew the reason why Li Chengfeng refused to act. This irrational behavior had caused him a lot of trouble, making Yi Mengyao feel very guilty. Looking at the kicked-in door and the messy Sui Yuan Hall, as well as Li Chengfeng, who sat in the armchair with an unhappy expression, she felt apologetic. "I'm sorry, the 100,000 yuan will be my compensation for your losses. I won't bother you again." Tears streamed down Yi Mengyao's face. The only hope of curing her father and aunt was gone. It seemed the Yi family was truly doomed. Silently turning to leave, she was called back by Li Chengfeng. "Miss Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Do you have something else to discuss? I promise to help you move that thorny locust tree to cure your father and aunt, as well as the direct descendants of the Yi family." Yi Mengyao's face lit up with excitement and surprise. She didn't expect Li Chengfeng to suddenly agree. The reason Li Chengfeng agreed was that Yi Wuming had smashed the Sui Yuan Hall, and he needed to make him pay a heavy price. Li Chengfeng calculated the date with his fingers, selecting an auspicious day for relocating graves and moving soil, which was 2 days later. He instructed Yi Mengyao to prepare spirit paper, incense, candles, and firecrackers, and to gather some people to go to the Yi family ancestral grave to move the tree and open the coffin on the morning of the day after tomorrow. Li Chengfeng also told Yi Mengyao some taboos. Remember, whether relocating graves or moving corpses and planting trees, it must be done in the morning before the sun rises. Okay. And when finding people to help move the tree, those born in the year of the rooster, dog, monkey, or pig cannot be used. It's best to find those born in the year of the dragon. All right, I understand. Watching the serious Li Chengfeng, who had an air of a master about him, Yi Mengyao developed a slight fondness for this man. With Yi Mengyao's help, the two tidied up the Sui Yuan Hall. By the time they were done, it was already evening. Yi Mengyao, filled with anger, said that Yi Wuming is too despicable. "Once my father's illness is cured, I will have him take revenge for you." Hearing the name Yi Wuming, Li Chengfeng also felt a surge of anger and could hardly wait. He wanted him to pay a price immediately and casually asked, "Miss Yi, do you know Yi Wuming's birth date and time?" "I do. It's all in the Yi family genealogy." Li Chengfeng asked Yi Mengyao to check Yi Wuming's birth date and time, and to get some of his hair or nails. Yi Mengyao looked puzzled and curiously asked, "What do you need his hair and nails for?" "I want to show you what a curse is." Upon hearing the words curse, Yi Mengyao instantly became interested and excitedly left the Sui Yuan Hall. Yi Wuming, however, would never have thought that it was precisely because he smashed the Sui Yuan Hall that Li Chengfeng was going to teach him a lesson. The Li Chengfeng who appeared meek before him would make him pay a heavy price. Everything done by their collateral descendants to seize power from the Yi family would come to naught. So much had happened today that Li Chengfeng, feeling exhausted after a quick meal, soon fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he felt someone kick him twice in the backside, and an old man's voice rang in his ears. "You little rascal, get up quickly." "Who?" Li Chengfeng was startled awake, sitting up in bed. Before him stood an old man with a white beard, dressed in colorful celestial robes, looking like a celestial being. You, who are you? You little brat. You don't even recognize me? You still kneel and bow before me. Why, you are the ancestor. The white-bearded old man standing at the foot of the bed was indeed Guapu, the founding ancestor of the Qimen Feng Shui school. And he said with an unhappy expression, "You little rascal, the ancestor's dining table has been overturned, and the rice bowl has been smashed. Yet you stand there like an idiot smiling. How can I have such a disciple like you? I give you 3 days to make those 3 bastards pay a price, or I will take you away." After saying this, the white-bearded old man vanished. Li Chengfeng, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. What was going on? It seemed he had just had another dream, and it was about the ancestor. It was clearly a dream. But why did my butt hurt so much? It seemed to be swollen too. Damn, the master was too ruthless with those 2 kicks. Thinking of the last words the master said, that if those 3 people didn't pay the price within 3 days, he would take me away. I was so scared that I sat up straight in bed. Could it be that the master really visited me in a dream just now? Chapter 21. Buying a golden bowl for the master, Li Chengfeng touched his painfully sore, but still somewhat unable to believe that the master actually existed, that he had really visited him in a dream and kicked him twice. The thought of the master wanting to take him away was terrifying. He knew in his heart that the master was angry. He hurriedly crawled out of bed and knelt in front of the master's portrait, and to his surprise, he found that the master in the portrait was squinting his eyes and pouting, looking very unhappy. Li Chengfeng quickly knelt down and knocked his head on the ground, mumbling, "Master, it's all my fault for letting those bastards overturn your dining table and break your bowl. It's all my fault for being useless and not being able to fight them. If I could beat them, I would definitely knock their crap out. Master, please rest assured. I will make them pay the price. Please don't be angry and don't take me away. If you take me away, who will incense you in the future? That porcelain incense burner is broken, but tomorrow I will buy you a golden incense burner." As Li Chengfeng knelt in front of the portrait, knocking his head and explaining, he occasionally stole glances at the portrait. When he mentioned the golden bowl, the master in the portrait slightly narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, and he even nodded. After the master nodded, he returned to his usual peaceful demeanor. Looking at the master in the portrait, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, feeling somewhat confused about whether it was a dream or reality. It felt very real, yet also incredibly illusory. How could the figure in the portrait possibly move? If he told anyone about this, they would probably not believe him. Li Chengfeng groggily returned to bed and continued sleeping until dawn. The next morning, Li Chengfeng sat up in bed, his butt still very sore, with 2 more purple bruises. Remembering the dreamlike encounter from last night, he felt a wave of panic. He hurriedly crawled out of bed and went to the altar, looking at the master's portrait, which had not changed at all, still looking serene and immortal as usual. Li Chengfeng stared intently at the master's portrait and cautiously asked, "Master, did you visit me in a dream last night?" The portrait remained still and showed no response. Li Chengfeng asked twice more. And suddenly the master in the portrait displayed an impatient expression and nodded vigorously. Oh my god! Li Chengfeng was so scared that he sat down on the floor. His terrified gaze fixed on the master's portrait, and he was already certain that what happened last night was indeed real. Just then, the master's portrait suddenly spoke. "Little slippery one, hurry up and buy me a golden bowl. If you can't get it by tonight, I'll take you away." Li Chengfeng quickly lay flat on the ground, knocked his head twice, and raised his left hand above his head, swearing, "Master, wait for me. I'm going to buy you a golden bowl right now." The master in the portrait just nodded and then returned to his usual appearance. Li Chengfeng hurriedly put on his clothes, grabbed the 100,000 yuan, and ran out of the Sui Yuan hall, locking the door behind him. The glass on the door had all fallen off, and there was a big hole. He had to find a craftsman to replace the door when he had time. As soon as Li Chengfeng stepped out, a luxury car stopped in front of him. Inside sat Yi Mingyao, who rolled down the window and asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, going out so early? Is something wrong?" Yi Mingyao arrived just in time, so he asked her to drive him, saving him the trouble of taking the bus. As soon as Li Chengfeng got into the car, Yi Mingyao took out a small plastic bag containing a few strands of hair and nails, smiling as she said, "I searched through the trash can outside Yi Wuming's room for a long time to find these. When will you let me see your curse technique?" "Later. I have something urgent now. Take me to the gold store first." No matter what, buying a bowl for the master was more important than anything else. At this moment, Yi Mingyao's attitude towards Li Chengfeng had changed a lot. She was no longer cold and indifferent. Soon they arrived at a gold store called Shanghai Gold. Seeing Li Chengfeng rush in a panic, Yi Mingyao followed behind and asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, are you here to buy gold and silver jewelry?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Li Chengfeng walked around Shanghai Gold and found a golden incense burner, a pair of golden candlesticks, and 2 golden fruit plates. These items added up to over 800,000 yuan, but Li Chengfeng only had 100,000 yuan on him. Fortunately, he had Yi Mingyao, the rich girl, with him. Yi Mingyao didn't understand why Li Chengfeng wanted to buy these things, but she decisively paid for him, as that amount of money was not much for her. Moreover, after Li Chengfeng cured her father and aunt, she would still need to give him another 900,000 yuan, so this was just an advance payment. After realizing the master's existence, Li Chengfeng didn't dare to be careless and went to buy some high-quality incense, candles, and fruits. Once he had gathered all the necessary items, he hurried back to the store, placed the golden incense burner, candlesticks, and fruit plates on the altar, and then lit a stick of incense. He respectfully inserted it into the incense burner, bowed to the master's portrait, and muttered, "Master, I've bought the things you wanted, and it cost quite a bit. Master, I'm a bit timid, so please don't come looking for me tonight." Seeing the mumbling Li Chengfeng, Yi Mingyao's expression turned sour. He spent so much money to buy a bunch of junk, just for a portrait. She thought he was seriously ill. But little did she know that the old man in the portrait was watching her. Chapter 22. The Forbidden Folk Technique, Shrinking Charm, Part 1. Yi Mingyao stood behind Li Chengfeng, secretly mocking him as he knelt and bowed to a portrait. Mumbling like a lunatic, she impatiently stood by, holding the small plastic bag containing Yi Wuming's hair and nails. Li Chengfeng worshipped at the altar again and again. Seeing that the master's portrait showed no response, he finally felt relieved. He thought to himself that the master must have forgiven him. Unaware that the troublesome matters were still ahead, Li Chengfeng believed that the issue of the master's bowl was resolved, and next, he needed to make Yi Wuming pay the price. "Master, wait for me. I'm going to avenge you. That bastard will pay a heavy price." Li Chengfeng then turned to Yi Mingyao and said seriously, "Bring me Yi Wuming's nails and hair." Here. Li Chengfeng took the bag containing Yi Wuming's hair and nails and asked Yi Mingyao to write down Yi Wuming's birth date and time on a piece of paper. Standing nearby, Yi Mingyao was very curious, watching Li Chengfeng closely, eager to see how he would curse Yi Wuming. Li Chengfeng opened the plastic bag, which contained several clipped nail tips and a few strands of black hair, exactly what he needed. Upon seeing the black hair, she instantly realized what it was and was very curious about where she had found these things. Looking at the items in the bag, Li Chengfeng revealed an evil smile, suddenly thinking of a folk forbidden technique known as the Shrinking Yang Curse. The Shrinking Yang Curse was deemed a forbidden technique by the government and prominent sects during the Song dynasty, prohibiting anyone from using it. And it had long been lost to history. Li Chengfeng had learned it inadvertently. After staring at the bag for a long time, Yi Mingyao, with a puzzled expression, curiously asked, "Mr. Li, is there something wrong with the hair and nails inside?" "There's nothing wrong. I was just thinking about what curse to use," Li Chengfeng casually replied. Yi Mingyao became interested at this moment, eager to know how Li Chengfeng would curse Yi Wuming, wanting that arrogant bastard to experience the taste of being cursed, and anxiously asked, "Mr. Li, what curse do you plan to use on Yi Wuming?" "The folk forbidden technique, the Shrinking Yang Curse." Upon hearing the term forbidden technique, Yi Mingyao's interest grew even more. It sounded very mysterious. Previously, she had never believed in such esoteric things, considering them all superstitions, but since meeting Li Chengfeng, she realized that there are many mysterious existences in the world. Curiously, she asked, "Mr. Li, what is the Shrinking Yang Curse? And what happens to a person who is cursed by it?" "It's better for a girl like you not to know about such matters," Li Chengfeng said a bit awkwardly. "What's wrong with being a girl? Can't a girl know what the Shrinking Yang Curse is?" "I don't care. You have to tell me what the Shrinking Yang Curse is today," Yi Mingyao said in a slightly angry tone. Seeing her so persistent, Li Chengfeng had no choice but to explain what the folk forbidden technique, the Shrinking Yang Curse, was. The Shrinking Yang Curse mainly targets men and has no effect on women. A man who is cursed by the Shrinking Yang Curse will lose his masculine function, and the root of his sins will shrink into his belly, like a eunuch. Before the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, the Shrinking Yang Curse was allowed to be used on the land of China. Male attendants serving the royal family in the palace would be cursed by sorcerers with the Shrinking Yang Curse to prevent them from misbehaving in the royal harem. However, some attendants learned how to break the curse, causing chaos in the royal harem. It wasn't until Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states that, in order to clean up the harem, he mandated that all palace attendants undergo a cleansing procedure, no longer using the Shrinking Yang Curse. Because the cleansing method was more effective than the Shrinking Yang Curse, it continued until the end of the Qing dynasty. The Shrinking Yang Curse became a folk forbidden technique, and over time, very few people had heard of it. After listening to Li Chengfeng's explanation, Yi Mingyao's face turned slightly red as she thought about how such a curse could exist in the world. She was still somewhat skeptical, as this sounded like a fairy tale. She did not believe that the so-called Shrinking Yang Curse could make a man lose his masculine function. Li Chengfeng knew that Yi Mingyao wouldn't believe it, and he said with a smile, "Miss Yi, you don't believe me, do you?" "Unless I see it with my own eyes, I definitely won't believe it. This sounds too mystical." "Haha. Today, I will let you witness the power of the folk forbidden technique, the Shrinking Yang Curse." Cursing someone is not an easy task. First, you need to make a scarecrow, which serves as the main medium for the curse. Yi Mingyao looked puzzled. She didn't understand why a scarecrow was needed and casually asked. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly and patiently explained the reason to Yi Mingyao. The reason for using a scarecrow to cast a curse on a person is that humans consume grains, and their bodies carry the energy of those grains. Therefore, when making the scarecrow, one must choose the roots of the grains. Chapter 23. The Folk Forbidden Technique. The Shrinking Yang Curse, Part 2. Li Chengfeng explained a lot, and Yi Mingyao listened very attentively, but still did not understand what the energy of the grains and the roots of the grains were. She didn't even know what the 5 grains were. So how could she understand what the energy of the grains and the roots of the grains were? And she certainly did not understand why the human body would carry the energy of the grains. The most common root of the grains is straw, and it is also convenient to make a scarecrow with straw, which is why many practitioners choose straw. Li Chengfeng took some straw and made a scarecrow, placing the yellow paper with Yi Wuming's birth date and his nails and hair inside the scarecrow. After finishing the scarecrow, Li Chengfeng found a wooden tray. Placing it in the tray was soil mixed with water. He placed the completed scarecrow on the soil, pinched a talisman between his middle and index fingers, gestured towards the scarecrow, and chanted incantations, muttering the curse. Heaven curse, earth curse, soldiers from all directions come to curse, white curse, night curse. Spirits of day and night come to curse, divine curse, ghost curse, 5 ghosts of Yama come to curse. Due to the speed of the incantation, Yi Mingyao felt confused, yet the spell sounded very eerie. When Li Chengfeng finished reciting all the incantations, he gently shook his wrist, and the talisman paper pinched between his fingers suddenly caught fire, with ashes falling onto the scarecrow. Done. Just as the talisman burned out, Li Chengfeng said done. Yi Wuming suddenly shivered. Yi Mingyao then understood that casting a curse on someone is indeed very troublesome. It is not something that can be done with just a few words. She asked with a puzzled expression, Mr. Li, is that it? Is it done? There's one more crucial step, Li Chengfeng said with a smile, then picked up a coffin nail and drove it between the scarecrow's legs. At the same time, Yi Wuming shivered again. He didn't take it to heart, thinking it was just a cold, and continued drinking. Looking at the scarecrow in the wooden tray, with a coffin nail inserted between its legs, Yi Mingyao felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that the name of the curse was not something to ask about too much. Yet her heart was filled with curiosity. Would Yi Wuming's little bird and bird egg really shrink into his belly? There was no way to verify such a thing. She couldn't ask Yi Wuming to take off his pants to show her. She still had some doubts about whether the shrinking yang curse that Li Chengfeng spoke of would actually work. Li Chengfeng did not care what Yi Mingyao was thinking. He walked to the portrait of the ancestor with the wooden tray and said with a smile, Ancestor, I am using the shrinking yang curse to curse him. Are you satisfied? Perhaps due to Yi Mingyao's presence, the ancestor did not respond. Watching Li Chengfeng speak to the portrait hanging on the wall, Yi Mingyao felt a chill run down her spine. Was this person sick, talking to a portrait? Just then, Yi Mingyao received a call from Yi Wuming, asking her to return to the company. She hung up the phone. Mr. Li, I have something to attend to, so I'll head back first. No need to see you off. After leaving the Sui Yuan Hall, Yi Mingyao returned to the company. For the past few days, she had been focused on her father and aunt, completely unaware of what was happening in the company. At this moment, Yi Wuming had completely taken control of the Yi family's business in Qingzhou. When she returned to the company, she felt that the way the employees looked at her was quite strange. Yi Mingyao didn't think too much about it, and went to the general manager's office. Only to see Yi Wuming sitting in the general manager's position, his lecherous gaze fixated on the woman who walked in. Yi Mingyao felt very uncomfortable under his gaze. Seeing him sitting in her father's position, she was filled with anger but felt helpless. Yi Wuming, do you have something to discuss with me? Miss. It's been a while since we last met. I invited you here just to catch up. I have nothing to talk about with you. Don't disturb me in the future. Yi Mingyao's cold tone didn't even spare him a glance. Yi Wuming walked up to her side, a strong smell of alcohol wafting from him. He had clearly drunk a lot. He lifted her hair and sniffed it, intoxicated as he said, Miss, I must say you are truly beautiful. Ever since I first saw you, I've liked you. Yi Wuming, what do you want? Yi Mingyao pushed him away directly, shocked that he would say such things. According to their family hierarchy, she should still call him uncle. Yi Wuming laughed loudly, arrogantly. What do I want? You should know. The reason I came to Qingzhou is for you. As long as you satisfy me, you'll still be the eldest lady of the Yi family. Otherwise, you will have nothing. Yi Mingyao was shocked, not expecting that Yi Wuming had been eyeing her for a long time. He truly was more despicable than an animal. As a member of the Yi family, he had such beastly thoughts. She turned angrily to leave, but Yi Wuming said smugly, Miss, you can leave now. But you need to think it through. Your father and your aunt are lying in the hospital, and they could be in danger at any moment. Yi Mingyao stopped. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Yi Wuming, angrily asking, What do you want? Miss, as long as you satisfy my request. Your father and aunt will be safe. If you dare to leave this office today, tomorrow you can go to the hospital to collect the bodies of Yi Guqing or Yi Wushuang. Yi Mingyao trembled with anger, realizing that her father and aunt's lives were in his hands. She felt regretful, but helpless. What do you want me to do? Take off your clothes and lie on the sofa. Chapter 24. The Forbidden Technique of Shrinking Spell, Part 3. Yi Mingyao clenched her soft fists tightly. Her emotions were very complex, and humiliating tears welled up in her eyes. She wished she could tear Yi Wuming apart. Now that her father and aunt's lives were in Yi Wuming's hands, if she didn't agree to his demands, he would really harm them. Yi Mingyao slowly closed her eyes, not wanting to see this disgusting man. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheeks as she helplessly said, As long as you promise not to harm my father and aunt, I will agree to your request. Don't worry, as long as you satisfy my needs, whenever I want you, you will be at my beck and call. I will never harm your father and aunt. Yi Wuming laughed happily. Ever since he first saw Yi Mingyao, he had been captivated by her beauty, fantasizing about the day something would happen between them. Today, he finally waited for this moment, excited that he could conquer her and fulfill his long-held wish. Yi Mingyao, suppressing her humiliation, walked to the sofa, slowly unbuttoning her top, tears continuously sliding down her face. At this moment, Yi Wuming was anxiously unbuttoning his own clothes. And when he took them all off, he stared at Yi Mingyao, ready to pounce like a hungry wolf. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Normally, seeing a beautiful woman would have elicited a reaction from him. Now, the woman he had longed for stood right in front of him, yet there was no response. He looked down and was dumbfounded. His little buddy was gone. How could this be? In a terrified voice, he shouted, "What's going on? Where did my little buddy go?" Yi Wuming thought he had drunk too much and might be hallucinating. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and looked down again, but still saw nothing. In a panic, he frantically searched around but couldn't find it. Confused and terrified, he shouted, "Where's my little buddy? Where did it go?" Yi Mingyao, who was closing her eyes to undress, heard Yi Wuming's terrified voice and looked at him in confusion, then opened her eyes. When she saw Yi Wuming, she was shocked, immensely shocked. Yi Mingyao froze in place, her astonished gaze fixed on his bird's nest. How is this possible? She still couldn't believe her eyes and quickly rubbed them, looking again at Yi Wuming's bird's nest. The shock on her face and the astonishment in her heart were impossible to hide. Yi Wuming's thing was really gone, completely shrunk into his belly. It was hard to believe that the curse technique Li Chengfeng spoke of was actually real. It was truly amazing. Not seeing Yi Wuming's thing left Yi Mingyao utterly shocked. Just moments ago, she had felt wronged, but now her mood was exceptionally good as she coldly said, "Yi Wuming, this is heaven's punishment for you for not doing good deeds." "Shut up. This can't be real. I must have drunk too much and am hallucinating. If not a hallucination, then it must be a dream." Yi Wuming's mood had completely collapsed as he kept searching for the missing thing. He couldn't believe this was real. Half an hour ago, when he went to the bathroom, it was still there. How could it suddenly disappear? After forcing Yi Mingyao to agree to his demands, he was so close to achieving his goal, and yet his little buddy was gone. As a man, no one could accept such a thing, just when it mattered most. It was gone. After searching for a long time and still not finding it, he shouted in an agitated voice, "Where's my little buddy? Why is it gone?" Watching the frantic Yi Wuming searching madly for his little buddy, Yi Mingyao finally realized something was wrong and showed an embarrassed expression. Yet inside, she felt immensely relieved, secretly thanking Li Chengfeng for placing the shrinking spell on Yi Wuming. Otherwise, she would have definitely been violated today. Yi Mingyao, with a cold expression and a mocking tone, said, "Yi Wuming, I originally thought you were a man. I didn't expect you to be a eunuch. Ugh, so disgusting." Yi Mingyao, appearing fearless, continued with a provocative tone, "Yi Wuming, can you do it or not? If you can, come here. If not, get lost. This miss doesn't want to waste time with a eunuch. Shut your mouth." Yi Mingyao incessantly called him a eunuch, which made Yi Wuming grit his teeth in anger. This was adding insult to injury, killing him mentally and enjoying his misfortune. No matter when a woman asks a man if he can do it, it is a provocation and insult to the man. In the past, Yi Wuming would have made Yi Mingyao understand his strength, showing her the consequences of provoking and insulting him. But now, he felt powerless because his little buddy was gone. Glaring at Yi Mingyao with an angry expression, "Yi Mingyao, just you wait. I will make you aware of my power sooner or later." At this moment, Yi Wuming had calmed down, and most of the alcohol had worn off. He realized this was not an illusion or a dream. He just wanted to go to the hospital and have a doctor check why his eggplant was missing. He couldn't care less about Yi Mingyao's sarcasm. Hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out of the office towards the hospital. When Yi Wuming arrived at the hospital, the male specialist stared at his bird's nest with confusion. They surrounded him with magnifying glasses, searching for a long time, but couldn't he find what they were looking for? Filled with doubts, there were no scars. How could that thing just disappear? Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, as they were doctors. And laughing out loud would be disrespectful to the patient. The doctors discussed Yi Wuming's condition openly. An older doctor said, "I've been practicing medicine for many years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a case. How could that thing shrink into the belly? It's truly a world wonder. Such a condition is probably rare worldwide." Several doctors, along with the medical team Yi Wuming brought from the Yi family, discussed for a long time around the bird's nest, but couldn't he deduce what the illness was. At this point, Yi Wuming had completely sobered up. Lying awkwardly on the hospital bed, listening to the experts' discussion, feeling anxious, he asked in a worried tone, "Doctors, can you tell me where my eggplant went? What is this illness? Is it treatable? Can it be cured? Mr. Yi, please don't be agitated. This illness is very rare. We need to hold a consultation among the experts to study the subsequent treatment methods." Yi Wuming's face turned ashen. He was confused about how he suddenly got such a bizarre illness. Could it really be, as Yi Mingyao said, a punishment from heaven? He thought again that it was impossible. He believed in science, and didn't he think heaven punished bad people? He thought perhaps it was due to drinking too much. And maybe by tomorrow, it would suddenly get better. On the doctor's advice, Yi Wuming had to stay in the hospital for examination and treatment. Chapter 25. Moving the Tree from the Grave, Part 1. Due to Yi Wuming being afflicted by the shrinkage curse, He was receiving treatment in the hospital and had no mood to cause trouble for Yi Mingyao. With that thing shrunk into his belly, everything was inconvenient. Even going to the bathroom meant he couldn't stand to urinate. If he stood, he would wet his pants, and it would run down his thighs, making a mess. Now he could only squat like a woman to urinate, which made him feel extremely ashamed. As a man, not being able to stand and urinate. What was the point of living? This kind of suffering could probably only be understood by men. Although this illness was not painful, it tormented Yi Wuming to the point of wishing he were dead. He looked down at his pants, sighed repeatedly, and felt immense pain, with that thing gone. What was the point of living? Meanwhile, Yi Mingyao took the opportunity to sneak a visit to the hospital, glancing at her father and aunt, who were both extremely haggard from the ordeal, undergoing various examinations daily. Their health was deteriorating with no signs of improvement. Under the medical team's care, Yi Guqing still could not see, his cough worsening, often coughing up blood, and his entire right leg had completely lost sensation. Yi Guqing felt that living was worse than dying. At this time, Yi Wushuang was not in a better situation, aside from becoming mute due to her blindness. Her lungs had also started to show problems in the last 2 days, and her condition was very similar to Yi Guqing's. Watching her suffering father and aunt, Yi Mingyao felt very distressed. Yi Mingyao squatted by the bed, holding Yi Guqing's hand. Dad, Mr. Li has agreed to help me move the locust tree from great-grandpa's grave. If he is not a fraud, after the tree is moved, you and aunt might recover. Yi Guqing nodded slightly while lying in bed. He didn't have much hope in Li Chengfeng. If so many doctors and specialists couldn't find the cause of his illness or cure it, how could Li Chengfeng do it? Fearing that Yi Guqing would worry, Yi Mingyao didn't tell him that the Yi family had been taken over by those collateral descendants. Nor did she mention the bullying from Yi Wuming. 2 days later, it was soon the auspicious day that Li Chengfeng mentioned. Yi Mingyao hired over a dozen workers, all born in the year of the dragon, bought incense, paper money, red cloth, firecrackers, and other items, and arrived at the Suiyuan Hall around 1 in the morning. In the past 2 days, Li Chengfeng had not been busy and had a master change the door of the Suiyuan Hall. When he had nothing to do, he would offer 2 sticks of incense to the ancestral deity, hoping the deity in the painting would move again. Unfortunately, the deity had not shown any signs in the past 2 days. Hearing a knock on the door, Li Chengfeng walked out of the Suiyuan Hall and saw Yi Mingyao and the dozen or so workers, casually asking, "Are you sure none of these people were born in the year of the rooster, dog, monkey, or pig?" "Don't worry, I've checked their credentials. All of them are born in the year of the dragon." Li Chengfeng nodded, thinking this woman was quite impressive to have found so many dragon zodiac people. It must have cost her a lot. He then asked, "Have you gathered all the items I mentioned?" "Yes, we've got everything." Li Chengfeng still checked to confirm that nothing was missing. The group then drove 3 or 4 cars filled with various tools to the ancestral grave of the Yi family outside Qingzhou City. When they arrived at the Yi family's graveyard, it was already around 3 in the morning. Because Yi Mingyao was a woman, Li Chengfeng did not allow her to go to the graveyard and told her to wait in the car. Yi Mingyao was very displeased and asked Mr. Li, "Why can't I go?" "Because you are a woman." "Why can't women go?" "Because this is a rule left by our ancestors. Whether it's moving graves or during Qingming Festival and Zhongyuan Festival when offering sacrifices to ancestors, women cannot go. This is a rule established by our ancestors over thousands of years because women are inherently yin. If they go to the ancestral grave to offer sacrifices, they might bring back bad things, bringing misfortune to the family. There's a saying in folk tradition, when women go to graves, misfortune enters the home. Remember to offer sacrifices to ancestors and never bring women. Since ancient times, whether it's moving graves or burning paper for the dead, it has always been a man's task, which is also the reason for the long-standing preference for sons over daughters. Yi Mingyao was very helpless. She could only wait in the car. Although she felt unhappy, she had no choice but to listen to Li Chengfeng. Sitting in the car, Yi Mingyao felt very complicated. Although she knew about Li Chengfeng's abilities, she still didn't dare to fully trust him. Would moving the locust tree from great-grandpa's grave really allow her father, aunt, and those Yi family descendants to recover? Yi Mingyao sighed. Now there was no other way, and she could only place all her hopes on Li Chengfeng. Watching him lead the workers with various tools and items, marching towards the Yi family's ancestral graveyard, she felt an inexplicable fear as they approached the graveyard in the dead of night, looking at nearly 100 large and small mounds. A sense of dread arose in her heart. Fortunately, there were many people. If she were alone, she definitely wouldn't dare to come to such a place. A gust of cold wind blew by, making her shiver involuntarily. The leading worker was named Liang Daqiang. From the moment he saw Li Chengfeng, his eyes revealed a look of disdain. A young punk dared to impersonate a Feng Shui master. Not only did Liang Daqiang doubt Li Chengfeng, but the other 10 or so workers also regarded him as a fraud. Although these workers considered Li Chengfeng a scammer, no one stood up to speak against him. They were just there to earn their pay and didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. This was the honest and simple nature of migrant workers. However, what happened next made them view Li Chengfeng with new respect. Liang Daqiang cautiously asked, "Mr. Li, what will we do next?" "Don't worry. I will tell you how to proceed shortly," Li Chengfeng replied. He first took out a red cloth strip, about 50 to 60 centimeters long. and tied it to a locust tree. Then, he placed incense, candles, and paper money in front of the grave and had someone set off a firecracker. The crackling sound was very jarring in the quiet night. Standing in front of the grave, Li Chengfeng first said to Liang Daqiang and the workers, "Brothers, no matter what you see later, don't be afraid. Don't worry, we've seen all sorts of things and don't know what fear is." That's right. We've lived long enough to have seen all sorts of monsters and ghosts. Haraha. Liang Daqiang and a few workers responded with laughter. Li Chengfeng smiled as well. He could tell that these workers were mocking him, ridiculing him as a fraud. He chose not to argue with them and instead began to mutter towards the grave. "Esteemed ancestors of the Yi family, I apologize for the disturbance. I am Li Chengfeng, a disciple of the Qimen school, invited by your descendants to help avert disaster. I kindly ask the esteemed ancestors of the Yi family to step aside. If I inadvertently offend, please don't hold it against me. If you agree, please step back. If you disagree, I will turn and leave. And the Yi family will be left without descendants. I believe you understand this better than I do. As for moving earth at a grave, ideally, a male descendant of the Yi family would kneel and cry in front of the grave, but unfortunately, Yi Guqing was ill, and he only had a daughter, Yi Mingyao. Therefore, Li Chengfeng could only explain to the ancestors of the Yi family. Liang Daqiang and the workers, seeing Li Chengfeng mumbling to a grave, thought, "This fraud really knows how to put on a show." But what happened next frightened them to the point of turning pale. The timid one sat down in shock, and various sounds filled the air. "Ah, what the hell is that? So scary. Ghost fire." From Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather's grave, a basketball-sized, green ghost fire flew out. And soon after, ghost fires of various sizes flew out from all the nearby graves. Once these ghost fires emerged, they all flew up to the hillside across the way. Some people were so scared they wanted to run, but Li Chengfeng quickly shouted, "Don't run. They won't harm you." Li Chengfeng was speechless. Just moments ago, these people were boasting about not knowing fear, and now they were terrified to the point of wetting themselves. Just a few soul-manifested ghost fires had scared them into this state. The ghost fires flew out of the graves because the owners of those graves sensed the presence of the living and chose not to manifest their souls, instead transforming into ghost fires to avoid scaring them. Who would have thought that these people's courage was so small that they were still frightened? In truth, even Li Chengfeng felt his legs tremble at the sight of nearly 100 ghost fires emerging from the graves, but as a Feng Shui master, he could not show fear. He had to endure it no matter how scared he felt. Liang Daqiang called everyone back who wanted to run. At this point, they realized that this young man was definitely not a fraud, but rather a capable Feng Shui master. Their gazes toward Li Chengfeng changed, turning into respect. Most of these workers were rural people who believed in ghosts and deities. They had never seen someone casually converse with a grave to make the spirits move aside. They secretly praised this young man for having real skills. Once all the ghost fires flew to the nearby hillside, Li Chengfeng solemnly recited the land blessing chant, and then continued, "Digging graves, auspicious spirits retreat, evil spirits avoid." Li Chengfeng recited a long incantation before allowing Liang Daqiang and the workers to start digging up the tree. With many hands, the work went quickly. In just 20 minutes, Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather's grave was leveled, and the roots of the locust tree were completely exposed. Although the locust tree was only as thick as a bowl, its root system was very developed. Many roots were entangled with the coffin, and some roots had penetrated the decayed coffin and reached inside it. Liang Daqiang and the workers nearby were stunned by this scene. From a distance, it looked like a giant hand was grabbing the coffin, trying to crush it. Seeing the coffin entangled by roots and some roots piercing into the coffin made their scalps tingle. Li Chengfeng sighed and said, "Roots penetrating the coffin, descendants ascend to heaven." Curiously, Liang Daqiang asked, "Mr. Li, what does roots penetrating the coffin, descendants ascend to heaven mean?" "I'll explain when we have time. We must move the tree before dawn. Everyone, work quickly." Li Chengfeng walked to the locust tree and noticed that some roots had signs of being severed and many new roots had sprouted. If this tree had grown naturally, it wouldn't have severed roots. This indicated that someone had intentionally planted this locust tree on top of Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather's grave. Someone wanted to use Feng Shui techniques to harm the entire Yi Mingyao lineage. This person had a cruel heart, attempting to harm others with Feng Shui techniques. Didn't he fear divine retribution? Li Chengfeng had already figured out that the person who planted the tree on the grave must be a fellow practitioner of Feng Shui. He said to Liang Daqiang, "Brother Liang, cut all the roots, then move this locust tree aside. We will find a place to replant it later." "Okay." Liang Daqiang and the workers worked very quickly. In just a few minutes, they severed all the roots and moved the locust tree outside the Yi family grave. Li Chengfeng knew very well that just moving the tree wasn't enough. They also had to clear the roots from the coffin. He instructed Liang Daqiang and a few workers to open the coffin lid. A nearby worker shone a flashlight into the coffin, screamed in fright, and dropped the flashlight on the ground. Inside the coffin were densely packed roots, and a pale human skeleton lay inside, with 2 large rats running around in the coffin. The startled rats jumped out of the coffin and disappeared into the night. The owner of this skeleton was Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather. Li Chengfeng approached the coffin with the flashlight and shone it inside. He saw that many roots had already penetrated the skeleton. A particularly thick root forked into many branches. piercing into the eye sockets and mouth of the skull, while another root was wrapped around the skeleton's neck. Continuing to look down, he saw roots penetrating into the chest cavity, wrapping around the ribs, and further down, roots entangled with the right leg bone. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng was very shocked. When he first met Yi Guqing, he noticed that his eyes, neck, chest, and right leg were entangled by a dark energy. At that time, he didn't understand where this dark energy came from or why it appeared on Yi Guqing's body. Now, seeing the skeleton entangled by tree roots, he realized that the position of the tree roots entangled with the skeleton was the same as the position of the dark energy on Yi Guqing. Li Chengfeng understood that Yi Guqing, Yi Wushuang, and those direct descendants of the Yi family suddenly falling ill, with most of their conditions being similar, was because these tree roots had entangled the bones in the coffin. Now that he had found the cause, Li Chengfeng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said to Liang Daqiang beside him, "Brother Liang, can you find a few people to clear all the tree roots out of the coffin?" Liang Daqiang quickly shook his head, and none of the workers behind him were willing to go into the coffin to clear the tree roots. To them, going into the coffin to clear tree roots seemed very inauspicious. Many of them were unwilling to dig graves and move trees in the dead of night. And it was only when Yi Mingyao offered 2,000 yuan each that they agreed to come. They had only agreed to move the trees, not to clear the tree roots from the coffin, especially since there was a skeleton lying inside. This job was too frightening. Surely no one would be willing to do it. Seeing that no one was going down, Li Chengfeng continued, "Brothers, can you help me out?" "No way. If you want to go down, you go down yourself. We won't go. How about this? Whoever is willing to go down to clear the tree roots, I'll go talk to Miss Yi and ask her to give an additional 20,000 yuan to the person who clears the roots. As the saying goes, a generous reward will bring forth brave men." When these people heard about the 20,000 yuan, some fell silent. For them, 20,000 yuan was not a small amount. They worked hard for a year and only earned about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan to go into the coffin and pick up a tree root, which would only take about 10 minutes, and earn 20,000 yuan was equivalent to half a year's income. Many people were tempted. An older worker asked incredulously, "Young man, do you mean what you say? What if I go down and pick up the tree roots, but Miss Yi doesn't pay me?" "Don't worry, big brother. If Miss Yi doesn't pay you, I'll cover it." As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the older worker stopped talking and jumped directly into the coffin to start clearing the tree roots. Then another person jumped in to help clear the roots. Liang Daqiang also jumped in, and the three of them filled the coffin. It was too late for the other workers to go down. Many felt a bit regretful that they had missed out on the 20,000 yuan. The tree roots that were entangled with the skeleton were all pulled out. In just a few minutes, the tree roots in the coffin were cleared completely. The three of them immediately climbed back up, and Li Chengfeng said seriously, "You three brothers can rest assured. The money I promised you won't be a single cent less." "Okay, we believe you." After everything was done, the coffin was resealed, and the grave was restored to its original state. Li Chengfeng turned to look at the nearby hill, where the ghostly flames emitting a green light were still floating. Looking very eerie, he shouted at the ghostly flames on the hill, "Ancestors of the Yi family, we have finished our work. You can come back now." When the ghostly flames heard Li Chengfeng's voice, they quickly flew down from the hill and re-entered their graves. Liang Daqiang and the workers were stunned by this scene. This was truly extraordinary. When asked to leave, the ghostly flames left. When asked to return, they returned. After the ghostly flames of Yi Mingyao's great-grandfather flew back, they did not directly enter the grave, but stopped beside Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng looked at the ghostly flames so close to him, terrified and pale, unsure of what the ghostly flame wanted to do. Chapter 27. The trees moved, the illnesses were cured. Li Chengfeng quickly took 2 steps back, fearfully looking at the ghostly flames, and asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" Liang Daqiang and the workers beside him were so scared that their legs trembled, and some were so frightened that they urinated in their pants. Some wanted to run, but their legs wouldn't obey, so they had to close their eyes and dare not look. Just then, a kind yet hollow voice came from the ghostly flames. "Thank you, young master. Thank you for saving our Yi family. We will surely repay you." After saying this, the floating ghostly flames dove back into the grave and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the ghostly flames had no intention of harming him, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this old fellow almost scared him to death just to say thank you. One of the workers, gasping for breath, said, "That was too scary, really too scary. I will never take on such work again, no matter how much you offer." Some of the bolder people couldn't help but laugh. Li Chengfeng also smiled slightly. Before dawn, he chose a spot to replant the acacia tree. After everything was done, Li Chengfeng, along with Liang Daqiang and the workers, returned to the parking area with various tools. Yi Mingyao was anxiously waiting by the car, and when she saw Li Chengfeng walking over confidently, she quickly ran over and asked, "Mr. Li, has the tree been moved?" Li Chengfeng did not answer. Looking exhausted, he said, "Let these brothers tell you. I'm a bit tired and want to take a nap." After saying that, he opened the car door and suddenly thought of something, turning to Yi Mingyao and saying, "Those 3 brothers who went into the coffin to clear the tree roots, I promised them an extra 20,000 each, so please settle their wages." "Okay, I'll give it to them later." Li Qingfeng then climbed into the car and laid down in the back seat, sound asleep, no longer concerned about the outside matters. Liang Daqiang and the workers took turns recounting to Yi Mingyao what had just happened. Yi Mingyao listened, horrified. And when she heard about the ghostly flames emerging from the grave, she still couldn't believe it. Impossible, I don't believe it. How could ghostly flames emerge from a grave? Even if they could, those ghostly flames wouldn't listen to his commands. Miss Yi, we are telling the truth. There are so many of us, and we all saw it with our own eyes. We're just a bunch of rough men. If you ask us to make up a story, we wouldn't be able to. Mr. Li is really amazing. He tells those ghostly flames to go out, and they go out. He tells them to come back, and they come back. It's really incredible. I've lived most of my life and have never seen such a bizarre thing. In the end, Yi Mingyao chose to believe it. She really wanted to see with her own eyes how Li Qingfeng commanded those ghostly flames. Unfortunately, she was a woman and could never participate in such matters. If she did, it would surely bring great trouble. It must be said that Yi Mingyao was a very kind woman. After transferring 60,000 yuan to Liang Daqiang and the two workers, she also transferred an extra 10,000 yuan to these workers, asking them to find a place to have a good meal. Yi Mingyao still felt a bit troubled in her heart. Now that the locust tree on her great-grandfather's grave had been moved, she didn't know how her father and aunt were doing. She was very scared and very worried. She feared that even after the tree was removed, her father and aunt's conditions hadn't improved and that there would be no way to cure them. She got into the car, looking at Li Qingfeng who was sleeping in the back seat, and suddenly realized how handsome he looked while sleeping. She thought, if he really cured her father and aunt, how should she thank him? Would giving him 1 million yuan be too little? Should she offer herself to him? It seemed like that was the only way to repay his great kindness. Just as Yi Mingyao was lost in her thoughts, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Initially, she didn't want to answer it, as many unfamiliar numbers were just telemarketers. Just as she was about to hang up, she accidentally pressed the wrong button, and the call connected. She quickly raised her hand to hang up, but at that moment, a familiar voice came from the phone. Mingyao, where are you? Yi Mingyao didn't speak, and upon hearing that familiar voice, tears streamed down her face. She couldn't believe she was hearing that familiar voice again in this lifetime. The phone rang again, still that familiar voice. Mingyao, did you hear your father speaking? If you heard him, respond to him. Dad, I heard you. Yi Mingyao was extremely excited and asked with concern, Dad, are your eyes and body better? Better. I don't know what happened, but when I got up this morning, I suddenly realized I could see things and could speak. My legs and lungs are also better. It's really strange. Yi Guqing's health had fully recovered, and all his ailments were gone, which made him incredibly excited. Just as Yi Guqing was on the phone with Yi Mingyao, the door to the hospital room suddenly burst open, and Yi Wushuang, dressed in a hospital gown, ran in with a happy face. Brother, I can see now, and I can speak. I see. Yi Wushuang stood frozen in place, looking at Yi Guqing in shock. He had just spoken, his eyes could see, and his body had recovered. Yi Mingyao briefly described what had just happened over the phone. When Yi Guqing learned that the locust tree on the grave had been removed, he suddenly realized that his illness was indeed related to that tree. The moment the locust tree was removed, his body returned to normal. It was truly magical. This could not be explained by medicine or science. Chinese culture was indeed profound and extensive. He marveled secretly that this young Li Qingfeng really had some abilities. No, not just some abilities, but great ones. He was the benefactor of the Yi family. Without him, the Yi family's assets would have been taken over by those collateral descendants. Yi Guqing anxiously asked on the phone, Mingyao, where is Mr. Li now? I want to meet him. He is sleeping in my car. I'll bring him over right now. Good. Bring him over immediately. While Yi Guqing was waiting for Yi Mingyao and Li Qingfeng, a major event occurred in the Yi family in the capital. Yi Qingtian, the head of the Yi family and Yi Mingyao's grandfather, who had been ill for 2 years, suddenly woke up from a dream. He had just had a very strange dream in which he saw his deceased father. His father, with a serious expression, told him, Our Yi family can overcome this calamity thanks to Master Li. We, the descendants of the Yi family, must not forget to be grateful and must repay Master Li well. Yi Qingtian was filled with confusion and was about to ask who Master Li was when he woke up. How could his father send a dream and ask the Yi family's descendants to repay some Master Li? Who was this Master Li? He thought it was very strange to have such a dream. Was it a sign that his life was coming to an end? Just as he was filled with doubt, he blinked and looked out the window. When the bright morning sunlight shone into his eyes, he was immediately dumbfounded. My eyes, I can see. Yi Qingtian hurriedly got out of bed and discovered in amazement that all his ailments had vanished overnight. He couldn't believe it was true and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Looking again at the sun. Really, it's true, I can really see. He laughed out loud, thinking of the dream he just had, and was secretly amazed. What was going on? Who was the Master Li his father mentioned? Did the sudden disappearance of all his ailments have something to do with this Master Li? Countless doubts swirled in his mind. Meanwhile, the direct descendants of the Yi family, when they woke up in the morning, were astonished to find that all their ailments had disappeared. What had happened overnight? The Yi family had spent so much money and hired so many people, wasting so many resources, yet they couldn't heal a single descendant of the Yi family. Now, after just one night's sleep, All the direct descendants of the Yi family had regained their health. After their health was restored, they rushed to visit other sick family members, only to find that their bodies had also recovered. The Yi family in the capital was about to undergo a major change, and a struggle between the direct and collateral descendants was inevitable. Those collateral descendants of the Yi family, seeing that Yi Qingtian had regained his health and all the direct descendants were cured, were filled with resentment and anger. Just when the direct descendants of the Yi family were about to meet their downfall, it seemed everything had been undone. How could things turn out this way? Chapter 28. The unorthodox Feng Shui master. The collateral descendants of the Yi family were completely panicked. They had already tasted the sweetness of power and were unwilling to return the power they had grasped back to the direct descendants of the Yi family. Yi Beiquan, the third master of the Yi family, was lying in bed, sleeping soundly, with a beautiful woman beside him. At that moment, he was sleeping deeply when the door suddenly burst open, and Yi Wugong rushed into the room in a panic, saying anxiously, "Grandpa, it's bad." Yi Beiquan, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sudden noise and felt very displeased, glaring at Yi Wugong with disgust. "Who told you to rush in here? If there's something, wait until I wake up." Yi Wugong continued, "Grandpa, there's no time. I must tell you, that old man Yi Qingtian's eyes suddenly got better, and all those direct descendants of the Yi family have regained their health overnight." What? Yi Beiquan, who had just been angry, was now filled with shock, unable to believe it. That old man Yi Qingtian was about to kick the bucket, and those direct descendants of the Yi family were either blind or mute. How could they suddenly recover? He quickly sat up in bed, staring at Yi Wugong, unable to believe what he just heard. "What did you just say? Repeat it to me." Yi Wugong repeated what he had just said, and Yi Beiquan was incredibly shocked. How could their bodies suddenly recover in just one night? What is going on? Suddenly, he realized something. It must be that the ancestral grave of the Yi family has been disturbed. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Yi Wuming's number. Lying in a hospital bed, Yi Wuming saw his grandfather's call and hurriedly answered with a respectful tone, "Grandpa, what made you think of calling me? Waste. I ask you, has someone disturbed the Yi family's ancestral grave?" Hearing the angry voice of Yi Beiquan on the phone, Yi Wuming trembled in fear and quickly replied, "Grandpa, the Yi family's ancestral grave should not have been disturbed." "Should not? I don't want to hear the word should. Answer me, has anyone disturbed the Yi family's ancestral grave?" I don't know." Yi Wuming still didn't know what had happened, but listening to his grandfather's angry voice gave him an ominous feeling. For the past few days, Yi Wuming had been in the hospital for examinations and treatment, completely unaware that the tree on top of the grave had already been removed. Yi Beiquan, listening to Yi Wuming's hesitant voice on the phone, felt very angry and had already guessed that the Yi family's ancestral grave must have been disturbed. Initially, Yi Beiquan didn't want Yi Wuming to go to Qingzhou, preferring the more mature and steady Yi Wugong to go instead. Unexpectedly, Yi Wuming insisted on going, and Yi Beiquan agreed to his request. Before Yi Wuming left, Yi Beiquan repeatedly reminded him to keep an eye on the Yi family's ancestral grave and never let anyone disturb the tree on top of the grave. Now, his answer was that he didn't know. Yi Beiquan angrily shouted on the phone, "Waste. How could I let you go to Qingzhou?" Then he hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone, Yi Wuming was filled with confusion. What exactly happened? Why was his grandfather so angry? After hanging up, Yi Beiquan was wide awake and hurriedly put on his clothes, saying anxiously, "Wugong, hurry up and prepare the car. I need to see Master Sato." "Oh," Yi Wugong casually replied and went to the garage to drive. The Master Sato mentioned by Yi Beiquan was a Yinyang master from a small island named Sato Kenichi, one of the top 10 Yinyang masters in the small island's Joju system. The Joju system, also known as the Joju sect, is the largest esoteric sect in the small island country. The Joju sect is based on the esoteric practices of the Huaxia Taoist school and Buddhist secret sect, also known as the True Word sect and Eastern secret sect. They integrated Huaxia's Taoism, Feng Shui, and secret sect techniques, using chrysanthemums as their sect emblem, creating a cult-like sect. Yi Beiquan and Yi Wugong quickly arrived at Sato Kenichi's residence. Guided by a bodyguard, they walked into the villa. This villa was full of small island style, with the two large black doors intricately carved with chrysanthemums, and the emblem of chrysanthemums was seen everywhere in the villa, looking very strange. When Yi Beiquan entered the villa, he saw Sato Kenichi sitting cross-legged on the carpet, with a pool of bright red blood in front of him. "Master Sato, what happened to you?" Sato Kenichi did not answer but asked in a cold tone, 3 years ago, I set up the ghost acacia coffin penetration technique on your Yi family's ancestral grave. Has it been broken?" Last night, Sato Kenichi felt uneasy. This morning, he felt a faint pain in his chest and vomited blood several times. He didn't know what was wrong, as he had done too many bad deeds. When he saw Yi Beiquan and Yi Wugong rush in, he guessed that the ghost acacia coffin penetration technique he set up on the Yi family's ancestral grave had been broken. When the Feng Shui arrangement empowered by the Yinyang master's fate was broken, the Feng Shui master would suffer backlash, resulting in a loss of lifespan or even death. Yi Beiquan was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation and quickly praised, "Master Sato, you are truly remarkable. You even calculated that someone disturbed our Yi family's ancestral grave." "Shut up. Why didn't you find someone to guard that tree?" Now that the ghost acacia coffin penetration technique has been broken, I have also suffered backlash. You bastard, do you want to kill me? Sato Kenichi was furious because the breaking of the ghost acacia coffin penetration technique would cost him at least 10 years of life. Seeing Sato Kenichi angry, Yi Beiquan quickly explained, Master Sato, it was my negligence. I didn't know who moved the tree on top of the grave. Now Yi Qingtian and those direct descendants of the Yi family have all regained their health. All the power of the Yi family will definitely be taken back by them. What should we do now? Upon hearing this, Sato Kenichi lost interest in arguing with Yi Beiquan about the tree being moved. The most important thing now was to find a way to rectify the situation. Originally, he wanted to use Yi Beiquan to control the Yi family. And just as he was about to succeed in seizing power, Yi Qingtian and those direct descendants of the Yi family unexpectedly recovered overnight. Having laid the groundwork 3 years ago, only to see it all fall apart now was unacceptable to Sato Kenichi. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision, his face showing a murderous intent, saying, I need to personally go to Qingzhou. Sato Kenichi wanted to go to Qingzhou for 2 reasons. First, to find out who had moved the acacia tree, and second, to continue looking for ways to tamper with the Yi family's ancestral grave. Yi Beiquan also wanted to go to Qingzhou but had to state a deal with Yi Qingtian, so he suggested that Yi Wugong accompany Sato Kenichi to Qingzhou. Chapter 29. The ancestor is angry. When Yi Mengyao drove Li Chengfeng to the hospital, he was still lying in the back of the car, fast asleep. Yi Guqing saw that Li Chengfeng was sleeping soundly and didn't dare to wake him, instead waiting alongside Yi Wushuang and Yi Mengyao. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Mengyao repeated what she had heard from Liang Daqiang and the workers. Yi Guqing listened with shock. If it were in the past, he definitely wouldn't believe that Li Chengfeng, at such a young age, had such abilities. Now that his illness had miraculously healed overnight, he had to believe that it was all true. Perhaps due to her prejudice against Li Chengfeng, Yi Wushuang didn't believe at all. In her eyes, he was just a filthy beggar, a big liar. Yi Guqing looked at Li Chengfeng lying in the car and said to Yi Wushuang and Yi Mengyao beside him, he has given us a new lease on life. He is a great benefactor of our Yi family and will be our esteemed guest from now on. Although he is young, he is proficient in the art of Qimen Feng Shui. We must befriend him and not make an enemy of him. Did you hear that? Yi Mengyao nodded. Her attitude toward Li Chengfeng had changed significantly. She was no longer cold and indifferent. Especially after witnessing him use the folk forbidden technique to render Yi Wuming incapable of being a man, she had already regarded him as an idol in her heart. Yi Wushuang, however, had a look of disdain. A filthy liar, wanting to become our Yi family's esteemed guest? No way. She thought she must find an opportunity to expose his scam and let Yi Guqing and Yi Mengyao see his true colors. While the three were chatting outside the car door suddenly swung open, and Li Chengfeng crawled out, stretching. Yi Guqing smiled and hurried to greet him, saying gratefully, Mr. Li, thanks to you this time. Otherwise our Yi family would really be finished. I can't thank you enough. If you need anything, just say. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Li Chengfeng, who waved his hand. I'm just here to do a job for the money, so there's no need to thank me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Li Chengfeng did not want to have too much interaction with the Yi family. To him, it was merely a business transaction. Complete the job, get paid, and have no further entanglements. That would be the best outcome. Now that the locust tree on the grave had been removed, Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang had also regained their health, and this business was over. Yi Guqing looked somewhat awkward but was not angry. He only felt a bit regretful. He had initially wanted to befriend Li Chengfeng, but he did not expect him to be so indifferent. It seemed a bit difficult to become friends, and he sighed. Thinking back to his first visit to the Yi family, where he was humiliated by the younger sister and then kicked out, he must still be angry. Seeing Li Chengfeng about to leave, Yi Guqing hurriedly said, Mengyao, see Mr. Li back. Okay. Li Chengfeng did not decline. Just as he was about to get into the car, he turned back and said, Mr. Yi, there's something I want to remind you of. Oh, please go ahead. The reason your Yi family descendants have fallen ill is that someone tampered with your ancestral grave. The person who meddled with your ancestral grave is likely also a Feng Shui master. I believe he has already noticed that the locust tree has been removed. That Feng Shui master will definitely not let this go. This matter is not over yet, so be careful. Yi Guqing nodded and thanked him. Looking at the departing car with a furrowed brow, he firmly believed what Li Chengfeng had said. Beside him, Yi Wushuang looked at the car leaving and coldly snorted, sneering. Brother, he's just a scammer. All that talk about tampering with the ancestral grave is nonsense. It's not true at all. You mustn't be fooled by him. She didn't know what methods he had used. Mengyao, that little girl, had already been completely duped by him. Yi Guqing revealed an unhappy expression and said seriously, Little sister, I know you have prejudice against Mr. Li. I hope you can set aside that prejudice. If the Feng Shui master who tampered with our ancestral grave comes knocking, we will need Mr. Li to deal with him. Impossible. I just can't stand him. If that Feng Shui master dares to come, I'll go find the vice president of the Xian Technique Association, Master Hu Yensong. Yi Guqing shook his head helplessly. Thinking of Master Hu made him smirk, mocking himself for mistaking a scammer for a master and a master for a scammer. When Yi Wushuang mentioned Hu Yensong, her face was filled with admiration, and Yi Guqing had no way to deal with this younger sister. She just wouldn't give up until she hit a wall. Yi Mingyao sent Li Chengfeng back to the Sui Yuan Hall and then said gratefully, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, our Yi family." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chengfeng interrupted her. "No need to thank me. This is just a business transaction. Remember to transfer the remaining money to me. And remember, don't tell anyone that I was the one who moved the locust tree, especially not Yi Wuming." "Okay," Yi Mingyao softly replied, wanting to finish her previous sentence, but Li Chengfeng pushed open the car door and got out without looking back. Yi Mingyao gazed at Li Chengfeng walking into Sui Yuan Hall with a resentful look, pounded the steering wheel twice, and angrily said, "Bastard. Stupid straight man, totally clueless about romance. I'm such a beautiful woman wanting to talk about feelings with you, and you bring up money instead. It drives me crazy." Yi Mingyao took out her phone and transferred another 200,000 to Li Chengfeng, then pressed the accelerator and left Sui Yuan Hall. Li Chengfeng opened the door and walked into Sui Yuan Hall, just intending to offer some incense to the ancestral master when he was stunned to see the image of the ancestral master. The ancestral master in the picture had wide eyes, a twisted mouth, and a gloomy face, looking extremely angry. Shocked, he wondered what was wrong with the ancestral master and hurriedly took out 3 sticks of high-quality incense, lit them, and inserted them into the incense burner. Just after placing the 3 sticks in the burner, the once fragrant smoke suddenly extinguished. Li Chengfeng was startled. The ancestral master actually refused his incense offerings. This was no small matter. Li Chengfeng quickly knelt on the ground, looking up at the ancestral master in the picture, and cautiously asked, "Ancestral master, what's wrong? Did I upset you again? If I did, just tell me, and I'll definitely change." Li Chengfeng kept apologizing and bowing. And the expression of the ancestral master in the picture softened a lot. The 3 sticks of incense in the burner suddenly reignited. Seeing the fragrant smoke rising slowly from the burner, Li Chengfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to drink some water to calm his nerves, the ancestral master in the picture suddenly spoke. "Little fool, do you know why I'm angry?" Startled by the sudden voice, Li Chengfeng almost dropped his water cup and shook his head. The ancestral master continued, "Because you were scammed. The golden rice bowl you bought for me is all fake. Uft, how can our Qimen sect have someone like you? A fool who can't even recognize gold. It's really embarrassing." After a few more complaints, the ancestral master returned to his usual appearance. At that moment, Li Chengfeng finally understood why the ancestral master was angry. He hurried over to the altar to check the incense burner, candlesticks, and the golden fruit plate. On the surface, they indeed looked golden, but when he bit down, he found he couldn't bite through it all. Real gold is relatively soft. If bitten, it would leave teeth marks, but if it was fake gold, it would be impossible to bite through. Li Chengfeng thought something was wrong and quickly grabbed a kitchen knife, scraping the tip against the incense burner. In no time, a thin layer of gold plating was scraped off the burner, revealing yellow brass underneath, which resembled the color of gold. Li Chengfeng was furious, realizing he had spent over 800,000 on a pile of fakes. The incense burner, fruit plate, and candlestick were only coated with a thin layer of gold, while the inside was made of yellow brass worth only a few dozen dollars per pound. This matter could not just be left as is. Li Chengfeng found a plastic bag and packed all the items from the altar, the incense burner, fruit plate, and candlestick, into it. He had to go to the Shanghai Gold Store and demand an explanation from those swindlers. Chapter 30. Folk Forbidden Techniques, 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth. Part 1. Li Chengfeng stormed into Shanghai Gold Store, carrying the plastic bag, and found the salesperson who had first sold him the gold. He tossed the plastic bag directly onto the counter. "You swindlers. I spent over 800,000 in your store to buy this incense burner, candlestick, and fruit plate, and they're all fake. Refund me immediately." The salesperson was a woman, quite beautiful, in her 20s, wearing a red professional outfit on top and a red ultra-short skirt on the bottom. Facing the furious Li Chengfeng, the salesperson remained calm and responded seriously. "Sir, all the products sold in our store are genuine gold and silver, and there will absolutely be no fakes. Please do not slander us and affect our business. Do you still have any shame? I bought these items right from your store, and you still refuse to acknowledge it." Li Chengfeng pulled out the receipt and slammed it on the counter, demanding a refund, but the other party refused to process the return. The argument between the two attracted a lot of attention, with customers shopping in the store and the store manager, Han Lily, coming over. The customers all had cautious expressions. Buying gold was not a trivial matter, and if they ended up with fake gold, the losses would be significant. Seeing customers gathering around, Li Chengfeng picked up a gold incense burner and said seriously to the customers, "Everyone, this is the gold incense burner I bought from their store a couple of days ago. It only has a thin layer of gold plating on the outside. The inside is all brass. This is a black shop, and you must not buy anything from them." Several customers inspected the incense burner and the candlestick, confirmed they were counterfeit, and each of them became indignant, condemning the Shanghai Gold Store for selling fake goods. A few customers turned to leave. Store manager Han Lily looked at Li Chengfeng with a smile in her eyes, appearing very calm, as if she frequently dealt with such matters. "Sir, please do not tarnish our store's reputation. Shanghai Gold Store is a subsidiary of Shanghai Group and has always operated on the basis of integrity. We would never sell fake goods." Li Chengfeng was furious. These people were truly shameless. He pointed at the incense burner, candlestick, and fruit plate on the counter, yelling angrily. How can you still say you don't sell fake goods? If you don't sell fake goods, then what is the deal with this incense burner? A few nearby customers joined in, demanding an explanation from Han Lily. Seeing that the customers were supporting him, Li Chengfeng felt quite pleased. Han Lily smiled slightly and said proudly, "Dear customers, these items were indeed purchased by this gentleman 2 days ago, when we handed these items to him. He also checked them, and they were all 999 pure gold. Now, after more than 2 days, he brings them back claiming they are fake and demands a refund. This is simply unreasonable. I want to ask everyone present, if you encountered such a situation, would you refund him or not?" The surrounding customers fell silent. Returning gold products purchased 2 days ago for a refund clearly seemed like a scam. Li Chengfeng suddenly realized that even if he was right, it would be hard to explain. As soon as the gold left the store, it became very difficult to return it. So he hurriedly explained, "Everyone, I just found out today that the gold is fake. I had no idea 2 days ago." Han Lily said smugly, "Sir, you don't need to explain here. Everyone understands. You bought a set of genuine products from our store and then brought a set of fake products to extort us. Such an old trick only fools children." Under Han Lily's deliberate guidance, the onlookers had already started to see Li Chengfeng as a scammer, glaring at him with angry eyes and pointing fingers. Scammers these days are so shameless, hiding the genuine goods and trying to return fake ones for money. Call the police and have him arrested. We mustn't let him get away. Yes, call the police. The customers' attitudes changed very quickly. At first, they viewed the issue from a customer's perspective and chose to stand with Li Chengfeng. Now, they regarded Li Chengfeng as a scammer, and their perspective had shifted significantly, instantly starting to defend the gold store. Han Lily wore a proud smile, as she had dealt with similar situations many times and handled them with ease. Once a customer took the purchased gold out of the store, it was impossible to return it. Li Chengfeng was speechless. He knew very well that he had fallen into the other party's trap, and it was too late to say anything now. This tactic was really ruthless. After buying a bunch of fake gold, he wanted an explanation but ended up being seen as a scammer. It was truly a case of a mute eating bitter herbs. Unable to express his suffering, Han Lily took this opportunity to say with righteous indignation, "Dear customers, all the gold sold by Shanghai Gold Store is genuine and definitely not fake. You can buy with confidence. If you find fake goods in our Shanghai Gold Store, I promise to compensate you tenfold for any fakes." Many customers applauded, and many continued to suggest that Han Lily call the police to have Li Chengfeng arrested. However, Han Lily appeared magnanimous and said, "Forget it. He didn't succeed in scamming us, and we haven't suffered any losses. Let us not call the police. Consider it a chance for him from Shanghai Gold Store. Sir, I hope you can be a good person and not do such deceitful things again. Otherwise, you will eventually face legal consequences. Today, for the sake of the customers present, I will give you a chance. Now leave, and don't come back to Shanghai Gold Store." Many customers gave Han Lily a thumbs up, saying she was generous and a good person. Li Chengfeng was very angry and frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible to get a refund, and staying there would at the very least get him beaten by security, or worse, taken away as a scammer. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Since he couldn't get his money back, facing security and potentially being treated as a scammer would be a losing battle. With no choice, Li Chengfeng could only leave Shanghai Gold Store in defeat. He couldn't swallow this anger. Not only had he been cheated out of 800,000, but he was also seen as a scammer. He had to admire the clever tactics of Shanghai Gold Store, clearly a shady business. Yet they pretended to be righteous and deceived all the customers. Even if he went to the police, he had no evidence to prove that Shanghai Gold Store sold fake goods, as 2 days had already passed. If he reported it, he would only bring trouble to himself. If it were someone else, they would have to swallow their anger and let it go, as Shanghai Gold Store was backed by Shanghai Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in Qingzhou City. As a Feng Shui master, Li Chengfeng, however, did not think this way. He was determined to make Shanghai Gold Store pay. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Holding a plastic bag, he walked down the street with determination. As he passed a trash can, he inadvertently noticed a dead cat lying beside it. The cat was especially thin, just skin and bones. Clearly a stray cat that had died from illness. Looking at the dead cat, Li Chengfeng felt a pang of pity and muttered, "Poor little cat." He continued walking. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped, quickly turned around, and looked at the dead cat on the ground. An idea popped into his mind about a folk Feng Shui taboo: 3 corpses blocking wealth. The 3 corpses blocking wealth is a Feng Shui technique to obstruct wealth. And it is also a forbidden technique that has long been lost. To use the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique to impede someone's financial path is quite troublesome. First, you need the 3 corpses. Gathering the 3 corpses is not an easy task. The so-called 3 corpses here are: the first corpse is a sickly dead cat. The second corpse is a hairless dead crow, and the third corpse is a skinny dead bat. A sickly dead cat, a hairless dead crow, and a skinny dead bat all died very tragically. While they are not particularly ominous items, they are rare and represent significant misfortune. Li Chengfeng walked to the trash can and picked up the dead cat's body. "Humph, you are heartless, so don't blame me for being ungrateful. I want you to know how miserable the fate of deceiving me can be. As a Feng Shui master, He truly did not want to use Feng Shui techniques to harm others, but the other side had gone too far. One cannot show mercy in dealing with such shady businessmen. Even if it invites divine retribution, they must not be let off the hook. Li Chengfeng made a decision to use the folk Feng Shui taboo technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth to make Shanghai Gold Store pay the price it deserved. Chapter 31 Folk Taboo Technique 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth Part 2 Li Chengfeng found a plastic bag in a trash can, put the dead sick cat inside, and then took the bus back to Su Yuan Hall. He hid the dead cat's body in the green belt by the roadside, not daring to bring it into Su Yuan Hall, as a dead cat was a great misfortune. Even getting close to the door of Su Yuan Hall would bring bad luck for 3 years. Now that he had the dead cat's body, he needed to find a hairless dead crow and a starved bat next. It was very difficult to find a hairless dead crow and a starved bat, as live crows and bats were rarely seen. As the saying goes, things are determined by human effort, and many matters are predestined. Since he fortuitously came across the dead cat's body, everything must be fate. Finding a hairless dead crow and a starved bat shouldn't be too difficult. It was impossible to find crows in the city, most of them inhabited near graveyards or crematoriums. With not much business in the shop, Li Chengfeng decided to go out for a walk and look for the corpses of crows and bats. He remembered a good friend named Wang Bin, who lived in the rural outskirts of Qingzhou. He had been to Wang Bin's house before, where they would go into the mountains to collect bird nests, catch wild chickens, and trap wild rabbits. He should know where crows and bats could be found. Since graduating, they had both been busy looking for jobs and rarely contacted each other. It would be nice to catch up with this old classmate and ask him for a favor. Li Chengfeng first called Wang Bin to confirm he was home before deciding to visit. Wang Bin was very happy to hear that Li Chengfeng was coming. Li Chengfeng boarded a bus heading to the countryside and soon arrived at the suburban rural area, specifically at Xinjiang town, where Wang Bin lived. He bought some gifts in town and hired a tricycle. When he arrived at Xinyu village, where Wang Bin lived, as soon as Li Chengfeng got off the vehicle and was about to walk into the village, a rush of black energy hit him, and he suddenly felt that something was off. He quickly looked up towards the village and saw that the roads were shrouded in thick black energy, with the entire village covered in a dark aura. Confused, Li Chengfeng wondered what had happened to the village to become like this. Seeing this, he hesitated, thinking whether he should still go into the village. The village was enveloped in black energy, and entering might bring unnecessary trouble. Wang Bin, who had been waiting at the village entrance for Li Chengfeng, rushed over with a smile when he saw his old classmates standing at the entrance. Haha, just come. No need to buy anything. These things aren't for you. They're for uncle and aunt. As old classmates, they exchanged pleasantries first and then talked about job hunting, both sighing at the difficulty of finding a satisfactory job in this day and age. After graduating, Wang Bin had found a few jobs but was poorly paid and often bullied by older employees, which led him to return to his hometown in frustration. When Wang Bin learned that Li Chengfeng had opened Su Yuan Hall to help people with naming, fortune-telling, and feng shui, he smiled and said, "You're doing well. I heard this line of work makes good money. You must have earned quite a bit. I made a little money, but unfortunately, I was cheated." Li Chengfeng recounted the incident of buying fake gold, which made Wang Bin furious, cursing the unscrupulous merchants. As they chatted, they unknowingly walked into the village. As they entered, Li Chengfeng noticed the black energy in the village grew heavier, and he was startled, thinking he should not have come in, slightly frowning. During the day, the sounds of crowing chickens, barking dogs, and mooing cows were frequent. Li Chengfeng slowly stopped and said seriously, "Binzi, has something been happening in your village recently?" How do you know?" "As soon as I entered your village, I saw it was shrouded in black energy and heard the sounds of chickens and dogs, with the livestock unsettled. This is a typical sign of great misfortune. What exactly happened in your village?" Wang Bin was surprised. He had previously thought that Li Chengfeng's work in naming, fortune-telling, and feng shui was just a way to make a living. But now he felt his old classmate might have some real insight. He then recounted what had been happening in the village. It all started about half a month ago when the originally peaceful village began to experience mysterious deaths among its poultry and livestock, including chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. In just a few days, most of the village's livestock had died, leaving very few behind. After the livestock, people began to die as well, every day. Elderly individuals with poor health passed away, and many young people's health deteriorated. Wang Bin coughed while speaking, showing that his health was also affected, and he sighed. "Our village used to have good weather, thriving livestock, and no one was sick or poor. There were many wealthy and influential people. I don't know what happened, but in just half a month, some went bankrupt and others were arrested. The villagers' health has also been declining." Just as Wang Bin finished speaking, they heard crying in the distance, and a funeral procession approached. The two hurried to the side of the road to make way. Watching a group of people dressed in mourning clothes crying as they passed by, Wang Bin casually remarked, "This is already the 9th elder from our village to pass away." Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. With unsettled livestock, an uneasy home, financial loss, and frequent funerals, this was a sign of great misfortune. If the people in this village did not leave, they might all die. What on earth happened in this village? While he was pondering, Li Chengfeng suddenly heard the sounds of 2 cows, one old and one young, seemingly coming from the east side of the village. The cows' cries were filled with pain, as if they were struggling to survive. He asked in confusion, "Are you killing cows in your village?" That cow's cry is too eerie. What cow's cry? I didn't hear anything. Chapter 32. Supreme Feng Shui. Two cows calling for plowing. Li Chengfeng was puzzled. The cries of the two cows were so loud. How could he not hear them? He turned to look towards the east side of the village and said seriously, "The cries of the two cows are coming from that direction. You should listen carefully." Wang Bin also looked puzzled. Seeing Li Chengfeng's expression, he realized he wasn't joking and seriously listened. After a long time, all he heard were the sounds of chickens and dogs. There were no cow sounds. And he asked in confusion, "Chengfeng, are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? I only heard chickens and dogs. I can't be mistaken. There are indeed two cows crying." I can tell. The old cow's voice carries fear and dread. Li Chengfeng trusted his ears. He could not have been wrong. There were indeed two cows continuously bellowing in the east, and the sound was very piercing. He couldn't understand why Wang Bin couldn't hear them. Perhaps it was because he had opened his heavenly eye, allowing him to see things others couldn't and hear sounds others couldn't. Just then, a middle-aged woman passed by, and Wang Bin quickly approached her, looking serious as he asked, "Second aunt, did you hear the sound of a cow mooing?" "What cow mooing?" "I only hear the sounds of chickens and dogs," Wang Bin said with a smile, turning to look at Li Chengfeng and laughing. "Haha, you must have misheard. Forget about it. Come on, let's go to my house and have a drink." However, Li Chengfeng shook his head, realizing that the sound was something only he could hear. No one else could. He turned to face the east side of the village and said seriously, "Binzi, believe me. I really heard the sound of a cow mooing coming from the east side of the village. I want to go over there and take a look, okay?" Li Chengfeng was captivated by the sound of the two cows and wanted to find out what was going on. Seeing Li Chengfeng so determined, Wang Bin had no choice but to lead him toward the east side of the village. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the eastern entrance of the village, getting closer to the source of the mooing. The eastern entrance was a field with a very open view, and there were no cows in sight. Wang Bin chuckled, "See? There's no cow here. Our village's cows have all died long ago." Li Chengfeng looked puzzled as he couldn't see a single cow, yet the mooing continued. What was going on? He followed the sound of the mooing, and Wang Bin could only helplessly follow behind. Not long after, beside a sycamore tree, Li Chengfeng spotted an old cow and a young cow carved from blue stone. The mooing sound was emanating from these two stone carvings, and every time the stone cows mooed, they exuded a dark, sinister aura. Wang Bin saw the two stone cows and joked, "Chengfeng, you're not telling me that the mooing sound is coming from these stone cows, are you?" "You guessed it right. The mooing sound is indeed coming from these two stone cows." "You must be joking. How could a stone cow moo?" "I'm not joking. What I said is true." Li Chengfeng walked up to the two stone cows and gently touched them. The carvings were very detailed, looking almost lifelike. The two stone cows lifted their heads and opened their mouths facing the village, as if they were mooing, with a field behind them and a sycamore tree nearby. Li Chengfeng marveled internally, realizing that based on the positioning and actions of the stone cows, this was not an ordinary stone sculpture, but a Feng Shui arrangement. He casually remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, these two stone cows should represent a superior Feng Shui arrangement called double cows plowing. Moreover, it was a superior Feng Shui arrangement with spiritual energy. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to my house and drink. Otherwise, the food will get cold." Wang Bin didn't believe what Li Chengfeng was saying. They were just two stone carvings. How could they relate to Feng Shui? What was this superior double cows plowing Feng Shui arrangement? He truly could spin a tale. In Wang Bin's eyes, Feng Shui was just a legend. It couldn't really exist. And he certainly didn't believe that the stone cows in front of him could be part of any Feng Shui arrangement. Just as Li Chengfeng was speaking, an elderly man over 60, carrying farming tools, passed by on the road. Upon hearing the words double cows plowing, the old man suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with surprise as he curiously asked Li Chengfeng, "Young man, how do you know that these two stone cows represent the superior Feng Shui arrangement double cows plowing?" "Sir, I am a Feng Shui master, well versed in some unique Feng Shui practices, so I can naturally recognize the Feng Shui here." The old man was quite astonished, looking Li Chengfeng over again. At such a young age, he was already a Feng Shui master and could even recognize the Feng Shui arrangement here, which was somewhat unbelievable. "I've never met such a young Feng Shui master before." Wang Bin was also surprised. He initially thought Li Chengfeng was just talking nonsense. But it turned out that what he said was true. These two stone cows really were part of the double cows plowing Feng Shui arrangement. Most of the young people in the village were unaware of this Feng Shui arrangement, and even if they knew, they wouldn't believe it. Only the older folks knew that there was a Feng Shui arrangement called double cows plowing at the east end of the village, which had been protecting the village, ensuring good weather and a prosperous population. Wang Bin asked curiously, "Uncle Lu, are these two stone cows really a Feng Shui arrangement and called double cows plowing?" "That's right. These two stone cows have been here for over 200 years, having just finished working in the fields and feeling a bit tired." The old man sat under the sycamore tree and began to tell Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin about the double cows plowing Feng Shui arrangement. Chapter 33. The Three Origins and the 8 Patterns of Long Men. The old man pulled out a pipe and knocked it on the ground, took out a small cloth bag containing tobacco, pinched out a bit of tobacco, put it in the pipe, lit it, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of murky smoke as he began to speak with interest. "These stories were told to me by the previous generation. 200 years ago, our village was not called Stone Cow Village, it was called Lower River Village. At that time, our village was very poor, barely eating one meal after another. And everything we raised died. It was known as a poor village in the region. Girls from neighboring villages didn't even want to marry into our village. Later, we invited a Feng Shui master, who claimed to be a descendant of the 3 origins and the 8 patterns of long men. He said our village was built on a land of misfortune and advised us to relocate. When Li Chengfeng heard the name of the 3 origins and the 8 patterns of long men, he was secretly astonished. The 3 origins and the 8 patterns of long men first appeared during the Tang dynasty and are very famous in history, primarily serving the Tang royal family. The Longmen 8 patterns method of observing water is still passed down to this day. Longbin listened attentively as the old man took another puff of his pipe and continued. At first, the villagers were unwilling to move. No one wanted to leave the old place they had lived in for decades. The Feng Shui master calculated and warned that misfortune was approaching and that a calamity was imminent, advising us to leave within 3 days, or we would face great disaster. At that time, no one believed the Feng Shui master. The villagers didn't take this matter to heart. Who would have thought that after 3 consecutive days of heavy rain, a sudden flood came at night, washing away the entire Lower River village? Thankfully, the Feng Shui master did not leave, but came to Lower River village in the dead of night and woke all the villagers, leading them to higher ground, thus saving them from disaster. Later, Lower River village was rebuilt here, and the Feng Shui master had 2 stone cows carved and placed at the eastern side of the village. He also planted a sycamore tree nearby, saying it was to provide shade and shelter for the 2 stone cows. After arranging everything, the Feng Shui master left Lower River village, and before he left a saying that the 2 stone cows represented his superior Feng Shui arrangement double cows plowing. Now, when the time is right, it will ensure the villagers here live in peace and prosperity. The villagers didn't understand what the time is not right meant and didn't take it seriously, continuing to live their impoverished lives. Until 2 years later, during heavy snowfall and freezing temperatures, an old woman and a child froze to death beside the 2 stone cows. Since then, every morning, many villagers could hear the sounds of an old cow and a young cow mooing from the east side of the village. Villagers who heard the mooing thought someone's cows had escaped and went to look for them at the east end of the village. But after searching for a long time, they found no cows. Later, it was discovered that the sound of the cows was actually coming from 2 stone cows. The villagers were very surprised. How could stone cows make sounds? They thought they had encountered a monster. At that moment, someone recalled what the Feng Shui master had said about the superior Feng Shui of the twin cows calling for plowing, which was exactly this meaning, right? From then on, whenever the villagers heard the sound of cows, they would go to work in the fields, day after day, year after year, and the harvests became better and better. Since then, there had been significant changes in the village. In years of severe drought, when the land was parched and barren, the nearby villages experienced no rain. But Stone Cow Village enjoyed favorable weather, and the number of wealthy people in the village increased, with many becoming high officials. At this point, the villagers finally realized that the Feng Shui master was not an ordinary person. To commemorate the Feng Shui master, many villagers suggested changing the name of Down River Village to Stone Cow Village. After the old man finished speaking, he tapped his pipe, stood up with a smile, and prepared to go home for dinner. Wangbin still found it hard to believe and asked with a puzzled expression, "Uncle Lu, do these 2 stone cows really make sounds?" "Yes, I heard them when I was young. I don't know why I can't hear them now." The old man replied with some regret, then shouldered his farming tools and prepared to leave, kindly saying to Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, "You guys play here. I'm going home to eat." Wang Bin looked at Li Chengfeng with surprise, then at the departing old man, finding it hard to believe that stone cows could make sounds. Scientifically speaking, stone cows do not have vocal cords, so how could they produce the sound of a moo? This defied common scientific logic and overturned physics. Looking at the old man's back, he hurriedly asked, "Uncle Lu, did you really hear the sound of the stone cows when you were young?" "I heard it, more than once," the old man answered without turning his head. Wang Bin's next words made the old man stop in his tracks. "Uncle Lu, my brother just heard the sound of the stone cows too." The old man turned his head, looking at Li Chengfeng in disbelief, and asked in surprise, "Young man, can you still hear the sound of the stone cows?" "Yes." Li Chengfeng nodded, then looked at the 2 stone cows nearby, which were still mooing. He said seriously, "The sound of these 2 stone cows seems very painful. If I'm not mistaken, your village is currently in turmoil, and the home is not peaceful. It must be related to the Feng Shui situation of the twin cows calling for plowing. Someone must have tampered with the Feng Shui." The old man nodded excitedly. When things kept going wrong in the village, he suspected it was due to a problem with the Feng Shui situation and shared his doubts with the village chief. However, the village chief didn't believe in such things and accused him of spreading superstition. Now, hearing Li Chengfeng say this, the old man felt like he had found a savior and asked in disbelief, "You mean someone has tampered with the Feng Shui?" "That's right. Recently, has any stranger come to your village?" The old man thought for a moment and then shook his head. Usually, he only worked in the fields and went home to sleep, so he might not know if someone came to the village. Wang Bin said, "Half a month ago, 2 people from the island nation came to our village. They found our village chief and wanted to buy these 2 stone cows. Our village chief didn't sell them. Chapter 34. The Earthly Demon's Cow Resolution. Li Changfeng was puzzled. Why would two people from the island nation come to a small mountain village to buy these stone cows? Calculating the time, it seemed that the person who tampered with the feng shui of the twin cows calling for plowing must be those two islanders. Wang Bin was very angry and said unhappily, "Our village has no grievances with those two islanders. Why would they tamper with the stone cows and ruin our village's feng shui?" Li Changfeng recalled a rumor circulating among the people that a group of top-notch onmyoji from the island nation traveled across the land of China, specifically to disrupt various feng shui situations. They also set up some harmful feng shui situations to hinder the luck of China. There were also rumors that these top-notch onmyoji had been to Kunlun Mountain to try to break the main dragon vein of China and destroy the fortune of our country. After entering Kunlun Mountain, these onmyoji encountered the dragon guardians who resided there and protected the dragon vein of China. Those onmyoji who entered Kunlun all met a tragic end, and this mission ultimately failed. Since then, the onmyoji from the island nation no longer dared to easily step into Kunlun Mountain, unable to break China's main dragon vein. They turned their attention to some smaller dragon veins and the superior feng shui situations among the people. Over the years, countless superior feng shui setups have been ruined by these top-notch onmyoji. The old man was very angry and shouted, "For thousands of years, these islanders have never given up on their desire to harm our China. It's truly despicable." Wang Bin, however, was full of curiosity and asked, "Changfeng, what is the Dragon Guardian?" Li Changfeng answered very seriously, "I've heard my grandfather say that the Dragon Guardian is a mysterious organization created by the Chinese government and the San Yuan E-Sect's Longmen 8 Bureau. Members of the Dragon Guardian include those proficient in the 8 Bureau's feng shui, those skilled in Taoist techniques, and some martial arts experts. Their main task is to protect China's dragon veins from being harmed by thieves. Those who can join the Dragon Guardian are all very powerful experts. I remember my grandfather once said that a captain of the Dragon Guardian invited him to join, but he refused. My grandfather was used to living freely and didn't want to join such a disciplined official organization." Li Changfeng now understood that these island onmyoji wanted to buy these two stone cows to break the feng shui situation of twin cows calling for plowing. When they saw the village chief wouldn't sell, they resorted to underhanded methods to try to disrupt the feng shui. Li Changfeng's purpose in seeking Wang Bin was to ask for help finding a hairless crow and a starved bat. He never expected to encounter such a situation. Perhaps it was fate. As a feng shui master and a former classmate of Wang Bin, he could not stand by and watch such events unfold in the village where he lived. If they couldn't find the problem with the feng shui situation, the entire village might face total destruction, with only a few strong-willed individuals possibly surviving. As a Qimen feng shui master, he could not allow such a thing to happen. These two island onmyoji were truly ruthless, wanting to put all the villagers in peril. The old man was filled with anger, recalling how many livestock had died in the village and even several people had perished. All of this was caused by those two island onmyoji, and he angrily cursed while pounding the ground with his hoe. Those damned islanders will eventually face retribution and die a terrible death. After cursing for a while, the old man turned to Li Changfeng, his tone much gentler and somewhat anxious. "Young master, you are also a feng shui master. Can you tell where those island onmyoji tampered with the feng shui? Help our village resolve this disaster." "Don't worry, sir. I will do my best." Li Changfeng did not have absolute confidence in identifying the problem. The two stone bulls, manipulated by the two onmyoji from the island nations, were undoubtedly skillfully crafted. As Li Changfeng circled the two stone bulls, he was astonished to find tiny cracks appearing on their heads, bellies, and legs, from which fresh red blood seeped out. Wang Bin, who had been following Li Changfeng closely, and the old man beside him also witnessed this scene, feeling an overwhelming shock and fear. "How could the stone bulls bleed?" they asked in astonishment. "Changfeng, what is going on? How can these two stone bulls bleed?" At that moment, Li Changfeng did not know why the stone bulls were bleeding. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. He circled the stone bulls several times and counted that there were a total of 72 places where the stone bulls were bleeding, and the blood that dripped onto the ground disappeared without a trace. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "How ruthless. They actually used the Earth Fiend dissection technique." Wang Bin, looking curious, asked, "What is the Earth Fiend dissection technique?" Li Changfeng explained, "The Earth Fiend dissection technique draws on the Earth Fiend energy from 72 directions, using it to crash into the stone bulls, dismembering them to break the dual bull plowing feng shui arrangement. Now, more than 20 days have passed, and if we wait for 49 days, these two stone bulls will be torn into 72 pieces. By then, all living creatures in the village will die completely, including mice, ants, even earthworms and maggots in the toilet will not escape." While Li Changfeng was speaking, many villagers who had gone to work were preparing to go home for lunch. Seeing people gathered around the stone bulls, they curiously approached. The crowd of onlookers grew, and when they saw the bleeding stone bulls, they were filled with shock and fear. How could stone bulls bleed? This was simply unbelievable. When they heard Li Changfeng say that all living creatures in the village would die completely after 49 days, they all looked disbelieving. However, considering the recent events in the village, they had no choice but to believe it. Many people in the village believed in such matters. At that moment, the village chief, Wang Shilai, rushed over in a brand new Audi. Upon seeing the bleeding stone bowls, a look of terror appeared on his face. Blood on the stone bowls was too bizarre. Many villagers surrounded the village chief and relayed what Li Qingfeng had just said to him. After listening, Wang Xilai was furious. Putting on an official air, glaring at Li Qingfeng and angrily scolding. Who do you think you are, daring to spread rumors in our village and talk nonsense? Do you believe I will call the police and have you arrested? Li Qingfeng frowned slightly. This village chief had quite an imposing demeanor, as if he were some important figure. Just a village chief. Li Qingfeng truly did not regard him highly and disdainfully said, "Who I am is none of your business." Chapter 35. The crow cries morning. The mouse moves house regardless of the situation. He was still the village chief. Li Qingfeng could ignore him, but Wang Bin could not afford to offend him, as they needed to live in this village. Wang Bin hurriedly stepped forward to explain to the village chief, mentioning the bleeding stone bowls and the recent happenings in the village, which might be related to these two stone bowls. He emphasized, the reason our village's chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep are dying is likely due to those two islanders. They did something to these two stone bowls, causing unrest among our livestock and instability in our homes. My classmate is a Feng Shui master. He can help us solve these problems. Wang Xilai initially shot a glare at Li Qingfeng, and when he heard the mention of the two islanders, his face clearly showed some panic. He then said sternly, "There are no islanders. Don't speak recklessly." "I haven't seen any islanders." Wang Bin replied, "Chief, have you forgotten? Two islanders came to our village half a month ago, wanting to buy these two stone bowls. I even took them to your house." Wang Bin, looking puzzled, thought it strange that the village chief had forgotten about the two islanders in just over half a month. Surely his memory wasn't that bad. Seeing Wang Bin clarify what had happened that day, Wang Xilai glared at him. Realizing that he could no longer hide the truth about the islanders coming to the village, he could only adopt an official tone and say, "Indeed. Two islanders came to our village wanting to buy these two stone bowls, but I did not sell them. These two stone bowls are treasures of our village. No matter how much they offer, I will not sell them." The surrounding villagers nodded in agreement, saying that no amount of money was worth selling the two stone bowls. Li Qingfeng kept a close eye on Wang Xilai's changing expressions. His eyes kept blinking as he spoke, clearly lying. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he curiously asked, "Village chief, are you sure you didn't sell the stone bowls to those two islanders? Even if you didn't sell these two stone bowls, you probably reached some sort of agreement with them." "Nonsense." Wang Xilai glared at Li Qingfeng with a murderous look. His emotions clearly flustered, and said angrily, "This is our village's own business. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? You, as an outsider, best not meddle in our affairs. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will make sure you don't leave this village." Faced with Wang Xilai's threat, Li Qingfeng immediately felt intimidated. After all, he was on someone else's turf and could indeed get beaten up. However, Li Qingfeng's words had already made the onlooking villagers realize that Wang Xilai was lying. Although he hadn't sold the stone bowls, he must have reached some agreement with those two islanders. Even though they knew he was lying, no one dared to stand up and accuse him. At that moment, the old man stepped forward, his aged face showing a hint of sadness and anger, saying, "Wang Xilai, you need to tell the truth to everyone. Did you sell the stone bowls, or did you agree to any conditions with them? If you didn't agree, how could they dare to tamper with the stone bowls? This concerns the lives of over 2,000 people in our village. You better tell the truth." The surrounding villagers also looked at Wang Xilai, waiting for his answer. Seeing that the matter had reached this point, Wang Xilai no longer hid and arrogantly said, "So what if I sold the two stone bowls? Is that not allowed?" "It's not illegal. I sold these two worthless stones for over 1.5 million. Do you think that's not worth it? Isn't it better to use this money to build bridges and roads for our village?" Many villagers' eyes lit up at the mention of 1.5 million, thinking that Wang Xilai might have pocketed that money, and everyone was filled with anger. Over half a month ago, the two islanders approached Wang Xilai directly, stating their intention to buy the two stone bowls. They initially offered 20,000, but were refused. The two islanders, undeterred, continued to raise their offer until it reached 1.5 million. For anyone, 1.5 million for two stone bowls would be tempting. Wang Xilai also understood that these two stone bowls were the common property of all villagers. If the stone bowls were taken away, the villagers would surely object. So he voiced his concerns. Strangely, after those two islanders learned the reason, they discussed it briefly and made a decision. They would buy the stone cows, but would not take them away. They only wanted the ownership rights to the stone cows. Thus, Wang Xilai received 1.5 million and signed the contract. At first, he didn't want to tell anyone about this matter, wanting to keep all the money for himself. Unexpectedly, after selling the two stone cows, so many things happened in the village. The elder was very angry and gritted his teeth, saying, "Wang Xilai, you are confused. These two stone cows are the guardians of our village. How could you sell them?" Wang Xilai arrogantly replied, "I am the village chief. If I want to sell them, I can. Who can stop me?" Wang Xilai was extremely arrogant and didn't take the elder or the onlooking villagers seriously. The villagers around, though angry, dared not speak up, with only the elder angrily rebuking Wang Xilai. At that moment, a sudden cawing of crows came from the sky not far away. A group of crows, about 50 or 60, flew into the village and landed on a tree, cawing noisily. Many villagers curiously stared at the group of crows, and one villager exclaimed, You all look. So many rats. Following this, another group of rats scurried out of the village, with many large rats carrying small ones, running very fast, as if fleeing for their lives. Strangely, some rats collapsed on the ground as they ran, kicking their legs a few times before lying still, losing their life force. These rats quickly disappeared into the fields. Wang Bin and the villagers watching were all frightened by this scene. What is happening? Why are there so many rats? How could the crows fly into our village? Looking at the crows cawing on the branches and the rats running out of the village, Li Changfeng furrowed his brows. Crows crying and rats moving house, a dire omen, a dire omen. Crows are very strange birds. They never inhabit villages where people live, only resting in graveyards, crematoriums, and other places with heavy yin energy. If a flock of crows flies into a village where people live, it surely means something bad will happen. In Feng Shui studies, this is also called crows crying. Everyone hates rats, but they are animals full of spirit, capable of sensing danger and natural disasters in advance. When rats sense danger, they will flee their burrows, moving their nests, which is referred to as rats moving house in Feng Shui. If a group of rats frantically escapes from a village, it surely indicates that the village is facing a big problem. Now, with the village experiencing both crows crying and rats moving house, it is evident that something significant is about to happen. If the Feng Shui issues are not resolved, the entire village will be doomed. The villagers watching were all very scared upon hearing this, but Wang Shalai was extremely angry, raising his hand to threaten Li Changfeng, saying, If you continue to spread your nonsense and confuse the public, I will call the police and have you arrested. I am not spreading nonsense. I am stating facts. Chapter 36. Mr. Li from Suiyuan Hall. At this moment, Wang Bin and the elder also stepped out, standing beside Li Changfeng and addressing the onlooking villagers. Dear uncles, aunts, and elders, this is my classmate, also a Feng Shui master. He has a Suiyuan Hall in Qingzhou City, specializing in dream interpretation, divination, and Feng Shui. He truly possesses real skills. Recently, many things have happened in our village, and people have been dying every day, definitely related to these 2 stone cows. My classmate just said he could hear the 2 stone cows calling, and their cries were very mournful. I believe what he says. I also believe he can help our village resolve this disaster. Hearing Wang Bin's words, Li Changfeng felt very touched. The feeling of being trusted was truly delightful. While Wang Bin was still speaking, a middle-aged woman stepped forward, her surprised gaze scanning Li Changfeng up and down. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. And soon she recognized him. With a face full of excitement, she exclaimed, You are Mr. Li from Suiyuan Hall. Li Changfeng nodded and glanced at the middle-aged woman, confirming that he did not know her. However, the middle-aged woman was very excited, putting down the farming tools in her hands, walking to Li Changfeng, grabbing his hand, and saying excitedly, Mr. Li, I know you. A few days ago, my sister's child drowned while bathing in the reservoir, and the body could not be found. It was you who used a gourd to find the body. I followed you that day. I clearly saw you using the gourd to find the child. It was truly amazing. Upon hearing this, the villagers watching turned their astonished gazes to Li Changfeng. He was the master who found the child's body with a gourd. How could this be? He was so young. The news about the gourd finding the body had been very popular online a few days ago, and many people had seen it on their phones, but few believed such mysterious things. The middle-aged woman witnessed Li Changfeng finding the body with the gourd, and when she returned, she told the villagers, who were skeptical and just considered it a topic of conversation over tea. Now, the Mr. Li who found the body with a gourd was standing right in front of them, and the onlooking villagers suddenly recalled that news and the words of the middle-aged woman, finding it hard to believe that the video circulating online was indeed real. The middle-aged woman appeared very excited, holding Li Changfeng's hand with tears in her eyes, saying, Mr. Li, many strange things have happened in our village these days. Many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep have died. The grandparents of my child's father also passed away one after another a few days ago, and the child's father is getting worse and worse. You must save our village. I am willing to pay no matter how much it costs. If they won't give you money, I will. The middle-aged woman's words were very sincere, and upon realizing that Li Changfeng was indeed Mr. Li from Suiyuan Hall, she held him in immense trust and respect. The villagers watching began to waver. Although they didn't want to believe it, the strange occurrences in the village compelled them to accept the reality. People were dying every day in the village, casting a shadow over the entire community, and no one knew who would die next, causing everyone to be on edge. Now, with blood flowing from the stone cows, a flock of crows flying into the village cawing, and the rats fleeing for their lives, these were all ominous signs, and the villagers were about to face great calamity. Seeing that the villagers chose to believe Li Changfeng, Wang Shalai was very angry, shouting furiously, Fellow villagers, what era is this? We must believe in science and not superstitions. I hope you can be more clear-headed and not believe the words of con artists. If you get deceived by a con artist, don't blame me for not reminding you. Wang Bin, with a serious expression, pointed at the stone cow that was still oozing blood, angrily questioning, Village Chief Wang, weren't you going to talk to me about science? Can you explain scientifically why this stone cow is bleeding? This, Wang Shilai stammered, not knowing how to explain. The strange occurrence of blood flowing from the stone cows was something even experts and professors would struggle to explain, at most. They would use scientific knowledge as a guise to fool the common people. However, Wang Xilai stubbornly insisted, these 2 stone cows have already been sold to the islanders. No one can touch them. If anyone does, let's see how I deal with them. I'm the village chief, and everything in this village is decided by me. Anyone who dares to disobey me can forget about having a good life in this village. Wang Xilai's words completely enraged the villagers who were watching. An elderly man stepped forward and angrily said, Wang Xilai, who do you think you are to say such things? Without the support of the old and young in our village, you're nothing here. The villagers around him echoed his sentiment and began to confront Wang Xilai angrily. Wang Xilai, we elected you as village chief because we trusted you, yet you've done such a thing. You secretly sold 2 stone cows to people from the island nation without the village's permission. How shameless can you be to do anything for money? We can elect you as village chief, and we can also elect someone else. Just wait to be removed. Wang Xilai had drawn the ire of the crowd, and sensing the situation was turning against him, he walked to his Audi, opened the door, and shouted loudly at the villagers, listen up. Next time we vote for village chief, anyone who doesn't vote for me will find it hard to live in this village. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers became even angrier. Several villagers rushed towards him with farming tools, and one shouted, damn it, I'll make it so you can't live here right now. Scared, Wang Xilai hurriedly got into his car, slammed the door, and stepped on the gas to escape quickly. Those villagers were just trying to scare Wang Xilai. They wouldn't really hurt him. After all, hitting someone is against the law. Li Chengfeng, Wang Bin, and the onlooking villagers couldn't help but laugh. Wang Xilai was just a coward who bullied the weak and feared the strong. After driving Wang Xilai away, many villagers gathered around, staring eagerly at Li Chengfeng. A middle-aged woman anxiously asked, Mr. Li, you must save our village. Don't worry, big sister, since I've encountered this matter. I want to just stand by and do nothing, Li Chengfeng replied. He understood very well that every day of delay meant another person would die, and as time went on, the number of deaths would only increase. He had to quickly solve the problem with the earth evil dispelling cow technique. Li Chengfeng looked at the sky. The sun had not yet set. He calculated the time with his fingers. Although it was a bit late, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Hearing the painful cries of the stone cows, he didn't want to delay any longer. He instructed the villagers to dig a dozen deep pits near the stone cows to allow the earth evil energy to flow into the pits, reducing the impact of the evil energy on the stone cows. Once the deep pits were dug, Li Chengfeng walked around the stone cows and then squatted down, watching the blood from the stone cows fall to the ground while calculating the positions of the 72 earth evil points. Without a sauna compass, he could only use his fingers to calculate the positions. Based on where the blood fell, he calculated the 72 earth evil points, marking each one he found. In less than half an hour, he located all 72 points, all surrounding the 2 stone cows. Li Chengfeng instructed the villagers to continue digging at the marked spots. The villagers were very earnest, rolling up their sleeves to start working. While digging, they found the soil was very loose, suggesting it had been dug before. After a short while, one villager screamed in fright, sitting down on the ground and tossing his farming tool aside. Oh my God, I'm scared to death. There is something down there. Chapter 37. Breaking the earth evil dispelling cow technique. Many villagers rushed over upon hearing the scream, stretching their heads to look into the pit. They saw a furry object and what seemed to be a knife handle. Due to the dirt covering it, they couldn't see what it was at first, leaving them to guess curiously about what could be buried inside. What could be buried here? Let us dig it out and see. Li Chengfeng instructed 2 brave villagers to continue digging. Soon, they unearthed the object. When they saw what had been dug up, everyone's face turned pale with fear, and they couldn't help but step back a few paces to examine the hard-earned find. A cow's head was staring with bulging eyes, mouth open, its tongue hanging out, and a slaughter knife was stuck in the middle of the cow's eye. The expression on the cow's head was grim, indicating it had suffered greatly before death. When Li Chengfeng saw the cow's head, he felt a surge of heartache. These 2 top-notch yin-yang masters from the island nation were truly cruel. This cow had been tortured to death just to increase its resentment. He instructed the villagers to continue digging in the marked areas. Before long, they excavated many more items: cow liver, lungs, legs, hooves, stomach, tail, etc. The entire cow had been cut into pieces, and each piece had a knife stuck in it. Altogether, there were exactly 72 pieces, precisely buried at the 72 earth evil points. Each organ and limb of the cow corresponded to the stone cows, thus allowing the 72 earth evil energies to collide with the corresponding parts of the stone cows, breaking the Feng Shui arrangement of the dual cows calling for plowing. Next to the small stone cow, they also dug out a set of small cow bones, using the same method, which was extremely cruel. Once all the cow remains were excavated, the villagers were amazed, their faces showing respect and admiration. Several villagers gathered together, openly discussing, Mr. Li is really impressive. He was able to accurately guess where the cow bodies were buried. Mr. Li definitely didn't guess. He must have calculated it. Hearing the villagers praise him from behind, Li Chengfeng felt a bit shy and pretended not to hear, but he was secretly pleased. In fact, There are many ways to break the feng shui of the dual cows calling for plowing, but the method used by these two top-notch yin-yang masters was the most vicious, breaking the feng shui while also ensuring that those protected by it would be left without descendants. This shows how malicious they truly were. Looking at the knives inserted into each piece of cow body, Wang Bin was puzzled and casually asked, "Why are there knives stuck in them?" Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and said in a sympathetic tone, "These knives were inserted while the cows were still alive, meant to make their deaths more painful and increase their resentment before dying. The greater the cow's resentment, the stronger the evil energy will be, allowing for a quicker gathering of earth evil energy to collide with the feng shui of the dual cows calling for plowing, thus breaking it." The surrounding villagers, including Wang Bin, gritted their teeth in anger, saying, "These two islanders are truly worse than beasts. Their methods are too cruel. If I ever encounter them, I'll make them regret it." Li Chengfeng only briefly described the earth evil dispelling cow technique. He didn't want to elaborate because the methods of the top-notch yin-yang masters in killing cows were even more brutal than one could imagine. All the cow bodies were tainted with earth evil energy, so Li Chengfeng ordered that the cow remains be burned. As they burned in the fierce flames, plumes of black smoke rose from the remains, flying towards the direction of Qingzhou City. Li Chengfeng watched the escaping black energy and counted. There were exactly 72 streams of black energy. Knowing that the earth evil dispelling cow technique had been broken, he understood that the yin-yang masters who set up the arrangement would certainly face backlash, but whether it would result in blindness, lameness, or deafness, he could not predict. After the cow's body was burned, the crows that had been cawing on the branches suddenly flew away as if startled. The earth sha cow dispersal technique was successfully broken, and the two top-tier onmyoji, Sato Kenji and Takahashi Masaneo, immediately sensed something was wrong because the onmyoji who set up the formation, Sato Kenji, was suffering a backlash. While having a meal, Sato Kenji did not notice the 72 streams of black gas entering his body. He only felt a sudden chill, then spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling on the ground in agony and howling in pain. Takahashi Masaneo, who was dining with him, was left in shock. "Kenji, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Cow, stone, break." Sato Kenji, racked with unbearable pain, managed to utter a few words in a trembling voice. At the same time, numerous unexplained wounds appeared on his body, as if they had been stabbed by knives, and blood instantly soaked his white kimono. The room echoed with heart-wrenching screams, and it was clear from the sound that he was in excruciating pain. The last wound appeared between Sato Kenji's eyes, and a knife wound gradually revealed itself, blood gushing out as he let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. His legs kicked a few times on the ground before going still, and he stopped breathing. Takahashi Masaneo's face turned pale with fear. Everything happened too suddenly, and he shouted in terror, "Kenji, what's wrong? Speak to me. You can't die. I'll take you to the hospital right now." Chapter 38. Backlash and Death. Watching Sato Kenji struggle in pain on the ground, Takahashi Masaneo was extremely anxious but powerless, only able to watch him roll on the floor. Everything Sato Kenji had done to the cow was now backfiring on him. Takahashi Masaneo had already guessed that the earth sha cow dispersal technique had been broken. He was very puzzled about who had broken the earth sha cow dispersal technique. After all, even a master of feng shui would find it difficult to locate the 72 earth sha positions. Sato Kenji was a top-tier onmyoji, the youngest and most outstanding feng shui master. He had spent 5 full days to find all 72 earth sha positions for the setup. It was clear how difficult it was to find these positions. To break the earth sha cow dispersal technique, one had to accurately locate the 72 positions in order. Any slight error would lead to failure, and the person breaking the formation would face the backlash of the earth sha energy. If Takahashi Masaneo had known that Li Chengfeng had found the 72 earth sha positions in less than half an hour, following the order without a compass and relying solely on his fingers, he might have flown back to the island nation, afraid to step into Huaxia and confront Li Chengfeng again. Takahashi Masaneo wanted to take Sato Kenji to the hospital but realized it was too late. He had already lost all signs of life. He knelt on the ground, crying loudly as he looked at Sato Kenji's lifeless body. "Kenji, your brother will come to Qingzhou in a couple of days. You can't die? If you die, how will I explain this to your brother?" Takahashi Masaneo cried heartbrokenly, unable to accept the tragic death of Sato Kenji. They had broken many superior feng shui formations in Huaxia without any accidents, but this time they faced backlash that cost Kenji his life. The terrifying part was that he died so horrifically, with 72 strange knife wounds appearing on his body, each releasing a puff of black sha energy that vanished into the air. Takahashi Masaneo, frightened, sat down on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. He silently vowed to avenge Sato Kenji. At that moment, Li Chengfeng was circling the 2 stone cows a few more times. The stone cows had stopped bleeding, but there were still some small cracks. If nothing unexpected happened, over time, the 2 stone cows would absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, quickly repairing the cracks on their bodies. The previously mournful mooing of the cows had also ceased, leaving a quiet ambience. After finishing everything, the sun had set, and Li Chengfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some villagers were still a bit uneasy and worriedly asked, "Mr. Li, is this enough?" Will there be more deaths in our village? There shouldn't be, Li Chengfeng replied casually, suddenly remembering something and adding, in the next few days, you'd better find someone to guard the 2 stone cows. Those 2 islanders will definitely come back. Li Chengfeng was unaware that the Onmyoji who had set up the formation had already suffered a backlash and died tragically. The villagers nodded in agreement, discussing arrangements to guard the 2 stone cows day and night, ensuring nothing would go wrong again. Li Chengfeng had solved a major problem for the village, saving the villagers of Xinyu village, who all looked at him with gratitude. A group of villagers surrounded him, expressing their thanks and inviting him to their homes for a meal, especially a middle-aged woman who tugged at his arm to take him home. Li Chengfeng felt helpless. This was how it was in the Feng Shui profession, respected wherever he went, and after helping the distressed, he was always met with warm hospitality. Fortunately, Wang Bin came out at this moment to help him out, saying to the middle-aged woman, Auntie, this is my classmate. Even if we're having a meal, we should go to my house first. How can we go to your house? Let go of my hand. The middle-aged woman, looking helpless, smiled sincerely and had no choice but to release Li Chengfeng. Under the respectful gazes of the villagers, Li Chengfeng followed Wang Bin into the village. The village, which had once been bustling with roosters crowing and dogs barking, was now very quiet. The 2 walked side by side, chatting, and soon arrived at Wang Bin's home. Upon entering, they exchanged pleasantries with Wang Bin's parents and placed the supplements he had bought on the table. Wang Bin's parents were very down-to-earth, smiling and saying, This child, why bring things when you come? Uncle and aunt, it's been a long time since I visited. It's only right to bring some supplements for you. Wang Bin's mother cooked a full table of dishes but didn't let Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin drink alcohol, saying in adult terms that children shouldn't drink. The meal was warm and cozy, making Li Chengfeng feel the warmth of home, and he also thought of his grandfather, realizing he hadn't visited him since reopening the Xiyuantang. He promised himself that after finishing his work in a few days, he would definitely go back to see his grandfather. After the meal, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin went to his bedroom, and Wang Bin, grinning, asked, So, what brings you to find me? What kind of talk is that? Can't I come to play if I have nothing to do? Cut it out. If you had nothing to do, you definitely wouldn't come to find me. Li Chengfeng smiled, and then told Wang Bin the purpose of his visit. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng was looking for hairless crows and emaciated bats, Wang Bin's face was full of confusion. What do you want these things for? To harm people. Wang Bin listened, bewildered, and couldn't understand how hairless crows and emaciated bats, which were just ordinary animal corpses, could be used to harm others. It was his first time hearing this in his life. He wondered if Li Chengfeng was going to research some virus. Such things were illegal. He couldn't let him do it, and he hurriedly persuaded Li Chengfeng to give up this idea. Li Chengfeng explained his plan to use the folk taboo technique of 3 corpses to block wealth and teach a lesson to the Shanghai gold store. Chapter 39. The superior Feng Shui configuration of the boy lying on gold. Wang Bin became instantly interested when he heard about the folk taboo technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth. Having studied for over a decade and learned a lot of cultural knowledge, he had always believed that things like Feng Shui and mysterious techniques simply did not exist. However, witnessing the bleeding stone cow today completely shattered his original worldview, giving him a new understanding of this mysterious realm. He stared at Li Chengfeng and curiously asked, Chengfeng, I still don't understand. How can a hairless crow and a skinny dead bat be used to harm people? Isn't that too absurd? Li Chengfeng smiled at Wang Bin, knowing that an ordinary person would definitely not understand how the corpses of dead animals could still be used to harm others. It sounded too sensational, almost like a fairy tale. To ordinary people, a sick cat, a hairless dead crow, and a skinny bat were merely animal corpses. But to a Qimen Feng Shui master, they represented great misfortune. With a slight utilization, they could bring bad luck and misfortune to a person. Li Chengfeng continued, Binzi, if you don't believe me, once we find a hairless crow and a skinny dead bat, you can come back to Qingzhou with me. I'll let you witness the power of the folk taboo technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth firsthand. Wang Bin nodded and asked many questions about Feng Shui. Li Chengfeng patiently explained everything to him, and the 2 chatted until midnight. The next morning, the 2 still lost in sleep were woken up by Wang Bin's mother. Xiaofeng, Binzi, hurry up and get up for breakfast. Although breakfast was not lavish, it was incredibly warm, consisting of freshly ground soy milk, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu rolls. After they had eaten their fill, Wang Bin took Li Chengfeng to the mountains and forests behind the village. When they were in school, Li Chengfeng had accompanied Wang Bin to this mountain range before. The peaks here were magnificent, with dozens of mountains stretching continuously, covered in lush trees and vegetation, making it a famous scenic spot, the Tianmu Mountain Nature Reserve. The 2 chatted and laughed all the way, quickly entering the forest. In the forest, the sounds of insects and birds filled the air, and the atmosphere became fresh and invigorating. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, forming beams of light in the woods, looking incredibly beautiful, like a fairyland. Although they had been here before, seeing such beauty again made them close their eyes slightly, open their arms to embrace nature. And they couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful the scenery was and how fresh the air felt. In the city, one could never breathe such fresh air. Of course, if Tianmu Mountain scenery weren't beautiful and the air weren't good, it wouldn't have been designated as a nature reserve. In this forest, there were many isolated, overgrown graves, and the cawing of crows could often be heard overhead. The two navigated through the forest, occasionally looking up at the trees to find many nests built on branches, as well as wasp nests hanging from the branches. Li Chengfeng did not know which nests belonged to crows, but Wang Bin, who grew up at the foot of the mountain, had a keen understanding of nests and could guess what kind of bird's nest it was with just one glance. They had been wandering in the mountains since morning, and whenever they encountered a crow's nest, Wang Bin would climb the tree to check. They found several crow corpses, but did not find any hairless crows. Exhausted from climbing up and down the trees, Wang Bin, panting heavily, asked in confusion, "Where are the hairless crows? How could a crow possibly be hairless?" Seeing Wang Bin panting from exhaustion, Li Chengfeng felt a bit guilty. Taking advantage of the break, he told him some stories about crows. "Have you heard the story of the lamb kneeling to drink milk and the crow feeding its parents?" "Yes. The lamb kneeling to drink milk means the little lamb kneels to suckle. And the crow feeding its parents means that when the young crow's mother finds food for it, when the mother crow gets old and can't fly anymore, the young crow will find food for the old crow." Li Chengfeng nodded and continued, "Do you know why old crows can't fly? Isn't it because they are old?" Li Chengfeng shook his head, explaining that crows can't fly not only because they are old, but also because they molt as they age and grow new feathers. During the molting period, they cannot fly, and young crows must find food for the older crows to help them get through the molting period. Which is why there is the story of crows feeding their parents. If an old crow does not have a young crow to find food for it during the molting period, it will eat its own feathers, leaving it completely featherless, leading to its death in the nest, which is what a hairless crow is. In the eyes of Feng Shui masters, such a featherless old crow represents great misfortune. Hearing so much from Li Chengfeng, Wang Bin instantly became interested. He wanted to confirm whether what Li Chengfeng said was true or not, and he kept moving around the forest, climbing up and down trees. Li Chengfeng stood at the base of the tree, watching Wang Bin climb the tall tree. Feeling quite worried, Wang Bin, panting heavily, climbed another tree, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at a crow's nest before him. Inside, a hairless crow had already turned into a dry corpse, quietly lying in the nest. Secretly amazed, Wang Bin called down to Li Chengfeng, "Chengfeng, we found a hairless crow." "Yes, be careful." Wang Bin threw the crow's corpse down, and Li Chengfeng caught it and placed it into a plastic bag. Next, they needed to find a skinny dead bat. Bats like to roost in dark, dry places, such as tree holes and caves, so it was common to see bats around. Wang Bin climbed down from the tree, and the two continued wandering in the mountains, searching for skinny dead bats. They walked for a long time, both panting heavily, and they hadn't seen a single shadow of a bat. When they reached the top of a mountain and leaned down to look, although the view was beautiful, they were too tired to appreciate it. Li Chengfeng sat down on the ground, feeling a bit regretful and contemplating whether to give up, thinking that finding the corpses of 3 kinds of animals was really too troublesome. But remembering the actions of the Shanghai gold shop, he felt a surge of anger inside him. He couldn't swallow this grievance. The money they had been cheated out of was no small amount, but over 800,000. With 800,000, one could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Qingzhou City. Wang Bin also sat down beside him, jokingly saying, "I'm exhausted. This is all your fault. Lying in bed and scrolling through my phone is so much nicer. Now I'm running around in this desolate mountain looking for hairless crows and skinny dead bats. Am I out of my mind? Huh? Who told us to be good brothers? With a brother like you, I'm really unlucky." The two rested at the top of the mountain for a while. Li Chengfeng took a few sips of water and then looked around, admiring the beautiful scenery before them. The mountains were beautiful, and the scenery was pleasant. Both Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were entranced, immersed in the beauty of nature. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng furrowed his brows slightly, stood up quickly, and looked in astonishment at 3 peaks not far away. The 3 peaks were connected at their base, with the peaks on either side being relatively high, while the middle peak was much shorter but rectangular in shape. Under the sunlight, beams of light illuminated the peaks, making them seem to sparkle. From a distance, the 3 connected peaks looked like a golden ingot. Surprised and incredulous, Li Chengfeng couldn't believe that there was an excellent Feng Shui site hidden in Tianshan Mountain. If he hadn't been resting here, with the sunlight perfectly falling behind the mountain to create a contrast, he would never have discovered this Feng Shui site. After the shock, a smile appeared on Li Chengfeng's face. He was incredibly certain that this was indeed an excellent Feng Shui site, and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the Tongzi Wujin, child lying on gold." Tongzi Wujin is an extremely rare superior Feng Shui site that signifies wealth and prosperity for descendants. If ancestors were buried here, it would be hard not to become rich. Chapter 40. The Wealth-Bringing Beast. The treasure mouse. Wang Bin saw Li Chengfeng suddenly stand up, gazing blankly at a mountain peak not far away, and asked in confusion, "Chengfeng, what's wrong?" "Nothing much. The scenery here is really nice," Li Chengfeng casually replied, not mentioning the discovery of the superior Feng Shui site Tongzi Wujin to Wang Bin. Feng Shui treasures are hard to come by. If Wang Bin knew about this Feng Shui site, it could bring unnecessary trouble. After resting for a while, the two continued searching for the emaciated bats in the forest. They checked several tree holes, but found no bats. Wang Bin, who had grown up in Tianshan Mountain and was quite familiar with the terrain, led Li Chengfeng to a cave. The entrance was overgrown with vegetation and a few pine trees, making it hard to notice the cave without careful observation. After clearing the vegetation blocking the entrance, they discovered a stone tablet on the right side of the cave entrance, inscribed with the 3 large characters Tu Bao Dong, Treasure Cave. Judging by the weathering of the stone tablet and the inscription, it was at least over 1,000 years old, leaving them puzzled. Wang Bin curiously asked, Binzi, why is this cave called Treasure Cave? Because this cave is where the treasure mouse cultivates. I heard my grandpa say this when I was a child. There is a treasure mouse in this cave. Hearing the name treasure mouse, Li Chengfeng was greatly shocked. Are you talking about the wealth-bringing beast, the treasure mouse? Yes. How do you know that the treasure mouse is a wealth-bringing beast? Wang Bin was somewhat surprised that Li Chengfeng knew about the treasure mouse. Most people only know about the Pishio as a wealth-bringing creature, but few are aware of the treasure mouse. The treasure mouse, also known as the mongoose mouse, is one of the ancient divine beasts and is the vow beast of the yellow wealth god in Tibetan Buddhism, holding a very high status. Li Chengfeng knew about the treasure mouse from an ancient book. Wang Bin's knowledge of the treasure mouse puzzled Li Chengfeng. This classmate usually focused only on studying. Yet he also knew about the treasure mouse. Li Chengfeng didn't ask further, unaware that Wang Bin's ancestors were also not ordinary people. Standing outside the cave, Wang Bin confidently said, there must be bats in this cave. Li Chengfeng stood at the entrance, looking into the dark cave, and suddenly seemed to see a white shadow flying by inside at high speed, like a flash of lightning. Feeling a strange panic, he wondered if there might be some monster inside, and whether it would be dangerous to go in. Just as he was considering whether to enter, Wang Bin had already walked inside while speaking. Come on, let's quickly find the emaciated bats so we can go home. Li Chengfeng had no choice but to follow Wang Bin into the cave. Luckily, they had brought a flashlight. Under its illumination, they ventured deeper into the cave. Indeed, there were many bats in the cave, with bat droppings all over the ground. Shining the flashlight up to the cave's ceiling, they saw bats hanging upside down on the rocky walls. Seeing this scene startled both of them, and Wang Bin shone the flashlight around. Looking up at the ceiling in surprise, wow, there are so many bats here. How are we going to find the emaciated bats? Be quiet, don't startle them. Li Chengfeng softly reminded. Although their voices were low, in the enclosed space, they sounded quite loud. The bats hanging upside down were startled and began to screech. Quickly flying out of the cave, the two hurriedly crouched down, covering their heads to avoid being bitten by the frightened bats. In just a short while, the cave was emptied of bats. Once the cave quieted down, they slowly stood up. Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaim, that was too scary. Bats carry so many germs. If one bites us, we could be done for. Don't worry, bats usually don't attack humans, Li Chengfeng reassured. This is a bat nest. There must be emaciated bats here. The two began searching the cave with their flashlights. While looking for the bats, Li Chengfeng felt as if something was watching him from the depths of the dark cave. Wang Bin felt the same, shining his flashlight around, but finding nothing. After searching for a while, they spotted a fist-sized bat hanging motionless on a nearby rock wall. Li Chengfeng quickly shone his flashlight on the bat to inspect it. It was extremely thin, looking like a skeleton, and it was hard to tell how long it had been dead, having already turned into a mummy. Wang Bin curiously asked, Chengfeng, is this bat okay? It should be fine. This bat seems to have been too old to hunt for food, having to eat the droppings of other bats, and eventually starved to death due to lack of nutrition, Li Chengfeng said. He took out a plastic bag and placed the bat's corpse along with the crow's corpse inside. Now they had found the corpses of the sick cat, crow, and bat. And the next step was to use the 3 corpse blocking wealth technique to teach the Shanghai gold shop a lesson. Li Chengfeng weighed the bag with the corpses inside and said with satisfaction, all right, we've found everything. Let us head back. Okay. Now that they had gathered everything they needed, the two wanted to leave the cave quickly, as they had an unsettling feeling that something strange was watching them from the dark depths. As they turned to walk out of the cave, a sudden noise came from behind them, as if something had fallen from the cave's ceiling. Wang Bin jumped in fright and said in a trembling voice, Chengfeng, did you hear that? It sounds like something is following us. I heard it. Don't worry about it. Keep moving forward, Li Chengfeng replied calmly. After reopening the Suiwan Hall, he had experienced quite a bit. The two didn't dare look back and continued walking, each step accompanied by a tapping sound from behind them. Wang Bin, feeling scared, whispered, it seems like something is stalking us. What should we do? Li Chengfeng didn't answer. He was curious about what was causing the disturbance behind them. He slowed his pace and suddenly turned around, shining the flashlight behind him. There was nothing. Wang Bin quickly turned around as well, shining his flashlight but finding nothing. I clearly felt something behind us. Why has it suddenly disappeared? Are we encountering something unclean? Wang Bin asked nervously. It shouldn't be. Li Chengfeng had already opened his heavenly eye. If there were any dirty things in this cave, he would definitely see them. Although he didn't see anything dirty, he could sense that something was indeed following them. Li Chengfeng gathered his courage and shouted into the depths of the cave. I am Li Chengfeng, a disciple of the Qimen sect. I do not know which esteemed being resides in this cave, and I apologize for any disturbance. If I have offended in any way, I humbly apologize, and I hope the elder will not hold it against us juniors. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, a chattering sound came from inside the cave. Then, a round little head peeked out from behind a rock. with two small eyes spinning and staring at the two strangers in front of it. Its ears were very large, making it look quite adorable. Confirming there was no danger, the little creature jumped out from behind the rock, covered in white fluff, with 4 short legs, a chubby body, and a silly appearance, resembling a squirrel in size, with a long little tail. Li Chengfeng shined his flashlight and curiously said, "What is this thing? It looks like a mouse." Although it looked very much like a mouse, it was quite different. Its mouth was much shorter than that of a mouse. Wang Bin squinted his eyes and carefully examined the little animal, saying seriously, "This must be the treasure mouse, the legendary wealth-attracting beast." Li Chengfeng still couldn't believe that the legendary wealth-attracting beast, the treasure mouse, truly existed. The little creature in front of him was likely just a mutated mouse and could not possibly be the legendary treasure mouse. The sky was getting darker, and not wanting to waste any more time, he casually said, "This is just an ordinary mouse. Let us hurry back." Wang Bin replied softly, thinking that he might have misjudged. The treasure mouse was a legendary wealth-attracting beast, a rare auspicious creature, and how could it possibly be seen in the real world? Even if they did see it, no one would recognize it. Li Chengfeng took out a half-eaten sausage, peeled off the casing, and tossed it in front of the little mouse, then said seriously, "Little guy, we are going home now. Don't follow us anymore. Do you understand?" Chirp chirp. The little mouse seemed to understand Li Chengfeng's words, responded with a couple of chirps, picked up the sausage on the ground, and quickly ran into the depths of the cave, disappearing in an instant. After the little mouse left, the sounds behind the two also faded away. As the sky grew darker, the two hurried down the mountain, not dwelling on the incident. When they returned to Wang Bin's house, it was already evening. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard a lot of people chatting inside. The small courtyard was filled with many gifts, including cigarettes, alcohol, various supplements, fruits, boxes of sausages, pure milk, and even pig heads, beef, and lamb. Looking at the pile of items in the yard, Wang Bin was confused, wondering what was going on, and hurried into the main room. Li Chengfeng looked at the boxes of cigarettes and alcohol, understanding very well that these items were gifts from the villagers for helping to solve a major problem in the village. He shook his head helplessly, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. Helping people with yin-yang matters often comes with plenty of food and drink. When Wang Bin entered the room, it was cramped with people. Some were sitting, some were standing, and others were squatting on the floor. The middle-aged woman and the old man were also there. And there were 6 stacks of bright red cash on the table. Wang Bin was bewildered, wondering why so many people were at his house. Upon seeing Wang Bin return, the middle-aged woman hurriedly asked, "Nephew, where is your classmate? Why didn't he come back with you?" "He is outside." Upon learning that Li Chengfeng was outside, the villagers in the room all came out. Ever since yesterday, when Li Chengfeng broke the Earth Sha resolving ox technique, the village had returned to peace. And there had been no more deaths of livestock or poultry. Most importantly, there had been no more deaths in the village today. This reassured every villager. And to prevent those 2 Japanese from causing further trouble, they even sent extra people to guard the 2 stone oxen. To express their gratitude to Li Chengfeng, the villagers bought many gifts and pooled together 60,000 yuan, wanting to give these things to him. The villagers present all looked at him with grateful eyes. And the old man handed him the 60,000 yuan, saying emotionally, "Mr. Li, if it weren't for you, the old and young in our village might have been wiped out. You saved our village and all the villagers. You are our great benefactor. And you must accept this money." Looking at the simple and sincere villagers, Li Chengfeng smiled and only took 200 yuan, then shook the cash in his hand and said, "Elder, 200 yuan is enough. You can take the rest back. These are all small matters. I don't need this much money." Seeing that Li Chengfeng only took 200 yuan, the villagers were very excited, all of them with stern faces, looking as if they wanted to fight him. Those who didn't know might think Li Chengfeng had some deep-seated grudge against them. The villagers spoke one after another, angrily rebuking him. "Mr. Li, you must accept this money today. If you don't accept it, it means you look down on the old and young of our village. If you don't accept this money, don't think about leaving our village. Right, if you don't accept this money, don't think about leaving our village." The villagers were so sincere, and Li Chengfeng knew very well that if he didn't accept the money, the villagers wouldn't let him leave. Left with no choice, Li Chengfeng had to accept the money. After he accepted it, smiles finally appeared on the faces of the villagers, and they left satisfied. Once all the villagers left, Wang Bin looked at Li Chengfeng in amazement. In less than a day, he had earned 60,000 yuan and received so many gifts worth at least 20,000 to 30,000. The villagers respected him as if he were a deity, which was truly enviable. Making money as a Feng Shui master was just too easy. He earned in a day what others made in a year. Wang Bin put his arm around Li Chengfeng's shoulder and said with a grin, "You kid are impressive. You earned so much money in less than a day." Li Chengfeng also smiled and jokingly replied, "Are you envious?" "Of course I am." Wang Bin said somewhat shyly, "Chengfeng, can you teach me how to read Feng Shui? I also want to be a Feng Shui master." Being a Feng Shui master not only allows one to earn money easily, but also to enjoy the respect of others. This job is truly wonderful. Li Chengfeng shook his head with a smile. Learning the Qimen Feng Shui techniques is not an easy task. It requires not only a high level of talent and comprehension, but also knowledge of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, auspicious and inauspicious star positions, and the 24 directions. Li Qingfeng explained a lot, and Wang Bin listened attentively, but ultimately he gave up the idea of becoming a Feng Shui master. Because he didn't even know what heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 60 jiazi, or the 24 directions were. How could he become a Feng Shui master? He might as well be a fraud. As a Feng Shui master, one must also be proficient in the concepts of the 1, 2 instruments, 3 talents, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and other Qimen techniques. Without even understanding the most basic Qimen techniques, it is impossible to become a Feng Shui master. The next day, Li Qingfeng returned to Qingzhou City, and Wang Bin followed him to Suiyuan Hall. Wanting to witness the power of the folk forbidden technique, 3 corpses blocking wealth. The first thing Li Qingfeng did upon returning to Suiyuan Hall was to go to the offering table, light 3 sticks of incense for the ancestor, bow 3 times, and then seriously address the portrait of the ancestor. Ancestor, rest assured, I will make those scammers pay the price and vent your anger. He continued, you can make do with this copper incense burner for now. Once I earn money, I will buy you a set made of pure gold. After finishing his words, he bowed 3 more times and placed the 3 sticks of incense into the incense burner. When he looked up at the portrait, he was startled to find that the ancestor in the portrait had nodded at him. His heart skipped a beat. If Wang Bin saw that, it would be a big deal. He quickly turned his head and saw Wang Bin drinking water, not noticing the ancestor nodding, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing his drink, Wang Bin eagerly asked, Qingfeng, everything is ready, we just need the right timing. When will you use the folk forbidden technique 3 corpses blocking wealth to teach a lesson to Shanghai Gold Shop? Li Qingfeng counted the days on his fingers and realized that he needed to choose a 3-break day to perform the technique. Coincidentally, today happened to be a 3-break day. Tonight would be a good time to go to Shanghai Gold Shop and set up the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique. Wang Bin, however, looked puzzled and curiously asked, Qingfeng, what is a 3-break day? Why do we have to perform the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique on that day? The so-called 3-break day refers to breaking wealth, breaking body, and breaking luck, and it is also known as a day of great misfortune. If someone's fate coincides with a 3-break day, they will be very unlucky, experiencing poor fortune, not only losing money but also facing bloodshed, which refers to bodily harm. Many people whose fate coincides with a 3-break day will either stay home or go to a temple to stay for 2 days, eat vegetarian food, and recite scriptures to avoid disasters. The reason for choosing to perform the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique on a 3-break day is that on this day, the setup of the technique can not only block the opponent's wealth but also bring them bad luck, causing them to lose money, suffer bodily harm, and experience misfortune. After hearing this, Wang Bin still couldn't believe it, and skeptically asked, can the corpses of these 3 animals really block someone's wealth and bring them bad luck? That sounds too far-fetched. Even if I explain, you won't understand, so whatever. Li Qingfeng was too lazy to explain to him, knowing that no matter how much he said, Wang Bin wouldn't comprehend it. It would be like playing music to a cow. Although Wang Bin didn't understand, he still wanted to know why and insisted that Li Qingfeng explain. Li Qingfeng patiently continued to explain. Many people don't understand why Feng Shui can influence a person's health and wealth. The Yellow Emperor's Yin symbol classic states, fish live in water but do not see water. Humans live in air but do not see air. Ghosts live in earth but do not see earth. This means that fish, humans, and ghosts exist in 3 different environments. Fish live in water but cannot see it. Humans live in air but cannot see it. Ghosts live in the earth but cannot see it. Dragons live in water but do not see water. Water has various qualities such as fresh water, seawater, and polluted water, with different fish living in each type. If you put freshwater fish in seawater, they will die. This shows how water affects fish. Water affects fish because they depend on it for life. Humans live in air but do not see air. Air is the foundation of human existence, and there are many types of air, such as evil air, declining air, turbid air, bad luck air, polluted air, spiritual air, and wealth air. Each place has a different air quality, which affects people. Air affects people because they depend on it for life. Ghosts live in earth but do not see earth. Earth can be categorized by position, auspiciousness, inauspiciousness, evil position, and fortune position. Each type of soil, such as yellow soil, red soil, black soil, and sandy soil, has a significant impact on ghosts due to its quality and position. Earth affects ghosts because they depend on it for existence. The 3 corpses blocking wealth technique can change a person's wealth because it alters the air quality of a place, transforming wealth air into declining air and bad luck air. Li Qingfeng explained a lot, and although Wang Bin was still confused, he understood a bit more. Li Qingfeng took a sip of water. As a Feng Shui master, he did not want to harm others using forbidden techniques, as doing so could lead to divine retribution if not careful. Before performing the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique, Li Qingfeng still wanted to give Shanghai Gold Shop one more chance. As the saying goes, one should spare those who can be spared. As long as they return the money they scammed, this matter would be over. He decided to visit Shanghai Gold Shop again to see their attitude. Since reopening Suiyuan Hall, he had made some money and no longer had to take the bus to eat. With money on him, Li Qingfeng hailed a taxi and took Wang Bin to Shanghai Gold Shop. The business at Shanghai Gold Shop was booming, with people coming and going, and customers constantly. Seeing the four big characters of Shanghai Gold Shop, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of anger. The two walked towards the shop, but as soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by two security guards. The guards recognized Li Chengfeng and disdainfully said, "Why are you here again? Get lost. We don't welcome you at Shanghai Gold Shop. Get out, or I'll break your legs. You guys are really shameless. You scammed me out of so much money. And now you want to even let me in. You even want to hit me." Li Chengfeng was furious. Now he couldn't even enter Shanghai Gold Shop and was being verbally threatened by the security guards, leading to a dispute at the entrance. The argument caught the attention of the store manager, Han Lily. She walked over with an arrogant stride, her disdainful gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng, and said in a disgusted tone, "I spared you last time, and you dare to cause trouble at Shanghai Gold Shop again? Do you want me to call the police to arrest you to make you behave? Get lost now, and don't let me see you again." Li Chengfeng didn't understand why these scammers were so confident. "You scammers, after cheating people, you dare to be so arrogant. Do you have no sense of reason?" Wang Bin angrily questioned. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng had been scammed out of 800,000, he was extremely furious. What was even more infuriating was that the other party, having scammed someone, acted as if they were untouchable and threatened to call the police to arrest the victims. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Han Lily smiled slightly, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Bin, and arrogantly said, "Humph. I am a scammer, and I admit that I scammed your friend 800,000. So what if you know? What can you do to me? If you have the guts, call the police to arrest me, or sue me in court. Do you have any evidence? Even if you have evidence, so what? Our Shanghai Group's boss, Deng Sihai, has connections in both the dark and the light. Can you win against us in court? Arrogant and domineering, disregarding others. This was Shanghai Gold Shop. Even if you were scammed, you could only endure it." Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were completely enraged by Han Lily's words. Li Chengfeng remained relatively calm because he knew that Han Lily must have her backing to say such things, while Wang Bin was very impulsive and angrily said, "I refuse to believe that there is no place for reason. I'm going to complain about you to Shanghai Group right now. You think you can just go and cause trouble at Shanghai Group? You'll regret it even more," Han Lily said, then ignored Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. Turning to the nearby security guards, "If they dare to make a scene here and affect our business, beat them to death, and if they die, it's on me." Wang Bin was so furious that he was fuming, wanting to rush in, but was held back by Li Chengfeng. "Binzi, a real man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Let's go." Wang Bin looked at the few burly security guards blocking the entrance and eventually calmed down, leaving while cursing. He wanted to go to the Shanghai Group headquarters to complain about Shanghai Gold Store and Han Lily, but was stopped by Li Chengfeng. Han Lily's words were clear. Causing trouble at Shanghai Group headquarters would lead to worse consequences. She definitely wasn't just talking. If no one was backing her, how could a woman be so arrogant? Seeing the other side bullying them with their power, even more arrogant than last time, Li Chengfeng no longer held back. Feeling justified in using the three corpses blocking wealth technique to make Shanghai Gold Store pay the price it deserved. Back at Suiyuan Hall, Li Chengfeng began preparing the items for the three corpses blocking wealth technique, tying 3 pieces of rope around the necks of a sick cat, a hairless crow, and a starved bat. The three corpses blocking wealth technique doesn't require many items because a dead cat, a hairless crow, and a starving bat are all considered extremely unlucky. During the day, there were too many people at Shanghai Gold Store, so they had to wait until night when there were fewer people to carry out the technique. That night, Li Chengfeng brought the 3 animal corpses and a folding ladder to Shanghai Gold Store with Wang Bin, waiting outside. As the night grew deep and the store closed with no pedestrians on the street, an occasional car passed by, creating a breeze that brought a hint of coolness to the hot summer night. Taking advantage of the quiet, the two crept to the entrance of Shanghai Gold Store, cautiously observing their surroundings. Looking at the closed roller shutter, Wang Bin whispered, "Chengfeng, what do we do next? Keep your voice down. There's still a security guard inside." "Oh." Li Chengfeng stood at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Store, first looking down at the ground, which was all concrete with a layer of tiles on top. Realizing it was impossible to dig a hole to bury the corpses at the entrance. If they could dig 3 holes to bury the sick cat, the hairless crow, and the starving bat, it would have been relatively easy and less likely to be discovered. Unfortunately, the concrete and tiles made it impossible to dig. Li Chengfeng had anticipated this, so he had tied the 3 animal corpses with ropes in advance, preparing to hang them behind the sign. The sign of Shanghai Gold Store wasn't very large, standing above the entrance, with a terrace behind it. Li Chengfeng looked up at the sign and decided to climb to the terrace behind it to hang the sick cat, hairless crow, and starving bat. Wang Bin steadied the ladder, whispering, "Be careful." Li Chengfeng nodded, took the 3 animal corpses, and climbed up the ladder to the terrace, then surveyed the layout. In Feng Shui, there are 4 major wealth positions: the bright wealth position, the hidden wealth position, the life wealth position, and the annual wealth position. To block Shanghai Gold Store's wealth, he needed to find the bright wealth position, hidden wealth position, and annual wealth position. Li Chengfeng took out a Sanha compass and stood on the terrace, muttering incantations as he calculated the 3 wealth positions. Jia Yi is in the northeast for the god of wealth. Bing Ding is in the southwest. Wu Ji is directly north. Gung Xian is in the east. and Ren Gui is in the south. That's the true god of wealth position. Bright wealth position, hidden wealth position, annual wealth position. Each time Li Chengfeng named a wealth position, it would emit dazzling golden light, though ordinary people who hadn't opened their heavenly eyes couldn't see this golden light. In just a moment, he identified the 3 wealth positions, each glowing with golden light. No wonder Shanghai Gold Store's business was so good. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Then hung the crow's corpse at the bright wealth position, the bat's corpse at the hidden wealth position, and the sick cat's corpse at the annual wealth position. Once the 3 animal corpses were hung at the 3 wealth positions, the originally bright golden light was obscured by the great misfortune emanating from the corpses. The positioning of the 3 corpses, hairless crow, starving bat, corresponded to the door frames on either side, while the sick cat corresponded to the middle door gap. The so-called 3 corpses blocking wealth technique was meant to block the wealth entering through the door. Seeing the great misfortune blocking the 3 wealth positions, Li Chengfeng wore a satisfied smile, humming softly, then climbed down the ladder. However, due to his slippery shoes, he slipped on the last step. Ouch! The sound of the ladder colliding with the wall echoed. The noise startled the security guard on duty inside the store, and a moment later, a guard's voice shouted, "Who is out there?" Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were startled, not daring to breathe, listening as the guard's footsteps slowly approached the entrance. Just when the two were unsure of what to do, a piercing cat's meow suddenly came from above the door. The footsteps inside the store stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of cursing. "Damn wild cat, can't you let people sleep?" Always meowing at the door. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Carefully taking the ladder and stealthily leaving Shanghai Gold Store, the two walked a considerable distance before stopping, and Wang Bin eagerly asked, "Chengfeng, did you set up the folk technique, the 3 corpses blocking wealth? Can you tell me how you set it up?" Li Chengfeng nodded, briefly describing what happened on the terrace. Wang Bin, curious, continued to ask, "Now that the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique is set up, what will happen to Shanghai Gold Store next?" "I'm not sure what will happen. It's my first time using the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique to harm someone." The two chatted by the roadside while waiting for a taxi, and after about an hour, they finally caught a night taxi. When they returned to Suiyuan Hall, they were both exhausted and fell straight onto the bed, fast asleep. The next morning, Shanghai Gold Store opened its doors as usual, with many staff arriving early. Shortly after, Han Lily also arrived at the store. Still maintaining her proud demeanor, when she reached the entrance, she saw a wild cat lying in the middle, with a crow on the right and a bat on the left. Her expression changed slightly. How could there be a crow and a bat here, along with a wild cat? She immediately showed a look of disgust and shouted loudly, "Security, why is there a wild cat at the entrance? Get rid of it." Along with the crow and the bat, the security guard rushed out, carefully observing the entrance, and asked with a puzzled expression, "Manager Han, what crows and bats? What do you mean there aren't any? I just saw them right at the entrance." Before Han Lily could finish her sentence, she froze. In the blink of an eye, the wild cat, crow, and bat had vanished without a trace. Strange, could it be my eyes playing tricks on me? Many employees in the stores saw the stray cat lying at the entrance, along with crows and bats on the door frames when they arrived for work in the morning. However, when they approached to observe closely, the stray cat, bats, and crows would disappear without a trace. It was really strange. Everyone was puzzled. But they didn't take it to heart. Those who needed to work just went about their business, and it had no effect on them. Han Lily gathered all the staff for a meeting. With the Qixi festival approaching, many couples were getting engaged or married. And Shanghai Jewelry Store seized the opportunity to launch a promotional event. Han Lily was full of confidence, hoping to achieve record sales during the Qixi festival and thinking about the high commissions and bonuses, feeling quite pleased. Each employee was also pumped, ready to make a hefty profit during the Qixi festival, all wearing smiles as they awaited customers. Soon, the street in front of Shanghai Jewelry Store was bustling with pedestrians, couples holding hands, couples strolling with children, elderly people out for a walk, and hurried workers. Despite the crowd outside, Shanghai Jewelry Store appeared very quiet, with hardly any customers entering. Even when customers did arrive, they would inexplicably turn around and leave before even stepping inside. And when customers did come in, no matter how the staff promoted the products, the customers would shake their heads and leave. By noon, not a single piece of jewelry had been sold. A few beautiful female staff members gathered together, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting, with a hint of complaint in their tone. "What's going on today? Half the day has passed, and I haven't sold a single pair of earrings. You're telling me there were so many customers yesterday. I sold 6 bracelets, 13 pairs of rings, and 2 necklaces, and earned over 2,000 in commission. Just now, I spent half an hour promoting to a customer until my throat was hoarse, and in the end, he didn't buy anything. It's so frustrating." From morning to noon, with no sales made, Han Lily's expression was very grim. Seeing a few staff members chatting together, she angrily scolded them. "Who told you to chat during work hours? Get back to your posts. Instead of thinking about how to sell things, you're just standing around chatting. The store's poor business is because you're chatting? Each of you gets a 100 yuan fine." The staff members were visibly unhappy upon hearing about the fines, but they didn't dare to argue with Han Lily and could only obediently stand at their counters, waiting for customers to arrive. The day passed quickly, and from morning to evening, Not a single piece of jewelry had been sold. The once thriving Shanghai jewelry store, which had daily revenues in the millions, for some unknown reason, saw its business plummet in the following time. Chapter 44. Folk Forbidden Technique. 3 corpses blocking wealth. 6. After all, it was the first time using the folk forbidden technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth to harm others. Li Chingfeng was also very curious to know whether the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique could truly block a person's fortune and bring about misfortune. Wang Bin was equally curious. After all, Li Chingfeng had gone through great efforts, braving mountains and rivers to find the corpses of crows and bats to set up the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique. Could it really make Shanghai jewelry store pay a price, as he said? The folk forbidden technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth. Is it merely a superstitious legend left behind by ancient ancestors, or can it really affect a person's wealth? Now was the moment to witness a miracle. To verify whether the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique was real, Li Chingfeng and Wang Bin often lingered near Shanghai jewelry store to observe whether it was affected. The two sat in a fried chicken shop opposite Shanghai jewelry store, ordered 2 glasses of cola, and 2 large fried chicken meals, which included chicken wings, chicken legs, and fries. Wang Bin took a sip of cola, picked up a chicken wing, and said while eating, "Chingfeng, I remember a few days ago, Shanghai jewelry store was doing particularly well, with lots of customers. Why is it suddenly so quiet today? Could it really be that the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique is taking effect, blocking their fortune?" Li Chingfeng nodded, biting into a chicken leg as he replied. It seems so. The 3 corpses blocking wealth technique is indeed a folk forbidden technique that can block people's fortunes. Li Chingfeng didn't know much about the folk forbidden technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth. He only knew how to set it up. But whether it could really block someone's fortune was still unclear to him. Now witnessing the dismal business at Shanghai jewelry store, he realized the power of the 3 corpses blocking wealth. Li Chingfeng was still unaware of how harmful the folk forbidden technique could be. Since it was classified as a forbidden technique, it surely had a terrifying side. What happened next took him by surprise. He never expected that on the day the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique was set up, its violent energy would be so strong. As the two ate fried chicken and drank cola, as if nothing was wrong, they continued to observe Shanghai jewelry store. Through the glass, they could still see the female salespeople inside, each more beautiful than the last. The once thriving Shanghai jewelry store, with a continuous flow of customers and daily earnings of millions, was now deserted and suffering from poor business. Han Lily's anticipated Qixi festival promotion ultimately ended in failure, with the revenue barely reaching 20,000 over nearly half a month. Even if the business was bad, the idle staff sitting in the store doing nothing felt extremely tired by the end of the day, with their bodies sore and their mental state deteriorating. Some strange occurrences also began to happen in the store. One female employee, who had just married and was 2 months pregnant, was sitting at the counter playing on her phone secretly due to the lack of customers. This female employee was the same one who had previously promoted incense burners, candlesticks, and fruit plates to Li Chingfeng. Since she was pregnant and got hungry quickly, she took out snacks that her husband had bought for her, chocolate cream cookies, which were sweet and delicious. Just as she was happily eating the cookies, she suddenly heard the cawing of a crow nearby. She was instantly puzzled. How could there be a crow in the store? Turning to look in the direction of the sound, she saw a crow at the entrance staring at her. Oddly, this crow had no feathers. As she watched, the crow tilted its head, its dark eyes locking onto her gaze, emitting a hollow and piercing caw, flapping its featherless wings, and quickly flying towards her. The female salesperson was so startled that she was at a loss for what to do. What was happening? How could a featherless crow even fly? As the crow approached, she instinctively screamed and stepped back, but the crow was too fast and had already landed on the counter. The featherless crow stood on the counter, its dark eyes fixed on her belly, continuously cawing at her stomach. The female salesperson was in a panic, retreating several steps, pointing at the counter and shouting in terror. "Security, come quickly, there's a featherless crow here." The 4 security guards on duty and other staff rushed over, asking what had happened. A crow. There's a featherless crow over there." Everyone looked in the direction she pointed but saw no crow, let alone a featherless one. A female employee asked, puzzled, "Xiaoqing, did you make a mistake? Where's there a crow?" "The crow is right there. Right there." Her terrified gaze was fixed on the crow on the counter, while the others couldn't see it at all. At that moment, a crow with dark little eyes stared at her belly, emitting a harsh cry as it flapped its featherless wings and quickly flew towards her stomach. In the terrified gaze of the female salesperson, she saw the crow fly into her belly, and she screamed in panic, jumping around and slapping her stomach, trying to get the crow out. But the crow had long since vanished. The security guard and other female staff members looked at her with puzzled expressions, not understanding what had happened. Just then, bright red blood started to flow slowly down her thigh. One female employee was so shocked that she stood there dumbfounded, pointing at her thigh. "Xiaoqing, your leg." She hurriedly looked down and saw the blood streaming down her thigh, instantly turning pale and fainting on the ground. The nearby security guard quickly called for an ambulance. When the doctor arrived at the jewelry store and saw the female salesperson, he immediately said with urgency, "The patient has miscarried and shows signs of severe bleeding. Hurry and take her to the hospital for rescue." Sitting in the fried chicken shop, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin saw the ambulance and were puzzled, wondering what had happened at Shanghai jewelry store. Wang Bin, looking confused, said, "What's going on? Why is an ambulance here?" Curiously, he went out to inquire and learned from the crowd that a female employee at Shanghai jewelry store had miscarried and suffered severe bleeding. Wang Bin looked towards the entrance of the jewelry store and saw fresh blood on the ground, with a security guard mopping it up. The sudden miscarriage of the female employee made Li Chengfeng feel it was just an accident. He didn't think it was caused by the three corpses wealth-blocking technique. Later, he learned that the female salesperson's life was saved, but the baby, a little boy, was lost. Han Lily was also very angry. Business at the store was already poor. And now this had happened. Soon it was afternoon, and Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin planned to return to Suiyuan Hall. They had spent the day in the fried chicken shop, and from morning to night, there had been no customers at Shanghai jewelry store. This result was very satisfying. As they walked out of the fried chicken shop, Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder it's a folk taboo. It's really amazing. Chengfeng, can you teach me? If someone offends me in the future, I'll set up a three corpses wealth-blocking technique at their door to block their fortune and bring misfortune to their family." "No way. Just based on what you said, it's clear you have bad intentions. If I were to pass on this folk taboo to you, the world would be in chaos." Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin chatted and laughed as they waited for a taxi on the street. At that moment, a female employee from Shanghai jewelry store walked out, wearing a small suit on top and a super short skirt on the bottom, looking very beautiful with a good figure. Just as this female employee stepped out of the jewelry store, she heard a screeching sound behind her and quickly turned around, instantly shocked and dumbfounded. A bat the size of a palm flapped its wings and flew rapidly towards her. Chapter 45. Folk Taboo, Three Corpses Wealth Blocking, Part 7. The female employee looked at the flying bat, terrified, and began to scream and run around instinctively, trying to evade the bat's attack. In her panic, only thinking about dodging the bat, she completely lost her rationality and accidentally ran into the middle of the road. No matter how she tried to dodge, she couldn't avoid the strange bat. It seemed to be able to penetrate her body. It clearly landed on her chest, but suddenly appeared on her back. It clearly landed on her head, but suddenly appeared on her face. Everything happening before her was truly terrifying for the woman. She jumped and flailed her arms, hitting her head and cheeks, crying out in fear, "Help! There's a bat. The bat is biting people." Pedestrians on the road stopped, looking at her with puzzled expressions, wondering if this woman was mentally ill. Standing in the middle of the road and screaming, disrupting traffic. Many showed expressions of disgust. Because the female employee was wearing high heels and was jumping around in the middle of the road, the heel of her shoe broke, and she instantly lost her balance, falling to the ground just as a car was approaching. Seeing the woman fall, the bat stopped attacking her and flew towards the oncoming car. Vanishing at the moment it collided with the vehicle. This was a city street, and the car was only going 30 miles per hour, not very fast. The driver, seeing someone in front, instinctively slammed on the brakes. Strangely, the newly purchased car suddenly had brake failure. No matter how hard he pressed the brake pedal, he couldn't stop the car. He could only watch helplessly as the car ran over the woman. Oddly, when the front wheels passed over her legs, the rear tires came to a steady stop on her legs, and at that moment, the car suddenly stalled. The tires were thus pressed against the woman's legs. And as the driver tried to restart the car, it wouldn't turn over, nor could he move the vehicle. From beneath the car came the woman's tragic screams. And before long, she fainted from the pain. This scene was clearly witnessed by Li Chengfeng, who was standing not far away. He wanted to rush over to save the female employee, but everything happened too quickly, and the car was already on her legs. Li Chengfeng stared in shock, a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at the sign of Shanghai jewelry store. He had just seen a bat attack the female employee and then fly into that car. Having opened his celestial eye, he believed his vision wouldn't be wrong. At that moment, he realized that the female employee's sudden miscarriage and her inexplicably running into the middle of the road to be run over by a car were not accidents. They were likely caused by the three corpses wealth blocking technique. Wang Bin was also startled. Everything happened too suddenly. Looking at the female employee whose legs were crushed, he felt a pang of sympathy and asked, "What's going on? Is this woman sick? Why did she suddenly run into the middle of the road, shouting about bats? There are no bats. She was just screaming and lying down to get run over. Isn't that asking for death?" Li Chengfeng frowned slightly and voiced his speculation. This should all be caused by the three corpses wealth blocking technique. No way. The three corpses wealth blocking technique can only block people's fortune. How can it turn someone into a mental case? This isn't a mental case. There really was a bat attacking her. Because the day Li Chengfeng said the three corpses wealth blocking technique was a day of three breaks, it could also cause financial loss, bodily harm, and misfortune. The blood disaster they were facing now was indeed bodily harm. Wang Bin, looking shocked, asked, "Then what should we do? Will the people at Shanghai jewelry store have more accidents?" Li Chengfeng nodded. This was something he hadn't anticipated. The folk taboo of the three corpses wealth blocking technique was unexpectedly violent. It could not only block fortune, but also cost lives. He only wanted to teach Shanghai jewelry store a lesson and didn't intend to harm anyone's life. Now, two female employees were already in the hospital, and he didn't know what else might happen. Once again, the ambulance quickly arrived at the accident scene, lifted the injured female employee onto the stretcher, and took her to the hospital for rescue. Her legs were crushed, and she would have to live her life in a wheelchair. After such an incident, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin no longer had the desire to go back. Worried that more accidents might happen to the store's staff, they returned to the fried chicken shop. Around 9 p.m., Han Lili walked out of Shanghai Jewelry Store, and the two on-duty security guards casually closed the door. Han Lili no longer had her original arrogance and haughtiness. She looked very haggard. She had just walked out of the store when she heard a cat's meow behind her. The sound was hollow and piercing, as if it came from the underworld, drilling into her brain and making her uncomfortable. Han Lili couldn't help but shiver and turn to look, seeing a very thin stray cat crouching not far away, staring at her, with a face full of disgust. Han Lili said, "Get lost, don't follow me." The stray cat seemed to understand her words and suddenly disappeared. Han Lili hurriedly rubbed her eyes. Where was the cat? It had clearly been sitting at the door just a moment ago. How could it suddenly vanish? She thought that maybe she was just too tired lately and dismissed the incident. She turned and walked towards the car parked nearby, unaware that at the moment she opened the car door, the very thin stray cat jumped into the car from beside her feet. Everything that had just happened was witnessed by Li Chengfeng. He wanted to remind Han Lili that it would be best not to drive this car tonight. But thinking of her arrogant and domineering demeanor, he decided against it. He knew that even if he went to warn her, she wouldn't appreciate it and would humiliate him instead. In the end, he gave up on the thought and watched as Han Lili got into the car and drove away. As soon as Han Lili drove onto the road, she heard a cat's meow coming from inside the car. She quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a very thin cat, which had gone from blurry to increasingly clear, lying on the passenger seat. Han Lili was instantly furious. How did this stray cat get onto her car and dirty the seat? She still didn't realize that the cat had gradually become clearer and suddenly appeared on the passenger seat. Damn cat, how dare you get on my car? I'll smash you. Han Lili gripped the steering wheel with her left hand and picked up a steel thermos with her right hand, aiming to smash it at the stray cat. Meow. The harsh sound echoed in the car as the stray cat leaped up, dodging the thermos and landing directly on the steering wheel. The sudden turn of events scared Han Lili, turning her face pale as she kept swatting at the stray cat on the steering wheel, completely forgetting that the car was on the road. At that moment, the car lost control and began to crash wildly on the road, causing pedestrians to scatter in fear, and several cars that were driving normally were hit. Han Lili's car finally crashed into a milk tea shop, leaving it in ruins and injuring two customers who were buying milk tea. Since the car wasn't going very fast, Han Lili only sustained minor scratches and wasn't seriously injured. When she calmed down, she found that the stray cat on the steering wheel had long disappeared. Looking at the wreckage on the road and the damaged milk tea shop, she finally realized she had caused an accident. Soon, the traffic police arrived at the scene, and Han Lili hurriedly explained that a stray cat had jumped onto her steering wheel, causing the accident. However, no one had seen the cat. The traffic police suspected that Han Lili was driving under the influence, but after a blood test, it turned out she hadn't been drinking. They then suspected her mental state and conducted a psychological evaluation, which revealed that her mental state was completely normal. Han Lili kept insisting that a cat had jumped onto her steering wheel, but no one believed her. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured, and the police were unwilling to pursue her liability further. As long as she compensated everyone for their losses, she would be exempt from punishment. Han Lili felt helpless. All her savings from the past few years were gone, including the 800,000 she had scammed from Li Chengfeng and the 50,000 commission from the company. After dealing with everything, Han Lili remembered the cat, thinking about how the cat had appeared on the driver's seat, and how she had tried to smash it with the thermos. She clearly thought she had hit the cat, yet the thermos had struck nothing. Instantly, she was scared out of her wits, her soul trembling, and she didn't dare to return to work at the Shanghai Gold Store. The headquarters had to send a new manager. In the following time, strange occurrences began happening at the Shanghai Gold Store, with many employees experiencing bizarre misfortunes. Every full moon night, when the moonlight shone on the store's sign, the security guard on duty could hear the wailing of a cat outside, along with the cawing of crows and the screeching of bats. This frightened several security guards so much that they all resigned, because the Shanghai Gold Store kept having incidents. It could only suspend operations for rectification, and this matter eventually reached the ears of the owner, Deng Sihai. Chapter 46, Folk Forbidden Technique, 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth, Part 8. Now, the Shanghai Gold Store had received its due punishment, with many employees injured or disabled. Li Chengfeng felt a bit guilty. Initially scammed out of 800,000, his anger had subsided, and to avoid harming the innocent, he decided to break the 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth technique. Wang Bin also agreed with Li Chengfeng's idea. The Shanghai Gold Store had been shut down due to the 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth technique, and witnessing those beautiful female employees suffering misfortunes made him feel quite sympathetic. However, thinking of how they had scammed others and acted arrogantly, he felt that such punishment was deserved. Now that they had paid the price, it was only right for Han Lili to lose everything, and breaking the 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth technique was warranted. That night, taking advantage of the stillness of the night, Li Chengfeng brought a folding ladder and, together with Wang Bin, returned to the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store. There were no security guards on duty now, and the two of them leaned the ladder against the wall. Li Chengfeng climbed up the ladder to the terrace. Wang Bin, curious and wanting to see how the three corpses blocking wealth technique was set up, also climbed up the ladder. Upon seeing the sick cat's corpse, the hairless crow, and the emaciated bat hanging behind the sign, he chuckled and said, I thought setting up the three corpses blocking wealth technique would be difficult. But it turns out it's just hanging their corpses above the door. That's right, it's that simple, Li Qingfeng replied, not telling him that these corpses couldn't just be hung anywhere, but had to be placed in the right positions for blocking wealth. If hung incorrectly, it wouldn't block the wealth at all and would have no effect. Wang Bin turned to Li Qingfeng and continued to ask, Qingfeng, what do we need to do to break the three corpses blocking wealth technique? Take down the corpses, then burn them with red sulfur. The two of them walked toward the corpses to take them down. However, as soon as their hands touched the hemp rope, the corpses bound by the rope suddenly moved and emitted eerie sounds. Meow, quack, squeak. Both of them were startled and quickly withdrew their hands, stepping back several paces, their terrified gazes fixed on the corpses tied up with hemp rope. Wang Bin turned pale with fright and shouted, what the hell? It's unbelievable that corpses that have been dead for a long time can still move. The sick cat's corpse was frantically struggling with its limbs, trying to break free from the hemp rope that was strangling its neck. Every time its claws touched the rope would emit bursts of red light. Along with the glowing rope, the cat's corpse let out painful meows, its shriveled mouth opening and closing, looking very eerie. Its hollow, shriveled little eyes slowly rotated in their sockets, glaring at Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin with vengeful eyes. The crow's corpse flapped its hairless wings, also trying to break free from the binding of the hemp rope, making a quack-quack sound. Its sharp beak constantly opening and closing at Li Qingfeng. The bat's corpse, however, was unusually quiet, hanging motionless from the hemp rope, its small eyes tightly fixed on Wang Bin and Li Qingfeng. At this moment, a chilling wind blew through the hot summer night, making it feel uncomfortably cold. Both of them shivered at the same time. Seeing such a bizarre scene for the first time, Wang Bin was so frightened that his scalp tingled. His body hair stood on end, his face turned pale as paper, and he asked in a trembling voice, Qingfeng, what is going on? How come these animal corpses are alive again? Li Qingfeng frowned tightly. He now understood why the three corpse blocking wealth technique was classified as a forbidden folk art. Since it could be considered a forbidden technique, it naturally had its terrifying aspects, not only capable of blocking wealth and harming people, but also of refining demons. The corpse of the sick cat, the corpse of the crow, and the emaciated bat, nourished by the three wealth positions, had already transformed into demons. If they were to escape, they would definitely wreak havoc on the world. They had to find a way to destroy the corpses of the three animals. Just as Li Qingfeng was contemplating how to do this, the corpses hanging on the rope suddenly stopped swaying. Then they saw, from the cat's corpse, the bat's corpse, and the crow's corpse, their respective soul bodies floated out and landed steadily on the terrace. Once the soul bodies touched the ground, they let out piercing cries towards Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin. Meow, caw-caw, squeak squeak squeak. Although Wang Bin did not have the ability to see spirits, he still saw the scene before him. Hearing their cries, he was so scared that he froze on the spot. Li Qingfeng felt that things were not looking good and hurriedly shouted to Wang Bin, Binzi, run. Wang Bin came to his senses in a daze and quickly asked, run where? Where else can we run? Just jump down. Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin didn't have time to climb down the ladder. They jumped directly from the nearly 3-meter-high terrace. The moment their feet hit the ground, both of them exclaimed ouch, and sat down on the ground, feeling intense pain in their calves. Meow. A piercing cat cry came from behind them. The cat spirit stood on the terrace, staring at the two people below and letting out an angry cry. Both of them felt a chill down their spines and scrambled to get up from the ground, abandoning the ladder, and ran away frantically. At the same time, a cold wind swept behind them, accompanied by the occasional sound of cat cries, as well as the calls of crows and bats. Wang Bin turned around to look and saw a crow and a bat flying in midair, with that sick cat closely following behind. Seeing this scene, Wang Bin screamed in fear and ran for his life. Oh my god, this is so terrifying. Help! Li Qingfeng dared not stop either, lamenting that this guy was running too fast, and hurriedly quickened his pace to closely follow Wang Bin. He never imagined that the folk art of the three corpse blocking wealth could be so terrifying. The souls of the sick cat, bat, and crow were closely following behind. Chapter 47. The folk art of the three corpse blocking wealth. 9. Listening to the piercing cries behind them, the two of them occasionally glanced back. Each time they saw the three vengeful soul bodies chasing after them, their feet would instinctively speed up. On the quiet night, the two young men ran down the road as if they had gone mad, one of them continuously shouting, help, there are ghosts. Oh my god, I'm scared to death. Many residents who were sound asleep were awakened by this sudden noise. Those with bad tempers opened their windows and saw two fools racing down the street in the middle of the night. They angrily cursed, what the hell, are you crazy? Why are you running around in the middle of the night? There are ghosts. Help, there are ghosts. The residents who had just been cursing suddenly felt that the behavior of these two people was very abnormal after hearing the words there are ghosts. In a daze, they seemed to see three strange figures chasing after the two young men. Terrified, they hurriedly shut their windows, muttering to themselves for comfort, it's just an illusion. I didn't see anything. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. It's all an illusion. Li Qingfeng was speechless. After running for so long, he was almost exhausted. Yet he could still shout. This showed just how scared he was, not knowing how long they had been running. The two of them were panting heavily and could no longer run. Their speed slowed down until they finally collapsed onto the ground. Wang Bin gasped, "Damn it. I can't run anymore. Let them eat me. I can't run anymore either. If I die, then so be it." As Li Qingfeng spoke, he turned to look behind him. Strangely, the sick cat, the crow, and the bat had vanished, and the piercing cries had also disappeared. Wang Bin turned around as well, his face filled with confusion. Where did those three filthy things go? He lay down on the ground, closing his eyes and saying, "I must be dreaming. What I saw just now must be fake." Li Qingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking for a moment, he understood. The reason they hadn't been pursued was that the sick cat's corpse, the hairless crow, and the emaciated bat were bound by hemp ropes, preventing their soul bodies from straying too far from their corpses. When the soul bodies drifted too far from their corpses, they would dissipate and return to their corpses. The two rested for a long time before regaining their composure. Wang Bin, lying on the ground, suddenly sat up like a zombie and asked seriously, "Qingfeng, am I dreaming? None of this is real, right?" "Yes, we're dreaming. You even wet your pants in the dream." Li Qingfeng caught a whiff of a urine smell and looked towards Wang Bin's crotch, noticing that his entire pant leg was wet, unable to hold back his laughter. Wang Bin then realized his pants were damp and, in a daze, said, "Damn it, how did I wet my pants? When did I do that? I didn't even know." After laughing for a while, Li Qingfeng frowned, pondering how to break the three corpse blocking wealth technique. If they didn't destroy the three animal corpses quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sign of Shanghai Gold Shop blocked the sunlight, preventing it from reaching the three animal corpses, which caused them to transform into spirits and demons. To break the three corpse blocking wealth technique, they needed to dismantle the sign in front at noon to expose the three animal corpses to the sunlight, and then burn the corpses with fire mixed with vermilion powder. Only by doing this could they dissolve the three corpse blocking wealth technique. Li Qingfeng sighed, feeling helpless, and said, "Let us go home. It's all your fault. You made me wet my pants. You have to buy me a pair of pants to compensate for my loss." "All right, I'll buy you 2 pairs. Wang Bin chattered behind him, and Li Qingfeng replied with a smile, but his mood was extremely heavy. The transformation of the sick cat's corpse, the crow's corpse, and the bat's corpse into spirits and demons left Li Qingfeng feeling a severe headache. He never expected that after transforming, the sick cat, crow, and bat would turn from ominous objects into extremely dangerous ones. He secretly vowed that no matter what kind of situation he encountered in the future, no matter how much grievance he suffered or how great the loss, he would never easily use forbidden folk arts again. Because now he realized that these folk arts were truly terrifying and completely uncontrollable. When he returned to the Suiyuan Hall, Li Qingfeng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Thinking of those injured female employees, his kind heart felt a bit guilty. He regretted being too impulsive at the beginning. Realizing that he shouldn't have casually used forbidden folk arts to harm others, it was truly harmful to both others and himself. Seeing Wang Bin sleeping soundly, Li Qingfeng, unable to sleep, climbed out of bed and walked in front of the portrait of the ancestor. He offered 3 sticks of incense and then, with a heavy heart, asked, "Ancestor, have I done something wrong?" Li Qingfeng stared intently at the ancestor in the portrait, hoping for a response. Soon, the ancestor in the portrait smiled, stroked his beard, and disdainfully said, "You have not done anything wrong. You are upholding justice and acting on behalf of heaven. If you do not do this, more people will fall victim to deceit. You are doing a good thing. Remember, as a disciple of my Qimen sect, you must always uphold justice and punish evil to avoid heavenly retribution." Hearing the ancestor's words, Li Qingfeng's guilt and self-reproach diminished considerably, and he smiled as he said, "Thank you for your teachings, ancestor. Don't thank me. Your troubles are still ahead." Chapter 48. The ancestor in the portrait. Upon hearing the ancestor in the portrait say that troubles were still ahead, Li Qingfeng frowned slightly, feeling a bit anxious. He looked at the ancestor's portrait with pleading eyes and cautiously asked, "Ancestor, what troubles will I face? Could you give me a hint so I can be prepared?" The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. All things in the world have their fates. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other. Fortune can hide misfortune, and misfortune cannot be avoided. Little slippery one, just accept your fate. After the ancestor in the portrait finished speaking, he returned to his usual self. No matter what Li Qingfeng did or how much he pleaded, the ancestor in the portrait did not respond any further. Li Qingfeng was quite dissatisfied with the ancestor's behavior and glared at the portrait, saying, "Old slippery one, you only said half of it. It would be better not to say anything at all. You've made me anxious." Ouch! Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on his forehead. Li Qingfeng quickly held his forehead and looked up, seeing nothing. Confused, he wondered why he suddenly felt pain. Upset, he muttered a curse, only to receive another jab on his forehead, causing him to grimace in pain. The ancestor in the portrait, furious, puffed out his beard and glared, half his body already emerging from the portrait, angrily saying, "Little slippery one, you dare to insult me? Do you believe I will take you away right now?" Seeing the ancestor about to emerge from the portrait, Li Qingfeng was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The ancestor's action was too terrifying. Wanting to come out of the painting, he quickly apologized, saying, "Ancestor, I realize my mistake. You don't need to come out. I'm scared. So please don't frighten me." The ancestor, who had already emerged halfway from the portrait, suddenly retreated back into it. "You little rascal, if you dare disrespect me again, I will take you away. Rest assured, ancestor, I will never dare again." After saying this, the ancestor in the portrait returned to his usual appearance, looking peaceful. Stroking his beard, dressed in colorful celestial robes, standing in front of 3 thatched cottages, gazing at the mountains and rivers depicted in the painting. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, who was sleeping, was awakened by Li Chengfeng's voice. In an annoyed tone, he asked, "Chengfeng, what time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet? Who are you talking to outside?" "I am watching a movie." The secret of the portrait still could not be revealed to Wang Bin. Looking at the ancestor in the portrait, Li Chengfeng suddenly had several questions in his mind. How could the ancestor live in this painting? Did this painting hide some secret? Did Grandpa know the secret of this painting? The painting, titled Guopu Hiding in the Mountains, has a history of at least several thousand years. Yet it looked as new as ever, showing no signs of age. Li Chengfeng shook his head helplessly, realizing that since he joined the Qimen sect, he had encountered many bizarre events. These things were really too much to think about. Just thinking about them gave him a headache. It was better to go to sleep. The next morning, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin slept until after 10 a.m. before getting out of bed. They went to the noodle shop across the street and had 2 bowls of lamb noodles from Hunan. After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Bin took out a tissue to wipe his mouth and said seriously, "Chengfeng, my mom just called. She said there is something at home and I need to go back. I can't hang out with you anymore. Bye." As soon as Wang Bin finished speaking, he took the initiative to pay the bill and walked out without looking back. Li Chengfeng was left dumbfounded. Recalling how he had been scared to the point of wetting himself last night, understanding the reason for Wang Bin's departure. "Wait, I still have something to say to you." Wang Bin, without turning around, said in a hurt tone, "Don't say anything. I don't want to hear it. It was too damn scary. I won't hang out with you again. I just realized you're not a normal person. I'll pretend I don't know you. Don't come looking for me again." Hearing this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh. From his tone, it was clear that last night's events had truly frightened him. Most ordinary people would feel fear, while only a few might find it thrilling. Li Chengfeng chased after Wang Bin, put his arm around his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Look at you, such a coward. You're supposed to be a man. It's just a few small animals. What is there to be afraid of? Get lost. Those aren't just small animals. I was so scared I wet myself. And you're still laughing. I want to go home and find my mom. I won't play with you anymore." The experience from last night had left a deep shadow in Wang Bin's heart. Every time he saw a cat on the road or a bird flying overhead, he would inexplicably feel fear. Li Chengfeng sighed and said seriously, "Binzi, I must tell you something. Those 3 dirty things have already targeted us. If we don't eliminate them, no matter where you run, they will find you." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin slowly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at Li Chengfeng with a pitiful expression, feeling very regretful. Curiosity had killed the cat. He shouldn't have followed him to Qingzhou and insisted on witnessing the power of the folk forbidden technique, the 3 corpses blocking wealth. Now he had seen the power of the folk forbidden technique with his own eyes, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. In a complaining tone, he said, "Chengfeng, I have a small heart. Please don't deceive me." "How could I deceive you? If we don't eliminate those 3 dirty things, they will definitely keep bothering you. By then, even your uncles and aunts will be in trouble," Li Chengfeng said seriously. Chapter 49, Folk Funeral Customs and Trip Wires. Wang Bin frowned tightly. Seeing Li Chengfeng's serious expression, he knew he wasn't joking. He had personally witnessed how the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique had caused the Shanghai gold store to close, and those female employees had suffered one disaster after another. Understanding the terrifying nature of folk forbidden techniques, he was very clear that he was now entangled with 3 dirty things and could not bring them home, lest his parents suffer as well. The only solution now was to break the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique and burn the corpses of the 3 dirty things. Wang Bin sighed and said with a hint of complaint, "Meeting you is the most unfortunate thing in my life. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I guarantee you won't have any problems." Li Chengfeng smiled, putting his arm around Wang Bin's shoulders and patting him, speaking earnestly. No matter what, they had to break the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique and burn the corpses of those 3 creatures. If they weren't burned and managed to break free from the hemp rope, it would definitely lead to endless troubles. The first to be unlucky would be him and Wang Bin. Li Chengfeng returned to the Suiyuan Hall, took some cinnabar, handed a bundle of hemp rope to Wang Bin, and packed up to head to the Shanghai gold store. Wang Bin weighed the hemp rope in his hand, his face full of curiosity as he asked, "Chengfeng, why do we need to bring so much hemp rope?" "To tie up the corpses of those 3 filthy things tightly, to prevent them from escaping." Looking at the hemp rope in his hand, Wang Bin felt a bit worried. This was just ordinary hemp rope. It could probably be torn apart with a little force. Tying those 3 filthy things with hemp rope, wasn't that a joke? Wang Bin threw the rope to the ground and suggested, "Chengfeng, this hemp rope isn't sturdy enough. Let's go buy some nylon rope instead. Nylon rope is much stronger." Li Chengfeng shook his head and said seriously, "Don't underestimate this hemp rope. It's better for dealing with those filthy things than anything else." "Why?" Wang Bin was puzzled. How could a rope that could break with a tug be more effective than nylon rope? Li Chengfeng smiled and began to tell Wang Bin the story of hemp rope. While it's true that hemp rope isn't as strong as nylon, it has extraordinary significance in the history of China. Many people should know that when someone in the village passes away, they use hemp rope to bind the deceased's feet, which is also known as binding rope to prevent the dead from rising. This custom still exists in many regions, including Shandong, Hunan, Jiangsu, Anhui, and Hebei. Everyone knows that whether in modern times or ancient times, when an elder in the family passes away, the younger generations must wear hemp and mourn, keeping vigil day and night, and pouring soup for the funeral. The term wearing hemp in ancient times referred to hemp clothing. Nowadays, hemp clothing has become rare, and most people use hemp rope instead, commonly tying a piece around their waist. As for pouring soup, the terminology may vary in different places. Hemp rope has many legends and uses in the history of China. In Feng Shui taboos, hemp rope is considered an inauspicious item, and it shouldn't be placed carelessly in the home. Li Chengfeng seriously reminded, remember, no matter when, never place hemp rope carelessly in your home, especially under the bed. Why can't it be placed? What will happen if it is? Because having hemp rope in the house is inauspicious and will affect the health of the elderly in the family. Li Chengfeng told Wang Bin a lot of information, and he listened attentively. He recalled that when elders in the village passed away, they indeed used hemp rope to bind their feet. Whether it was the coffin-lifting rope or the coffin-binding rope, all were made of hemp, a rule passed down from their ancestors. The two sat in a taxi, one speaking and the other listening. Even the taxi driver listened attentively, exclaiming, "Young man, I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age. I learned it from the older generation." Li Chengfeng smiled politely. These customs have been passed down for thousands of years in China, but many places no longer observe them. And many large cities have adopted Western funeral practices. With the development of society and the invasion of Western culture, it's uncertain whether the ancient Chinese funeral customs can still be passed down. Chinese funeral culture is filled with respect for the deceased, unlike Western funeral culture, which is relatively simple and lacks many complex rituals. Soon, the taxi stopped near the Shanghai Gold Store, and Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin got out of the car. Wang Bin, swaying with the hemp rope, walked towards the Shanghai Gold Store, but was stopped by Li Chengfeng from behind. "Wait, what's wrong?" Wang Bin turned to stare at Li Chengfeng, puzzled. "Can't you see how many people are standing at the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store?" Wang Bin had already noticed, but hadn't thought much of it. Upon closer observation, he realized something was off. There were at least 20 people standing at the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store, including Han Lili and several female staff members. Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association, was also present, standing next to an elderly man. The old man appeared to be around 60 years old, dressed in traditional Tang clothing, with a pair of cloth shoes. He had a slight hunch in his back and had his hands clasped behind him. From his attire, it was clear that the old man's status was not simple. This old man was Hu Tianzhong, the president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association and Hu Yinsong's uncle. Li Chengfeng also spotted Deng Xihai, the chairman of the Shanghai Group, a well-known entrepreneur in Qingzhou City, whom he had often seen on television before. The series of bizarre incidents at the Shanghai Gold Store had already attracted the attention of the Shanghai Group's higher-ups. When Deng Xihai learned that staff members had been experiencing one mishap after another, leading to a significant drop in business, he was shocked and felt that the situation was not simple. He invited Hu Tianzhong, the Feng Shui consultant of the Shanghai Group and president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association, to investigate the matter. Hu Tianzhong first walked around the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store, keeping his head down to examine the ground, but found nothing unusual. While he was inspecting, he suddenly heard a cat's meow coming from above. He quickly looked up towards the door, where the sound of the cat's meow was incessant. The sound was hollow and piercing, making it uncomfortable to hear. His expression instantly grew serious as he asked those around him if they heard the cat's meow. But they all shook their heads. Only he could hear it, and Hu Tianzhong immediately guessed that the problem must lie above the door. Hu Yinsong walked over to Hu Tianzhong, bending slightly, and respectfully asked, "Uncle, what is going on with this Shanghai Gold Store? Have you found the problem?" Hu Tianzhong nodded, then turned to Deng Xihai and said seriously, "Mr. Deng, can you find someone to climb up to the terrace and see if there's a cat up there?" "Sure," Deng Xihai lightly responded, instructing a bodyguard beside him to climb up to the terrace. Chapter 50. The trouble mentioned by the ancestor Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin stood not far away, watching everything happening at the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store. The bodyguard climbed up to the terrace along the ladder. Li Chengfeng thought to himself that this was not good. The matter regarding the folk technique of the three corpses blocking wealth might be exposed. Remembering the trouble that the ancestor had mentioned last night, he understood that this must indeed be the trouble the ancestor was referring to. If these people found out who had set up the folk technique of the three corpses blocking wealth at the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store, causing it to shut down and the staff to suffer calamities, with injuries and disabilities, the one using folk techniques to harm others would definitely meet a tragic end. One was the president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association, and the other was the chairman of the Shanghai Group. Both were big figures that ordinary people could not provoke. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Li Chengfeng's forehead. He had truly gotten himself into big trouble this time. If he were caught by them, he would surely be torn apart. Li Qingfeng was still unaware that another big trouble, Sato Kenichi, had already arrived in Qingzhou and was currently looking at the corpse of Sato Kenji, his face filled with murderous intent. Wang Bin did not pay attention to Li Qingfeng's changing expression, but stared intently at the bodyguard climbing onto the terrace. Once the bodyguard reached the terrace, he saw the bodies of a sick cat, a crow, and a bat, all tied up with hemp ropes. The 3 animal corpses had turned into mummies and looked extremely eerie. The small eyes of the 3 corpses were all wide open, facing the bodyguard as if they were staring at him. The bodyguard felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and an uncomfortable feeling all over his body, his voice trembling as he spoke to the people below. Chairman, there's a cat up there, and also a crow and a bat. They are all dead and tied to the iron frame behind the sign with hemp ropes. It's too strange. I feel like they are all alive, staring at me. Hu Tianzhong, upon hearing this, guessed that the reason Shanghai Gold Store had turned out this way was definitely related to the corpses hanging on the door. Without seeing the 3 corpses with his own eyes, he did not know what kind of sorcery this was, and turned to Deng Sihai beside him. Mr. Deng, can you take down this sign? I want to see what's going on up there. Okay. Deng Sihai instructed 3 other bodyguards to climb up to the terrace and directly smash the LED display sign, causing glass shards to rain down to the ground. In no time, the ground in front of the door was covered with glass debris, sparkling under the sunlight. When the sign of Shanghai Gold Store was completely smashed, what was revealed to everyone was the sick cat's corpse, the crow's corpse, and the bat's corpse tied up with hemp ropes. Everyone present was shocked. Although they did not understand the significance of the corpses hanging on the door, it sent chills down their spines, emanating a strange aura. Many people secretly speculated whether the recent events at Shanghai Gold Store were related to these 3 animal corpses. When Han Lily saw the sick cat's corpse, her eyes revealed infinite fear, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She recalled that night when the wild cat jumped onto the steering wheel. Its color and size were exactly the same as the cat corpse hanging on the door. She raised her hand, pointing at the cat hanging on the door, her voice trembling as she said, It's this cat that jumped onto my steering wheel." The other employees standing nearby also had terrified expressions on their faces. They raised their hands, pointing at the crow and bat hanging on the door, their voices shaking as they said, That hairless crow is the one that crawled into my belly. That bat, I have seen it too." Hu Tianzhong, standing nearby, frowned deeply, already realizing the severity of the problem. The corpses hanging on the door seemed to have already transformed into spirits. Deng Sihai's face also showed some shock as he turned to Hu Tianzhong. "President Hu, what is going on?" "I don't know," Hu Tianzhong replied casually, taking a few steps forward to closely observe the corpses hanging on the door, muttering to himself, "A hairless crow, a starved bat. This cat seems to be a sick cat. These are all things of great decline. Hanging them on the door must be some kind of evil sorcery." Although he knew this was a form of sorcery, he did not know which specific type it was. Folk prohibitions, witchcraft, evil arts, and Luban techniques all varied greatly, and it was normal for him not to recognize them. Hu Tianjing stared at the sick cat's corpse, puzzled as he said, "What kind of trap is this? I have never seen anything like it." He sighed, having lived for decades, being an elder of the authentic Qimen and the president of the Qingzhou Xian Technique Association. He considered himself well informed, yet he could not figure out what kind of trap this was. Hu Yensong looked at the corpses above, confused, and asked, "Second uncle, what does it mean to hang the 3 animal corpses on the door?" Hu Tianjing shook his head helplessly, then said seriously, "Take a few photos and send them to your third uncle. He should know what kind of trap this is." "Okay." Hu Yensong hurriedly took out his phone, took several photos of the animal corpses hanging on the door, and then sent the photos to his third uncle, Hu Tiangang. Hu Tiangang, who had just returned to the capital from Kunlun Mountain, heard the notification sound on his phone and opened it to see the photos sent by his nephew, Hu Yensong. He was very surprised and then called to inquire about what was going on. Hu Yensong briefly explained the situation, and Hu Tiangang, after listening, said with a serious expression, "Give the phone to your second uncle." "Oh." Hu Yensong quickly handed the phone over, and Hu Tianjing took it, hearing his third brother, Hu Tiangong's voice. "Second brother, calculate the direction and see if the 3 animal corpses are hanging on the 3 major wealth positions." "Okay." Hu Tianjing took out the San Yuan compass and began to calculate the 3 wealth positions in front of Shanghai Gold Store. The Feng Shui compass is generally divided into 3 types: San Yuan compass, Sanhe compass, and San Yuan Sanhe compass. Li Chengfeng used the Sanhe compass, while Hu Tianjing used the San Yuan compass. After about 20 minutes, Hu Tianjing finally found the 3 wealth positions, and his face was filled with shock. The positions of the 3 animal corpses were indeed the 3 wealth positions: the bright wealth position, the hidden wealth position, and the annual wealth position. He hurriedly called to tell his third brother, Hu Tiangang, about this matter. Chapter 51. The 3 souls unite. The cat corpse escapes. Hu Tiangang, who had been waiting anxiously at the table for the call, was very worried, thinking to himself that his second brother's skills were getting worse and worse. It took him so long to find a 3 wealth position. He felt frustrated with this second brother. If it weren't for the Hu family's deep background, he probably wouldn't even be able to enter the Xian Technique Association, let alone be the president of the Qingzhou Xian Technique Association. After waiting for a long time, the phone finally rang, and he quickly answered. Upon learning that the 3 animal corpses were hanging in the 3 wealth positions, Hu Tiangong's expression suddenly turned serious. And he said in a very serious tone, "Second brother, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the folk prohibition technique of the 3 corpses blocking wealth." "What? You mean this is the long-lost folk prohibition technique of the 3 corpses blocking wealth?" "That's right." Hu Tianzhong was extremely shocked. He had previously read an ancient book titled Collection of Prohibited Techniques of the Tang Dynasty, which contained many names of folk prohibition techniques, but not the methods of their arrangements. Many ancient folk prohibition techniques had long been lost, and being able to retain a name for a prohibition technique was already quite remarkable. Now that he had witnessed the long-lost folk prohibition technique of the 3 corpses blocking wealth, the shock in his heart was unimaginable. It was astonishing that there were still people in this world who were proficient in ancient folk prohibition techniques, and who dared to use folk prohibition techniques to harm others. They were truly audacious. At the same time, he was very curious about what kind of person would arrange the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique at the door of Shanghai Gold Store. Hu Tiangang, holding the phone, with an angry expression, said in a stern tone, "Second brother, take down the 3 animal corpses and burn them with peachwood fire or cinnabar fire. You must not let them escape, understand?" "Okay." Hu Tianzhong agreed verbally but thought to himself, "These 3 corpses have already turned into mummies. How could they possibly escape? And what use is burning them with cinnabar fire or peachwood fire? It's really too troublesome. I might as well just set them on fire." If Hu Tiangang knew what Hu Tianzhong was thinking, he would definitely be very angry. He continued, "Also, find out who the bastard is that used the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique to harm people. We in the Huaxiaxian technique community absolutely do not allow such scum to exist." Hu Tianzhong perfunctorily agreed and hung up the phone. At that moment, Deng Sihai walked over, his tone somewhat angry as he asked, "President Hu, what exactly is going on?" Hu Tianzhong took a deep breath and explained the matter of the folk taboo techniques to him, then asked seriously, "Mr. Deng, I want to ask you something. Have you offended any powerful figures?" "President Hu, I can't answer that question," Deng Sihai replied, falling into deep thought. He had many enemies, and there were quite a few people who wanted to bring down the Shanghai group and put him to death. He couldn't disclose such matters. Deep down, he swore to find this person and tear him to pieces. How dare they set up folk taboo techniques in his territory? Seeing a flicker of killing intent flash across Deng Sihai's face, Hu Tianzhong realized he had asked an inappropriate question and quickly changed the subject. "Mr. Deng, could you have your bodyguards take down the bodies of those 3 animals and burn them?" "Okay," Deng Sihai replied casually, instructing the bodyguards still on the terrace to take down the 3 animal bodies. Everyone's attention was on the 3 animal corpses, and no one noticed that a large dark cloud in the sky was slowly covering the sun. Standing not far away, Li Chengfeng suddenly saw a shadow moving on the ground, then looked up at the sky. Half of the sun was already obscured by the dark cloud, and he was secretly alarmed. At the same time, a bodyguard had already taken down the corpse of the sick cat and thrown it onto the terrace behind him, then prepared to untie the rope binding the crow's corpse. Just as the bodyguard's hand touched the rope, the dark cloud in the sky had completely covered the sun, and the crow's corpse suddenly moved, emitting a cawing sound. The bodyguard was so frightened that he stumbled back several steps and sat down hard on the terrace, right next to the corpse of the sick cat. As he stared in terror at the crow and the bat, the sick cat's corpse suddenly moved as well, standing up in a mechanical manner. The bodyguard was stunned, his lips trembling in disbelief, unable to fathom that a dead cat's corpse had turned into a dry corpse and could actually move. The sick cat did not attack the bodyguard but instead started making sounds towards the bat and the crow, as if trying to communicate with them. Since the bats and crow's corpses were still bound by ropes, they couldn't fly. Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yinsong, Deng Sihai, and others were also left speechless by the bizarre scene. Although Hu Tianzhong was the president of the Xuanwu Association, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing and didn't know what to do. Han Lily and the timid female staff members were so scared that they turned and ran. It was truly terrifying, and they never wanted to return to this place again. Deng Sihai calmed down and asked with a serious expression, "President Hu, how can the already dry corpses of the crow and bat still move?" "It should be transformed into spirits." Hu Tianzhong also didn't know what to do. Although he was the president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association, he was merely a figurehead, proficient in some shallow Qimen techniques, able to put on a show as a master, but found himself helpless in the face of such events. Those who were truly capable masters had either joined the country's mysterious organization, the Longmen 8 Bureau and the Hulong Guard, or lived in seclusion away from worldly matters. The members of the Xuanwu Association were just a group of name-seekers. Amid the sick cat's continuous cries, the souls of the bat and crow flew out from their corpses and landed inside the sick cat's body. Li Chengfeng, standing not far away, watched this scene unfold in shock, exclaiming, "The 3 souls are merging. This is trouble." When the souls of the crow and bat entered the cat's corpse, the cat's corpse let out a cry in the direction where Li Chengfeng was, then jumped off the terrace and into the nearby sewer. Wang Bin, witnessing this, said in a trembling voice that dead cat ran away. Chapter 52. The Art of Qimen Dunjia, Part 1. Li Chengfeng felt speechless. These people were truly inept, making matters worse. Now that the cat's corpse had escaped, it was too late to say anything. The only option was to find a way to subdue the cat's corpse to prevent it from turning into a monster that would confuse the world. Remembering how the cat's corpse had jumped off the terrace and cried in that direction, he was very clear that the cat's corpse would definitely come looking for him. With the souls of the crow and bat now inside the sick cat's corpse, it had become a true monster, and subduing it would be incredibly difficult. If allowed to cultivate, it would surely bring disaster within a century, and trying to subdue it then would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Li Chengfeng was just a Feng Shui master, with very low combat power, and did not possess the Qimen methods to exorcise demons, making it extremely difficult to subdue the cat's corpse. Wang Bin turned to Li Chengfeng, worry etched on his face as he asked, Chengfeng, that dead cat ran away. Will it come back to seek revenge on us? Yes, it will definitely come back, Li Chengfeng nodded. Knowing that the first thing the escaped cat's corpse would do was seek revenge on those who had set the trap, Wang Bin couldn't help but shiver, asking in a fearful voice, then, what should we do? Let me think. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, contemplating ways to deal with the cat's corpse. It could show up at any moment, and they must remain vigilant and prepare in advance. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time, many methods flashing through his mind, shaking his head at times and nodding at others, finally letting out a sigh, unsure if this method would work. Don't worry. I've thought of a way to deal with the cat's corpse. What method did you come up with? Can you tell me? The art of Qimen Dunjia. The art of Qimen Dunjia? You know Qimen Dunjia? Wang Bin's curiosity was piqued, as he often watched movies featuring this kind of technique. In those films, many masters proficient in Qimen Dunjia could not only fly and burrow underground, summon winds and rain, and move mountains and fill seas, but they could also deploy troops and summon spirits, making them truly impressive. As a successor of the Qimen school, Li Chengfeng naturally knew some techniques of Qimen Dunjia, like deploying troops and summoning spirits. However, regarding the superior techniques of moving mountains and filling seas, flying and burrowing, summoning winds and rain, and controlling the forces of nature, Li Chengfeng was not yet capable of such feats. Throughout Chinese history, there have indeed been great figures who could move mountains and fill seas, summon winds and rain, such as the Pear Mountain Mother, Zhuge Liang, and Geguzi. At this moment, Wang Bin had forgotten his fear and was eager to see how Li Chengfeng planned to use the art of Qimen Dunjia against the cat's corpse. Li Chengfeng stood not far away, looking at the entrance of the Shanghai gold store, unable to help but sigh. It was all these people's fault. If they hadn't come, that dead cat would definitely not have escaped. The people standing at the entrance of the Shanghai gold store all looked up, their faces filled with confusion as they stared at the corpses of the bat and crow. Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yinsong, Deng Sihai, and others still could not believe their eyes. The dead cat that had turned into a dry corpse had actually run away. Such a bizarre and strange occurrence defied explanation. Even experts and professors from the biological community would likely be unable to explain this phenomenon. Deng Sihai snapped back to reality, his face full of confusion as he asked, President Hu, how did that dead cat run away? Can you explain what is going on? The onlookers around him also gazed at Hu Tianzheng with eager expressions, wanting to hear his explanation from a metaphysical perspective. The corpses of these three animals must have undergone spirit transformation. What is spirit transformation? Is it the same as what we commonly refer to as resurrection? A man wearing glasses curiously asked. Hu Tianzheng shook his head, thinking that explaining metaphysics to these people was like playing a lute to a cow. He didn't want to waste his breath or time. How could spirit transformation be resurrection? Resurrection means no soul, no consciousness, while spirit transformation involves having a soul and consciousness. The two are worlds apart. Seeing that his uncle didn't want to explain, Hu Yinsong quickly stepped forward, adopting a masterly demeanor, and said seriously, Everyone, actually we misinterpreted earlier. That cat wasn't dead, it was just playing dead. When the bodyguard untied the rope binding the cat, it ran away immediately, which is completely normal and has nothing to do with metaphysics. Hu Tianzheng looked at Hu Yinsong with approving eyes, secretly praising him for being smart, and quickly echoed. That's right, that cat was playing dead, and the bat and crow were also playing dead, unrelated to spirit transformation. When the bodyguard went to untie the ropes, the dead bat and crow were startled, which is why they flapped their wings. The gathered crowd felt disappointed, realizing that Hu Yinsong and Hu Tianzheng were just brushing them off, and they stopped pursuing the matter. Their explanation was somewhat reasonable. Deng Sihai then looked at the crow and bat corpses hanging by the door, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth, no longer asking further questions. At this point, Deng Sihai had seen through Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yinsong's true colors. He initially thought they were masters, and had even spent a fortune hiring Hu Tianzheng as the Feng Shui and metaphysics consultant for the Shanghai group. He didn't expect them to be mere pretenders seeking fame. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Hu Tianzheng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the matter was finally resolved. He walked up to Deng Sihai with a smile, saying, Mr. Deng, have someone take down the bat and crow corpses and burn them. Then the Shanghai gold store can reopen. Deng Sihai didn't want to waste more words with Hu Tianzheng and instructed the bodyguards still on the terrace to burn the bat and crow corpses. Then handed Hu Tianzheng a check for 2 million. Without looking back, he turned and walked toward the car parked by the roadside, holding the check. Hu Tianjing's face broke into a radiant smile upon seeing the amount. He had casually earned 2 million just by stepping out. He kept thanking Deng Sihai's retreating figure. Thank you, Mr. Deng. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call us. My nephew and I will always be at your service. Deng Sihai snorted lightly, then got into the car, casually saying 2 words, drive. Chapter 53. The Folk Forbidden Technique. Shrinking Charm. 4. As the people at the Shanghai Gold Store gradually left, the bodyguards took down the crow and bat corpses to burn them. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin returned to the Suiyuan Hall. Although the 3 corpses blocking the wealth technique had been dispelled, the dead cat's body had run away, leaving them feeling extremely heavy-hearted. They couldn't shake the thought that at any moment, that dead cat might reappear, haunting him and bringing him misfortune, bad luck, and possibly even a bloody disaster. Eventually leaving him tortured and half-dead or tragically dead in the streets. Wang Bin unlocked the door to Suiyuan Hall, and as he stood waiting, Li Chengfeng noticed 3 luxury cars parked by the roadside, with the first one looking particularly familiar, and he was trying to remember whose it was. The car door was pushed open, and Yi Mingyao stepped out. Seeing Li Chengfeng, she broke into a sweet smile, waved her fair hand, and greeted him in a gentle voice. Mr. Li, hello, long time no see. What brings you here again? Li Chengfeng frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice. Why are you here again? Yi Mingyao, who had been smiling, now looked awkward and felt a bit angry inside. This jerk was really clueless. A beautiful woman smiled and greeted him, yet he responded so coldly. She secretly cursed him to never find a girlfriend and be single for life. Wang Bin, upon seeing Yi Mingyao, was dazzled, standing frozen in place. This woman was so beautiful and had such charm. How wonderful it would be if she were my girlfriend. Seeing Wang Bin's reaction, Li Chengfeng shook his head in frustration, thinking that some men were truly hopeless. It wasn't like he had never seen a woman before. It's just a girl, is it that serious? Haha, she's really gorgeous. Wang Bin said shamelessly, his gaze fixated on Yi Mingyao. Li Chengfeng could only shake his head helplessly. The nature of men was indeed unchangeable. Yi Mingyao was so furious that she gritted her teeth, her resentful gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng. This man was such a jerk. She was still a young lady, yet he kept referring to her as girl. Just then, the door of the car behind them was pushed open, and a man stumbled out. He looked dazed, haggard, pale, and extremely thin, with a very poor spirit. When Li Chengfeng saw this person, he was startled. Was he a human or a ghost? If he was human, how could he look like this? When the man saw Li Chengfeng, tears instantly streamed down his face, and he couldn't help but cry out loud. Li Chengfeng stared at this man in confusion, observing him closely and feeling he looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but couldn't remember who he was. 2 more bodyguards got out of the car, helping the swaying man walk over to Li Chengfeng. The man approached Li Chengfeng, knelt down, and heavily knocked his forehead on the ground, repeating the action 3 times before crying out, Mr. Li, please, spare me. What the hell? Who are you? Are you a man or a woman? The person looked like a man, but spoke in a woman's voice. Li Chengfeng was so startled that he jumped up, quickly stepping back 2 paces, looking at the kneeling man with disdain, suspecting he was a failed transgender person. The man on the ground wiped his tears and said in a pitiful voice, Mr. Li, I am Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming, you are Yi Wuming. Yes. Yi Wuming quickly nodded. Li Chengfeng was very surprised, looking at Yi Wuming in disbelief. How could he have changed so much in just over a month? He was clearly a big man, yet his voice had turned into that of a woman. He remembered when he was imposing, arrogant, and invincible, arriving at Suiyuan Hall with several bodyguards and ordering them to smash the place to pieces. Now, he had become so emaciated, swaying as he walked, needing 2 bodyguards to support him. Seeing Yi Wuming like this, Li Chengfeng felt very pleased. As the saying goes, good and evil are rewarded accordingly. And it couldn't be more accurate. Li Chengfeng, with a joyful expression, suddenly remembered something. The reason Yi Wuming had become this way seemed to be his doing. A month ago, he had cast the folk forbidden technique of the shrinking yang curse on him, and now more than a month had passed. This matter had long been forgotten. He was almost ready to forget about it. Seeing Yi Wuming's current state reminded him of the shrinking yang curse he had placed on him, and unexpectedly, he had come to seek him out. Li Chengfeng once again witnessed the terror of folk forbidden techniques, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. He also realized a problem. Folk forbidden techniques really should not be used carelessly. The so-called shrinking yang curse not only made a man lose his ability to be a man, but it could also shrink a man's masculine energy, causing an imbalance of yin and yang, turning a man into something neither male nor female. Yi Wuming repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, wiping his tears with his hand, his voice filled with a pitiful plea. Mr. Li, it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have let the bodyguards smash the Suiyuan Hall. Please let me go. I won't dare do it again. I just want to be a normal man. As long as you are willing to lift the curse on me, from now on, I will work like a dog for you, obeying your every command. Mr. Li, I beg you, please lift the curse on me. I really can't take it anymore. This shrinking yang curse is truly tormenting. His voice, though clearly that of a man, sounded like a woman's, sending chills down Li Chengfeng's spine. As Yi Wuming spoke, he continued to knock his head on the ground, begging Li Chengfeng to lift the curse on him. Li Qingfeng frowned slightly and turned to look at Yi Mengyao, realizing she must have told Yi Wuming everything. Otherwise, Yi Wuming would not have found his way here. Seeing Li Qingfeng's unusual expression, Yi Mengyao apologetically said, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I didn't tell him. It was my aunt who told him." Yi Mengyao hadn't expected that she had informed Yi Wushuang about the reason Yi Wuming had become a eunuch, which was because Li Qingfeng had placed the shrinking yang curse on him. Yi Wushuang, however, did not believe it at all, thinking it was nonsense that a shrinking yang curse could turn a man into a eunuch. Although Yi Wushuang said he didn't believe it, he still rushed to the hospital to verify if what Yi Mengyao said was true, revealing the matter of the shrinking yang curse to Yi Wuming. At first, Yi Wuming did not believe it at all, nor did he believe that the shrinking yang curse could turn a normal man into a eunuch. But as time went on, his body underwent increasingly significant changes. Even his voice became that of a woman, leaving him completely panicked. Yi Wuming then sought out Yi Mengyao, pleading with her to reveal the truth. In desperation, Yi Mengyao had no choice but to tell him the whole story. When Yi Wuming learned the truth, he was still incredulous and extremely shocked. How could a folk-forbidden technique like the shrinking yang curse turn a man into something neither male nor female? It was truly unbelievable and miraculous. Initially, he hated Li Qingfeng immensely, vowing to kill him to vent his anger, but as his physical condition worsened, all that remained in his heart was fear and dread. His hatred for Li Qingfeng completely vanished. He just wanted to return to his former self and be a normal man. After Yi Wuming's desperate pleas, Yi Mengyao brought him to Suiyuan Hall to seek Li Qingfeng's forgiveness. Chapter 54. The Folk-Forbidden Technique, Shrinking Yang Curse, Part 5. Li Qingfeng sighed, looking at Yi Wuming kneeling on the ground, feeling a multitude of emotions. The terror of folk-forbidden techniques truly made one unable to imagine. In just over a month, Yi Wuming had been tormented by the shrinking yang curse to the point of being unrecognizable. What had he gone through in this past month? During this time, Yi Wuming had truly suffered immensely, enduring various examinations every few days, yet no one could determine what illness he had. The doctors told him that his strange illness was unique in the world, with no known second case. The only treatment method was to inject him with male hormones. Yi Wuming received injections of male hormones daily and took numerous medications to boost his testosterone, but the medications had no effect, and his condition worsened, with his voice turning more feminine. This was something Yi Wuming could not accept. Others looked at him with strange eyes, and he had become the object of ridicule. One curious child even asked his mother if that uncle had learned the sunflower scripture, which was why he had become neither male nor female. Yi Wuming was on the verge of tears, suffering from both mental and physical blows, becoming increasingly anxious, and many times he contemplated ending his life. Medical experts from both home and abroad held numerous consultations regarding his condition, yet they were at a loss as to how to help him. Li Qingfeng frowned slightly. If he had known the shrinking yang curse was so terrifying, his kind heart would never have allowed him to casually cast it on someone. Wang Bin, standing nearby, was also shocked by Yi Wuming's appearance. He was full of confusion, not understanding what had happened between Yi Wuming and Li Qingfeng. But he could guess that the reason this man had become like this seemed to be related to Li Qingfeng. At that moment, Wang Bin realized just how terrifying this old classmate was. First, he used a folk-forbidden technique to shut down the Shanghai gold store, and then, by some unknown means, turned a normal person into something neither male nor female. Such mysterious and powerful abilities were truly impressive, and without realizing it, he developed a sense of admiration for Li Qingfeng. Yi Wuming continued to kneel on the ground, desperately pleading, occasionally glancing at Yi Mengyao, hoping she would say a few good words for him. However, Yi Mengyao's expression was cold, unwilling to look at Yi Wuming even once. Remembering what had happened that day, she could not forgive him. If it weren't for the coincidence of Li Qingfeng placing the shrinking yang curse on him, causing Yi Wuming to lose his ability to be a man, that day she would not only have been violated by this beast, but the entire Yi family might have been destroyed. Out of consideration for being from the same family, she had not held it against him too much and had not told Yi Guqing what had happened that day. If her father knew what had happened, he would surely have killed him himself. Now bringing him to seek Li Qingfeng was already the greatest mercy she could show him. Li Qingfeng looked at Yi Wuming kneeling on the ground, observing his features, a dull face with green stubble, sunken cheeks, a narrow forehead, and protruding cheekbones, giving him a treacherous and cruel appearance. According to the records of the Ma-yi physiognomy, a dull face with green stubble should not be associated with. Sunken cheeks indicate a bent posture, a narrow forehead signifies a narrow-minded heart, and protruding cheekbones suggest a cruel and malicious disposition. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that even if he were to lift the shrinking yang curse, he would not let it go easily. He would surely seek revenge. Li Qingfeng did not want to harm anyone with forbidden techniques. If Yi Wuming died, he would also face heavenly retribution. After pondering for a moment, he decided to help him lift the shrinking yang curse. If, after lifting the curse, he dared to come back seeking revenge, he would make him wish he were dead. Li Qingfeng smirked slightly and said, Yi Wuming, I can lift the shrinking yang curse on you, but it cannot be for free. I understand. I understand. Yi Wuming was instantly overjoyed, a smile breaking through his previously sorrowful face, and he understood Li Qingfeng's meaning. He wanted money. He still felt a bit worried that Li Chengfeng might ask for an exorbitant price, but thinking about the terror of the shrinking yang curse, he would be willing to go bankrupt just to be free of it. Mr. Li, as long as you lift the curse on me, I will pay you any amount you ask for. Li Chengfeng immediately raised 2 fingers without thinking. Staring at the 2 fingers, Yi Wuming, who was initially worried that he might be asking for too much, suddenly smiled and said nonchalantly, 2 million is fine. I will transfer the money to you right now. Li Chengfeng was momentarily stunned upon hearing 2 million. He only meant 2,000, but he never expected the other party to ask for 2 million. Is 2 million just like 2,000 in the world of the wealthy? Seeing the other party's smiling face and nonchalant demeanor made him feel that 2 million was too little. Li Chengfeng regretted not asking for 200 million instead. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, he thought that if he lifted the shrinking yang curse on Yi Wuming and he sought revenge on him, it would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. He needed to give him a warning first. Yi Wuming, let me say this up front. I can help you lift the curse, but I can also put a curse on you at any time. Before Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Yi Wuming hurriedly said, I understand. Mr. Li, please don't worry. I absolutely won't seek revenge on you because I don't dare to. As long as you don't mind, I will be your servant and do whatever you say. Li Chengfeng shook his head, seeing that he didn't look like a good person. If he kept him around, he might bite back at any moment. He disdainfully said, forget it. I don't need a servant like you. Li Chengfeng returned to the Sui Yuan Hall and found the wooden tray, which was covered with a thick layer of soil, with a scarecrow on it that had a coffin nail stuck between its legs. Yi Wuming looked at the scarecrow with disbelief, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Could this scarecrow be the reason he ended up like this? How could that be possible? It was too bizarre. Under the curious gazes of Yi Mengyao, Wang Bin, Yi Wuming, and 2 bodyguards, Li Chengfeng formed hand seals and chanted incantations toward the scarecrow. Heavenly curse, earthly curse, soldiers from all directions come to lift the curse. White curse, night curse, day and night wandering spirits come to lift the curse. Divine curse, ghost curse, 5 ghosts of Yama come to lift the curse. Listening to the incantations from Li Chengfeng, Wang Bin and Yi Wuming felt their scalps tingle, and their brains felt uncomfortable hearing those spells. After Li Chengfeng finished chanting all the incantations, he changed his hand seals, grasped the coffin nail, and shouted, break. He then pulled out the coffin nail. At that moment, the scarecrow suddenly ignited, instantly turning to ashes. Such a miraculous scene left everyone present dumbfounded, feeling as if they were watching a magic trick. Not understanding why the scarecrow would spontaneously combust, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and said to Yi Wuming, all right, the curse I placed on you has been lifted. You can rest for a few days, and you will fully recover. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yi Wuming still found it hard to believe that without medicine or injections, just pulling out the coffin nail from the scarecrow could restore his health. It felt too ridiculous. He felt as if he had been deceived by Li Chengfeng, thinking he was being played with, and his face turned a bit ugly, but he didn't dare to show his anger. The 2 bodyguards beside him showed shocked expressions upon hearing Yi Wuming's voice, incredulously saying, Brother Yi, your voice. What's wrong with my voice? As soon as Yi Wuming spoke, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his voice had returned to that of a man. Chapter 55, The Art of the Qimen Sect, Part 2. When Li Chengfeng lifted the curse on Yi Wuming, he returned to normal. However, due to being tormented by the shrinking yang curse for too long, he was physically weak and needed some time to recuperate fully. Yi Wuming was overjoyed and hurriedly reached down to feel, and the precious gem that had been retracted into his abdomen had returned. He was filled with joy and tears, finally able to be a normal man again. After the excitement, thinking about the painful experiences of the past month made his body tremble involuntarily. He felt nothing but fear. Even lacking the courage to hate Li Chengfeng, he was truly scared. Yi Wuming was a very shrewd person. He realized that although Li Chengfeng only ran an unremarkable Sui Yuan Hall now, with his abilities, his achievements and connections in the near future would be immeasurable. He looked at Li Chengfeng with deep eyes, having already witnessed his inscrutable methods. He understood clearly that one could only befriend such a person and never be his enemy. Having an enemy like this would be terrifying. One might not even know how they died, and it could even endanger their family and lineage. Thinking of this, Yi Wuming regarded Li Chengfeng with the utmost respect, saying in a flattering tone, Mr. Li, from now on, I, Yi Wuming, am willing to serve you and do whatever you command, with no ulterior motives. Forget it, you can leave. As long as you don't seek revenge on me, I will be satisfied. Li Chengfeng said coldly, not even looking at Yi Wuming, directly issuing an eviction order. Yi Wuming felt embarrassed. If he were an ordinary person, he certainly would not let this go and would seek revenge. However, having personally experienced the terror of the shrinking yang curse, how could he dare to have thoughts of revenge? Mr. Li, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to seek revenge on you. If you need anything in the future, just command me, and I will not refuse as long as I can do it. Li Chengfeng did not respond. Still wearing a cold expression, he truly did not want this servant. Seeing that Li Chengfeng was ignoring him, Yi Wuming felt a bit dejected, sighed, and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped in his tracks, remembering something, turned around, and continued, Mr. Li, there is one more thing I must tell you. My cousin Yi Wugong and a Japanese man have arrived in Qingzhou City. That Japanese man is very powerful. He seems to be one of the top 10 Yin-Yang Feng Shui masters in the 9 Chrysanthemum School, named Sato Kenichi. He has come to Qingzhou City to find out who moved the thorn locust tree from the Yi family's ancestral grave. Mr. Li, you must be cautious. Yi Wuming had already guessed that the thorn locust tree from the Yi family's ancestral grave must have been moved by Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng's complex gaze locked onto Yi Wuming, not understanding why he would say this. Since he was kindly reminding him, he couldn't be too indifferent and casually replied, I understand. One of the top 10 Yin-Yang Feng Shui masters in the 9 Chrysanthemum School, Li Chengfeng smirked disdainfully. Already guessing that this Sato Kenichi was likely the one who planted the thorn locust tree at the Yi family's ancestral grave. Li Chengfeng had never had a good impression of Japanese people, especially not a top-tier Yin-Yang Feng Shui master. If he remembered correctly, the 2 Japanese people who set the earth evil to resolve the cow art in Wang Bin's village were also part of the 9 Chrysanthemum School. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly. It would be better if Sato Kenichi didn't come, but if he dared to seek trouble, let him experience the power of folk taboo arts. He suddenly thought of a folk taboo art, sending off the living and burying the dead. Although Li Chengfeng did not want to use folk taboo arts to harm anyone, he did not consider Japanese people to be human at all. Yi Wuming spoke in a flattering tone. Mr. Li, if there is anything else, I will inform you. Wuming will take my leave now. Li Chengfeng lightly nodded, feeling a bit less disgusted toward Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming was extremely happy to see Li Chengfeng's response. He turned around with a smile, leaving Suryuan Hall with 2 bodyguards. Just as they got into the car, one of the bodyguards said with an unhappy expression, Bro, that kid is too arrogant. Should I find a few brothers to take him down? You dare? If you have that idea again, I'll take you down first. From now on, when you see Mr. Li, be polite. He's someone we can't afford to provoke, understand? Don't think he's just a low-profile Feng Shui master now. It won't be long before he becomes a big shot we can't reach. Yi Wuming said this with immense respect in his heart, as if he could see the glorious future of Li Chengfeng. If he could be by his side, he too would rise with the tide. Li Chengfeng's actions once again shocked Yi Mingyao. In her eyes, he had become a godlike figure, full of admiration and affection, though he wasn't very handsome. The unique aura he exuded deeply attracted her. When she first met Li Chengfeng, she had looked at him with disgust, feeling he was a fraud. But now she had completely become his little fan. After Yi Wuming left, Yi Mingyao gently spoke, Mr. Li, my father is hosting a dinner at Wanghai Pavilion tonight and would like to invite you for a meal. I wonder if you have time. Let's talk about it tonight. I have things to do right now. All right. Li Chengfeng didn't even look at Yi Mingyao when he spoke, which made her feel very disappointed. Wang Bin, who had been standing nearby, noticed Yi Mingyao's expression and realized she liked Li Chengfeng. He sighed helplessly, thinking that he had no chance. Unfortunately, Li Chengfeng was completely oblivious to her feelings, missing the opportunity to appreciate a woman's genuine affection. Standing at the door, Li Chengfeng glanced at Wang Bin and said, Binzi, bring me my Sana compass. Oh, the cat's corpse could show up at any time, so he had to be prepared. He planned to set up a protective formation of the 12 divine generals, 6 Yin and 6 Yang, at the entrance of Suryuan Hall. With a serious expression, Li Chengfeng stood at the door holding the Sana compass, occasionally glancing at it, and then at the right side of the entrance, calculating the positions of the 6 Ding. His fingers moved continuously as he chanted, 6 Ding for Yin, 6 Jia for Yang, 6 Yin gods, 6 Yang gods. The 12 divine generals each take their positions to protect me. Ding gods in 6 positions. Ding Yin for General Sima Qing, Ding Wei for General Shi Shutong, Ding Yu for General Zhang Wengong, Ding Hai for General Zhang Wentong, Ding Chou for General Zhao Ziren, Ding Si for General Cui Shiqing, the 6 generals guarding each direction. All gods returned to their positions. As Li Chengfeng held the Sanha compass, each time he named a divine position and pointed to a deity, his hand gestures changed accordingly, directing to the location of the deity. With each correct point, a flash of blue light would appear, revealing a formidable divine general clad in blue armor, holding a divine weapon, standing briefly in the blue light before vanishing. After identifying the positions of the 6 Ding, when he shouted all gods returned to their positions, the 6 Ding generals appeared alongside the blue light at their respective positions, remaining for about 3 seconds before disappearing. Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao, who had never opened their heavenly eyes, naturally couldn't see this scene. Yi Mingyao stood silently beside Li Chengfeng, her eyes filled with curiosity, wanting to know what he was doing but not daring to interrupt him. Wang Bin, however, looked puzzled as he watched Li Chengfeng gesturing and muttering, thinking he looked like a madman, wondering if this was what he called the art of Qimen Dunjia. Is it really that casual? Does pointing here and there count as Qimen Dunjia? Wang Bin didn't realize that every position Li Chengfeng pointed to was indeed the location of the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, and 12 divine generals. How could an ordinary person understand this? In today's society, there are fewer and fewer people proficient in the 8 doors Dunjia, 9 palaces, and plum blossom divination. Li Chengfeng completely ignored Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao's presence. After finding the positions of the 6 Ding, he then held the Sanha compass to search for the positions of the 6 Jia. He would occasionally look at the Sanha compass, then at the left side of the entrance, changing hand gestures continuously while chanting. 6 Jia for Yang, 6 Ding for Yin, 6 Yang gods, 16 gods. The 12 divine generals each take their positions to protect me. Jia Zi for 6 positions. Jia Zi for General Wang Wenqing, Jia Su for General Zhang Zijiang, Jia Shun for General Hu Wenchang, Jia Wu for General Wei Yuqing, Jia Chun for General Meng Feiqing, Jia Yin for General Meng Wenjiang. The 6 Yang generals guarding each direction. All gods returned to their positions. Li Chengfeng held the Sana compass. And each time he named a divine position and pointed to a deity, his hand gestures changed accordingly, directing to the location of the deity. With each correct point, a flash of golden light would appear, revealing a formidable divine general clad in golden armor, holding a divine weapon, standing briefly in the golden light before vanishing. After identifying the positions of the 6 Jia, when he shouted all gods return to their positions, the 6 Jia generals appeared alongside the golden light at their respective positions, remaining for about 3 seconds before disappearing. Once Li Chengfeng finished setting up the protective formation of the 12 divine generals, he felt his legs go weak. His whole body drained of strength, and his face turned pale as paper. He fell to the ground and then lay back, fainting. Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao were startled. Just moments ago, Li Chengfeng was full of energy, chanting and gesturing, and suddenly he fainted. Wang Bin quickly approached, concern etched on his face. He knelt beside Li Chengfeng, patting his face with urgency, calling out, "Chengfeng, what's wrong? Wake up, talk to me, don't die on me." Yi Mingyao also hurriedly squatted down to check Li Chengfeng's condition. Seeing his pale face and faint breathing, she felt very worried and asked with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Li, what happened? You were fine just a moment ago. How did you suddenly faint?" "I don't know. Should we take Mr. Li to the hospital?" "Yes." Yi Mingyao took Li Chengfeng to the hospital, proactively covering the medical expenses, and tirelessly cared for him like a devoted wife, consulting experts, finding doctors, and calling nurses, being very attentive. Standing nearby, Wang Bin watched Yi Mingyao's busy figure with envy, truly not understanding why such a beautiful and virtuous woman, a wealthy young lady, didn't capture Li Chengfeng's heart. If it were him, he would undoubtedly fall for her without hesitation. When Li Chengfeng opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, with Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao by his side. The doctor had examined him and found him in excellent health, with no medical issues detected. After much deliberation, the doctor explained that Li Chengfeng had fainted due to excessive fatigue and insufficient qi and blood. Seeing Li Chengfeng awake, Yi Mingyao's heart finally settled, and a smile appeared on her previously anxious face as she silently watched him. Wang Bin was also very happy, smiling as he joked, "Haha, you scared me just now. I thought you were going to kick the bucket." "Shut up. If you kick the bucket, I won't." Li Chengfeng shot Wang Bin a glare and said irritably. He lay on the hospital bed, taking a deep breath and recalling what had just happened. After setting up the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang 12 divine generals protective formation, he felt his vital energy and 2 energies being drained by a mysterious force, instantly feeling like a deflated balloon and fainting. Wang Bin also wore a puzzled expression, not understanding why he suddenly passed out, and casually voiced his question. Li Chengfeng did not expect that setting up the Qimen Dunjia formation would consume so much vital energy and 2 energies, which led to his fainting on the spot. He was quite puzzled about what exactly drained the vital energy and 2 energies from his body. Fortunately, he was still young, and the loss of some vital energy would not cause significant harm to his body. He would recover in a few days. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, sat up on the bed, and asked, "What time is it now?" "It's already past 6. It's about to get dark. Are you hungry?" "I'll get you something to eat," Yi Mingyao hurriedly replied. Li Chengfeng quickly turned to look outside. The sun had already set, and there was only a trace of twilight left on the ground. He had no mood to eat and was alarmed. If he waited until nightfall and that cat corpse came looking for him, it would be troublesome. "Binzi, hurry back to the Suiyuan Hall. It will be too late once it gets dark." "Right, how could I forget this?" Wang Bin suddenly realized that once it got dark, the cat corpse would come out. And without the binding of the hemp rope, he could hardly imagine how fierce the dead cat would be. They dared not delay for even a moment. Wang Bin helped Li Chengfeng walk out of the ward. Yi Mingyao, seeing their worried expressions, asked with confusion, "Mr. Li, you just got to the hospital. Why are you leaving? Don't you need to rest here?" "I have urgent matters to attend to and must return before dark." Li Chengfeng only glanced at Yi Mingyao, continuing to walk outside. The Suiyuan Hall had his protective formation, so even if the cat corpse came looking for him, it wouldn't be able to enter. Staying in the hospital would mean waiting for death once the cat corpse came. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Yi Mingyao volunteered to drive them back. Li Chengfeng wanted to refuse, not wanting to involve her in this matter. However, Wang Bin, acting shamelessly, quickly agreed. Li Chengfeng shot Wang Bin a glance and had no choice but to get into Yi Mingyao's luxury car. On the way back, Wang Bin chattered endlessly, asking all sorts of questions. Yi Mingyao showed a look of disgust, but perhaps for Li Chengfeng's sake, she didn't get angry and smiled while chatting with Wang Bin. Li Chengfeng sat in the car without saying a word, occasionally looking out the window. The sun had set, night had fallen, and the street lights quietly turned on, illuminating the shops along the road. Suddenly, he seemed to see a cat climbing out of a sewer. He hurriedly rolled down the car window, wanting to confirm if it was that dead cat. However, when he looked in that direction, he found nothing. The the cat had long disappeared, leaving him with a sense of foreboding. Miss Yi, can you drive a bit faster? Chapter 57. The malevolent being collides with the living. Yi Mengyao softly responded and then increased the speed, but it wasn't very fast, just a little faster than before. Since it was in the city, the maximum speed limit was only 30 miles per hour, and with traffic lights everywhere, it was congested, making it hard to go fast. Wang Bin noticed Li Chengfeng's anxious expression and realized something was wrong, casually asking, Chengfeng, did you see that thing? Seems like it. I can't be sure. Wang Bin quickly turned to look outside, initially not noticing anything unusual. However, as they passed a green belt with lush green flowers, a small patch suddenly began to shake. He widened his eyes and stared intently at the shaking flowers, and suddenly, a cat leaped out from the flowers. Wang Bin was startled and screamed, jumping up in his seat, hitting his head on the roof, quickly raising his hand to rub his head, wincing in pain. Once he calmed down, he realized it was just a fat orange cat. Li Chengfeng said irritably, don't be so jumpy, you'll scare someone to death. Hee, I must have misjudged. Yi Mengyao, who was driving, observed the two through the rearview mirror, feeling their behavior was quite abnormal, and casually asked, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, what is going on with you two? Nothing. Li Chengfeng replied casually, then turned his gaze back outside, his brows instantly furrowing. He saw a cat squatting on the opposite curb. This cat was thin as a stick, with eyes as black as ink, devoid of any vitality. Staring at the passing vehicles on the road, passers-by, seeing this cat, felt pity, thinking how thin it was and truly unfortunate, but no one noticed the cat's eerie presence. Li Chengfeng was startled. This was exactly the cat corpse. At the same time, the gazes of the person and the cat met. The cat corpse saw Li Chengfeng in the car, opened its gaunt mouth, and let out a piercing scream. Immediately, a bat flew out from its belly, followed by a crow, quickly heading in the direction of Li Chengfeng. Watching the approaching bat and crow made his scalp tingle, but he felt powerless to do anything. Just as the crow and bat were about to reach him, a tall SUV suddenly accelerated from the left to overtake, colliding with the flying bat and crow. When the SUV's windshield hit the crow and bat, there was no sound. The crow and bat instantly vanished, and at that moment, the SUV suddenly lost control, crashing into several cars on the road before finally hitting a tree by the roadside, coming to a stop. The car's hood was deformed, the airbag had deployed, and the glass was shattered everywhere. The driver inside lay motionless in the seat, unsure if he was alive or dead, only sustaining minor abrasions. Soon after, a bat and a crow emerged from the driver's body. The crow and bat stood on the driver's body, letting out satisfied calls. The cat corpse, which had been squatting by the roadside, began to call out, seemingly summoning the crow and bat. Upon hearing the cat's call, the crow and bat responded, flapping their wings and flying towards the cat corpse, then entering its belly. The cat corpse let out a satisfied cry, glanced at Li Chengfeng, and then disappeared into the nearby sewer. Li Chengfeng witnessed the entire scene clearly. One corpse, three souls merged into one, with the souls of the bat and crow residing in the cat corpse, transforming it into a malevolent being. He was puzzled about why the cat corpse suddenly left. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced. If the bat and crow had landed on Yi Mengyao's car, then the car that crashed into the tree would definitely have been this one. The sudden car accident startled Yi Mengyao. She quickly hit the brakes, took a deep breath, and nervously said, that was so scary, we almost got hit. Wang Bin looked at the SUV that crashed into the tree and thought of the scene where Han Lily drove into the milk tea shop. It was almost identical to the current situation. He asked with a trembling voice, Chengfeng, is it? Before he could finish, Li Chengfeng interrupted him, thinking that such matters should not be known to Yi Mengyao. The fewer people who knew, the better. After all, these three dirty things were created by Li Chengfeng using the folk forbidden technique of the three corpses to block wealth. The three of them looked at the SUV that crashed into the tree, thinking the driver must be seriously injured. At that moment, two on-duty auxiliary police happened to pass by, saw the SUV crashed into the tree, and hurried over to check. When they reached the front of the car and looked at the driver in the driver's seat, they were instantly frightened and screamed, quickly stepping back and exclaiming in traditional Chinese, "Oh my God!" Hearing the screams of the two auxiliary police, Li Chengfeng was puzzled, wondering what was going on. The SUV's speed was at most 40 miles per hour, and given the SUV's good protection, even if it hit the tree, the driver would only be slightly injured, not dead. Seeing the unusual expressions of the two auxiliary police, Li Chengfeng got out of the car and walked towards the SUV. Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao followed Li Chengfeng, wanting to see what was happening. When they reached the front of the SUV, the two auxiliary police hurriedly advised, "You three, I advise you not to go over. It's fine, I just want to take a look." The two auxiliary police did not continue to stop them, thinking that if they wanted to see, let them see, and they would be scared out of their wits later. When Li Chengfeng walked to the front of the SUV and looked inside, the driver was a man, about in his 50s. The driver sat motionless in the driver's seat, his face ashen, his exposed arms bruised, mouth wide open, eyes bulging, tightly pressed against the seat, looking extremely terrifying. The driver of the SUV was actually dead. How could this be possible? Yi Mengyao, being a girl and more timid, was frightened by this scene and cried out, turning to run back to the car. Wang Bin was also scared and stepped back several times, not daring to look anymore. Only Li Changfeng remained relatively calm, saying nothing, silently turning back to Yi Mingyao's car, as he already guessed how the driver died. Wang Bin closely followed behind. And when they returned to the car, he curiously said, "How could this driver be dead? The way he died is too scary. His whole body is ashen, mouth open, eyes bulging. People who die in a car accident shouldn't look like this, right? He didn't die from the car accident. He was struck by a great evil entity, which caused his death." Upon hearing great evil entity, Wang Bin immediately thought of the sick cat, the hairless crow, and the emaciated bat. Remembering Li Changfeng had said that these three dirty things had transformed from great misfortunes to great evils. But he still didn't understand why being struck by a great evil entity would lead to death. Yi Mingyao, full of curiosity, voiced her doubts. Chapter 58. The Art of the Qimen 1 School's Escape Technique. 4. Li Changfeng shook his head, about to explain the reasons to Yi Mingyao and Wang Bin. When the traffic police and an ambulance arrived at the accident scene one after another, beginning to disperse the crowd and investigate the cause of the accident. Yi Mingyao was also called out of the car by the traffic police, who inquired about the circumstances of the accident. The originally chaotic accident scene became orderly once the traffic police arrived, and traffic began to return to normal. The ambulance parked next to the SUV, and nurses and doctors jumped out of the vehicle, with 2 doctors carrying a stretcher, quickly running towards the SUV to prepare to treat the injured. When they hurried to the front of the SUV, the doctors and nurses were shocked and stood frozen in place, their terrified gazes fixed on the driver inside the car. As doctors and nurses, they often dealt with corpses in the hospital and had seen various strange deaths. But this was the first time they encountered a body that was completely blue, with an open mouth and bulging eyes, in such an eerie state. An older doctor, around 40, glanced at the body and, without even checking, told the nearby nurse, "The injured person has no signs of life. Call the funeral home to take him back. Contact the family as soon as possible, and then cremate the body." "Okay," the nurse responded, then curiously asked, "Director Zhang, why is this body blue? And why is it with an open mouth and bulging eyes?" Director Zhang adjusted his glasses with a serious expression and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the driver had already died before the SUV hit the tree. He must have collided with some dirty thing, causing his 3 souls and 7 spirits to leave his body. And his inner vitality was instantly dispersed." "Dirty thing? What dirty thing?" The nurse was astonished upon hearing this, and Director Zhang realized he had misspoken. Quickly slapped himself and corrected, "I was just rambling. You shouldn't take it seriously. He died from crashing into the tree." This Director Zhang, named Zhang Beidu, is the head of the emergency department at Qingzhou Hospital, but his true identity is a member of the mysterious Chinese organization, Longmen 8 Bureaus. And he is a successor of the 3 Yuan 1 school. When he saw the driver for the first time, he could tell that the driver did not die a normal death. He was very curious about what the driver had collided with that could cause such an immediate and bizarre death. Watching the busy police and nurses, Li Changfeng felt very complicated. The SUV driver originally would not have died. It was because he was struck by the great evil entity that his 3 souls and 7 spirits left his body. And his inner vitality was dispersed by the crow and bat, leading to his strange death. If a great misfortune entity collides with a living person, it would only bring them bad luck and misfortune. If a great evil entity collides with a living person, it could lead to soul loss or even instant death. Thinking about the tragic death of the SUV driver, he felt somewhat guilty. Although he did not kill the SUV driver, the driver died because of him. Having caused such a disaster, he wondered if he would face divine retribution. Yi Mingyao was questioned by the traffic police for a long time, and, after confirming that she had no relation to the traffic accident, was allowed to leave. As soon as she returned to the car, the traffic police urged her to drive away quickly to avoid obstructing traffic. Yi Mingyao, holding the steering wheel with both hands, sighed and said in confusion, "It's so strange. How could that SUV suddenly lose control? This kind of SUV has excellent performance. It shouldn't happen." Li Changfeng and Wang Bin did not respond, silently sitting in the car, their gazes fixed outside, fearing to see that dead cat. Fortunately, the journey was safe, and the dead cat did not appear. After about 20 minutes, Yi Mingyao dropped off Li Changfeng and Wang Bin at the Suiyuan Hall. Li Changfeng got out of the car without saying a word of thanks, while Wang Bin, looking shameless, invited Yi Mingyao to sit in the store for some water. Yi Mingyao ignored Wang Bin, her gaze fixed on Li Changfeng. She said again, "Mr. Li, when are you free? My dad wants to invite you to dinner." "No time." Li Changfeng replied without turning his head, directly refusing, then turned and walked into the Suiyuan Hall. He did not want to get involved in Ye's family matters and was very clear that this meal would not be easy. Watching the indifferent Li Changfeng walk into the Suiyuan Hall, Yi Mingyao sighed and then drove away, feeling very angry. After all the effort she put into taking care of him in the hospital today, he was so cold towards her. She really didn't understand why she liked him. He wasn't handsome, didn't have money, didn't have a car, didn't have a house, didn't have a family background, and didn't have connections. Besides being able to read Feng Shui and harm others using forbidden techniques, what else could he do? She wondered if her father would be angry if he knew she liked Li Changfeng. Yi Mingyao drove and angrily shouted, "Li Changfeng, you big jerk. I never want to see you again." Li Changfeng returned to the Suiyuan Hall, first walking to the offering table, lighting 3 sticks of incense. Holding the incense with both hands in front of his forehead, and bowing 3 times before placing them in the incense burner. May the Ancestral Master bless me with safety and eliminate that cat corpse. The Ancestral Master in the painting blinked and then turned his head to the side, as if saying that the trouble he caused should be solved by himself. Seeing the Ancestral Master in the painting turn his head, Li Changfeng became a bit anxious and hurriedly said, Ancestral Master, if the 12 Divine Generals' protective formation can't suppress that cat corpse, you can't just stand by and do nothing. If I kick the bucket, there will be no one to offer incense to you in the future. The Ancestral Master in the painting showed no reaction, and Li Changfeng could only comfort himself, believing that the Ancestral Master would definitely not ignore him in a time of crisis. Wang Bin, looking tense, stood at the door and peered outside a couple of times before hurriedly closing the door, locking it, and placing 2 stools against the door for extra security. He then turned to ask, Changfeng, do you think that dead cat will come tonight? It should come. If that dead cat dares to show up, I will make sure it comes, but never leaves. There's a protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 6 Yin and 6 Yang, and the 12 Divine Generals at the door, and with the Ancestral Master overseeing us from behind, what is there to fear? As the night deepened, the number of pedestrians on the road dwindled. A gust of cold wind occasionally swept down the street, sending plastic bags rolling about. Wang Bin checked the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. Stretching his body, he sleepily said, Changfeng, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to sleep first. You should turn in early too. After saying this, he stepped into the inner room. Li Changfeng took a deep breath, preparing to go to bed as well, but just then, a cat's meow suddenly echoed from outside Suiyuan Hall. Meow meow. At the same time, the door was suddenly pushed open by a mysterious force. The door latch snapped with a crack, and the stools that were blocking the door fell to the sides. Due to the strong inertia, the door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. The sudden noise startled Li Changfeng and Wang Bin, making them shiver. They quickly turned to look behind them, only to see the emaciated cat corpse squatting outside the door, right in the middle of the doorway, staring at Li Changfeng and Wang Bin inside with its pitch-black eyes. The cat corpse squatted at the door but dared not enter, continuously letting out a harsh meowing sound filled with endless anger. Seeing the cat corpse outside, Wang Bin lost all sleepiness, feeling his legs go weak, and trembled as he asked, Changfeng, what should we do? Don't be afraid, Li Changfeng said. Though cold sweat was dripping from his forehead, he took a deep breath, stepped forward 2 steps, and began to form hand seals while chanting, 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang, 12 Divine Generals, heed my command, protect my Dharma body, formation, rise. Chapter 59, The Art of Escape from the Qimen Sect, 5, as Li Changfeng shouted formation, rise. He continuously changed his hand seals and pointed to the center of the protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 6 Yin and 6 Yang, and the 12 Divine Generals. A stream of vital energy shot out from his index and middle fingers, landing in the center of the formation, which instantly activated. Suddenly, a Taiji circle appeared, radiating golden and azure light. Seeing the great formation successfully activated, Li Changfeng hurriedly stepped forward 2 paces into the Taiji circle emitting azure and golden light, which was the eye of the protective formation. Once inside the Taiji circle, he changed his hand seals again and shouted, 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang, 12 Divine Generals, return to your positions. As his voice fell, the 6 Ding divine positions on the right side shimmered with azure light, and 6 generals clad in azure armor appeared simultaneously to guard Li Changfeng's right side. At the same time, the 6 Jia divine positions on the left side shone with golden light, and 6 generals in golden armor appeared to protect Li Changfeng's left side. The 12 divine generals, occupying the 6 Ding and 6 Jia positions, formed a perfect Taiji circle, shielding Li Changfeng in the center, making it impossible for demons and spirits to approach him, and displaying divine power to subdue evil. This was indeed the escape formation of the Qimen sect. The protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 6 Yin and 6 Yang, and the 12 Divine Generals, whose profoundness was beyond words. Standing in the Taiji circle, Li Changfeng turned his head to glance at the 6 Ding generals on his right, and then to the 6 Jia generals on his left. Each general held a divine weapon, their expressions solemn, but all had their eyes closed, like immovable statues. As he assessed the generals on both sides, Li Changfeng was secretly astonished. The escape formation of the Qimen sect truly lived up to its reputation, as it could indeed summon divine generals for protection and subdue evil spirits. Although the 6 Ding and 6 Jia 12 divine generals appearing before him were not the true forms of the generals, merely a wisp of their divine consciousness, their power was not to be underestimated. Dealing with a small cat corpse was more than sufficient. If he could summon the true forms of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia 12 divine generals, that little cat would likely be torn apart in an instant, its soul scattering. Standing in the Taiji circle, Li Changfeng turned his gaze to the cat corpse outside the door, snorted coldly, and then began to activate the great formation. Meanwhile, the cat corpse, which had been squatting outside the door, suddenly exerted its hind legs, letting out a piercing, mournful cry, and then leaped towards Li Changfeng standing in the Suiyuan Hall. just as the cat corpse was about to jump into the Suiyuan hall. Its half-body already crossing the threshold at that moment, with a change of hand seals and a loud shout from Li Chengfeng, the right side of the door. The Dinghai position suddenly flashed with azure light, and the Dinghai General Zhang Wentong instantly appeared, knocking the cat corpse out of the door. The cat corpse, knocked away, got up from the ground, shook its withered head, let out an angry cry, and continued to prepare to pounce again, bending its hind legs to gather strength for another charge at the formation. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Li Chengfeng had set up the protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 6 Yin and 6 Yang, and the 12 divine generals, which was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Li Chengfeng stood in the Taiji circle, changing his hand seals and pointing at the Jia Su position, chanting, "Jia Su position general, heed my command, open the formation gate." As soon as Li Chengfeng's voice fell, the Jia Su position shone with golden light, and the General Zhan Zijiang instantly disappeared, creating a gap in the formation. The cat corpse leapt in at that moment, entering the protective formation of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 6 Yin and 6 Yang, and the 12 divine generals. Once the cat corpse entered the great formation, Li Chengfeng changed his hand seals again, pointing at the Jia Su position while chanting, "Jia Su position general, heed my command, close the formation gate." At the same time, golden light flashed again, and the Jia Su position General Zhan Zijiang suddenly reappeared at the formation position, blocking the gap that had just opened. After the cat corpse entered the great formation, Li Chengfeng changed his hand seals and chanted, 6 Ding and 6 Jia, 6 Yin and 6 Yang, 12 divine generals. Heed my command, open your divine eyes, bring forth your divine weapons, slay demons, and eliminate evil, protect my Dharma body, command. As the command fell, he pointed his hand seals at the cat corpse, and at that moment, the 12 divine generals, who had originally been with their eyes closed like statues, suddenly opened their eyes and all stared at the cat corpse that had entered the great formation. At this moment, the cat corpse finally realized something was wrong and attempted to escape the formation, but it was already too late. It couldn't find an exit at all. With divine generals guarding every direction, it let out an angry cry and pounced towards one of the divine generals. The 12 divine generals glared with fierce eyes and began to swing their divine weapons. Each time they swung their weapons at the cat corpse, beams of azure or golden light shot out, striking the cat corpse. The 12 divine generals stood at their respective divine positions, continuously swinging their divine weapons. And in an instant, azure light flickered and golden light shone brightly, attacking the cat corpse that was trying to evade. No matter how the cat corpse tried to dodge, it was still inevitably hit by the golden or azure light, and in a moment, its entire body was already covered in wounds. When the green light or golden light struck the cat's corpse, a painful howl emitted from it. Meow. The continuously injured cat's corpse was thoroughly enraged and shook its withered belly forcefully. Immediately after, a crow and a bat flew out from the cat's belly, swiftly heading towards Li Chengfeng, but were blocked by the 2 divine generals. A beam of green light and a beam of golden light simultaneously shot towards the crow and the bat. The crow and the bat hurriedly dodged, successfully evading several attacks, but were ultimately hit by the green and golden light, injuring their souls and emitting painful cries as they flew back into the cat's corpse. The cat's corpse was repeatedly struck by the green and golden light, suffering significant damage to its soul, its 2 shriveled eyes glaring angrily at the 12 divine generals, howling incessantly. Although the cat's corpse was a great evil, it was no match for the 12 divine generals, akin to a weakling. At that moment, Wang Bin, standing nearby, stared blankly at Li Chengfeng and the jumping cat's corpse at the door. As an ordinary person who had never opened his spiritual eye, he couldn't see the 12 divine generals within the formation. To him, Li Chengfeng looked like a fool, gesturing and mumbling while the cat jumped around at the door, unable to escape the circle, occasionally letting out angry cries into the air beside it. To an ordinary person, the behavior of the man and the cat was quite bizarre. With curiosity on his face, Wang Bin approached Li Chengfeng, wanting to know what he was doing. As he got closer, he felt his body pass through an invisible wall and instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he stood there dumbfounded. Although Wang Bin had not opened his heavenly eye, he could still see everything happening within the grand formation. What came into view was a vast expanse of white. The scenery of the Surintang had long vanished, and Li Chengfeng stood on a Tai Chi circle. In front of Li Chengfeng, 12 armored divine generals were wielding their divine weapons, unleashing streams of green and golden light at the constantly dodging cat's corpse. At that moment, Wang Bin finally understood why the cat's corpse was jumping around at the door and why Li Chengfeng was pointing and mumbling. He was immensely shocked. Could this be the mysterious art of Qimen Dunjia that Li Chengfeng spoke of? It was truly amazing. Chapter 60. Wang Hai Pavilion. Under Wang Bin's astonished gaze, the cat's corpse was struck by the 12 divine generals, scattering its soul and transforming into 3 wisps of black smoke, dissipating within the Qimen Dunjia formation. Watching the 3 wisps of black smoke vanish, Li Chengfeng sighed, then stepped out of the formation eye, causing the 12 divine generals to instantly disappear. The scenery before the 2 returned to the Surintang, and the cat had long vanished. In just 5 minutes, Wang Bin had traversed through the illusion and reality, his excited emotions difficult to calm down. Chengfeng, is this really Qimen Dunjia? It's so incredible. Can you teach me? Let's talk about it another day. I'm very tired and want to sleep. Qimen Dunjia isn't so easy to learn. If it were, wouldn't everyone be able to master it? And how could the art have been lost? Controlling the Qimen shield formation had exhausted Li Chengfeng's vital energy, making him feel physically and mentally drained. All he wanted was a good sleep. He staggered to his bed and fell asleep immediately. He slept particularly deeply and pleasantly, and when he woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon the next day. As he crawled out of bed, he heard Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao talking outside. Wang Bin was animatedly recounting the events of the previous night to Yi Mingyao. However, Yi Mingyao did not believe him at all. Things like Qimen Dunjia could only be seen on television. How could they possibly exist in the real world? Seeing that Yi Mingyao was skeptical, Wang Bin excitedly said, Miss Yi, how can you not believe me? I saw it with my own eyes. 12 armored deities were right in front of me. Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. Wang Bin was too reckless with his words. How could he tell others about such matters? Li Chengfeng hurriedly got out of bed, casually threw on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and walked into the front hall, glaring at Wang Bin. Binzi, have you watched too many movies? Are you here telling Miss Yi about movie plots? When Li Chengfeng came out, Yi Mingyao shot Wang Bin a look, finding it absurd that he would try to fool her with movie plots. She snorted coldly and ignored him. Wang Bin still wanted to explain that everything he said was true, but Yi Mingyao had already turned to Li Chengfeng. She flashed a charming smile at him and then stated her purpose. Mr. Li, my father is hosting a banquet at Wanghai Pavilion and would like to invite you to dinner. This was the third time Yi Mingyao mentioned this matter, and seeing her insistence, she directly asked her question. So, what is your father's purpose in inviting me to dinner? My father wants to invite you to be the Feng Shui consultant for Jioding Group and also introduce you to an important figure. Many large corporations with owners who believe in Feng Shui would hire a Feng Shui consultant to help arrange wealth-attracting Feng Shui and resolve certain Feng Shui issues. The position of a Feng Shui consultant is relatively easy, and there's no need to work in the company, plus the salary is quite high. Li Chengfeng assessed Yi Mingyao and smiled. Has your Jioding Group encountered trouble? Yi Mingyao nodded. Jioding Group was indeed in trouble, with their performance plummeting and stock prices hitting several consecutive limit downs. Having just woken up, Li Chengfeng hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch and was quite hungry. With a ready-made banquet, he thought of it as a chance to grab a meal. Moreover, it was at the famous Wanghai Pavilion in Qingzhou, known as the most mysterious hotel in Qingzhou, said to only receive powerful and influential figures. Even rich, ordinary people couldn't get in. As for whether he would become Jioding Group's Feng Shui consultant, he would decide after eating his fill and seeing how much Yi Guqing would offer. Li Chengfeng was only thinking about going to Wanghai Pavilion for a free meal, unaware that this meal would not be easy. Seeing Li Chengfeng agree to the banquet, a sweet smile appeared on Yi Mingyao's beautiful face. She quickly called to inform Yi Guqing about the arrangement and took out her phone to snap a photo of Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, sending it to Yi Guqing. Mr. Li, please. Yi Mingyao drove, taking Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin to Wanghai Pavilion. Wanghai Pavilion was built atop Yunlong Mountain. From the summit, one could watch the tides rise and fall, the sun rise in the east, and the view of rolling waves and fishing boats was picturesque, resembling a heavenly paradise. Yi Mingyao parked the car at the entrance of Wanghai Pavilion, and a parking attendant hurriedly approached, waiting for the occupants to exit before taking the car to the parking lot in the back. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin got out of the car and looked at Wanghai Pavilion, with its retro Chinese-style entrance and courtyard, flanked by 8 welcoming hostesses in traditional Hanfu, each beautiful as a flower. On either side of the entrance stood 4 men dressed in Han Dynasty Guard uniforms with curved sabers at their waists, robustly built and standing at the entrance, which truly made a grand impression. If one didn't look at the cars in front, but focused on the entrance of Wanghai Pavilion, along with the beautiful hostesses in Hanfu and the sturdy ancient guards, one might think they had returned to the Han Dynasty. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin followed Yi Mingyao towards Wanghai Pavilion, and as they approached the entrance, 2 staff members approached to verify the identities of the 3. Yi Mingyao's identity was easily confirmed. When the staff saw Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin's attire, they frowned slightly, unable to believe that they would dare to come to Wanghai Pavilion dressed like that. In a hurry, he lowered his head and searched for information about the 2 individuals on his tablet. When he saw their photos appear on the screen and confirmed they were invited guests, he was still somewhat surprised. The invitation came from the owner of Wanghai, and they were special guests heading to the exclusive Emperor's Pavilion, which was not open to the public. A respectful expression instantly appeared on his face, realizing that the owner was hosting a special banquet at the Emperor's Pavilion today and that some notable figures would be attending. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly made a gesture to invite them in. Gentlemen, please come in. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin then continued to walk forward, slightly frowning. Dining at Wanghai was indeed quite troublesome, proving to be the most mysterious hotel in Qingzhou. As they approached a few beautiful hostesses, they simultaneously bent their legs and curtsied, performing a maid's greeting, and exclaimed together, Wan Fujian, welcome. Although Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were dressed normally, no one dared to underestimate them. Being able to pass the invitation verification and step into Wanghage was not something ordinary people could achieve. Upon entering Wanghage, they were greeted by flowers, trees, and artificial hills with water ponds, the air filled with the fragrance of flowers and plants, and the sound of flowing water from the artificial hills, truly a paradise on earth. The architecture inside was entirely in a retro Chinese style, with blue bricks and red tiles. Rich in historical charm and exquisite wood carvings, the pavilions and towers were grand and imposing. Looking at everything before him, Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery here is really beautiful. How wonderful it would be if I could live here every day." Don't dream about it. For an ordinary person, even getting to visit such a place once is a rare opportunity, Li Chengfeng thought, feeling that even the 6 courtyards of a palace might not compare to this place. Inside Wanghage, there were 9 independent pavilions and courtyards, each with its own name. Besides Wanghage and the Emperor's Pavilion, which were not open to the public, the other 7 pavilions would arrange dining and accommodation according to the guests' identities and statuses. A hostess led the way, with Yi Mingyao, Li Chengfeng, and Wang Bin closely following behind. Wang Bin, full of curiosity, asked, "Miss Yi, how much does it cost to have a meal here?" "That is hard to say. It depends on which pavilion you dine in. The cheapest is the Zhuangyuan Pavilion, which costs 1.8 million for a night, and the most expensive is the Emperor's Pavilion, which costs 7.8 million for a night." Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were shocked, their eyes wide open, feeling as if they had misheard. The minimum cost was 1.8 million. That was terrifying. An ordinary person wouldn't earn that much in a lifetime. Wang Bin continued to ask, "Is Wanghage your family's?" "No." Yi Mingyao shook her head. Wang Bin pressed on, "Which pavilion did your father book?" "With my father's status, he could only book the Zhuangyuan Pavilion at most. But today is different because a big shot is here. We can go to the Emperor's Pavilion." Li Chengfeng suddenly recalled that Yi Mingyao had mentioned earlier that Yi Guqing would introduce a big shot to him and realized that this meal seemed to be a setup. The banquet was not hosted by Yi Guqing, but rather by this big shot. Who exactly was this big shot that could host guests at the Emperor's Pavilion? Chapter 61. The Great Feng Shui of the Emperor's Seat under the guidance of the beautiful hostess, Yi Mingyao, Li Chengfeng, and Wang Bin walked step by step towards the Emperor's Pavilion. Due to the uneven terrain at the top of Yunlong Mountain, the northern side of the peak was higher, while the southern side was lower, sloping at a 30-degree angle. Wanghage Hotel was built on the slope at the mountain's peak. With the 9 pavilions arranged from bottom to top, the lowest was the Zhuangyuan Pavilion and the highest was Wanghage, with the Emperor's Pavilion located just below Wanghage. As Li Chengfeng walked up, he looked at the names of the pavilions below. Each pavilion was named after ancient royal family members, arranged from low to high: Zhuangyuan Pavilion, Fuma Pavilion, Princess Pavilion, Concubine Pavilion, Prince Pavilion, Crown Prince Pavilion, Empress Pavilion, Emperor's Pavilion, and Wanghage. Seeing these names, Li Chengfeng found it strange why the pavilions were named after royal family members. While pondering, he walked forward. Before long, they arrived at the Emperor's Pavilion. Looking at it, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the Emperor's Pavilion, "It truly has the majesty of an emperor, exuding the aura of ruling the world." The Emperor's Pavilion was also the most imposing among the 9 pavilions, a 3-story retro building that resembled an ancient emperor's crown. The more Li Chengfeng stared at the Emperor's Pavilion, the more something fell off, and his frown deepened. The architectural style of the Emperor's Pavilion was called Emperor's Coronation in Feng Shui. Suddenly, he sensed that the layout of the pavilions here was not simple. Turning to look down at the other pavilions, the Zhuangyuan Pavilion at the bottom and ascending to the Emperor's Pavilion, he noticed that the doors and windows of the 7 pavilions all faced south, while the Emperor's Pavilion faced north, opposite the 7 below. Although he didn't have a sonic compass, Li Chengfeng could guess that the positions of these 9 pavilions were aligned with the stars above and the earth below. The great Feng Shui layout speaks of the harmony of heaven, earth, and man, and the corresponding Feng Shui energy. Thinking about how the Emperor sits north facing south while the ministers sit south facing north, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "Ministers come to pay their respects. The Emperor is crowned, the Emperor sits in court, unifying the rivers and mountains, the Emperor's layout." It must be said that the Feng Shui master who designed this layout was truly impressive. He established a Feng Shui layout here for the Emperor's court, not only to enable his descendants to reign supreme, but also likely to disrupt the fortunes of Huaxia. Unfortunately, although this Feng Shui layout was a great Feng Shui for the Emperor's court, it had already been broken because above the Emperor's Pavilion was Wanghage. Li Chengfeng looked at the highest Wanghage, a faint smile on his lips. Although this pavilion was called Wanghage, its former name must have been Taihuang Pavilion. The person who set the Feng Shui layout was impressive, but the one who broke the Feng Shui layout was even more impressive. A Taihuang Pavilion changed the Feng Shui energy field here. No matter how powerful the emperor was, in front of the Taihuang, he would always be a son. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, Wanghage was just a hotel with beautiful mountains and rivers. Only a master of odd and mysterious arts could see through the Feng Shui layout here. Naturally, ordinary Feng Shui masters and frauds would definitely not be able to discern the Feng Shui layout here. The superior Feng Shui layout was already rare, and seeing a great Feng Shui layout here was a significant benefit for Li Chengfeng, making him feel honored. Li Chengfeng now understood why the Emperor's pavilion was not open to the public. It was because it concealed hidden Feng Shui secrets. He thought to himself, it seems that Wanghage Hotel still holds a story of Feng Shui battles that is unknown to the public. He was very curious about who the two Feng Shui masters fighting against each other were. Seeing Li Chengfeng dazed at the entrance of the Emperor's pavilion, Yi Mingyao turned around. Mr. Li, please come in. Wang Bin also curiously asked, Chengfeng, what are you looking at so intently? Nothing. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, turned around, and stepped into the Emperor's pavilion. Upon seeing the furniture and decoration inside, he was still in shock. The first floor of the Emperor's pavilion had a banquet hall in the center, with tables, chairs, and various furniture made entirely of precious Wangwali and rosewood. With beautifully carved patterns, full of a sense of history, the banquet hall also exuded the unique fragrance of rosewood. Each piece of furniture was worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions, and all the furniture combined was worth at least several hundred million. Illustrating the extravagance of the Emperor's pavilion's owner, Li Chengfeng looked at the banquet hall, his brows furrowing slightly. In the not-so-large banquet hall, more than 20 people had gathered, chatting and laughing heartily. Li Chengfeng scanned the crowd and recognized a few familiar faces, including Yi Guqing and the chairman of the Shanghai group, Deng Xihai. The president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association, Hu Tianzheng, and the vice president, Hu Yinsong, were also present. There were several elderly men, dressed in either long robes or Taoist garments, some with white hair and long eyebrows, others with streaks of blue beards, all exuding an air of mastery and distinction. There was also an old monk in a robe, sitting cross-legged with a young monk standing beside him. The old monk was meditating, giving the impression of a highly enlightened master. Though Li Chengfeng did not recognize the remaining guests, their demeanor and presence indicated they were not ordinary people. When Yi Mingyao and Li Chengfeng appeared at the door, they instantly attracted a lot of attention. The guests were first captivated by Yi Mingyao's beauty, silently wondering who this stunning woman was. However, when they saw Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, expressions of disdain and disgust appeared on their faces, as if they had just stepped in something unpleasant on the street. Both of them were wearing shorts, flip-flops, and their entire outfits, including their underwear, cost less than 100 yuan. It was completely normal for these upper-class individuals to look down on them. Some guests wore puzzled expressions, questioning how these two had managed to enter the Wanghage, a place not everyone could access. A middle-aged man with a face full of flesh glared at Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, asking in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Is this a place you can come to?" Li Chengfeng frowned slightly, casting an annoyed glance at Yi Guqing, thinking how the old bastard had promised to treat them to a meal, and yet they were met with contempt as soon as they stepped through the door. This meal was turning out to be quite unappetizing. Yi Guqing had not expected Li Chengfeng to show up in such attire, wearing shorts and flip-flops, along with a casual white t-shirt that had the words, "I am a poor farmer" printed on it. It was ridiculous that he would dare to come to Wanghage dressed like this. Wang Bin was even more outrageous, wearing flip-flops, his face unshaven, with yellow eye discharge at the corner of his left eye, and his clothes looked like they hadn't been washed in ages. This was Wanghage. Couldn't these two dress a bit more decently? Had he known Li Chengfeng would show up like this, he would have never let him come. Yi Guqing felt deeply embarrassed and hurriedly approached the fleshy-faced man, offering a slightly apologetic explanation. "Boss Wang, this gentleman is my invited Feng Shui master, Li Chengfeng. Master Li, this is his assistant." Yi Guqing stammered, not knowing Wang Bin's name and unable to continue. As soon as Yi Guqing finished speaking, the banquet hall fell silent, and everyone turned their surprised gazes to Li Chengfeng, who did not seem to fit the image of a Feng Shui master. This was quickly followed by uproarious laughter. "Haha. Bossy, he is a Feng Shui master? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and swallow our Huang family's assets?" Huang Yufei, the fleshy-faced middle-aged man, laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Faced with the crowd's ridicule, Yi Guqing felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Regretting his decision to bring Li Chengfeng along, Yi Mingyao, noticing the two men's attire, felt equally embarrassed. Realizing she had forgotten to remind Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin to wear something more appropriate and clean before coming to Wanghage. Seeing Li Chengfeng being laughed at made her feel guilty, though she couldn't care less about Wang Bin. In response to the laughter, Wang Bin snorted coldly, adopting an attitude of indifference, thinking to himself that these fools had no idea of his brother's capabilities and dared to mock him. If they knew how formidable Li Chengfeng truly was, they wouldn't be laughing at all. The thought of having such a brother and classmate filled him with pride, knowing he could brag about it for a lifetime. Li Chengfeng, unfazed by the laughter, remained calm and composed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. At that moment, Hu Yinsong recognized Li Chengfeng, recalling how he had been humiliated by Yi Wushuang and Yi Mingyao a month ago at the Yi family villa before being kicked out. He wondered if Yi Guqing and Yi Mingyao were unwell for inviting him again and referring to him as a Feng Shui master. Wasn't he a fraud? After the laughter subsided, an elderly man dressed in a blue robe stepped forward. He was Lu Yishui, a renowned master of the Ma-Yi fortune-telling art in Qingzhou. Approaching Li Chengfeng, he spoke arrogantly. "I have roamed the Jianghu for over 60 years. At the age of 52, I finally gained recognition from my fellow villagers and peers, being respectfully called a master. Looking at your youth, barely over 20, you probably don't even know what Feng Shui is. Yet you dare to call yourself a Feng Shui master. It's truly laughable. In the realms of Feng Shui, martial arts, and fortune-telling, very few could be called masters. Ordinary Feng Shui practitioners and fortune-tellers could only be referred to as Sir, while those with real skills and abilities were recognized as masters. Above them were the titles of Mentor and Heavenly Master, reserved for those with divine connections, who rarely mingled in the secular world. Calling someone so young master was a great overstatement. Yi Guqing calling Li Chengfeng a Feng Shui master was laughable, especially since Li Chengfeng showed no humility in accepting the title, which made the masters present uncomfortable. At this moment, Yi Guqing realized he had misspoken. Referring to Li Chengfeng as a Feng Shui master was meant to elevate his status, but it had inadvertently displeased these old men. He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, saying awkwardly, "Master Lu, I misspoke earlier. Mr. Li Chengfeng is not a Feng Shui master, just someone who knows a little about Feng Shui." Upon hearing this, Lu Yishui's expression softened considerably. He recognized Yi Guqing's status and didn't want to offend him, especially since these wealthy businessmen were their patrons. He smiled and said with a tone of concern, "Boss Yi, in the future, keep your eyes peeled and don't be deceived. Not everyone can be called a master. If your company is looking for a Feng Shui consultant, feel free to let me know, and I'll recommend someone. I can assure you that my recommendations are the best in the field." "All right, thank you for the reminder, Master Lu." Yi Guqing nodded politely. Just when it seemed the matter would end there, Li Chengfeng took a step forward, holding his head high and chest out, speaking arrogantly, "Boss Yi is right. I am indeed a Feng Shui master. In the Feng Shui and fortune-telling world, aside from my grandfather, no one dares to claim the first place after me." Yi Guqing's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. This bastard really knew how to stir up trouble. Lu Yishui had already decided not to hold it against him. Yet Li Chengfeng had to jump in and say something like that. It was clearly inviting trouble. Li Chengfeng said this mainly because he was feeling upset. He had been told that Yi Guqing was hosting a banquet, but when he arrived at Wanhai Pavilion, he found out that it was not Yi Guqing who was hosting it all. As for why Yi Guqing had asked him to come, Li Chengfeng did not know the reason. Now, before he even had a meal, he was mocked by others, and he definitely wanted to give Yi Guqing some trouble. Just as Lu Yishui was about to turn and leave, he heard such arrogant words from behind him, and his previously relaxed expression instantly darkened. He slowly turned around, his fierce gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng. "You arrogant brat, do you know who is present here? How dare you speak such wild words?" Hu Yanzheng, Hu Yansong, and several other elders also slightly changed their expressions, looking up at Li Chengfeng, thinking that although he was young, his tone was quite bold. Even the old monk who had been meditating with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes at this moment, turning to look at the young man who was speaking arrogantly, thinking that another braggart had arrived, and this young man was even more boastful than those old guys. Huang Yufei and the business tycoons looked on with amusement, eager to see how these masters of Feng Shui and fortune-telling would teach Li Chengfeng a lesson for his arrogance. As the vice president of the Qingzhou Xian Technique Association, Hu Yansong stepped forward at this moment, exuding the aura of a master, his authoritative gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng, speaking in a domineering tone. "I am Hu Yansong, the vice president of the Qingzhou Xian Technique Association. This is the master of Ma-Yi fortune-telling from Qingzhou. This is a shaman from Heilongjiang. This Taoist comes from the Jingyi sect of Longhu Mountain, and this high monk is a descendant of Zen." Hu Yansong introduced all the masters present, and whenever he introduced one person, that person would reveal a proud expression. After finishing the introductions, Hu Yansong turned his gaze to Hu Tianzhong and continued in a respectful tone. "This is Master Hu Tianzhong, the president of the Qingzhou Xian Technique Association, and a representative figure of the orthodox Xian men, holding a very high status in the Xian technique community. Among everyone present, whether it's seniority, status, or ability, who is not higher than you, who is not stronger than you? What are you, to dare to claim to be a master in front of us?" The masters all wore proud expressions. They were all prominent figures in the Xian technique world. Hu Yansong had announced their names one by one, expecting this young man to be frightened into kneeling and apologizing. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. After hearing Hu Yansong introduce these people's identities, there was no sign of fear on Li Chengfeng's face. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a contemptuous smile. Li Chengfeng did not care who they were or what status they held. In his eyes, they were just a group of pretentious old fools. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Bin, who had been standing beside him, spoke disdainfully. "If we compare seniority and status, you might be more impressive than my brother, but if we compare abilities, none of you are as impressive as my brother." Wang Bin looked proud, seemingly oblivious to Hu Tianzhong and Deng Sihai, and continued, "Let me tell you, my brother is no ordinary impressive. He can use the technique of Qimen Dunjia to summon 12 deities, and even use the 3 corpses to block wealth technique to cause a store to close down. Do you have such abilities?" Li Chengfeng's head instantly felt heavy, staring at Wang Bin in disbelief. This guy really dared to say anything. Did he not see that the behind-the-scenes boss of Shanghai Gold Store was sitting right there? This was truly a serious matter. If Deng Sihai found out that the one who had set up the 3 corpses to block wealth at Shanghai Gold Store was him, he would definitely face his crazy retaliation. Li Qingfeng was so angry at Wang Bin that he wished he could strangle him on the spot. With the situation as it was, he could only take it step by step. Meanwhile, Hu Tianjing suddenly stood up, his surprised gaze fixed on Li Qingfeng. He thought of the folk forbidden technique, 3 corpses blocking wealth, at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Store. Could it be that the one who set up the 3 corpses blocking wealth was him? How could this be possible? He looked so young, seemingly just graduated from university. How could he understand such a long-lost folk forbidden technique? He thought to himself that the person who set up the 3 corpses blocking wealth at Shanghai Gold Store could not possibly be him. He must have someone backing him. Deng Sihai, who had been sitting quietly beside them, also raised his head to stare at Li Qingfeng. In the past few days, he had arranged for many people to investigate who had set up the folk forbidden technique of 3 corpses blocking wealth at Shanghai Gold Store. But there had been no results. He never expected that this person would come to him on his own, and he was just a young man. How dare he cause trouble on Deng Sihai's turf? He could not swallow this anger and secretly vowed to shred him to pieces, making sure he had no place to be buried. Chapter 63. The Heavenly Court is full. Eating official rice with power in all directions, Deng Sihai hid his murderous intent but wore a smile as he stared at Li Qingfeng. There was no trace of anger on his face, and he even gave off a friendly vibe. Li Qingfeng met Deng Sihai's gaze. Although the latter was smiling, he still saw hidden murderous intent and fierceness in his eyes. This was a typical case of a knife hidden behind a smile, which made him feel a bit uneasy. This person was very scheming. His emotions did not show on his face, and such people were the most terrifying. Looking at Deng Sihai's features, he had slanted eyes, an eagle-like nose, broad eyebrows, a mouth that seemed to breathe fire, and thin lips. From his features, it was evident that this person was cruel and vengeful. He definitely would not let this go. After leaving Wanhai Pavilion, he would surely seek revenge on himself. In Qingzhou City, Deng Sihai was powerful. Even 10 Li Qingfengs would not be his match, let alone Hu Tianjing and Hu Yansong. Li Qingfeng looked helplessly at Wang Bin, wondering how he could have such a foolish classmate who spoke without thinking and did not consider the occasion. He really wanted to kick him to death. At this moment, Wang Bin still did not realize how much trouble his words would bring to Li Qingfeng. He was still feeling proud and continued to recount how Li Qingfeng used Qimen Dunjia to summon 12 deities to deal with the cat corpse. Although what he said was true, who would believe it? In the eyes of the crowd, it was just a joke. Summoning 12 deities with Qimen Dunjia was something only seen in movies. Such things would never happen in reality because no one could do that. The people present listened and laughed, already tired from laughing. Yi Guqing was so angry that his face turned ashen, glaring at Wang Bin with furious eyes. He was embarrassed. And he felt even more embarrassed for Wang Bin. In a cold voice, he said, "Mr. Li, please take your assistant and leave. Mingyao, see them off." Yi Mingyao gave Wang Bin a disdainful look and then turned to Li Qingfeng, speaking with a hint of apology. "Mr. Li, let me treat you to dinner elsewhere." "No need." Li Qingfeng did not want to stay here any longer to be laughed at. He kicked Wang Bin's rear and, in an angry tone, simply said one word, "Leave." Wang Bin, still not satisfied, wanted to continue but saw Li Qingfeng walking toward the exit of the Imperial Pavilion and asked in confusion, "Why are we leaving? We haven't eaten yet." Seeing that Li Qingfeng did not respond and did not look back, Wang Bin hurriedly followed him. Just as Li Qingfeng stepped out of the Imperial Pavilion door, he saw 6 people walking toward him. The one in front was an old man. When Li Qingfeng saw the old man's features, he was taken aback and could not help but look at him a few more times. The old man had a round head, big eyes, thick eyebrows, a prominent forehead, and a full heavenly court, with ears close to his head and high eyebrows. His nose was straight and his mouth square without any deviation, with all features balanced and well-proportioned. In physiognomy, there is a saying, a full forehead signifies one who eats official food, while a square jaw indicates one who holds great power. This old man has a full forehead, naturally bearing the seal of authority, and a square jaw, firmly grasping great power. He is certainly not an ordinary person and should be the prominent figure mentioned by Yi Guqing. Beside the old man stands a woman, seemingly in her 20s, stunningly beautiful, her looks rivaling those of Yi Mingyao, with an innate air of arrogance on her face. In the banquet hall, those who were mocking Li Qingfeng suddenly fell silent upon seeing the old man appear at the door. Their expressions shifted from ridicule to respect and humility as they hurried to greet the old man. Li Qingfeng, still standing at the door, was pushed aside by Huang Yufei, who then bent down and clasped his hands, respectfully saying, "We welcome General Chu." "Greetings, General Chu." Li Qingfeng was pushed off balance and was about to fall when a hand caught him, accompanied by a kind voice saying, "Young man, are you all right?" Li Qingfeng was taken aback, not expecting that it was General Chu who had steadied him. He quickly replied, "Thank you, General. I'm fine. No need to thank me. It was just a casual gesture." Chu Yunhong smiled slightly, appearing approachable without a hint of official demeanor, which made Li Qingfeng feel a surge of goodwill towards him. Seeing Li Qingfeng standing next to Chu Yunhong, each person's face displayed displeasure. They had been waiting for over half a day without getting a chance to speak to General Chu, and he had just arrived when Li Qingfeng seized the opportunity to speak first, infuriating everyone. Huang Yufei was furious and tried to push Li Qingfeng away again, raising his hand and shouting, "Get lost! You think you deserve to speak to General Chu? Hurry up and leave." Just as his hand was about to reach Li Chengfeng, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" It was Chu Yunhong, his calm gaze fixed on Huang Yufei. His voice, though not loud, exuded the authority and presence of a military man. "If you lay a hand on him again, I will have you thrown out." Huang Yufei, used to being arrogant and domineering, forgot that the old man before him was not an ordinary person. His expression changed instantly, and he quickly apologized, stepping back. Chu Yunhong then began to assess Li Chengfeng, noticing he was wearing shorts and flip-flops, perplexed as to how he managed to enter Wanghage like this. He casually asked, "Young man, what do you do?" I. Li Chengfeng was about to reveal his identity when he was interrupted by Hu Yansong, who spoke with a tone of mockery. "General Chu, this Mr. Li is a Feng Shui master, brought here by Mr. Yi Guqing." The emphasis on the word master was particularly heavy. Many couldn't help but laugh, the laughter filled with derision and insult. A Feng Shui master. Chu Yunhong's face showed a hint of surprise. He had never met such a young Feng Shui master before and asked curiously, "Young man, are you really a Feng Shui master?" Li Chengfeng initially wanted to be modest, but upon hearing the mocking laughter, his expression darkened, and he directly stated, "Yes, I am a Feng Shui master. In all of Qingzhou City, whether it is Feng Shui, physiognomy, or Qimen Dunjia, I dare say no one would claim to be better than me." Arrogance, dominance, and self-confidence flashed across Li Chengfeng's face. The people present were taken aback. This young man was not modest at all, and actually considered himself a Feng Shui master, daring to say such things in front of General Chu. Was he courting death? Everyone wore cold smiles, waiting to see the spectacle unfold, anticipating Li Chengfeng's humiliation and how he would anger Chu Yunhong, who would then teach him a lesson. Yi Guqing felt a pang of panic upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words. Did he not know his own worth? To call himself a Feng Shui master in front of General Chu, if he couldn't resolve the trouble with the general, Chu Yunhong would surely not let him off easily in a fit of anger, and he himself would be implicated. After all, he was the one who brought Li Chengfeng here. Regret filled his heart, but it was too late. Realizing this, Yi Guqing made a decision to distance himself from Li Chengfeng to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Let him be arrogant. The consequences of his arrogance would be his alone to bear. Yi Guqing quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Chu Yunhong, and said with a serious expression, "General Chu, this Li Chengfeng is not a Feng Shui master at all. He is a fraud." "A fraud?" Chu Yunhong looked puzzled. Wasn't Li Chengfeng brought by Yi Guqing? Why suddenly call him a fraud? What play were they putting on? Just a moment ago, he had seen immense confidence on Li Chengfeng's face. How could such a confident person be a fraud? Yi Guqing continued, "General Chu, I misjudged him, mistaking a fraud for a master, and brought him to Wanghage. I have offended you, General, and I hope for your forgiveness. I have already distanced myself from him and have no further relationship with him. Whatever you wish to do with this fraud has nothing to do with me." Chu Yunhong nodded, understanding the situation, but his gaze towards Yi Guqing held a hint of disdain. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, his angry gaze fixed on Yi Guqing. This old bastard was really shameless. He already knew this meal would not be enjoyable, but it turned out to be not only unappetizing, but also filled with bitterness. Chapter 64. Qimen Divination Technique. Part 1. Li Chengfeng did not expect Yi Guqing to be this kind of person, afraid of being implicated. He actually distanced himself from him. With a cold snort, he no longer wished to look at him. Wang Bin glared at Yi Guqing with anger. He was the one who invited him, and now to say such shameless and disgraceful things after not even having a meal was truly disheartening. This was a person lacking in loyalty and full of selfishness. Yi Mingyao looked at Yi Guqing with disappointment. Li Chengfeng was their family savior. How could her father say such things? This was ingratitude and betrayal. How could her father be such a person? She felt so disappointed. She didn't even know how to face Li Chengfeng. He must hate her father deeply. The people present also looked at Yi Guqing with slight disdain, eager to see how Chu Yunhong would handle Li Chengfeng. Chu Yunhong, with a serious expression, turned to Li Chengfeng and asked, "Young man, he says you are a fraud. Do you want to explain?" A frog at the bottom of a well knows not the vastness of the sky and the ocean, and a tiny ant knows not the vastness of the mountains and rivers. Li Chengfeng's brief response not only provided a reasonable explanation, but also subtly mocked Yi Guqing for not having seen much of the world. Merely a frog in a well and a tiny ant. Yi Guqing was not a fool. He also caught the sarcasm in Li Chengfeng's words. His expression darkened slightly, but he remained silent. Chu Yunhong smiled and nodded, quite satisfied, and said, "A good saying, the vastness of the sky and ocean, and the mountains and rivers. Regardless of whether you are a Feng Shui master or not, today's meal is on me. Thank you. But I have no appetite for a meal with these people. Goodbye." The faces of those present changed slightly upon hearing this. This young man was truly too arrogant. What was he even? The people present were either famous entrepreneurs from Qingzhou City or masters from the realm of metaphysics. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to dine with them. Yet he had the audacity to claim that he had no appetite to eat with these prominent figures from Qingzhou City, who gave him the courage to say such things. Everyone wore an unhappy expression, but no one dared to confront Li Chengfeng. Chu Yunhong was slightly taken aback. This young man had some spirit and guts to stand up to nearly half of the big names in Qingzhou City. From this alone, it was clear that he either had real skills or was just a reckless fool. Li Chengfeng turned to leave, but was stopped by a woman who had been standing next to Chu Yinhong. With an annoyed expression, she said, "My dad invited you to dinner. That's giving you face. Even if you don't eat, you have to wait here." Li Chengfeng nearly collided with this woman. Their bodies close enough to smell an alluring fragrance, reminiscent of milk and flowers, intoxicating. Chu Yinhong shot the woman a glare and said with mild anger, "Qingyan, do not be rude." This woman was none other than Chu Yunhong's daughter, Chu Qingyan, headstrong, beautiful, fearless, like a stunning rose with thorns. Chu Qingyan looked unwilling. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared at Li Chengfeng. At that moment, Chu Yinhong said sternly, "Young man, will you give me face or not?" "All right. Since that's the case, I will respectfully comply and eat before leaving," Li Chengfeng replied. Chu Yinhong nodded and then turned to the guests in the banquet hall, smiling apologetically. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. General Chu, you flatter us. It's our honor to wait here for you," the people present said politely. After a round of mutual flattery, everyone took their seats. At this time, Chu Yinhong revealed the purpose of his visit to Qingzhou City. He was looking for a person, a Feng Shui master, to help resolve some troubles he was facing. Unfortunately, he hadn't found this person. Since he couldn't find him, he gathered some Feng Shui masters and metaphysical experts in Qingzhou City, hoping to encounter someone capable of resolving his troubles. To attract capable masters, Chu Yinhong offered an enticing condition. Whoever could help him would not only receive the Wanghai Pavilion, but also take on a national project worth billions. The Qingzhou entrepreneurs and prominent families who knew about this were extremely excited. Everyone wanted the Wanghai Pavilion and to secure a national-level billion-dollar project. These entrepreneurs and noble families began searching everywhere for renowned Feng Shui masters and metaphysical experts, willing to spend heavily to hire them as consultants for their companies. They then brought these masters to the Wanghai Pavilion, hoping their Feng Shui masters could help General Chu resolve his troubles. If successful, they would not only gain the Wanghai Pavilion and the billion-dollar project, but also establish connections with the Chu family. This was a tremendous temptation for every family and enterprise. Once successful, the entire family and business would ascend to new heights. Yi Guqing also valued this point, but unfortunately, his health had just recovered. And by the time he learned about this, it was already too late. All the renowned Feng Shui masters in Qingzhou City had been hired away by other companies or families for a hefty price. It was too late to invite masters from other cities. In the end, he thought of Li Chengfeng, but he didn't hold much hope for him due to his youth. Approaching it with a trial-and-error attitude, Li Chengfeng now understood that Yi Guqing inviting him to dinner and wanting to hire him as a Feng Shui consultant for the Jiuding Group was not a simple matter. He intended to secure the Wanghai Pavilion and take on the billion-dollar project. If he became the Feng Shui consultant for the Jiuding Group and helped Chu Yinhong resolve his troubles, gaining the Wanghai Pavilion and the billion-dollar project would not be Li Chengfeng's achievement, but rather Yi Guqing's. At most, he would receive a bonus. Realizing this, Li Chengfeng shot Yi Guqing a glance and scoffed. This old sly fox was quite cunning, nearly leading him to be used. Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yinsong, and the other masters and bosses present were all eager, hoping to be the one to help Chu Yinhong resolve his troubles. As long as they succeeded in solving his problems, they would not only gain fame, but also enormous benefits, achieving both reputation and profit. Everyone perked up, eagerly waiting to learn what trouble Chu Yinhong was facing. Unfortunately, Chu Yinhong did not disclose it, but instead had a bodyguard take out a piece of red paper on which a single character was written, "Stick," and then slowly spoke. Everyone here is a renowned master in the realm of metaphysics in Qingzhou City and should be proficient in divination, fortune-telling, and other metaphysical arts. Next, I don't want to waste words. This character is written by my own hand. Masters proficient in the art of character divination can deduce what trouble I am facing from this character. If you are not skilled in character divination, you can use your expertise and other methods to calculate what trouble I am encountering. If anyone can figure it out, we can discuss the next matter. Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yinsong, and the masters skilled in character divination took a deep breath. Since Chu Yinhong did not reveal the trouble he faced, but instead directly asked them to deduce it, this was a test of true skill. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. This old general was quite interesting, but his gaze remained fixed on the character on the red paper. Chapter 65, Qimen Divination and Character Divination, Part 2, Character Divination. Also known as Xiangzi, is an ancient form of divination that primarily deduces a person's fortune or misfortune based on the strokes, structure, form, and meaning of the character. Li Chengfeng looked at the character written on the red paper. At first, he smiled, finding General Chu quite interesting, but after a short while, his smile gradually froze, and his brows slowly furrowed. In just a minute, Li Chengfeng deduced what kind of trouble General Chu was facing from the character. Sighing, he realized that the trouble General Chu encountered was indeed not ordinary, but rather a national matter related to the island nation. Meanwhile, Hu Tianzhong, Lui Shui, and the masters skilled in character divination were staring at the character on the red paper, beginning to analyze and deduce its meaning. Hu Yinsong even took out a pen and seriously started writing the character on paper to perform calculations. In today's society, using character divination is quite rare because the variables in deduction are too great. Different people writing the same character can have different interpretations, leading to miscalculations. Nowadays, The most common methods of divination include the 64 hexagrams, 9 palaces, and other established frameworks, which are more convenient to use. Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao watched curiously as the masters worked. Those masters who were not skilled in character divination also showed their talents. Some took out bamboo slips and coins, approaching Chu Yunhong to ask him to shake the bamboo tube and toss the coins. Chu Yunhong showed no airs and cooperated fully, while his daughter, Chu Qingyan, displayed a look of dissatisfaction but said nothing, quietly watching the masters perform. Li Qingfeng was also curious to see how these masters conducted their divinations, his gaze fixed on the old monk and the diviner. He saw the old monk with his eyes slightly closed, lost in meditation, while the diviner, Zhang Yinchun, entered a room alone and then closed the door, looking rather mysterious. Li Qingfeng really wanted to know how Zen masters and spirit mediums deduced people's fortune and misfortune, but unfortunately, he couldn't ask too many questions and could only watch silently. He had heard from his grandfather that the Buddhist community does not allow Zen disciples to casually help others predict their fortunes and misfortunes because Buddhism teaches that everything depends on fate. Whether it is fortune or misfortune, one must face and accept it calmly. Only by enduring all hardships can one achieve the right results. Therefore, Buddhist disciples rarely help others with fortune-telling or divination. Nowadays, most of the divination methods circulating in society are primarily Taoist, and few people have seen Buddhist disciples performing divination. Although Buddhist disciples do not help others with fortune-telling or predicting fortunes and misfortunes, it does not mean that Buddhism does not have methods for such predictions. It is said that Buddhism possesses a great supernatural ability called 3 insights and 6 abilities. When Zen disciples reach a certain level of cultivation, they can observe a person's past and future lives. The 3 insights refer to the insight of fate, which knows one's own and others' past and present lives, the insight of heavenly eye, which knows one's own and others' future lives, and the insight of exhaustion, which understands the current suffering and possesses the wisdom to eliminate all afflictions. The 6 abilities refer to the ability of fate, which can observe everyone's past and present lives, the heavenly eye ability, which can see all mysterious existences in the world, the ability of exhaustion, which can eliminate all troubles and comprehend everything, the heavenly ear ability, which can communicate with all things and hear the sounds of heaven and earth, the ability of others' minds, which can know what beings think, and the ability of divine foot, which can freely move anywhere, up to heaven and down to earth, with no obstacles. Because Li Qingfeng is not a Buddhist disciple, he does not understand the methods of Zen cultivation well and is unsure whether the 3 insights and 6 abilities can truly observe a person's past and future lives. However, one thing is certain. There should be very few Buddhist disciples who have cultivated the supernatural abilities of the 3 insights and 6 abilities. He wondered what level the old monk master Lu Fan had reached. Many people believe that the Buddhist 3 insights and 6 abilities are much more advanced than the Taoist divination techniques, but this is not the case. The Taoist great vehicle prediction methods are much more sophisticated than the Buddhist 3 insights and 6 abilities, as they can not only predict the 5,000 years of Chinese history, but also foresee natural disasters and human misfortunes. For example, the 2A Bei Tu created by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, and the Xiao Bing Gu created by Lu Bowen are the best examples. Unfortunately, in today's society, no one is proficient in the great vehicle prediction methods, and many techniques have been lost in the long river of history. Li Qingfeng sighed and turned to look at the door behind him, listening intently as voices from 2 people inside could be heard, while ordinary people could only hear one person's voice. Because Li Qingfeng had opened his heavenly eye, he could see and hear things that others could not. He knew that this was the spirit medium asking the immortal. The so-called spirit medium asking the immortal is a way for the medium to communicate with the immortal they worship. When asking the immortal, the medium usually finds a quiet and secluded place to invite the immortal to come forth and seek answers. Listening to the voices coming from the room, Li Qingfeng was curious about which immortal the spirit medium Zhang Yinshan from northeast China was worshipping. Just as he was engrossed in listening, the voices inside suddenly disappeared. The immortal worshipped by Zhang Yinshan realized that someone could hear their conversation and adopted another way to communicate with him. Soon, Zhang Yinshan walked out of the room with a slightly unpleasant expression. His worshipped immortal had told him that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation, but he did not know who it was. The immortal also repeatedly warned him not to provoke this person, as this person also had an immortal behind them, a true deity, which was also the reason for Zhang Yinshan's displeasure. Who could this person be? So powerful that they had a real immortal at home. Zhang Yinshan clearly felt that the immortal he worshipped was very afraid of this person. Li Qingfeng was somewhat excited in his heart. Today he had gained knowledge by witnessing a spirit medium asking an immortal. As for Master Lu Fan being too mysterious, he was unsure whether he was using the Buddhist supernatural ability of the 3 insights and 6 abilities. It must be said that aside from Hu Yensong, the masters present still had some skills, as many could deduce the troubles that Chu Yunhong was facing. Only Hu Yensong guessed it with his intelligence. About 20 minutes later, everyone stopped their actions. At this moment, Chu Yunhong revealed a smile, scanning the faces of the masters with curiosity and asking, "Masters, can you write down your predictions for me to see?" There were 8 masters present, and if they publicly stated their predictions, others would hear them, making it easy to leak their insights. Chu Yinhong had thought of this. So he had prepared paper and pens in advance and asked the masters to write their predictions down. However, there was no paper or pen in front of Li Chengfeng because everyone regarded him as a fraud. He looked indifferent, occasionally glancing at Chu Qingyan and Yi Mengyao. Comparing the two women, it must be said that both women were very beautiful, truly hard to distinguish between. In no time, the masters finished writing their predictions, and the bodyguard collected the papers and handed them to Chu Yinhong. Chu Yinhong looked at the words on the papers and nodded in satisfaction. All 8 sheets contained predictions about national affairs, and all the master's predictions were correct. His purpose for this trip was indeed for a national affair. Seeing this result, Chu Yinhong felt very gratified and said with satisfaction, "You are indeed the famous masters of Qingzhou City. All your predictions are the same." Just as Chu Yinhong was about to ask the next question, Lu Yishui stood up at this moment, staring at Li Chengfeng with a smug expression, and said, "Kid, didn't you claim to be a Feng Shui master? If you have the ability, why don't you predict what we wrote on the paper?" Li Chengfeng was slightly taken aback. Lu Yishui really knew how to stir up trouble. The people present all looked on with glee, eager to see whether this self-proclaimed master was a fraud or truly a master. Only Yi Guqing lowered his head, feeling embarrassed and thinking that Li Chengfeng was about to embarrass himself again. Chapter 66. Qimen Divination Techniques. 3. Chu Yinhong smiled at Lu Yishui, speaking in a gentle tone. "Master Lu, why must you make things difficult for a junior? How could he know what you wrote on the paper?" Seeing Chu Yinhong speak up, Lu Yishui dared not continue to make things difficult for Li Chengfeng, looking a bit disappointed as he was about to sit down when a confident voice rang out in the banquet hall. "If I'm not mistaken, the words you wrote on the paper should only be national affairs." The speaker was Li Chengfeng, who originally just wanted to have a meal. But now that someone was deliberately looking for trouble to humiliate him, he would not allow himself to be humiliated. Chu Yinhong was first taken aback, then looked down at the words on the paper, and then raised his head to look at Li Chengfeng, feeling quite shocked that he had actually guessed correctly. From the confidence that flashed across his face earlier, he sensed that this young man was extraordinary. And now he could conclude that this young man was not just a reckless youth, but truly capable. Just as Lu Yishui was about to sit down, he suddenly stood up again, staring angrily at Li Chengfeng, exclaiming, "How could this fraud know what was written on the paper? He must have secretly seen the words on the paper. Otherwise, how could he know? You're really shameless, daring to eavesdrop on our predictions." Li Chengfeng's expression was one of disdain, and with a confident demeanor, he continued speaking. In fact, even an idiot could figure it out. For someone as powerful and influential as General Chu, there's nothing he can't handle. There simply isn't. The only thing he might struggle with is a particularly tricky national issue. And if I'm not mistaken, this national issue should be related to the island nation. Chu Yinhong's face showed a look of shock. Li Chengfeng was right. This troublesome matter was indeed instigated by the island nation, and he couldn't help but wonder how he knew that. Besides Master Li Fan and Zhang Yinchun, Hu Tianzhong, Hu Yinsong, Lu Yishui, and several other masters all wore mocking expressions. This young man was about to embarrass himself again. Even if he could guess that Chu Yinhong was troubled by national affairs, how could he be sure that it was related to the island nation? It could be due to other countries or other issues. Why specifically the island nation? Lu Yishui laughed heartily, full of sarcasm. "No wonder you're a Feng Shui master. You're even more impressive than us. With so many of us here, we can only deduce that General Chu is worried about national matters. Yet you can deduce that this issue is caused by the island nation. I humbly bow to you. You are the true master." Faced with the crowd's ridicule, Li Chengfeng remained calm, thinking that while they were laughing now, they would soon find themselves in a difficult situation. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Chengfeng with curiosity and asked, "Young man, can you tell me how you know this matter is related to the island nation?" When General Chu spoke, everyone present quieted down, eager to hear Li Chengfeng's explanation. Li Chengfeng looked at the character written on the red paper and said solemnly, "I derived this from the character." "Oh, can you elaborate on how you deduced it?" Li Chengfeng smiled and explained his method of breaking down the character. First, he split it into 2 components, wood and it. The character has sun on top and compare below. If you break down, it becomes 2 daggers. This character resembles an islander, hiding 2 daggers behind him. Viewed as a whole, it depicts an islander concealing 2 knives behind him, intending to stab China in the back. Li Chengfeng inferred the connection to the island nation from this half-character. Hu Tianzhong and the other masters listened thoughtfully. They felt that Li Chengfeng's reasoning made a lot of sense and regretted not having thought of it earlier. Although Lu Yishui found Li Chengfeng's reasoning to be quite valid, he still looked unconvinced and angrily said, "You're just making things up. Shut up." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Yinhong, who spoke with authority. "I can clearly tell everyone that the troublesome matter I'm facing is indeed related to the island nation." The crowd was shocked, especially Yi Guqing, who never expected Li Chengfeng to be right. Chu Yinhong then explained the reason behind the issue, which originated from Haiqing. Everyone present perked up their ears, listening attentively as Chu Yinhong recounted the events. Haiqing is the financial center of China, and there is a river called Huangbu River, which is the dragon vein of Haiqing. a naturally formed water dragon vein known in Feng Shui as GQLI Shu, 9 turns water. Due to this water dragon vein's presence, Haiqing's economy developed rapidly, becoming one of the most important economic cities in China, evolving into an international metropolis. However, 2 years ago, a company from the island nation, in collaboration with a Western country, legally auctioned for a piece of land by Huangbu River and constructed a building on it. This building was named Haiqing Economic Center. Standing nearly 500 meters tall, and upon completion, it would become the tallest building in China. While it might seem beneficial for the island nation to invest heavily in building a skyscraper in China, their intentions were far from good. Their designer shaped the building like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the banks of Huangbu River, forming a Tianzhan Sha, heavenly slashing evil. Intending to sever the Feng Shui configuration of GQLI Shu. It was said that the designer of this building was the renowned Feng Shui master Sato Masao from the island nation, who had 2 sons named Sato Kenichi and Sato Kenji, both famous Feng Shui masters in the island nation. Now, with the building nearing its completion, once the Tianzhan Sha formed and severed the water dragon vein of Huangbu River, it would impact the entire economy of Haiqing and have significant repercussions for all of China. Li Chengfeng's face flashed with indignation. The underhanded methods of the island nation's Feng Shui masters were indeed malicious. Attempting to sever the water dragon vein of Huangbu River and disrupt the Feng Shui configuration of GQLI Shu. The Feng Shui configuration of Huangbu River is a naturally formed major Feng Shui configuration. In Feng Shui studies, it is mainly divided into mountain dragons and water dragons, with mountains representing mountain dragons and rivers representing water dragons. Mountain dragons govern nobility, while water dragons govern wealth. For instance, the capital city is located at a gathering place for mountain dragons, hence it exudes the aura of officials and nobility, becoming the capital of China and a gathering place for high-ranking officials. Haicheng, on the other hand, is situated at the spot where the Yangtze River's water dragon exhales. Thus, it exhibits the aura of wealth, becoming China's economic center, a hub for merchants and enterprises. If one observes closely, they will find that certain regions are known for producing wealthy businessmen, while others are known for producing bureaucrats. For example, Shandong, Shaanxi, and Hebei tend to have more officials, while Guangdong, Zhejiang, and Fujian tend to have more wealthy individuals. People from Haiqing speak with a certain financial air, while people from the capital carry an official air. This is the influence of Feng Shui energy on individuals. This aligns with the saying that a particular land nurtures its people. As a Feng Shui master, Li Chengfeng understood very well that if the dragon vein of Huangbu River were severed by the Tianzhan Sha, not only would Haiqing's economy be affected, but the entire economy of China would also be impacted. Records in Feng Shui studies note that if a water dragon is severed, it will lead to water disasters. If a land dragon is severed, it will cause earthquakes. It must be said that the actions of the island nation's Feng Shui masters were truly malicious, employing such insidious methods to destroy China's Feng Shui and disrupt the nation's fortunes. The masters present were all enraged, scoffing at the behavior of the island nation's Feng Shui masters. As practitioners of esoteric arts, they had all heard a bit about how the island nation's Feng Shui masters had sought to disrupt China's Feng Shui. Chu Yinhong sighed, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his face. From his expression, it was clear that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the island nation's Feng Shui masters. And he said solemnly, for hundreds of years, the island nation's desire to undermine China has never ceased. They have done many unspeakable things on our land, especially the Feng Shui masters from the island nation, who have always sought to disrupt our national fortunes through Feng Shui. The Wanghai Pavilion beneath our feet was built 30 years ago by the island nation's Feng Shui masters. They set up a Feng Shui configuration here, intending to bring disaster to China. Fortunately, at that time, a Feng Shui master easily dismantled the Feng Shui setup here. Chu Yinhong seemed lost in thought, recalling many past events, especially the Feng Shui master who had dismantled the Feng Shui setup here. His purpose for this journey was to find him and ask him to resolve the Tianzhan Sha, but unfortunately, he had not found him. I wonder where that old master has gone. Chu Yinhong's gentle gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, and with a serious expression, he said, Masters, whoever can see through the Feng Shui layout here, I will give them the Wanhai Pavilion. Whoever can resolve the Tianzhan Sha, I will hand over a project worth billions to them. Chu Yinhong was very clear in his heart that if these masters couldn't even decipher the Feng Shui here, how could they go to Haiqing to resolve the Tianzhan Sha? Upon hearing this, everyone present was excited. This was exactly what they wanted and the purpose of their visit. They hurriedly left the emperor's pavilion, holding compasses, and began to observe the Feng Shui layout. Whoever could decipher the Feng Shui layout here would be able to obtain the Wanhai Pavilion, and this temptation was immense. Huang Yufei stood beside Lu Yishui, anxiously asking, Master Lu, what is the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion? Have you figured it out? Deng Sihai was also anxiously staring at Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yensong, determined not to let others seize the opportunity. Whoever deciphered the Feng Shui layout first would claim the Wanhai Pavilion and have a chance to take on the billion-dollar project. Master Hu, please don't let me down. Whether we can get the Wanhai Pavilion and the billion-dollar project depends on you. The masters proficient in Feng Shui occasionally looked up at the sky, then down at their compasses, and sometimes observed the terrain, each one with a serious expression. The masters who were not very knowledgeable about Feng Shui could only stand by and watch. The few masters holding compasses, the more they looked, the more anxious and troubled they became, ultimately racking their brains and using all their learning, yet they still couldn't decipher the Feng Shui layout here. About half an hour later, these masters returned to the emperor's pavilion dejectedly. They ultimately chose to give up. Chu Yinhong saw everyone return and eagerly asked, "Masters, has anyone figured out the Feng Shui layout here?" Everyone shook their heads, hanging their heads in disappointment, clearly not destined for the Wanhai Pavilion. The businessmen who had spent a lot of money to invite them were all filled with anger, but felt helpless. Chu Yinhong looked at Hu Tianzheng, placing his last hope on him, and asked anxiously, "President Hu, have you figured out the Feng Shui layout here?" Hu Tianzheng shook his head, saying helplessly, "The Feng Shui layout here is too mysterious. I can't tell what it is. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a very rare Mahayana Feng Shui layout." Chu Yinhong nodded, feeling very disappointed. If these so-called masters couldn't even decipher the Feng Shui layout here, let alone go to Haiqing to resolve the Tian's Hansha. Sitting nearby, Li Chingfeng did not speak or participate in this matter. He was very hungry, thinking about when they could start eating, and did not provoke anyone. He took out his phone to check the time. It was almost 6 o'clock. Why hadn't they started eating yet? Just then, Hu Yinsong said in a very provocative tone, "Kid, don't you claim to be a Feng Shui master? If you really are, then tell us about the Feng Shui layout here." Lu Yishui, standing nearby, also wore a cold smile and said provocatively, "Yes, don't you claim to be a Feng Shui master? Aren't you amazing? You could tell that a single character relates to the islanders. If you have the ability, then tell us about the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion." Li Chingfeng frowned slightly. Were these people sick? He hadn't provoked them. Why were they always targeting him? He really didn't want to deal with them. He just wanted to finish eating and quickly return to the Suiwan Hall, yet they insisted on making trouble for him. A playful smile appeared on Li Chingfeng's face. "If I tell you the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion, what will you give me? You give me nothing, so why should I tell you? If you can say it, we will take you as our master." Eventually, Li Chingfeng reached an agreement with Lu Yishui and Hu Yansong. If Li Chingfeng could decipher the Feng Shui layout here, the two would take him as their master. If he couldn't, they would deal with him as they pleased. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Chingfeng with hopeful eyes, wondering if this young man would bring a surprise. Chapter 68. He is a real Feng Shui. Master Li Chingfeng had already seen through the Feng Shui layout before stepping into the emperor's pavilion. Now that someone was looking for trouble, he might as well fulfill their wishes. He smiled slightly at Chu Yinhong, and then spoke. "The Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion is called the Ministers Come to Bow. The Emperor is crowned. The Son of Heaven holds court, unifying the rivers and mountains." The Emperor's layout. Upon hearing this, Yi Mingyao and Wang Bin simultaneously turned to look at Li Chingfeng. When they were at the entrance of the Emperor's pavilion, they had heard Li Chingfeng say this, but at that time, they didn't pay attention and didn't understand what it meant, thinking he was just talking nonsense. Now hearing it again, they were very shocked, suddenly realizing the meaning of the words he spoke. He was indeed referring to the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion. Yi Mingyao looked at Li Chingfeng in disbelief, realizing he had already figured out the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion. She let out a bitter smile, sighed, and then looked at Yi Guqing beside her, thinking, "Dad, you're going to regret this." Chu Yinhong didn't have much hope for Li Chingfeng. So many masters in the mystical arts world couldn't see through the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion. How could a young man do it? This was not an ordinary Feng Shui layout, but an extremely rare Mahayana Feng Shui. He sighed, thinking that this surprise probably wouldn't happen. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a voice ringing in his ear, and the disappointment on his face instantly turned to shock. He looked at Li Chingfeng in disbelief, supporting himself on the coffee table and standing up, unable to believe his ears, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Young brother, can you repeat what you just said?" "Sure." Li Chingfeng nodded and repeated what he had just said, this time speaking more slowly, enunciating every word very clearly. Chu Yinhong followed behind him, softly repeating each word. He was too familiar with this sentence. He would never forget it in this lifetime. Chu Yinhong clearly remembered that 30 years ago, a Feng Shui master stood at the entrance of the emperor's pavilion and said the exact same words. Not a single word different from what Li Chingfeng had said. Chu Yinhong asked in a puzzled tone, "Young brother, how did you know this sentence?" "Of course, I figured it out from the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion," Li Chingfeng said confidently. Seeing the confidence on Li Chingfeng's face, Chu Yinhong felt that his aura was indeed very similar to that of the Feng Shui master from back then, radiating an air of invincible confidence. Coincidentally, that Feng Shui master's surname was Li, and so was his. At this moment, Chu Yinhong had not noticed this detail. Chu Yinhong's address for Li Chingfeng had changed from young man to young brother, which made everyone present envious. Being called brother by General Chu was a great honor. The crowd could see from Chu Yinhong's reaction that Li Chingfeng had indeed gotten it right again. Everyone present wore expressions of envy and jealousy. The limelight had been stolen by this young man, and he could still obtain the Wanhai Pavilion. They had come prepared, but could only leave empty-handed, while Li Chingfeng, who came without preparation, just wanted to join for a meal, became the biggest winner of this banquet. Many businessmen were eyeing Li Changfeng, calculating in their hearts. Hu Yinsong and Lu Yishui looked very grim. They had never dreamed that Li Changfeng would actually get the Feng Shui layout of the Wanhai Pavilion right. Thinking of the previous agreement, if he could articulate the Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion, he would have to accept him as a master. Both of them held high positions in the metaphysics community of Qingzhou. Hu Yinsong was not only the vice president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association, but also a member of the Hu family, a prestigious family in the metaphysics world. Lu Yishui was also a member of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association and a well-known master of the Ma-Yi divination technique in Qingzhou. If they were to accept the young man as their master, how would they continue to operate in Qingzhou? Wouldn't they be laughed at by their peers? The two were visibly conflicted, unsure of what to do. Yi Guqing deeply regretted it, never expecting that the person he considered a fraud, who didn't seem like a master at all, was the true Feng Shui master. If he hadn't cut ties with Li Changfeng, Wanhai Pavilion would have been his, and he might have secured that project worth billions. Thinking of this, Yi Guqing couldn't care less about his old face and stood up, speaking in a very serious tone. General Chu, this Mr. Li was invited by me. You should give Wanhai Pavilion to me. Chu Yunhong smiled slightly, but did not speak. Instead, turning to look at Li Changfeng, his tone meaningful. Little brother, this. Old general, I am not familiar with this Mr. Yi, Li Changfeng said, glancing at Yi Mengyao sitting beside him, who had tears in her eyes and looked disappointedly at her father, Yi Guqing. Seeing Li Changfeng turn his back on him, Yi Guqing was furious and pointed at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, don't forget your gratitude. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have been able to enter Wanhai Pavilion, let alone gain it. Even if you don't give Wanhai Pavilion to me, at least you should give me half. Li Changfeng couldn't help but laugh. Yi Guqing, you are so obsessed with money, he then said with a serious face. Mr. Yi, may I ask what kind of grace you have shown me? If it weren't for me, could your eyes see? Could you stand here and talk to me? Yi Guqing was instantly speechless. If there was any grace, it was Li Changfeng who had saved the Yi family. Everyone present looked at Yi Guqing with contempt. Just a moment ago, he was busy distancing himself from Li Changfeng, calling him a fraud and chasing him away. But now he wanted to befriend him again after hearing about the Feng Shui layout of Wanhai Pavilion and gaining the appreciation of the old general. Wanting to take half of Wanhai Pavilion for himself was truly shameless and exceedingly brazen. Originally, Deng Sihai had looked at Li Changfeng with murderous intent, planning to settle the score with him after he left Wanhai Pavilion. However, he now looked at him with a hint of appreciation, took out an exquisite business card, and walked up to Li Changfeng with a smile. Master Li, indeed a promising young talent. Let me introduce myself. I am Deng Sihai, chairman of Shanghai Group. Here's my business card. The businessman who had just looked down on Li Changfeng now realized his mistake, hurriedly took out his business card, and surrounded him, eager to introduce their families and enterprises. Huang Yufei rushed to the front, handing a business card to Li Changfeng and repeatedly apologizing. Master Li, I hope you can forgive us for any offense earlier. Our Huang family is in the steel business. Master Li, our company would like to invite you as a Feng Shui consultant. You can set your own price. These businessmen were all eager to befriend Li Changfeng, while Yi Guqing stood beside them, at a loss. He could have been the first to benefit from this, but unfortunately, he had squandered a good opportunity. Beside him, Yi Mengyao felt a mix of happiness and disappointment, her emotions very complicated. The scene was chaotic, and the masters who had been sidelined looked at Li Changfeng with envy. Li Changfeng felt quite helpless. He had just been looked down upon by these businessmen, and now he had become the object of their desire. Chu Yunhong observed the chaotic scene without stopping it, instead smiling as he took a sip of tea. He had already realized that although Li Changfeng had real skills, he lacked connections, so he let him take this opportunity to gather some relationships. After the meal, everyone left in succession, asking Li Changfeng for his contact information before they departed. Li Changfeng did not refuse and told them the address of the Surintang. These people were future clients, and although there had been some unpleasantness earlier, he would not hold it against them. Li Changfeng had also gained notoriety. As long as he earned their recognition, he would have a foothold in Qingzhou. After everyone left, Yi Mengyao remained beside Li Changfeng, unwilling to leave, her delicate eyes looking at him with a pitiful expression. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, my father. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Li Changfeng's cold voice. Miss Yi, please go back. I have matters to discuss with General Chu. Li Changfeng didn't even glance at Yi Mengyao and followed Chu Yunhong to the second floor of the Emperor Pavilion. The second floor was even more extravagant, still primarily furnished with Wang Wali and rosewood furniture, each piece very expensive. Standing in front of the window on the second floor, looking out at the vast sea, a sea breeze carrying the scent of the ocean blew in, creating an intoxicating feeling. Li Changfeng still found it hard to believe that Wanhai Pavilion would be his in the future, allowing him to enjoy this feeling at any time. At this moment, Chu Yunhong's voice came from behind. Little brother, do you have a way to resolve the heavenly saber killing? I don't know. I can only confirm after seeing the Feng Shui layout of the other party. Li Changfeng turned around and answered seriously, without seeing the other party's Feng Shui layout. He didn't dare to be too definitive. Chu Yunhong smiled, clearly satisfied with Li Changfeng's answer. He didn't boast, was mature and steady, and was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. He then said, little brother, rest early. We will set off for Haiqing tomorrow. Li Chingfeng nodded, surprised that they would set off for Haiqing the next day, indicating that this matter was urgent. He felt some confusion. If the top-notch Yinyang Feng Shui masters were trying to damage the Feng Shui dragon vein of Huangbu River, the country's mysterious organization, Longmen 8 Bureau and Hulong Guard, would definitely not sit idly by. If even Longmen 8 Bureau and Hulong Guard were at a loss against the Heavenly Saber killing, it showed how tricky this matter was. Who was the person that the old general personally came to Qingzhou to find? He needed to come in person, although he had many questions in his mind. He didn't dare to ask too much. In Li Chengfeng's eyes, this was just a business deal. Ask what should be asked and say nothing about what shouldn't be mentioned. The next morning, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin boarded General Chu's private plane, flying towards Haiqing. Qingzhou City was not far from Haiqing, about an hour and a half later. The plane landed at Haiqing's Donglan International Airport. 3 cars with military license plates were already waiting at the airport. Following behind Chu Yinhong, Li Chengfeng got into a car as soon as he got off the plane and headed to the Sigri-La Hotel located by Huangbu River. The Sigri-La Hotel was the first 5-star hotel in Haiqing, situated by Huangbu River, consisting of 2 buildings, one called Bujiang Building and the other called Xian Building. Chu Yinhong had reserved 2 luxurious suites in the Bujiang Building of the Sigri-La Hotel in advance. When Li Chengfeng got out of the car, the first thing that caught his eye was the landmark building of Haiqing, the Northern Pearl. Turning his head to the other side, he saw the once tallest building in Huaxia, the Jingguang Building. Next to the Golden Light Building, another skyscraper has risen, which is the Seaside Economic Center building jointly constructed by the people of the island nation in a certain Western country. Li Chengfeng was instantly captivated by this building, which towered into the clouds and resembled a military knife, standing tall between heaven and earth. The entire building was covered with blue tempered glass from top to bottom. The design of this building was significantly different from ordinary buildings. Its sides were not flat, but smooth and sharp angles, giving it the appearance of a military knife. Under the sunlight, the glass emitted dazzling reflections, and from a distance, it looked like a cold blade radiating light. At the top of the building, there was a rectangular void that resembled a national flag. At noon, if one stood beneath the building and looked through this rectangle at the sun, due to the angle, it created an illusion that the sun was not in the sky, but within the rectangular void at the roof. The rectangular void reflected the sun, resembling a sun flag, showcasing the brilliance of the top-notch Feng Shui master from Jujuan, using the void as the flag body and the sun in the air as the flag emblem, erecting a sun flag in the economic center of Huaxia. In the morning at sunrise and afternoon at sunset, when the angle of the sun was parallel to the building. Looking through the void at the roof at the sun also presented a sun flag. Overall, this building's sides resembled military knives, and the void in the middle reflected the sun, forming a Feng Shui setup of double knives supporting the sun, which could also be called military knives supporting the sun. Turning his gaze to the nearby Huangbu River, every morning when the sun rose, the shadow of this military knife-shaped building would appear as if a military knife had fallen from the sky, striking the Huangbu River. This was what was called the heavenly/killing. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, and he had to admit that the methods of the top-notch Feng Shui master from Jujuan were truly remarkable. To ordinary people, this building might seem grand and spectacular, but to the Feng Shui master, this building was not impressive at all. Rather, it disrupted the Feng Shui layout of Huaxia. When Chu Yinhong, who had just gotten out of the car, saw Li Chengfeng standing still, gazing at the soon-to-be topped building not far away, he smiled slightly and asked kindly, "Little brother, did you see some mystery?" "Yes." Li Chengfeng politely nodded and casually replied, "Borrowing the killing energy of heaven, slashing the 9 turns dragon water. The knife killing rises and harms the 8 directions." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Yinhong. "Little brother, this is not a place for conversation. Let's talk upstairs." Chu Yinhong was somewhat surprised by Li Chengfeng's reaction. He did not expect that within just a minute of getting out of the car, Li Chengfeng had already seen through the Feng Shui layout of that building. He silently marveled at how extraordinary this young man was, even more impressive than he had anticipated, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Li Chengfeng then noticed that the bustling crowd around him was indeed not a place for conversation. So he followed Chu Yinhong to the luxurious suite that had been reserved in advance. From Qingzhou City to Haiqing, Chu Qingyan had been following Chu Yinhong closely, maintaining a proud demeanor, not even glancing at Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, let alone speaking to the two of them. For a young lady from a prestigious family, people like Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were simply not worthy of her conversation. Wang Bin also spoke little along the way, as his self-esteem had taken a serious hit. Walking through the luxurious hotel, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin attracted curious glances from many people, their slippers, shorts, and shabby t-shirts clashing with the prosperity of the city. Wang Bin, walking next to Li Chengfeng, spoke with a hint of regret. "So embarrassing. Had I known we were coming to Haiqing, I would have gone home to change into my best clothes." Li Chengfeng also looked embarrassed. He had come in a hurry and had not changed into decent clothes. At this moment, Chu Yinhong realized this and smiled apologetically, saying, "Little brother, it's my oversight. I forgot to prepare a couple of fitting outfits for you. Later, I'll have Qingyan take you to buy some." Just as Li Chengfeng was about to refuse, Chu Qingyan beside him disdainfully said, "Who wants to go? I won't take these 2 country bumpkins to buy clothes. It's It's so embarrassing. You have to go. That's an order. Chu Yinhong maintained his military demeanor, always saying one thing and meaning it. Although Chu Qingyan looked displeased, she ultimately had to comply. Soon, they arrived at the pre-booked luxurious suite. Standing in front of the window, the entire view of the Huangbu River was laid out before them, with the famous scenic spot of Haiqing, Weigu, directly across the river. Skyscrapers stood tall, depicting a scene of prosperity. Li Qingfeng was admiring the beautiful view when he suddenly heard Chu Yunhong's voice behind him. Little brother, can you see through the Feng Shui layout of the Huangbu River? Chapter 70. The Great Feng Shui Layout of the Nine Curves Coming Water, Part 2. Li Qingfeng stood in front of the window, not answering Chu Yinhong, but focusing intently on the Huangbu River before him. He occasionally turned to look at the nearby Northern Pearl and then at the old iron bridge across the Huangbu River, the Black Iron Ferry Bridge, as well as the lakes and pine rivers below the bridge. The Black Iron Ferry Bridge has a history of over 100 years and is also a landmark building in Haiqing, a popular spot for tourists and internet celebrities. In Feng Shui studies, water dragon veins are divided into emotional water and unemotional water, as the saying goes, embracing emotions, reverse bowing unemotionally. Emotional water includes inner embracing water, outer embracing water, and nine curves coming water. If the nine curves coming water forms inner embracing water, it is a great Feng Shui layout. Unemotional water includes reverse bow water, straight water, and rushing water, among which reverse bow water is the most unemotional Feng Shui layout. The Huangbu River is precisely the inner embracing water of the nine curves coming water, surrounding the entire Dongpu district and Chenjiazui, which in Feng Shui studies is also referred to as a jade belt around the waist. The nine curves coming water and the jade belt around the waist create a naturally formed Great Feng Shui dragon vein, establishing the status of the economic center of Huaxia, while Chenjiazui is the economic center of Haiqing. Looking at the lakes and pine rivers below the Black Iron Ferry Bridge, the upstream is the Shuzhou River, resembling a dragon stretching across Haiqing. The river ultimately flows into the Huangbu River, forming the convergence of two dragons. Unfortunately, the water from the lakes and pine rivers has too short a residence time after merging with the Huangbu River, and the river water quickly flows downstream, which also leads to the water dragon energy of the lakes and pine rivers being unable to flow into Chenjiazi. As Li Chengfeng thought of this, he turned to look at the Northern Pearl, whose circular architecture appeared very special. Many people did not understand why the country spent a fortune to build a circular building that looked like a monster, not realizing that the Northern Pearl concealed a significant Feng Shui layout. If you observe closely, you will find that the location of the Northern Pearl is precisely aligned with the watermouth where the lakes and pine rivers merge into the Huangbu River, perfectly on a straight line, which is called Golden Pearl Attracting Dragon. The dragon loves to play with pearls, so this can draw the water dragon energy of the lakes and pine rivers into Chenjiazui. The Huangbu River and the lakes and pine rivers, when passing by the Northern Pearl, will be attracted by the Golden Pearl, forming the two dragons play with pearls setup. Li Qingfeng turned his head to look at the nearby Golden Light building, which resembled a pagoda, sitting by the Huangbu River, forming a pagoda protecting the river, safeguarding the water dragon energy in this area. Moreover, there is an even more crucial point. Whenever the sea rises with the tide, the water of the Huangbu River will flow backward. In Feng Shui studies, this is called water dragon turning back. As the saying goes, you don't know until you look, and once you do, you're shocked. The entire Haiqing is filled with Feng Shui layouts, and even if one looked all day, they probably wouldn't be able to finish. It is these astonishing Feng Shui layouts that have created this Feng Shui treasure land. Looking at the Feng Shui layout of the Huangbu River, Li Qingfeng was secretly astonished. The master who arranged the Feng Shui by the Huangbu River was truly impressive. Who could this Feng Shui master by the Huangbu River be? He really wanted to meet him and express his admiration. Just as Li Qingfeng was lost in thought, he seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar. He hurriedly looked up in the direction of the sound and saw the waters of the Lake Song River rolling, with a divine dragon flying out of the water, heading straight for the Northern Pearl. Following that, a giant dragon also flew out of the turbulent waters of the Huangbu River, heading directly towards the Northern Pearl. The two giant dragons circled around the Northern Pearl, flying up and down. After a while, they flew towards the Golden Light building, weaving through the tall buildings, and eventually disappeared from sight. Seeing the two suddenly appearing divine dragons, Li Qingfeng was startled. He knew very well that this was not an illusion. These two divine dragons were manifestations of water dragon Qi, also known as the essence and spiritual body of Feng Shui. Superior and great Feng Shui layouts absorb the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can transform into the essence spiritual bodies of Feng Shui. Chu Yinhong sat on the sofa, not disturbing Li Qingfeng, but watching the time. After about 5 minutes, he slowly turned around and confidently said, "Old General Chu, the Feng Shui layout here is truly marvelous. The Feng Shui layout of the Huangbu River is at least 100 times more profound than that of the Wanhai Pavilion. There are so many Feng Shui layouts here that even if I looked for a day, I probably wouldn't be able to finish." Hearing this, Chu Yinhong nodded, thinking that Li Qingfeng had not grasped the Feng Shui layout here and was just making an excuse by saying he couldn't finish looking in a day. He thought it was normal for him not to understand, as he was still young. The Feng Shui layout here was very profound, and not everyone could understand it. He felt somewhat disappointed. But at that moment, Li Changfeng continued, "Old General, if I'm not mistaken, the Feng Shui layout here should be 9 bends and turns of water. A jade belt around the waist, 2 dragons converging, a golden pearl attracting the dragon, a pagoda protecting the river, 2 dragons playing with pearls, and the water dragon turning back, gathering wealth." After Li Changfeng finished speaking, Chu Yinhong stood there with his mouth agape and eyes wide open, unable to believe it was true. The shock this time was even greater than at the Wanhai Pavilion. He actually got it right again. It was truly unimaginable how someone so young could understand so much. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Changfeng with disbelief, in his slippers, wearing a large pair of shorts and a tattered t-shirt that read, "I am a poor farmer." In this outfit, the first impression one would get was that he was a complete loser. Who would have thought that such a loser was actually a Feng Shui master? As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by its depth. Fortunately, he didn't judge by appearances back then, otherwise he would have missed a genius in the art of Feng Shui. At this moment, Chu Yinhong looked at Li Changfeng as if he were a national treasure, tears welling up in his eyes, feeling extremely excited that there would be successors in the art of Qimen Feng Shui and the Feng Shui world of Huaxia. Due to many historical reasons, many of the national essences left by ancestors have been lost, and Qimen mysticism has been labeled as feudal superstition, with traditional Chinese medicine also not escaping its fate, as many profound medical techniques have also been lost. It was truly heartbreaking. Chu Yinhong hurriedly stood up and took his hand, his tone filled with concern. "Little brother, please sit down." Li Changfeng was baffled by Chu Yinhong's demeanor, thinking about what was wrong with the old general and curiously asked, "Old general, what is the matter?" "It's nothing, nothing. I'm just too excited." Chapter 71. A Remarkable Feng Shui Master, Part 1. Seeing through the overall Feng Shui layout of the Huangbu River, Li Changfeng felt very excited. The naturally formed 9 bends and turns of water, combined with the artificial Feng Shui layout by the river, transformed the once despised muddy crossing into a Feng Shui treasure land. Those despicable islanders actually built a military knife building on this Feng Shui treasure land, wanting to use the heavenly/evil to sever the dragon vein of the Huangbu River and destroy the Feng Shui here, ruining the fortune of our Huaxia. Such a malicious intent is truly deserving of condemnation and eradication. There are only 3 days left until this military knife building is topped out. Once it is topped out, the heavenly/evil will form, directly striking towards the Huangbu River. If the dragon vein of the Huangbu River is severed, it will bring great disaster, affecting not only the economy. The building has already been constructed, and it is impossible to have them tear it down. Other methods must be considered. The Longmen 8 Bureau, Dragon Guard, and the Mysticism Association of Haiqing, along with folk Feng Shui organizations and masters of studies, are all thinking of ways to resolve the heavenly/evil, proposing many suggestions. However, the heavenly/evil is not so easily resolved. There are too many factors to consider, and many methods are not suitable. The most important thing now is how to counter the heavenly/evil in 3 days and protect the dragon vein of the Huangbu River. This naturally formed, rare, and magnificent dragon vein of great Feng Shui must not be allowed to be destroyed, nor can the scheme of the 9 bends and turns Feng Shui masters succeed. It is absolutely impossible to destroy the Feng Shui dragon vein of our Huaxia. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Changfeng with a kind smile, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye, and asked in a gentle tone, "Little brother, since you can see through the Feng Shui of the Huangbu River and the layout of that military knife building, you must know their malicious intentions. Have you thought of a way to resolve the heavenly/evil?" "Old general, don't worry. As long as I am here, I will never let those island bandits destroy our Huaxia dragon vein." When Li Changfeng said this, his face radiated with an overwhelming confidence. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Yinhong's face. For some reason, he felt a great deal of confidence in the young man before him. Ever since he learned that the 9 bends and turns had built a military knife building in Haiqing, intending to use the heavenly/evil to sever the dragon vein of the Huangbu River, Chu Yinhong had not had a good night's sleep. Tonight, he could finally get a good night's sleep. There was an important meeting to hold tomorrow. Li Changfeng had another question in his mind. Looking at the somewhat sleepy Chu Yinhong, he hesitated to ask. However, Chu Yinhong saw the question on Li Changfeng's face and smiled, saying, "Little brother, do you have something you want to ask me?" Seeing the old general so direct, Li Changfeng nodded and asked the question that had been on his mind. "Old general, do you know who arranged the Feng Shui layout by the Huangbu River?" Chu Yinhong was silent for a moment, reminiscing about the past. After a while, admiration appeared on his face, and he nodded, saying, "I know. He was a good friend of my father. He is a legend. He once fought against the stars and lost an eye, and fought against the dragon Qi of the earth and became lame in one leg." Li Changfeng was astonished. This person was too impressive, daring to fight against the stars and the dragon Qi of the earth, something many Feng Shui masters wouldn't even dare to think about. Yet he did it. The so-called fighting against the stars means making the stars in the sky shift positions, while fighting against the dragon Qi of the earth means relocating the earth's dragon Qi elsewhere without harming the dragon's root. Li Changfeng asked in shock, "Old general, who is this person? What is his name? Can you introduce him to me?" I want to become his disciple. His name is Li Tianqing. My purpose in going to Qingzhou City was to find him, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. Uft, cough, cough. When Li Chengfeng heard this familiar name, he almost slipped off the sofa. He never expected that the impressive figure he admired in his heart, the master who arranged the Feng Shui by the Huangbu River, would actually be his grandfather. Thinking of Grandpa Li Tianqing, who was blind in one eye and limped on one leg, I suddenly realized why I hadn't thought of it earlier. I had even wanted to meet him and take him as my master. I could have just gone home to see him. As for taking him as my master, there was no need for that. I had learned all my skills from him. Seeing Li Chengfeng cough repeatedly, Chu Yunhong asked with concern, "Little brother, what's wrong? Are you coming down with a cold?" "No, I'm fine. Just a bit of a tickle in my throat." Chu Yunhong then felt relieved and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, when I find him one day, I will definitely take you to meet him. I will personally ask him to take you as his disciple." "Yes, thank you, General." Li Chengfeng didn't tell Chu Yunhong that Li Tianqing was his grandfather because his grandfather was old and had retired, and he didn't want anyone to disturb him. He was still somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected his grandfather to have such an impressive past, yet his grandfather had never mentioned any of this. Whenever he had time, his grandfather would teach him strange arts, Feng Shui, and folk forbidden techniques, never telling him anything useless. This should be what they call a hero not boasting of past glories. It was due to his grandfather's strict requirements and serious teaching that Li Chengfeng had such high attainments in Feng Shui. Thinking about how long it had been since he last saw his grandfather, who lived alone in a small courtyard by the sea, he couldn't help but miss him, and his eyes became a little moist. After returning to Qingzhou City, he planned to bring his grandfather to Wanghai Pavilion to enjoy his life. Li Chengfeng was eager to know about his grandfather's youth, so he pretended to be curious and asked, "General, can you tell me about Li Tianqing's youth?" Chu Yunhong nodded. And just then, Chu Qingyan and Wang Bin pushed the door and walked in, with a red handprint on Wang Bin's face. Their arrival didn't disturb Chu Yunhong. He seemed to be deep in thought as he began to recount Li Tianqing's past. Chu Qingyan and Wang Bin listened with curious expressions. After a long while, Chu Yunhong slowly began to speak. He was a remarkable Feng Shui master, an extraordinary talent. I heard about these events from my father. To talk about Li Tianqing, we have to start from the War of Resistance. During the war, the island nation's army stole 238 stones from various provinces in Huaxia to build a tower called the Eight Directions Tower. These 238 stones were taken from various provinces in Huaxia, including Taishan stones from Shandong, Lushan stones from Jiangxi, Huangshan stones from Anhui, Songshan stones from Hunan, and Great Wall stones from the capital. They also stole 123 stones from Korea. They secretly transported these stones back to the island nation and used them as a foundation to build a tower called the Eight Directions Tower, also known as the Soul Settling Tower. They aimed to use this method to suppress Huaxia and conquer it more quickly. The Eight Directions Tower is about 37 meters high, with the words Eight Directions Tower inscribed on its front, meaning to unify all directions and the world. They fantasized about ruling the entire world. On the four sides of the Eight Directions Tower, there are also four ghostly relief sculptures, each engraved with phrases: Heavenly Grandson Descends, Divine Military Campaigns East, National Harmony, One Line for Eternity. From these words, one can see the ambitions of the bandits. When the Eight Directions Tower was completed, the War of Resistance in Huaxia fell into its most difficult period. With the number of traitors increasing dramatically, and many provinces occupied by the island nation's army, losing more than half of its territory. Chapter 72, The Extraordinary Talent of Feng Shui, Part 2. The news of the island nation's army stealing Huaxia's precious stones to build the evil tower quickly reached the domestic authorities, attracting the attention of many important figures. Chu Yunhong, lost in thought, continued, "At that time, my father was a regiment commander. One day, an old beggar and a young beggar came to the regiment station. The old beggar was blind." Li Chengfeng was also deep in thought. He had already guessed that the blind old beggar was likely Master Li Jinshan, and the young beggar was probably his grandfather Li Tianqing. Li Chengfeng, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin sat quietly listening. After the old beggar and the young beggar arrived at the regiment station, they found Chu Yunhong's father, Chu Zhando. The young beggar confidently said, "I observed the stars at night and found that a blood-red demon star suddenly appeared in the east, entangling the Ziwei Emperor star, indicating a bloody wash of the east. This demon star must be eliminated, or there will be endless troubles." The way to eliminate this demon star was to destroy an evil tower in the east. At that time, Chu Zhandong did not believe them, giving them some food and asking them to leave. However, the old beggar and the young beggar did not leave, but waited outside the military camp. When soldiers tried to drive them away, the old beggar smiled and said that the time had not yet come, and when the time was right, the regiment commander would personally come out to invite him. About 3 days later, Chu Zhandong suddenly received a mysterious mission from above, ordering him to take a group of people to infiltrate the island nation and destroy the Eight Directions Tower at all costs. At that moment, Chu Zhandong remembered the two beggars who had been squatting outside the military camp. He hurriedly ran out and found them still waiting outside. He quickly invited the two beggars to the command post, where he learned their true identities. They were both Feng Shui masters. The old beggar was Li Jinshan, and the young beggar was Li Tianqing. They had come specifically to destroy the Eight Directions Tower. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng's eyes became a little moist. He hadn't expected his grandfather and Master Li Jinshan to have such a legendary story, risking their lives for the greater good of the nation. Infiltrating the island nation to destroy the Feng Shui setup of the Eight Directions Tower. As Chu Yinhong spoke, a look of grief and anger appeared on his resolute face. Tears welling in his eyes as he continued, the old beggar gave my father a jade pendant, called the Qi Tianling, asking him to take it to the Tianqing Temple to invite the Taoist priest down the mountain for assistance. Nearly 100 Taoist priests from Tianqing Temple. Upon seeing the Qi Tianling, all descended the mountain to join Li Jinshan and Li Tianqing in infiltrating the island nation to break the Feng Shui setup of the Eight Directions Tower. Before going to the island nation, Li Jinshan handed the Qi Tianling to Chu Zhandong, telling him that as long as he saw the blood-red demon star disappear from the eastern night sky, it would prove that they had successfully broken the Feng Shui setup of the Eight Directions Tower. If the demon star was still there after 6 months, he could take the Qi Tianling to any Taoist temple to invite the Taoist priest down the mountain to continue infiltrating the island nation to destroy the Eight Directions Tower. Chu Zhandong nodded vigorously, saluting the Taoist priests who were willing to sacrifice their lives for the country. In the following days, every evening, Chu Zhandong would sit outside, staring at the eastern night sky, watching that blood-red demon star. Sometimes he would even get up in the middle of the night to look in that direction. Staring for an entire night, he was very anxious and worried about the safety of those Taoist priests. After about 2 months, Chu Zhandong looked up at the night sky and was pleasantly surprised to find that the red demon star had disappeared and the Ziwei Emperor star reappeared. He knew that those Taoist priests had succeeded in breaking the Feng Shui setup of the Eight Directions Tower, and he hurriedly reported this good news to his superiors. In the following days, Chu Zhandong eagerly awaited the return of those Taoist priests until 6 months later, when he saw Li Tianqing returning to the military camp, carrying Li Jinshan's ashes, accompanied by 2 young Taoist priests, looking dejected. Out of nearly 100 people, only 3 returned. Chu Zhandong wept on the spot and handed the Qi Tianling to Li Tianqing. The Tower of Eight Directions and One Universe was broken, and the situation in Huaxia was instantly reversed. Those traitors and running dogs seemed to awaken suddenly. Many began to revolt and surrender. Li Chengfeng believed deeply in what Chu Yinhong said, because the decree of the heavens was in his hands. Grandpa and the Grandmaster, along with nearly 100 Taoist priests, secretly crossed to the island to break the Tower of Eight Directions and One Universe, but only 3 returned. One can imagine that this must have been a very tragic confrontation of mystical arts. The battle between the Huaxia Taoist sect and the island's Yin-Yang masters, along with the top geomancers of the 9 chrysanthemums, was truly unimaginable in its brutality. Once they returned to Qingzhou City, they must make Grandpa recount how they broke the Tower of Eight Directions and One Universe. Wang Bin also believed this to be true, but only Chu Qingyin did not believe it at all. She looked at the tearful Chu Yunhong and smiled, saying, "Dad, you're really funny, telling a story and crying yourself. This is not a story, it's all facts, facts that haven't been recorded in history," Chu Yunhong said, tears already streaming down his face, his voice trembling. Later, Li Tianqing, along with those 2 young Taoists, established the Dragon Gate 8 Bureau and the Dragon Guard, which took the protection of Huaxia's Dragon Vein as its mission. While the Dragon Gate 8 Bureau mainly executed some mysterious tasks, 15 years ago, Li Tianqing suddenly disappeared without a trace. A few days ago, I found out he was living in seclusion in Qingzhou City, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him after searching for a long time. A look of shock flashed across Li Chengfeng's face. He never expected the Dragon Gate 8 Bureau and the Dragon Guard were actually established by his grandpa and those 2 young Taoists. These 2 young Taoists must be the disciples of the San Yuan sect. Seeing tears streaming down his father's face, Chu Qingyin finally realized that Dad seemed to be serious. He was likely talking about a little-known history. Many stories will not appear in history textbooks because they involve small characters whom no one would write into history. Those who write history only record the deeds of great figures. Chu Yinhong wanted to continue, but at that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man in military uniform walked into the room. He approached Chu Yinhong, saluted, and called out in a loud voice, "Hu Tiangang, greetings to General Chu." Chu Yinhong nodded, and then said to Chu Qingyin, "Qingyin, take the 2 young brothers to buy 2 fitting outfits. I have some matters to discuss with Tiangang." Although Chu Qingyin was somewhat reluctant, she still led Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin out of the room. Li Chengfeng was also very perceptive after exiting the room. He casually closed the door behind him. He felt a bit puzzled as to why Hu Tiangang looked so much like Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yansong. However, he didn't think much of it and followed behind Chu Qingyin down the stairs, preparing to go to the nearby East Square to buy 2 fitting outfits. Chapter 73, Resolving the Celestial Slaughter, Part 1. After leaving the room, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin followed behind Chu Qingyin to the elevator, ready to take it down. Wang Bin appeared to be very afraid of Chu Qingyin, maintaining a distance of more than 2 meters from her, not daring to get too close. However, Li Chengfeng walked up to Chu Qingyin's side, waiting for the elevator to arrive. He watched as the red arrow on the left side of the elevator slid downwards. And just as the elevator was about to reach their floor, a woman's angry shout suddenly rang out. "Country bumpkin, stay away from me." Li Chengfeng was startled and quickly took 2 steps back, looking at Chu Qingyan with a puzzled expression, thinking, is this woman crazy, yelling like that? In an annoyed tone, he asked, "Miss Chu, I didn't even touch you. Why are you so fierce?" Chu Qingyan looked at him with disdain and disgust, using a very domineering tone to say, "Country bumpkin, stay away from me. Keep at least 2 meters of distance. You country bumpkins getting too close to me is defiling my body. Damn, this woman is too overbearing. Getting too close to her is defiling her body? If I accidentally touched her, wouldn't that be attempted rape?" This was clearly an insult. Li Chengfeng's expression changed instantly, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Miss Chu, don't think too highly of yourself. With a woman like you, if you took off your clothes and chased me for 3 streets, if I looked at you, it would be considered lewd." Uffed. Wang Bin was startled. He didn't expect Li Chengfeng to dare to speak to Chu Qingyan like that. It's over. This is going to be bad. Chu Qingyan had just stepped into the elevator when she suddenly heard such audacious words from behind. She widened her eyes, staring at the man in front of her. It was the first time in her life that someone dared to speak to her like this. "Country bumpkin, what did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts." Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Chu Qingyan suddenly walked to the elevator door and pulled Li Chengfeng into the elevator. Because someone entered the elevator, the doors sensed it and opened again. Looking at the open door, Wang Bin didn't dare to go in and took 2 steps back. Soon, the elevator doors closed again. Wang Bin sighed, pressed his middle finger and index finger together on his forehead, then touched his left and right chest, and with a pious expression said, "Amitabha, may the Buddha bless. Bless my classmates, bless my brothers, that they won't be beaten to death by that woman. Amen, hallelujah, may they all be blessed." At this moment, the elevator was slowly descending from the 26th floor. Inside the elevator, there were only Li Chengfeng and Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan's beautiful face suddenly revealed a fierce and cruel expression as she clenched her delicate fingers, making a crack sound. "Country bumpkin, say what you just said again, or believe I'll beat the shit out of you. How could such a beautiful girl speak so rudely?" Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, full of disdain, lightly snorted, and looked down at the 1.6-meter-tall Chu Qingyan with a somewhat mocking gaze, saying in a provocative tone, "Little girl, your tone is quite big. Let me tell you, back in school, I was on the sports team and practiced martial arts for a couple of days. Not only can I chop bricks with one hand, but I can also break big stones with my chest." Li Chengfeng raised his hand to make a downward chopping gesture, then shook his solid chest, looking quite impressive and strong, as he continued to look down at Chu Qingyan with a contemptuous gaze. "With someone like you, I can easily handle you with one hand. If it weren't for the sake of General Chu, who would beat who shit out of whom is still uncertain." Li Chengfeng waved his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, in front of Chu Qingyan, looking very arrogant. If he couldn't even handle a woman, then he would have wasted his height of 1.78 meters. He thought he could scare Chu Qingyan, but unexpectedly, she looked very happy, with 2 deep dimples appearing on her face as she said playfully, "Oh, I'm so scared." Although she was saying she was scared, her expression showed no fear at all. With a smile on her face, it suddenly turned fierce as she raised her hand and slapped Li Chengfeng's face, then shouted loudly, "Dare to threaten me, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death." Unprepared, Li Chengfeng instantly had a handprint on his face. He didn't expect her to launch a sneak attack, and feeling very angry, he shouted loudly, "Damn woman, don't go too far. Or don't blame me for being rude to you. Dare to call me a damn woman. What the hell?" Chu Qingyan opened her mouth and immediately used her national essence, gritting her teeth as she punched Li Chengfeng in the right eye. He wanted to dodge, but there was no way to avoid it. The speed of this punch was really fast. Li Chengfeng, who was struck, was very angry. In a fit of rage, he didn't care about Chu Qingyan's identity and struck back, quickly swinging his hand towards her face. A big man shouldn't be unable to handle a woman, otherwise he would be laughed at. Just as his palm was about to hit Chu Qingyan's face, she leaned her head back slightly and dodged the slap. Li Chengfeng was quite surprised that he had missed. Chu Qingyan coldly snorted, her face fierce and displeased as she said, "Country bumpkin, you dare to fight back? Watch me beat you to death." As she spoke, she threw another punch at Li Chengfeng's other eye. Although he was prepared, he still couldn't dodge in time, and this punch landed solidly on his eye socket, causing him to exclaim in pain. Following that, he saw a flurry of punches hitting him, along with kicks from time to time. At 1.78 meters tall, Li Chengfeng found himself completely powerless against Chu Qingyan, screaming in agony, "Miss Chu, stop hitting me. I've changed." At this moment, Li Chengfeng realized that this woman was not an ordinary person. She was the daughter of General Chu. How could the daughter of a general be an average person? Don't be fooled by the fact that Chu Qingyan was a woman. She was a martial arts expert whose skills had reached the later stage of internal strength. How could Li Chengfeng possibly be her opponent? Soon, the elevator reached the first floor, the doors slowly opened, and Chu Qingyan stepped out with a commanding stride. She then turned around, smiling, and looked at Li Chengfeng still in the elevator, speaking in a fierce tone, "I know how to control my strength. Don't play dead. Hurry up and come out." Li Chengfeng had no visible injuries, just slightly red eyes and some minor pain on his body, yet he bent over, holding his knee, pretending to be in pain as he limped out of the elevator, looking at Chu Qingyan with a pitiful expression. Why is this woman so strong and so ruthless? Chu Qingyan was somewhat surprised, not expecting Li Chengfeng to be so weak. She wondered in her heart why he was limping when she hadn't even hit his legs. After a while, Wang Bin came out of another elevator. When he saw Li Chengfeng, a look of relief washed over his face. Thankfully, he hadn't been beaten to death. He hurriedly approached with concern and asked, Chengfeng, are you all right? When Li Chengfeng saw Wang Bin, he squeezed his eyes tightly, letting 2 tears fall, and said in a pitiful voice, Binzi, I got beaten by a woman. Sai, it's all my fault. I forgot to remind you to stay away from this woman. She's really strong. One kick knocked me over. Wang Bin suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. Yes, keep your distance from Miss Chu. Hearing the term woman, Chu Qingyan was about to act again, but seeing Li Chengfeng's miserable state, she ultimately decided against it. After all, he was brought by her father. Chu Qingyan said coldly, Country bumpkin, coward, hurry and go. I'll take you to buy clothes. Li Chengfeng was genuinely scared. He initially thought he could easily handle this woman, but unexpectedly, he was at her mercy. Thankfully, he was good at pretending to be injured. Otherwise, she could have really beaten him into submission. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin followed behind Chu Qingyan, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters. Chapter 74, Resolving the Heavenly/Evil, Part 2, soon. They arrived at East University Square, a large plaza that integrated leisure, entertainment, dining, and shopping, with many specialty stores for branded clothing. Li Chengfeng still limped, and Wang Bin supported him, trailing behind Chu Qingyan. After wandering in East University Square for a while, Chu Qingyan stopped in front of a brand clothing store and impatiently shouted at the two. All right, let us buy here. Hurry up and go in to pick clothes. After we're done, we'll go back. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin didn't dare to delay for a moment, quickly walking a couple of steps to prepare to choose clothes. Just as they reached the store entrance, they startled a female clerk who was playing on her phone, and she looked at them with a wary expression, asking, What are you doing? We want to buy a couple of outfits. Several clerks surrounded them, looking at the two with suspicion. The clothes they sold were all high-end brands, and judging by their attire, they didn't look like wealthy people. Buying clothes in such a high-consumption place seemed like a joke. Wang Bin felt embarrassed under their scrutiny, while Chu Qingyan smiled, wanting to see their awkwardness. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Li Chengfeng's expression remained very calm. Chu Qingyan told the female clerks, let them in to choose clothes. I'll pay for them. The female clerks turned to look at Chu Qingyan. From her attire and demeanor, they could tell she was a rich young lady. So they relaxed their suspicion and allowed the two to enter the store. Once inside and seeing the price tags of the clothes, they realized what big city prices were like. The cheapest clothes were priced at $19.99, even after discounts. Although Li Chengfeng wasn't short on money, he hesitated at the thought of buying such expensive clothes out of his own pocket. Thankfully, Chu Qingyan would be paying. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin quickly chose their outfits, and after trying them on, they fit perfectly. Each selected 2 outfits, with prices around 3,000 yuan each, totaling over 20,000 yuan. As the saying goes, a person matches their clothes, a horse matches its saddle, and a dog matches its bell to run happily. This saying was absolutely correct. Once they put on the new clothes, they instantly transformed from country bumpkins to dashing young men. The two smiled with satisfaction and turned to Chu Qingyan, who was standing nearby. Miss Chu, please pay for us. Chu Qingyan looked at the refreshed two with an expression of displeasure. This wasn't what she wanted to see. They didn't look like country bumpkins anymore. The cashier, with a professional smile, politely said, Miss, that will be 27,800 yuan. Wait. Chu Qingyan had no intention of paying just yet. Instead, she walked over to Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, circling around them, growing increasingly dissatisfied as she saw how well the two had chosen their clothes. She frowned and turned to the nearby clerks, casually asking, Do you sell tight-fitting clothes and stretchy pants? Yes, but the materials for tight-fitting clothes and stretchy pants are quite special, and the prices are relatively high. Price isn't an issue. Bring me several sets. Let them try them on. Chu Qingyan said calmly. To her, money was just a number, and her family never lacked for it. Wang Bin looked puzzled, unsure of what Chu Qingyan was planning. Li Chengfeng sighed, already guessing her intention. This woman really knew how to mess with people. Before long, 2 clerks came over holding several pieces of tight-fitting clothes and stretchy pants. When Wang Bin saw these tight-fitting clothes and stretchy pants, he was instantly dumbfounded. The clothes were either brightly colored or black and white. Chu Qingyan picked up 2 colorful pieces and tossed them onto Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, commanding, Go, change into these 2 outfits. Li Chengfeng held the colorful tight-fitting clothes. Feeling speechless, this woman was too good at insulting people. In a dissatisfied tone, he said, Miss Chu, don't go too far. I'm going too far. What is wrong with that? Seeing Li Chengfeng holding the clothes without changing, Chu Qingyan stared at his legs and said in a threatening tone, Your legs? Why aren't they lame? Wang Bin, hearing this, knew something was wrong and hurriedly pulled Li Chengfeng aside, advising, Chengfeng, we can't fight her, let's just let it go. A good man doesn't eat the loss in front of him. Let's just change into the clothes. Li Chengfeng felt quite helpless, thinking about this woman's combat ability, and could only walk into the fitting room to change. After a long time, the two finally changed clothes and walked out of the fitting room. The female shop assistants looked at the two of them, dressed in colorful tight clothes, and Wang Bin's big belly was particularly obvious. The female shop assistants couldn't help but burst out laughing, and Chu Qingyan was very satisfied, immediately saying, "Very good, get them 2 more sets." "Okay." The shop assistant couldn't help but laugh while packing their clothes, and the cashier smiled widely, saying, "Miss, the discounted price is 129,000 yuan. Okay, swipe the card." Hearing the laughter of the shop assistants, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin felt terribly embarrassed, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. This woman really knew how to insult people. The two wanted to get back their baggy shorts and the shabby t-shirts, but were stopped by Chu Qingyan, who insisted they wear the tight clothes and stretchy pants back. Li Chengfeng secretly vowed, "Just wait, you foul woman, I will settle this score with you sooner or later." This was even more embarrassing than wearing baggy shorts and shabby t-shirts. Walking down the street attracted countless mocking and strange glances, as if they were 2 monsters. Many people secretly took out their phones to take pictures of them. Soon, they returned to the Sigri-La Hotel, where Hu Tiangang had already left, leaving only Chu Yunhong. When Chu Yunhong saw the clothes the two were wearing, he looked shocked and incredulous. Colorful and tight clothes, stretchy pants. If they had an explosion hairstyle, they would be typical Shamate non-mainstream. Chu Yunhong held back his laughter, while Chu Qingyan, with a look of disgust, said, "Dad, these clothes were chosen by them. I really don't understand how they could like such clothes. I feel so embarrassed walking with them. Young people like this style, it's quite normal." Chu Yunhong shamelessly explained for Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were furious. This woman was really shameless. Chu Yunhong awkwardly said, "Qingyan, I'm a bit tired. Help me go back to rest." "Oh." Chu Qingyan acted obediently, quickly walking to Chu Yunhong's side to support him as they walked outside. As the door closed, a loud laugh from an old man echoed in the hallway. Old now, the young people today really make it hard to understand. Chapter 75, Resolving the Heavenly Saber Killing, Part 3. Listening to the laughter outside, Wang Bin was very angry, directly taking off his clothes and throwing them onto the bed, saying unhappily, "Damn woman, too good at bullying people. Let's quit, we're going back. What's there to be angry about? These clothes are worth several tens of thousands. We can just change them for 2 new ones." Li Chengfeng smiled, feeling that embarrassment had already happened, and being angry was useless. They would just go to that clothing store to exchange for some fitting clothes later. Wang Bin showed a smile and happily said, "Right. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go change right now." Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin secretly returned to that clothing store. When the female shop assistants saw the two returning, they couldn't help but laugh again. They refused to exchange the clothes they were wearing, but those that hadn't been worn could be exchanged for clothes of the same price. The two, wearing fitted clothes, instantly changed their aura. As they walked out of Dongda Square, Wang Bin said with an unhappy face, "Chengfeng, that damn woman dared to humiliate us like this. We can't just let it go. Do you have any good ideas? Let's get back at her. Forget it. Let's talk about it later." Li Chengfeng said, turning to look at the Haiqing Economic Center, where the military knife building was about to be topped out. Once it was completed, the heavenly saber killing would form, directly threatening the water vein of the Huangbu River. When Li Chengfeng learned that the person laying out the Feng Shui on both sides of the Huangbu River was his grandfather, Li Tiancheng, he secretly vowed never to allow anyone to destroy the water vein of the Huangbu River, as it was his grandfather's painstaking effort. The next morning, there were only 2 days left until the topping out of the Haiqing Economic Center. Today, Chu Yunhong was to attend an important meeting, the main content of which was to discuss ways to resolve the heavenly saber killing and thwart the conspiracy of the top-level Yinyang Feng Shui masters. The meeting was presided over by Hu Tiangang, the deputy captain of the Dragon Guard's Kunlun team, primarily responsible for guarding the dragon vein of Kunlun Mountain. Because the Huangbu River dragon vein was under threat, he was specially transferred back from Kunlun Mountain. The task was to find a way to resolve the heavenly saber killing, protect the dragon vein of Huangbu River, and deal with the top-level Yinyang Feng Shui masters. Chu Yunhong was the main person responsible for this event. Attending this meeting were Sima Hong, president of the Haiqing Xuanwu Association, the well-known Feng Shui master Tian Guofeng, e-scholar Lu Ziming, representative of Zhang Wumu from Longhu Mountain's Zhengyi sect, and Qin Feihu from the Maoshan faction, among other masters of the Qimen. Due to his appreciation of Li Chengfeng, Chu Yunhong wanted him to attend this meeting, both to broaden his horizons and to hear his thoughts after the meeting. Li Chengfeng did not refuse. He was also very curious about how the Dragon Guard and those Qimen Feng Shui masters would resolve the heavenly saber killing and protect the Huangbu River's dragon vein. Due to the special nature of this meeting, Li Chengfeng was not qualified to attend. To bring him into the venue, Chu Yunhong had him enter as a security guard. The meeting was held in the conference hall of the Sigri-La Hotel. Many key members attending the meeting arrived one after another with their assistants and apprentices. The meeting officially began at 10 o'clock a.m., and there were not many participants, fewer than 10 people, each holding a high position in the Xuanwu community. Chu Yunhong sat in the main position, with Hu Tiangang and another Dragon Guard member, Yang Wei, sitting beside him. Li Chengfeng held a kettle, responsible for pouring warm water for these masters. After all the personnel arrived, the meeting officially commenced. A staff member turned off the lights and opened the projector, projecting images of the military knife building, Huangbu River, and the entire Qinjiazui on the white screen, drawing all eyes to the screen. At this moment, Hu Tiangang said seriously, "First, I want to thank all the masters for attending this meeting to brainstorm for the protection of the Huangbu River Dragon Vein. There are only 2 days left until this military knife building is completed and topped out. At that time, the heavenly saber killing will form and directly cut towards the Huangbu River Dragon Vein. Our most important task now is to find a way to protect the water dragon vein and prevent it from being damaged. Masters, if you have any good suggestions, please feel free to put them forward." The masters attending the meeting first whispered and discussed among themselves. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Sima Hong, president of the Haiqing Xuanwu Association, solemnly expressed his thoughts. The idea from the Haiqing Xuanwu Association was to build a statue of Ho Yi in the People's Square, shooting at the sun above the military knife building to counter the impending heavenly saber killing. Other masters also successively expressed their thoughts. Li Chengfeng stood beside them with a water bottle, listening seriously. Zhang Wumu, representing the Zhengyi school of Longhushan, proposed a method using the Bagua breaking evil mirror to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil, reflecting the military knife tower's attack back towards the Huangbu River. Qin Feihu, representing the Maoshan school, suggested going to Mount Tai to fetch a piece of Time Mountain stone to place by the Huangbu River to dissolve the heavenly slaughter evil directed at it. Feng Shui master Tian Guofeng also shared his thoughts, proposing to build a skyscraper next to the military knife tower, shaped like the Xianbing sword, the Vajra shield, and the Konglong hammer, to counter the heavenly slaughter evil with the same. Other masters also voiced their opinions, and Hu Tiangang nodded along, noting that many of their ideas were similar to the countermeasures discussed internally by the Hulongwai. After hearing these masters finish speaking, Li Chengfeng sighed, unable to help but shake his head. These so-called masters were merely pretentious. Their methods might work for ordinary evil situations, but resolving the heavenly slaughter evil seemed quite far-fetched. Li Chengfeng did not expect that this slight sigh and head shake would trigger Sima Hong's dissatisfaction. This subtle action was caught by Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Xianshu Association, who immediately looked displeased and questioned Li Chengfeng. "Little brat, what do you mean by shaking your head and sighing over there?" My neck is a bit itchy," Li Chengfeng hurriedly explained, not wanting to provoke trouble, and at the same time glanced at Chu Yinhong, who seemed to be saying, "Don't be afraid." Sima Hong was not satisfied with Li Chengfeng's explanation and continued to ask seriously, "If your neck itches, shaking your head is enough. Why do you have to sigh? You only sighed after we all proposed our countermeasures. What do you mean by that?" Li Chengfeng was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He did not expect that a simple sigh and head shake would lead to such trouble. Even more unexpectedly, Sima Hong pressed on aggressively, fixating on a minor issue. Chu Yinhong smiled and said, "Master Sima." He merely sighed. "Why bother arguing with a junior? Let us continue discussing how to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil." Sima Hong was a petty person but did not dare to disregard Chu Yinhong's face. He took a deep breath and glared at Li Chengfeng, saying unhappily, "Come here and pour me a glass of water." Chapter 76, Qimen Technique for Dragon Armor, Part 1. A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Chengfeng's face, but he still walked over to Sima Hong with the water bottle, preparing to pour him water. As he poured, he glanced at Sima Hong's neck and suddenly noticed a chrysanthemum-shaped tattoo with 9 petals. The tattoo was not very large and was concealed by long hair. It would have been difficult to spot if not for the coincidence. Li Chengfeng did not pay much attention to the tattoo. After filling Sima Hong's cup, he stepped back to the side and continued listening to the masters discuss methods to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil. Due to differing opinions, the masters engaged in intense arguments. Some supported using the Bagua breaking evil mirror, while others advocated for the Time Mountain stone. However, Sima Hong insisted on constructing a statue of Ho Yi. Feng Shui master Tian Guofeng and master Lu Ziming called for immediate construction of a skyscraper to counter the heavenly slaughter evil. Initially, these masters were quite harmonious, flattering each other, but as soon as they discussed whose method to use, disagreements quickly arose, and the atmosphere became charged with hostility, with everyone demanding their own method. The scene grew chaotic, filled with shouting and insults. These people no longer resembled masters, but rather like greedy commoners. If anyone's method was adopted and successfully resolved the heavenly slaughter evil, protecting the dragon vein of Huangbu River, it would be a major achievement, leading to an elevation in status and identity. Most importantly, whoever could resolve the heavenly slaughter evil and safeguard the Huangbu River's dragon vein would secure a project worth billions. Chu Yinhong frowned slightly, feeling quite disappointed. He could see that these masters were all here for fame and profit. Hu Tiangang was also at a loss, unable to make a decision. No matter whose method was used, it would offend others, and he helplessly looked at Chu Yinhong. Li Chengfeng, holding the water bottle and standing nearby, regarded these masters with a mocking gaze, suddenly recalling a saying. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. These masters were no exception. In today's era, everyone only saw interests in money. If a country, from top to bottom, only viewed everything through the lens of profit, the future of that country was truly worrisome. Had he known this, he would not have attended this meeting. It was pointless. Watching the masters still arguing, Li Chengfeng could not help but shake his head again, instinctively sighing. After sighing, he realized it was a mistake, but it was too late. The masters, who had been quarreling over whose method to adopt, suddenly stopped and turned to Li Chengfeng. These masters were already red-faced and angry. With nowhere to vent their frustration, Li Chengfeng's head shake and sigh hit the nail on the head, provoking their dissatisfaction. Sima Hong slammed the table and stood up. Little brat, is your neck itchy again? What do you mean by sighing here? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, you won't be able to leave standing. The other masters also looked displeased, staring at Li Chengfeng, eager to hear his explanation and using this opportunity to rest their voices before continuing the argument. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, turned to look at Chu Yunhong, and noticed his expression was somewhat dark, appearing very unhappy. This was understandable. Who would be happy in such a situation? These masters were not thinking about working together to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil, but were instead chasing fame and profit. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, regardless of Chu Yunhong's thoughts, his overbearing confidence and arrogance resurfacing on his face. Since you all want an explanation, I'll give you one. The reason I shook my head and sighed is that your methods cannot resolve the heavenly slaughter evil at all. The Bagua breaking evil mirror and the Tai Mountain stone can indeed block and dissolve ordinary evils, and we often see people hanging mirrors on doors, walls, and windows in daily life. They place stones inscribed with Tai Mountain stone daring in front of doors, behind houses, and at intersections. These two items may resolve ordinary evil energy, but blocking the heavenly slaughter evil is simply impossible. As for the methods proposed by Feng Shui Master Tian Guofeng and Master Lu Ziming, using the heavenly slaughter evil against the heavenly slaughter evil by building another skyscraper next to the military knife tower. Of course, this method is indeed feasible. Unfortunately, this is on the land of Huaxia. If a building resembling the Xianbing sword, Konglong hammer, and Vajra shield is constructed, it would clash with the military knife tower's evil energy. The colliding evil energies from the two buildings would create a negative Feng Shui energy field, affecting all surrounding buildings, enterprises, and the common people, which would be self-destructive. Even if a skyscraper is to be built to counter the military knife tower's evil energy, it cannot continue using the heavenly slaughter evil. It must adopt a method of overcoming rigidity with flexibility to dissolve the heavenly slaughter evil. Li Chengfeng's words offended all the masters present. They did not care whether what he said was right or wrong, glaring at him with angry eyes. Li Chengfeng denied their painstakingly devised method, which was the greatest insult to them, blocking their financial path and instantly provoking public outrage. Sima Hong glared at Li Chengfeng and said angrily, "You little brat, who do you think you are to say our methods are useless? Do you know who we are?" Hu Tiangang also looked displeased, not expecting that a mere bodyguard, probably unaware of what metaphysics even is, would dare to speak recklessly here and disrupt the normal order of the meeting. He scolded loudly, "Who allowed you to speak? Get out." The other masters present also condemned Li Chengfeng, a young man who did not know the heights of heaven and earth, actually saying that their methods could not resolve the heavenly slaughter evil, which was a provocation to their authority. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Chu Yunhong's expression changed slightly. He really underestimated Li Chengfeng. He did not expect him to cause such trouble and not take these metaphysics masters seriously at all. Chu Yunhong did not intervene, taking a sip from his cup and allowing the situation to unfold. Master Lu Ziming, a scholar of metaphysics, asked with an annoyed tone, "You say our methods cannot resolve the heavenly slaughter evil. Then what do you suggest we do?" "The Qimen technique, to armor the dragon," Li Chengfeng casually replied. The masters present were all dumbfounded. They had never heard of the Qimen technique to armor the dragon in their many years of fame, feeling that Li Chengfeng was just talking nonsense and fabricating stories. Upon hearing the phrase to armor the dragon, Hu Tiangong's face revealed a look of shock. Unable to believe his eyes as he looked at Li Chengfeng. How could he know about to armor the dragon, which was a long-lost Qimen technique for protecting dragons? Hu Tiangang had once seen an ancient text in the country's No. 3 Secret Collection Museum that recorded the technique of to armor the dragon. Many ancient emperors, in order to protect the dragon vein of their buried ancestors, solidify the royal family's position, and prolong the dynasty, would invite Qimen masters to armor the dragon vein of the ancestral tomb, which in Feng Shui studies is also called to armor the dragon. Hu Tiangang did not believe that a young Li Chengfeng would know the long-lost Qimen technique to armor the dragon. In his eyes, Li Chengfeng must have seen it in a movie or a novel. Thinking back to yesterday when Li Chengfeng was with Chu Qinyan, Hu Tiangang was even more furious and said angrily, "You little brat, talking big, do not disturb our meeting, get out immediately." The other masters also angrily shouted at him, "Get out, what are you pretending to be in front of us? Look at yourself in the mirror." Facing the curses and expulsion from the crowd, there was not a trace of anger on Li Chengfeng's face. He smiled and turned to Chu Yunhong. "Old General Chu, I take my leave." Chu Yunhong's conflicted gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng, feeling a bit regretful. If he had known such things would happen, he would not have brought him to this meeting. After all, he was too young, without fame, status, or background, and did not know how to restrain his brilliance. So it was normal for him to be excluded wherever he went. Experiencing some exclusion and suppression on the road to growth is actually a good thing. Watching Li Chengfeng leave the conference room, Chu Yinhong suddenly remembered an old saying, speak lightly, and do not advise others, do not enter the crowd without money. Chapter 77, Resolving the Heavenly Slaughter Evil, Part 4. After leaving the conference hall, Li Chengfeng smiled, but felt very disappointed. With these masters present, the Feng Shui dragon vein of Huangbu River was in danger. Now he could only hope that their methods could create a miracle to protect the Huangbu River water dragon vein and resolve the heavenly slaughter evil. When he returned to his residence, Wang Bin was not there, probably out having fun. Li Chengfeng walked to the window. Looking at the Huangbu River in front of him and the nearby Northern Pearl, both designed by his grandfather, who poured his heart and soul into them. How could he bear to see them destroyed? Thinking of those masters who sought fame and fortune, Li Chengfeng snorted coldly. A bunch of old fools. I want to see how you resolve the heavenly slaughter evil. Remembering Hu Tiangang, who had driven him away, Li Chengfeng snorted again, disdainfully saying, dragon protectors. What is so great about them? In my eyes, they are nothing. Just as Li Chengfeng was venting his anger, a sudden laugh came from behind him. I didn't hear anything. You continue cursing? Li Chengfeng was startled and quickly turned around to see Chu Yunhong smiling as he walked into the room. Old General, the meeting isn't over yet. Why are you back? Since you are back, what am I still doing there? Watching those masters bicker? Chu Yunhong said with a wry smile and a helpless tone. As soon as you left, those masters fell into another argument, even more intense than before, almost coming to blows, and the situation was already hard to control. Chu Yunhong understood very well that continuing the meeting was meaningless. He angrily slammed his hand on the table, and the conference room instantly fell silent. He then said, we will adopt everyone's methods. Whoever's method can resolve the heavenly slaughter evil will get that 100 billion project. Chu Yunhong then stood up and quickly followed Li Chengfeng back into the room. Li Chengfeng smiled. Though the old general's method was good, it was not conducive to unity. It was also impossible to expect these masters to unite. Letting them act freely was also a good approach. Chu Yunhong's trust in Li Chengfeng far exceeded that of those masters because he saw a figure of a person in Li Chengfeng. The two chatted for a while longer. And Chu Yunhong, with a curious expression, asked, little brother, the Qimen technique you mentioned, to armor the dragon, can it really resolve the heavenly slaughter evil? Li Chengfeng knew this was the old general's reason for coming back, so he nodded and confidently replied, yes, if even to armor the dragon cannot resolve the heavenly slaughter evil, then there would be no way to counter the heavenly slaughter evil in this world. Seeing the unparalleled confidence on Li Chengfeng's face, a smile appeared on Chu Yunhong's face. And then he asked about the method for to armor the dragon and what items were needed. Li Chengfeng did not hide it, and casually replied, the method for to armor the dragon requires the 5 emperor deities and also 5,000 5 emperor coins, which must be ancient coins, not modern replicas. All right, I will have someone prepare it right away, Chu Yunhong said with a smile and then turned to leave the room. Asking someone to prepare the 5 emperor coins and the 5 emperor deities. Li Chengfeng was left in a daze, feeling quite puzzled. He had just said that casually. Yet Chu Yunhong did not care whether it was true or false and directly chose to believe him, asking people to prepare the 5 emperor coins and invite the 5 emperor deities. This was so unreasonable. Remembering the way Chu Yunhong looked at him and the tone of his speech, he suddenly realized that he might have guessed his identity long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't trust him so much or treat him so well. The next morning, with just one day left until the completion of the military knife tower, Hu Tiangang and those masters were like a scattered sand, each fighting their own battles, busy setting up the evil-repelling formation. After having dinner, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin took a walk by the Huangbu River, enjoying the beautiful riverside night view. As they passed a levee, they saw a large stone standing by the shore, about 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, with the words Taishan Stone de Gang engraved on it. This should be the Taishan stone brought by Qin Feihu, directly facing the blade of the military knife tower. Looking towards the Huangbu River, one could see a boat anchored on the water's surface, with a mirror about 2 meters in diameter placed at the bow. The center of the mirror bulged outward significantly, and the sharply defined frame was engraved with the directions of the 8 trigrams, painted with red cinnabar. This should be the 8 trigram breaking evil mirror mentioned by Zhang Wumu, which is also aimed at the blade of the Jiandao building. On the opposite bank of the river, there was a sculpture about 5 meters high, depicting Ho-Yi shooting the sun. The statue was bent at the waist, drawing a bow with great strength, aimed at the double swords supporting the sun. This should be the Ho-Yi statue that Sima Hong spoke of. Curiously, he thought, wasn't it supposed to be placed in the square? Why has it been moved to the riverside? The methods of the folk organization and the mystical sects have already been arranged, but I wonder what the Dragon Guardians will use to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil. Ever since the meeting ended yesterday, I haven't seen Hu Tiangang. He must be very disappointed, originally wanting to unite all forces to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil. But in the end, everyone is fighting their own battles. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin walked side by side on the road, occasionally passing by foreigners, both black and white. Thinking that there were indeed many foreigners in big cities, Wang Bin curiously asked, Chengfeng, it's just a building, why all this fanfare? Li Chengfeng casually replied, you wouldn't understand even if I told you, so better not ask. His gaze was fixed on an old man, who was dressed in traditional islander clothing, wearing black with white chrysanthemums printed on his back and sleeves, and they were 9-petal chrysanthemums. Li Chengfeng suddenly recalled. When he attended the meeting with Chu Yunhong yesterday and poured water for Sima Hong, he had seen a tattoo on his neck that was also a 9-petal chrysanthemum. He wondered if this was a coincidence. The old man stood by the Huangbu River, accompanied by a middle-aged man and a young man, the latter holding a box wrapped in black cloth, also printed with white chrysanthemums. Upon seeing the old man, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but slow down. Secretly shocked by the 9 chrysanthemum sect, this was the first time he encountered a Yinyang Feng Shui master from the 9 chrysanthemum sect, and judging by the old man's attire, he must hold a significant position within it. Li Chengfeng stopped and pulled Wang Bin towards the Huangbu River. Pretending to admire the scenery while eavesdropping on their conversation, he occasionally glanced at the three, unaware that the old man before him was Sato Masao, the designer of the Jiandao building. The middle-aged man beside him was his eldest son, Sato Kenichi, and the young man was Takahashi Masaneo, holding the ashes of Sato Kenji. Sato Kenichi had a face full of anger and tears in his eyes. "Father, it's all my fault. I didn't take care of my brother. How did Kenji die?" Takahashi Masaneo, also with tears in his eyes, recounted the events in detail. "Kenji and I discovered a superior Feng Shui layout in Qingzhou City called double oxen plowing. Since they were speaking in the island language, Li Chengfeng couldn't understand them. But he caught the phrase double oxen plowing. Li Chengfeng was suddenly alarmed and quickly pulled Wang Bin away. Sato Masao was still unaware that his son's killer was just nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Chapter 78, Resolving the Heavenly Slaughter Evil, Part 5, Sato Masao, immersed in grief, didn't notice that Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin had quietly left. He caressed the urn, filled with murderous intent. "Have you found the murderer? I want that person dead. I will personally slaughter him." "Not yet. Once I return to Qingzhou City, I will definitely find him and dismember his body for my brother's revenge," Sato Kenichi said fiercely. Having been busy handling Sato Kenji's affairs and, due to his sadness, had not yet had the time to search for the murderer. Sato Masao sighed, the pain of losing his son overwhelming him. He then turned to look at the Huangbu River, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Good son, once I sever the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River, I will take you home and bury you under the beautiful cherry blossom tree." Li Chengfeng hurriedly left with Wang Bin, occasionally glancing back. Wang Bin, puzzled, asked, "Chengfeng, what's wrong?" Li Chengfeng casually replied, "If I'm not mistaken, those 3 islanders just now should be Feng Shui masters from the 9 chrysanthemum sect, and they are the ones who broke the Feng Shui in your village." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin pondered. He hadn't paid attention earlier, just casually glancing at them, but now recalling the young man holding the box, he realized it was indeed the islander who had come to their village to buy the stone ox. He had even guided them to the village chief's house. Anger surged within him as he exclaimed, "Damn it, it really is that bastard. How dare he ruin the Feng Shui of our village? Just wait, I will kill him." Wang Bin insisted on going back to confront Takahashi Masaneo, but Li Chengfeng pulled him back to the Zhejiala Grand Hotel, as he could clearly sense that the old man was extremely dangerous. If Wang Bin went, he might be the one who ended up dead. The next morning, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day the Jiandao building would be topped off. The sun had not yet risen, and Sato Masao, Sato Kenichi, and more than a dozen Yinyang Feng Shui masters from the 9 chrysanthemum sect stood on the top floor of the Jiandao building, overlooking the Huangbu River below. Today was a very important day for them, as they were about to witness the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River being severed by the heavenly slaughter evil. A Feng Shui master from the 9 chrysanthemum sect stepped forward, bowed to Sato Masao, and then, a bit worried, asked, "Lord Sato, the Feng Shui masters from Huaxia have set up the 8 trigram breaking evil mirror, the Taishan blocking evil stone, and the Ho-E shooting sun statue by the river. Will the heavenly slaughter evil be resolved?" "Tianjiangkuan, your worries are unfounded. No matter what evil breaking formation it is like an ant trying to stop a chariot in front of the heavenly slaughter evil," Sato Masao said confidently. He then turned to the east, where the night sky was beginning to light up. The sun was about to rise, and he coldly uttered 2 words, "topped off." Before long, the sound of firecrackers crackled in the air. In Huaxia, topping off a building is a big event. Not only must an auspicious time and day be chosen, but firecrackers must also be set off, which has been a tradition for thousands of years. Li Chengfeng, still in a deep sleep, was abruptly awakened by the sudden sound of firecrackers and impatiently said, "What is wrong with them? Why are they setting off firecrackers so early in the morning?" Li Chengfeng didn't think much of it, and turned over to continue sleeping. Chu Yunhong, Hu Tiangang, Sima Hong, Zhang Wumu, Qin Feihu, and other masters of the mystical sects gathered together before dawn. They stood on a boat in the Huangbu River, watching the Jiandao building not far away. Qin Feihu confidently said, "Don't worry, with my Taishan blocking evil stone here, even if the heavenly slaughter evil is powerful, it cannot harm the dragon vein of the Huangbu River. Master Qin, stop bragging here. To resolve the heavenly slaughter evil, we still need my 8 trigram breaking evil mirror," said another master, as the arguments among the masters resumed. Chu Yunhong frowned slightly, feeling quite helpless. Just as these masters were arguing, A sudden sound of firecrackers echoed from the high sky not far away. Turning to look in the direction of the sound, they could see the bright flashes from the firecrackers exploding at the top of the Jiandao building, sparkling and dazzling. Hu Tiangang, feeling quite impatient, said, "Stop arguing. The Jiandao building has already been topped off." The entire ship fell silent in an instant as everyone turned to look at the sword building, unsure of what would happen next. As time passed, the sun slowly rose, and when the sunlight shone on the building, the shadow of the sword building appeared particularly long, casting a long shadow directly onto the Huangbu River. To an ordinary person, it was just the shadow of a building falling onto the river. However, for those who had opened their third eye, what they saw was a different scene. Hu Tiangang, who had opened his third eye, looked up into the sky and saw the malevolent energy slowly condensing, transforming into the shape of a military knife, directly slashing down towards the Huangbu River. Hu Tiangang's heart skipped a beat as he watched the military knife formed from the malevolent energy about to strike the river. At that moment, the Taishan blocking stone suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, directly repelling the military knife formed from the malevolent energy. The masters who had opened their third eye stared in shock at the Taishan stone. Among these masters, only Qin Fenghu from Maoshan and Zhang Wumu from Longhushan had opened their third eye, the others had not, so they could not see this breathtaking scene. If someone had a natural yin-yang eye, they could also see the collision between the military knife formed from the malevolent energy and the Taishan stone. Seeing that the Taishan stone had blocked the heavenly slaughtering evil, Qin Fenghu was extremely excited. "Look, I did it. The heavenly slaughtering evil was blocked by my Taishan stone." Haha, what a load of nonsense. In front of the Taishan blocking stone, it's nothing. Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang also breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting the heavenly slaughtering evil to be blocked so easily. However, their happiness lasted less than a minute. As the sun rose, the military knife formed from the malevolent energy grew larger and heavier, once again slashing towards the Taishan stone. The Taishan stone emitted dazzling golden light at that moment, blocking the heavenly slaughtering evil aimed at the Huangbu River. But at the moment of collision, the golden light was dispersed by the malevolent energy, and the military knife directly struck the Taishan stone, shattering it instantly. Chu Yinhong was in shock, staring at the broken Taishan blocking stone on the shore. Realizing that it had actually shattered, Qin Fenghu, who had just been happy, now had a grim expression on his face as he looked at the military knife formed from the malevolent energy in the sky and could not help but exclaim, "What a powerful malevolent energy." The masters who had not opened their third eye were very anxious at this point, curiously asking Qin Fenghu and Hu Tiangang what had happened. Why did the Taishan blocking stone suddenly shatter? Qin Fenghu and Hu Tiangang had no time to explain. They directly pushed them aside and focused on the heavenly slaughtering evil in the sky. At this moment, Zhang Wumu stepped forward and disdainfully said, "Powerful? Let me show you the might of the Bagua breaking evil mirror." As he spoke, the long shadow of the sword building had already fallen onto the Bagua breaking evil mirror. At the same time, the military knife formed from the malevolent energy descended from the sky, directly striking down towards the Bagua breaking evil mirror. Chapter 79. Resolving the heavenly slaughtering evil. 6. The military knife formed from the heavenly evil energy was about 100 meters long and 5 meters wide, descending directly towards the Bagua breaking evil mirror. Hu Tiangang, Qin Fenghu, and Zhang Wumu, who had opened their third eye, nervously focused on the Bagua breaking evil mirror. They saw the 8 trigrams carved on the mirror frame emitting a vermilion red light, revealing a phantom of the Bagua. The raised mirror surface also reflected a military knife at that moment. When the military knife formed from the heavenly evil energy struck the mirror surface, it collided with the knife in the mirror, instantly emitting a blinding white light. As the white light flashed, cracks appeared on the smooth and shiny mirror surface, slowly expanding. Within seconds, the Bagua breaking evil mirror shattered into pieces, and the mirror frame was also shattered by the impact of the heavenly evil energy. Zhang Wumu was dumbfounded. The Bagua breaking evil mirror could not even withstand a single strike from the heavenly slaughtering evil. How is this possible? Chu Yunhong's face was grim, but there was nothing he could do. The other masters were equally shocked, although they could not see the malevolent energy. They understood very well that the Bagua breaking evil mirror shattered precisely because of the collision with the heavenly evil energy. The Taishan blocking stone, the Bagua breaking evil mirror, were completely powerless against the heavenly slaughtering evil. Now only the Ho Yi shooting the sun statue remained, and everyone's gaze turned to that statue. Sima Hong was tense. Having witnessed the Taishan blocking stone and the Bagua breaking evil mirror shatter under the impact of the heavenly slaughtering evil, he dared not boast any longer. The military knife formed from the heavenly evil energy reappeared in the sky, directly slashing towards the Ho Yi shooting the sun statue. The statue's bow and arrow suddenly shot out a pure white light towards the heavenly slaughtering evil. However, before the white light could reach the heavenly slaughtering evil, it was crushed by the powerful malevolent energy and disappeared without a trace. The military knife formed from the malevolent energy directly struck the statue, shattering it into pieces. Sima Hong's face turned pale as he looked at the statue shattered into pieces on the shore and trembled as he said, "This heavenly slaughtering evil is too overbearing." The Taishan blocking stone, the Bagua breaking evil mirror, and the Ho Yi shooting the sun statue couldn't withstand it at all. What do we do? The heavenly slaughtering evil is about to strike the Huangbu River. If the dragon vein of Huangbu River is severed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone's face showed helplessness as they looked at the sword building not far away, unsure of what to do. At the top of the sword building, Sato Masao looked at the Feng Shui masters from Huaxia, who had set up the evil dispelling formation being easily crushed by the heavenly slaughtering evil. A proud smile spreading across his face. The other members of the Joju First Class were also shocked. Tian Zongjuro took a step forward, bowing to Sato Masao with admiration. Respectfully saying, "Respected Sato, the heavenly slaughtering evil is indeed powerful, the Taishan blocking stone, the Bagua breaking evil mirror, and the Ho Yi shooting the sun statue are truly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, completely helpless against it. Lord Sato, your divine might is unmatched. Truly the best Yinyang Feng Shui master of the Great Island." The other Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the Joju First Class flattered Sato Masao. A smug smile appeared on Sato Masao's face, but when he inadvertently saw the urn on the shelf, his smile vanished in an instant. He looked back at the Huangbu River below with an angry tone, saying, "Huaxiao Feng Shui masters, I want to see what other methods you have to counter my heavenly slaughtering evil. Haha. I want you to witness with your own eyes how the dragon vein of Huangbu River is severed by the heavenly slaughtering evil." As Sato Masao spoke, the military knife formed from the heavenly evil energy reappeared above the Huangbu River, descending from the sky and striking down. The others on the ship could not see this scene and could only feel anxious. Hu Tiangang and Zhang Wumu, who could see the malevolent energy, also looked anxious. Turning to Hu Tiangang. "Tiangang, what should we do? Let's go for it." Hu Tiangang only said 2 words, and with a flick of his wrist, a purple talisman appeared in his hand, about 20 centimeters long and 7 to 8 centimeters wide, with the Tiangang breaking evil talisman drawn on it. Zhang Wumu from Longhushan and Qin Fenghu from Maoshan were shocked to see the purple talisman in Hu Tiangang's hand, realizing that as a member of the Dragon Guardian, he indeed had some skills to control the purple talisman. In the Taoist practices of the Qimen, the most common talismans come in 5 colors: red, yellow, black, white, and blue, each with different uses. The black talisman harnesses the power of the underworld gods, mainly used to summon ghost soldiers and minor spirits. The white talisman, also harnessing the power of the underworld gods, is mainly used for spirit communication, summoning souls, and asking about ghosts. The yellow talisman, harnessing the power of the heavenly gods, is used for dispelling evil and subduing demons. The blue talisman draws on the power of spiritual objects to summon celestial beings. The red talisman is for protection, ensuring safety and granting wishes. Talisman colors like gold, silver, purple, and blue are rarely seen in reality because of insufficient cultivation, making it impossible to control high-level spells. In the astonished gaze of Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, Hu Tiangang lightly exerted his legs and jumped to the top of the cabin. He stepped on the Big Dipper's steps, formed hand seals, and recited incantations. Purple energy ascends to the heavens, the heavenly gang guards. Supreme Lao Jun, act urgently as per the command. Hu Tiangang chanted the spell rapidly, and those beside him could not hear it clearly. As he recited, the talisman in his hand shimmered with purple light. When he finished the incantation, the purple talisman flew from his hand like lightning towards the heavenly slashing evil. The military knife formed by the heavenly evil descended with a destructive momentum and struck directly at the purple talisman. At the moment of collision, a loud boom echoed in the air, and the purple talisman transformed into a ball of purple flames, instantly dispersing the military knife formed by the heavenly evil. Zhang Wumu and Qin Feihu were both shocked, looking at Hu Tiangang standing atop the cabin. Wow, that's impressive. He actually dispersed the heavenly slashing evil with his own cultivation. It's clear that those who can join the Dragon Guardian are not ordinary people. Qin Feihu couldn't help but exclaim, "Hu, good job. Brother wishes you a helping hand." As he spoke, Qin Feihu slightly bent his legs and jumped to the top of the cabin. Zhang Wumu smiled slightly and said loudly, "I'll join the fun too." He leaped up to the top of the cabin, ready to use his own cultivation to fight against the heavenly slashing evil. Both Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, originating from the Taoist school, had considerable cultivation themselves. The 3 of them stood on either side of Hu Tiangang, their gazes fixed on the military knife tower. They knew very well that as long as the military knife tower was not destroyed, the heavenly slashing evil would reform again. Meanwhile, the heavenly evil, previously dispersed by the heavenly gang talisman, once again gathered in the air, forming a giant military knife. This time, the military knife formed by the evil was much larger than before, about several hundred meters long and tens of meters wide, with silver-white heavenly evil exuding a momentum capable of splitting rivers and mountains. The 3 looked up at the sky, their hearts filled with astonishment. Qin Feihu exclaimed, "The heavenly evil is getting stronger." Watching the heavenly slashing evil above, Hu Tiangang frowned tightly. The earlier use of a purple heavenly gang talisman had already consumed 2/3 of his vital energy, and he was physically exhausted. His legs felt weak. Gazing at the reformed heavenly slashing evil, a hint of despair arose in his heart. Chapter 80. Resolving the Heavenly Slashing Evil, Part 7. Hu Tiangang took a deep breath and, along with Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumo, simultaneously summoned talismans to counter the descending Heavenly Slashing Evil. Yellow, blue, and purple talismans quickly flew into the air to meet the military knife that was slicing down. When the three talismans of different colors collided with the military knife formed by the Heavenly Evil, they instantly transformed into three balls of flames. Unfortunately, this time they did not manage to disperse the military knife formed by the Heavenly Evil. The three balls of flames were directly scattered by the Heavenly Evil, and Hu Tiangang was knocked back, spitting blood, half kneeling atop the cabin, while Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu collapsed to the ground, unconscious, and were dragged into the cabin by others. Even with their combined efforts, they could not stop the Heavenly Slashing Evil. Hu Tiangang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with despair, helplessly watching as the military knife formed by the Heavenly Evil dispersed the three flames and struck down onto the Huangbu River. The river's dragon energy instantly dissipated, causing violent tremors. The originally calm surface of the Huangbu River suddenly surged with waves, and the small boat rocked continuously on the river, causing several people to lose their balance and fall onto the deck. At the same time, the previously clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down. Soon after, Hu Tiangang heard the painful dragon cries coming from not far away and quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw a divine dragon flying out of the mouth of the Hushan River and a giant dragon also soaring from the Huangbu River. The two divine dragons, transformed from the Feng Shui energy, rolled and spiraled in the air, their mournful cries echoing continuously, blood flowing from their backs. Hu Tiangang was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. He knew very well that these two divine dragons were manifestations of the Feng Shui energy of the Huangbu River and Hushan River. If the two divine dragons were slain by the Heavenly Slashing Evil, the dragon vein of the entire Huangbu River would be utterly destroyed. Watching the military knife formed by the Heavenly Evil strike again towards the Huangbu River, Hu Tiangang took out a purple talisman, wanting to block the Heavenly Slashing Evil. Unfortunately, he could no longer activate the purple talisman. He could only watch helplessly as the Heavenly Slashing Evil descended upon the Huangbu River once more. When the Heavenly Slashing Evil struck the Huangbu River, both divine dragons let out piercing dragon cries, and a new wound appeared on their backs, with bright red blood dripping into the Huangbu River. Those masters who had not opened their heavenly eyes could not see the divine dragons, but they were astonished to find that the raindrops falling onto the boat were blood red. Sima Hong asked in shock, why is this rain red? This is not rainwater. This is dragon blood. Hu Tiangang replied with deep sorrow. As a dragon guardian, it was extremely painful not to be able to protect the dragon vein of Huaxia. At the very top of the military knife tower, Sato Masao watched the two bleeding divine dragons and laughed heartily. Two four-cornered crawling bugs. Let us see how long you can last. The renowned Yinyang Feng Shui master from Jujuan, who had opened his heavenly eyes, also saw the two divine dragons and was quite astonished. The Feng Shui dragon veins of the Huangbu River and Hushan River had actually manifested as Feng Shui spiritual bodies. No wonder Haiqing could become the economic center of Huaxia and a world-famous city. These two dragon veins were indispensable. Once the two dragon veins were severed by the Heavenly Slashing Evil, Haiqing's brilliance would cease to exist. This was exactly what they wanted to see. They did not wish for Huaxia to become strong, as a strong Huaxia posed a threat to the island nation. In a luxurious suite at the Sideria Hotel, Li Chengfeng, awakened by the sound of firecrackers, was just about to fall back asleep when he suddenly heard thunder rolling outside, occasionally interspersed with the mournful cries of dragons. His closed eyes suddenly opened. What is that sound? Li Chengfeng, wearing only a pair of shorts, jumped up from the bed and walked to the window to look outside. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled, dark clouds loomed overhead, and heavy rain poured down. Although it was morning, it felt like night. The raindrops falling on the window were actually red, causing Li Chengfeng to be greatly alarmed. Blood rained from the heavens, a dire omen. He hurriedly looked towards the nearby Huangbu River and saw two divine dragons rolling on the river's surface, letting out painful dragon cries. On the backs of the two divine dragons were deep wounds that continuously bled. Realizing this, and recalling the earlier sound of firecrackers, Li Chengfeng instantly understood that the military knife tower had reached its peak, and the Heavenly Slashing Evil had formed. He quickly turned his head to look towards the direction where the Taishan Evil Repelling Stone was placed, only to find it shattered all over the ground. A small boat still floated in the Huangpu River, but the Bagua Evil Repelling Mirror on the boat had long disappeared. And the statue of Ho Yi shooting the sun on the opposite bank was also in ruins. It's over. Those pretentious masters had failed to stop the Heavenly Slashing Evil. Watching the two injured divine dragons, Li Chengfeng felt immense pain. If the two divine dragons were destroyed by the Heavenly Slashing Evil, the Feng Shui dragon vein of the Huangbu River would truly be ruined. Haiqing would also face a disaster of raging waters. At this moment, two divine dragons let out a piercing howl and fell from the sky into the Huangbu River. The dragon energy in the entire Huangbu River instantly dissipated, and the rain began to pour down heavier, thick as a waterfall, mixed with bright red droplets. Li Chengfeng sighed, feeling quite helpless. That group of self-promoting masters were useless. Could it be that even the Dragon Guardian was useless? If they couldn't even resolve the heavenly slaughter, what was the point of having the Dragon Guardians? At this moment, Li Chengfeng was wide awake, sitting in the living room waiting for Chu Yunhong to return. Soon, those masters and Chu Yunhong all arrived at the Sidria Hotel. Li Chengfeng sat in the living room and heard arguing coming from the hallway. The first voice he recognized was that of Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Mystical Arts Association. General Chu, how can you trust a young punk? What he says about the Qimen technique being a dragon's armor is pure nonsense. I've lived a long life and have never heard of such a technique. As a general, you shouldn't be fooled by a young man. The other masters, incited by Sima Hong, also firmly opposed letting Li Chengfeng intervene in the Huangbu River Dragon Vein issue, stating in a righteous tone, General, we have plenty of time. Let's think of other methods. We cannot let a young punk interfere in this matter. Chu Yunhong frowned deeply, feeling quite puzzled. When he suggested that Li Chengfeng try using the Qimen technique to provide armor for the dragon, Sima Hong was the first to oppose. And the other masters followed suit. Chu Yunhong, filled with anger, said domineeringly, I am the person in charge of this matter. I decide whose methods to use. You do not have the right to interfere with my decisions. Upon hearing this, Sima Hong looked displeased and was not afraid of Chu Yunhong, arrogantly saying, This is our Haiqing matter. Your word doesn't count. We will continue to seek ways to resolve the heavenly slaughter, and no one is allowed to interfere. When Sima Hong said this last part, his voice was very loud, seemingly directed at Li Chengfeng. Chu Yunhong was speechless and directly stated, Haiqing belongs to Huaxia, not to your Haiqing Mystical Arts Association. After saying this, Chu Yunhong ignored Sima Hong and the other masters, pushed open the door, and walked into the room where Li Chengfeng was. Behind him came an annoyed voice, Chu, let me tell you, don't bully others with your power. We Haiqing people will solve our own problems, and you are not allowed to interfere. Seeing Chu Yunhong enter, Li Chengfeng quickly stood up and greeted him. Chu Yunhong, still filled with anger, said displeasedly, I really don't understand why Sima Hong won't let you intervene in this matter. If I am not mistaken, Sima Hong must have issues. What do you mean? Chu Yunhong asked seriously. Chapter 81. Qimen Technique as Dragon Armor. Part 2. Looking at the puzzled Chu Yunhong, Li Chengfeng recounted how he had noticed a chrysanthemum tattoo on Sima Hong's neck when he poured him water during the meeting. At that time, Li Chengfeng didn't think much of it, feeling that having a tattoo was normal, but when he saw that old man dressed in islander clothing by the Huangbu River, he also noticed a 9-petal chrysanthemum on his attire. It suddenly struck him that the chrysanthemum on Sima Hong's neck was identical to that on the old man's clothing, instantly raising suspicions about his identity. After hearing Li Chengfeng's account, Chu Yunhong looked incredulous. Sima Hong was a native of Haiqing. How could he be a first-rate Yinyang Feng Shui master from the 9 chrysanthemums? Li Chengfeng continued seriously, General, that day during the meeting, I merely shook my head and sighed. This was inconsequential, yet Sima Hong seized on it and disrupted the meeting. The other masters were also constantly arguing, acting as if they were enemies. This is all very abnormal. Someone must be behind the scenes stirring up discord, creating conflicts, and preventing the Huaxia Feng Shui masters from uniting to resolve the heavenly slaughter. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhong pondered thoughtfully, recalling that Sima Hong was indeed the one to initiate the dispute at the meeting. It seemed that Sima Hong really had issues. He cast an approving glance at Li Chengfeng, noting his keen observation. If Sima Hong was truly a first-rate Yinyang Feng Shui master from the 9 chrysanthemums, then this was truly alarming. They had infiltrated the Haiqing Mystical Arts Association, and he was even its president. Chu Yunhong took a deep breath, his brow furrowed tightly, and said seriously, I will have the Longmen 8 Bureau capture Sima Hong and see what this old rascal's true identity is. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's expression changed in surprise. He was just casually speculating, but Chu Yunhong was ready to arrest someone. He quickly said, General, this is all just my personal conjecture, and I have no evidence to prove that Sima Hong is a first-rate Yinyang Feng Shui master from the 9 chrysanthemums. Isn't it a bit much to arrest him just like that? Chu Yunhong snorted coldly and said in a domineering tone, I've long been displeased with this old rascal. He even dared to talk back to me earlier. I don't care if he is a first-rate Feng Shui master. Let us capture him and give him a beating first. Don't worry, the people from the Longmen 8 Bureau are very efficient. Thinking of how Sima Hong had just been yelling outside, Chu Yunhong felt displeased, also harboring a bit of personal vendetta. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth. Earlier, he had heard Sima Hong shouting outside that anyone who dared to interfere in the Huangbu River matter would have to deal with the Haiqing Mystical Arts Association. He understood very well that this was a warning to himself not to use the Qimen technique to resolve the heavenly slaughter. Since the other side wanted to make trouble, it was better to strike first. Chu Yunhong couldn't help but notice Li Chengfeng's subtle intentions. He smiled slightly, thinking this kid was quite clever. Sima Hong had merely threatened him, and he had exposed the latter's background. This eliminated any concerns and allowed them to solve the heavenly slaughter without worry. Chu Yunhong then made a call to have the Longmen 8 Bureau secretly apprehend Sima Hong. Sima Hong would never have imagined he would fall into the hands of a young man. That very night, The Longmen 8 Bureau secretly captured Sima Hong. The most important thing now was to resolve the heavenly slaughter. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yinhong casually asked, "Little brother, I have already prepared the 5 Emperor's Divine Positions and 50,005 Emperor's Coins. When will you use the Qimen technique to provide armor for the dragon and resolve the heavenly slaughter?" To perform the Qimen technique for the dragon's armor, it had to be done on the day of the 5 Emperors. Li Chengfeng calculated with his fingers and realized that tomorrow was indeed the day of the 5 Emperors. Tomorrow morning, before the sun rises in the east, I will provide armor for the dragon. Good. Chu Yinhong nodded. Feeling a little excited and eager to see what kind of technique the Qimen technique for the dragon's armor was, Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. Still a bit worried. He knew very well that this matter was related to the 9 chrysanthemums. If those first-rate Yinyang Feng Shui masters found out who resolved the heavenly slaughter and disrupted their plans, they would surely stop at nothing to eliminate the one who thwarted them. The old general said, "I can't let anyone know about the matter of using the dragon's armor to resolve the heavenly slaughter evil." Chu Yinhong knew what Li Chengfeng was worried about and casually said, "Isn't that too much of a grievance for you? This is a great achievement. And there's also that 100 billion project. Don't you want it?" Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, thinking that not wanting it was a lie, but not daring to want it was the truth. He pretended to be indifferent and noble, saying, "Wealth and fame are just fleeting clouds to me. As a Feng Shui master, being able to protect the dragon vein of China is my greatest honor." "Well said. I am proud to have such a young person like you for China," Chu Yinhong said excitedly. Although Li Chengfeng's face was indifferent, showing a noble demeanor, he was bleeding inside, thinking about how the 100 billion project was gone just like that. Completing the project could have earned at least 10 billion. It was really painful. To preserve his life, he had to give it up. He didn't want to be hunted down by top Feng Shui masters of the 9 chrysanthemums. These people could do anything. Some things are harder to avoid the more one tries to escape. Sooner or later, Li Chengfeng would have to confront the Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the 9 chrysanthemums, crossing the sea to break their dragon vein Feng Shui, engaging in a life and death battle to destroy their national fortune. This might be Li Chengfeng's mission. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Chengfeng with a complex expression and couldn't help but ask the question he really wanted to know. "Little brother, can you tell me what your relationship with Li Tianqing is?" The sudden question startled Li Chengfeng. He blinked, having already guessed that Chu Yinhong had doubts about his identity. Since he asked so directly, he didn't want to continue hiding and casually replied, "Old general, to be honest, Li Tianqing is my grandfather." Chu Yinhong was momentarily stunned. He had long suspected that Li Chengfeng might be related to Li Tianqing and had wanted to ask him for a long time, but never had the chance. A young man in his 20s with such high attainments in Qimen Feng Shui was indeed rare. He must have a master proficient in Qimen Feng Shui behind him, and that person must be Li Tianqing. In the whole world, only Li Tianqing could teach such an outstanding Feng Shui prodigy. Although he had predicted this, when Li Chengfeng said it himself, he felt incredibly excited, as if he saw an old friend from the past. Tears filled Chu Yinhong's eyes as he held Li Chengfeng's hand and asked excitedly, "Little brother, how is your grandfather's health?" Now that everything was out in the open, seeing that Chu Yinhong still called him little brother made Li Chengfeng feel quite awkward, and he hurriedly said, "Old general, you can just call me Chengfeng from now on. I really can't accept being called little brother." "Haha, I've been calling you that for so long. I'm used to it. It's just a title. It doesn't matter." Chu Yinhong smiled and continued to ask, "Little brother, quickly tell me, how is your grandfather's health?" "My grandfather is in great health." Chu Yinhong showed genuine emotion, indicating that his relationship with Li Tianqing was extraordinary and should be one of life and death friends. Chu Yinhong's smile was very bright. Although he hadn't found Li Tianqing, he coincidentally found his grandson, and perhaps it was fate. He held Li Chengfeng's hand, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye, and casually asked, "Little brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Li Chengfeng first nodded and then shook his head, which reminded him of his ex-girlfriend. He had given so much for her during 3 years of college. Yet he didn't even get her body and watched her play on the lawn with a rich second generation. He still remembered what his ex-girlfriend said. "You poor guy? You don't deserve me. Let's break up." Seeing Li Chengfeng's expression, Chu Yinhong anxiously asked, "You nod and shake your head. Do you have one or not?" "No." "Good." "No is good." Chu Yinhong was extremely happy, while Li Chengfeng felt embarrassed. He was over 20 and didn't even have a girlfriend. Yet Chu Yinhong was still happy about it. "Little brother, what do you think of my daughter Qingyan?" Li Chengfeng's eyes widened, suddenly understanding Chu Yinhong's meaning. He thought of Chu Qingyan and felt a wave of fear. She was a woman with severe violent tendencies, and the main point was that he couldn't even beat her. He hurriedly explained, "Old general, I'm just an ordinary commoner. How could I be worthy of Miss Chu? Please don't joke with me." Li Chengfeng thought to himself that the dragon vein of Huangbu River was in jeopardy, yet this old guy still had the mood to choose a son-in-law. Chapter 82. Qimen Technique for the Dragon Armor, Part 3. Li Chengfeng had clearly stated that he was unworthy of Chu Qingyan, politely refusing Chu Yinhong's goodwill. But Chu Yinhong was still unwilling to give up, smiling broadly as he said, "What is there to be unworthy of? You're more than enough for that brat. That brat is already 32 this year and has never dated anyone. She's still a single flower in the big house. I'm worried for her." Uft. Li Chengfeng was startled again, not expecting that Chu Qingyan was actually 32 and still single. With her good looks and excellent family background, there should be many rich young masters and noble heirs pursuing her. How could she be single? What Li Chengfeng didn't know was that in the capital, Chu Qingyan was like a witch. No one dared to pursue or marry her. The men who dared to chase her were beaten to a pulp, crying for help. There was even a saying in the young master circle in the capital, better to marry an old sow than to marry Chu Qingyan, such a violent woman. No matter how beautiful she was, Li Chengfeng didn't dare to pursue her. He once again politely declined. Old general, I'm only 22 this year. My age doesn't quite match with Miss Chu. Chu Yunhong snorted coldly, seeing that Li Chengfeng disliked Chu Qingyan's age and was clearly a bit unhappy. What is inappropriate? Although my Qingyan is a bit older, she looks younger than you. Li Chengfeng was speechless, looking at the slightly angry Chu Yunhong, not knowing how to refuse. Chu Yunhong was very angry. He had put himself out there to introduce his daughter to him, and he actually refused. Wasn't he that slapping his face? It had just been friendly, but now the atmosphere was tense, one wanting to introduce his daughter, and the other refusing outright. Just as it seemed that Chu Yunhong was about to explode, the door suddenly swung open, and Chu Qingyan bounced into the room, followed by Wang Bin, who looked aggrieved, carrying a large bag of items. Chu Qingyan jumped into the room like a little girl. Who would have thought that her real age was already 32 and she still hadn't married? It was true that there were many leftover women in the capital. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless little girl was actually a martial arts master with severe violent tendencies? As soon as she entered the room, she made a very cute expression and smiled at Chu Yunhong, saying, "Dad, I'm back." Seeing Chu Qingyan return, a brilliant smile appeared on Chu Yunhong's face as he hurriedly said, "Qingyan, come here quickly. I want to introduce you to a boyfriend." "Uft, what boyfriend?" Chu Qingyan's handsome face showed a confused expression as she touched Chu Yunhong's forehead and then touched her own. "Dad, are you feeling sick?" "No," Chu Yunhong said seriously. "Qingyan, what do you think of this little brother? I want to introduce him to you and let him be your boyfriend." When Chu Qingyan understood what Chu Yunhong meant, her previously cute demeanor suddenly changed. With wide eyes and a look of disgust, she said, "Dad, are you sick? You actually want this country bumpkin to be my boyfriend? This kid, how can he speak like that?" Chu Yunhong had no way to deal with Chu Qingyan. Chu Qingyan hurled a barrage of insults at Li Chengfeng, nearly reciting every curse word from the Xinhua dictionary. Li Chengfeng was left dumbfounded by the insults. Anyone who married this woman would surely suffer a fate worse than death. Chu Yunhong felt embarrassed, not expecting his daughter's reaction to be so intense. It seemed impossible to match the two of them together, and he felt somewhat disappointed, ultimately deciding to back down. "Forget it. Let's pretend I never said anything." Chu Yunhong hurriedly pulled Chu Qingyan away from Li Chengfeng's room. After they left, Wang Bin stared at Li Chengfeng and said in an exaggerated tone, "Chengfeng, I dare you to bet that anyone who marries this woman will have their ancestors' graves dug up." Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. Luckily, Chu Qingyan had only used words and not violence. He had no interest in this woman at all. Just seeing her made his legs go weak with fear. Even if he married her, he wouldn't dare to sleep in the same bed. The rain continued to fall outside, and Li Chengfeng stood by the window, looking out with a heavy heart, worried that the dragon energy of Huangbu River had already been affected by the evil energy of Tiansha. If the dragon veins of Huangbu River were not protected soon, once the two divine dragons transformed by the auspicious energy were killed by the military knives formed from the evil energy, it would not only affect Haiqing's economy, but the entire city would face a flood disaster. The consequences were truly unimaginable. Li Chengfeng wished he could use the Qimen techniques to protect the dragon veins of Huangbu River right now, but he had to wait until tomorrow, the day of the Five Emperors tour. Li Chengfeng stood at the window for a long time, and he still did not see the two divine dragons reappear. They must have been seriously injured. Chapter 83 Qimen Techniques for Dragon Armor, Part 4. The storm raged for a day and a night, causing many roads in Haiqing to flood, making it difficult for cars to pass and for people to travel. This was indeed a precursor to a flood disaster. The next morning, the storm gradually ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and the eastern sky brightened. The sun was already casting its rays, and it looked like sunlight was about to shine on the military knife tower, while the Tianjiansha slowly began to gather in the air, forming a knife-like shape. A medium-sized cruise ship was docked in Huangbu River, facing the blade of the military knife tower. Li Chengfeng wore a spiritual officer's robe, a spiritual officer's hat, and spiritual officer's boots. This was his first time wearing the spiritual officer's robe. Summoning the five emperors was no joking matter, and he had to be strict. The spiritual officer's robe is the ceremonial attire of the Qintian official, which is divided into heavenly spiritual attire, earthly spiritual attire, and various other types, each representing different identities of the Qintian monitoring officials. Li Chengfeng stood on the deck, looking at the military knife tower in the distance with eyes filled with anger and disgust. Today, he would let the top Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the Zhoujuan know who the true ancestor of the Feng Shui world is. On the deck of the cruise ship, 5 offering tables were set up, each adorned with a shrine. From left to right, they were the shrines of the Yellow Emperor, Zhuanti, Emperor Ku, Tang Yao, and Yushun. In front of each offering table was a bronze wealth pot. There were 5 wealth pots in total, and each contained 10,000 pieces of 5 emperors' coins. namely Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao, in order to bring the 5 emperors' shrines from the 5 emperors' temple. Chu Yinhong had gathered 50,000 ancient copper coins and used a lot of manpower and resources. There were not many people on the ship, besides Li Chengfeng, Chu Yinhong, Wang Bin. There were also Hu Tiangang and Yang Wei from the Dragon Guardians. What Li Chengfeng did not expect was that Chu Qingyan also came. She was taking selfies on the ship with her phone. Seeing Li Chengfeng standing on the bow of the ship, Hu Tiangang smirked disdainfully and said in a sarcastic tone, "Old General, do you really believe in him, a wet-behind-the-ears kid, to summon the ancient 5 emperors to protect the dragon?" Hu Tiangang did not believe that Li Chengfeng could use the long-lost Qimen techniques to protect the dragon. To him, this was just a scammer, fooling an old fool like Chu Yinhong. Although Hu Tiangang had seen records about Qimen techniques for dragon armor in the country's number 3 secret collection, it was only a few brief lines, and there were no detailed records of the method of performing the technique. Qimen has always been the most mysterious school, and Qimen techniques are truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, many Qimen techniques have long been lost. Nowadays, most of the remaining exorcism techniques are based on Qianmen techniques. Chu Yinhong smiled slightly. If it were in the past, he would not have much confidence in Li Chengfeng, but knowing that his grandfather was Li Tianqing, he was very optimistic about this young man and confidently said, "I believe he can resolve the Tianzhan Sha." Seeing that Chu Yinhong appreciated Li Chengfeng so much, Hu Tiangang felt an inexplicable jealousy rise in his heart. Chu Yinhong's doting gaze was fixed on Li Chengfeng. Then he glanced at Chu Qingyan beside him, thinking how great of a pair they would make, a match made in heaven, and he would continue to try to bring them together when he had time. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. This was also his first time invoking the 5 emperors to protect the dragon, and he was unsure if it would succeed, hoping only for the 5 emperors' blessing. Under the watchful eyes of Chu Yinhong, Hu Tiangang, Wang Bin, and Yang Wei, Li Chengfeng first offered 9 sticks of incense to each of the 5 emperors, then performed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations in front of the shrines on the offering table. The emperor is the true dragon son of heaven, the supreme 9-5. So 9 sticks of incense must be offered. While taking selfies, Chu Qingyan inadvertently saw Li Chengfeng and turned her head curiously to stare at him, disdainfully saying, "Pretending to be a god, what a disgrace." In her eyes, Li Chengfeng's actions were quite funny, and she then opened the video function on her phone, aiming it at Li Chengfeng. After Li Chengfeng sincerely completed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, he began to form hand seals, slightly closing his eyes, his feet constantly shifting. Sometimes forming hand seals to summon the stars, sometimes forming hand seals to summon the earth, and sometimes forming hand seals to visualize the 4 directions, while simultaneously chanting the 5 emperors' divine incantation. Celestial stars swim with the tides, 5 dynasties' coins possess divine powers, the heavens turn to reveal the primordial. The people turn to reveal the holy emperor, divine powers command the spirit, the 3 pure ones' true decree. Li Chengfeng jumped and danced, constantly changing his hand seals, reciting the 5 emperors' divine incantation without pause. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 minutes had gone by, yet everything remained calm. With no response, the 5 emperors did not appear. Watching Li Chengfeng jumping around and pretending to be a god, Chu Qingyan wore a face of disdain and contempt. Walking over to Chu Yinhong, she said in a disgusted tone, "Dad, do you see this? This is a lunatic, and you actually want him to be my boyfriend? You might as well just kill me." Chu Yinhong's face was also quite awkward. After comforting Chu Qingyan a couple of times, he revealed an impatient expression. What was this kid doing? It had already been half an hour, and he was still jumping around and singing nonsense at the bow of the ship. With no miracles in sight, Hu Tiangang's face showed a mocking expression. The ancient 5 emperors were not so easily summoned. If he could summon the lesser 5 emperors, that would be impressive enough, but to think he could summon the ancient 5 emperors was simply a pipe dream. This was just a scammer, and he turned to mock him. The old general sighed and said, "Forget it, let him stop jumping. Even if he jumps here all day, he can't invite the 5 emperors to armor the dragon. Let's focus on finding a way to dissolve the heavenly slaughter evil." Chu Yinhong remained silent, his face showing signs of disappointment. As the sun was about to rise, there was still no sign of the strange gate technique that Li Chengfeng mentioned for armoring the dragon. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. He was just talking big, and he sighed helplessly. Alas, although he felt disappointed, he did not want to give up, as this was the only opportunity. He looked at Li Chengfeng with a helpless gaze. "Kid, can you really do it?" Wang Bin was anxious and felt helpless. Just then, while Chu Qingyan wore a look of disdain, Hu Tiangang mocked, and Chu Yinhong appeared disappointed. Wang Bin was worried. Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped across the calm water, and 5 towering tornadoes, about 10 meters high, appeared out of nowhere, spinning continuously and lifting droplets of water as they stopped in front of the bow of the boat. Although Chu Yinhong had seen great winds and waves, he was stunned by the scene before him, and then his expression shifted to one of joy. He knew Li Chengfeng had succeeded. Wang Bin wore a proud expression. "My brother is amazing. He can even summon tornadoes." Chu Qingyan was startled. This strange occurrence was something she had never seen before. What kind of operation was this? How could 5 tornadoes appear out of thin air? To others, It was just 5 tornadoes, but to Hu Tiangang, who had opened his heavenly eye, it was a different scene, and he heard a different sound. He saw 5 swirling tornadoes, with 5 tall phantoms floating above them, the ancient 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Zhuang, Emperor Ku, Emperor Tang Yao, and Emperor Yushan. The 5 emperors had solemn expressions, their robust figures and angry gazes fixed on Li Chengfeng. One of the emperors shouted angrily, "Bold sorcerer! How dare you disrupt the 5 emperors? What crime do you deserve?" Hu Tiangang was so frightened by this remark that he sat down on the ground. Yang Wei nearby asked in confusion, "Captain, what's wrong?" "No, don't speak." Hu Tiangang was shocked. He could hardly believe that Li Chengfeng had truly summoned the ancient 5 emperors. Who was this kid? So impressive? He could actually perform the long-lost strange gate technique to armor the dragon. How was that possible? Li Chengfeng still had his eyes closed, reciting the divine incantation of the 5 emperors and continuously changing the hand seals. Suddenly, he heard a voice from above, which startled him, and he quickly looked up, his heart filled with shock. Damn, the ancient 5 emperors really came. He didn't expect the 5 emperors to arrive so quickly. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground again, performing the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the 5 emperors standing on the tornadoes, followed by offering 9 sticks of incense at each altar. Chapter 84, Strange Gate Technique Armoring the Dragon, Part 5. The rules for inviting the 5 emperors to dispel evil and drive away calamities are many. Any slight mistake could provoke their displeasure. Li Chengfeng did not dare to be careless. Every step was taken with extreme caution. Many practitioners in the mystic sects invite the 5 emperors to drive away evil spirits, but most only invite the lesser 5 emperors. No one dared to invite the ancient 5 emperors, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't. The so-called lesser 5 emperors refer to the 5 emperors of the Qing dynasty: Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing. Among the mystic sects, there are very few who can invite the lesser 5 emperors. After offering 9 sticks of incense to each of the holy emperors, Li Chengfeng took 3 steps back and knelt on the deck, respectfully saying, "Disciple Li Chengfeng of the Strange Gate respectfully welcomes the 5 holy emperors. I did not intend to disturb the holy emperors, and I ask for the holy emperors' forgiveness." The 5 ancient holy emperors floating on the tornadoes saw that Li Chengfeng understood the rules well and was wearing the attire of a spiritual officer. Their previously angry expressions softened considerably. One of the holy emperors spoke in a serious tone. "To obstruct the of the holy emperors is a capital offense. However, considering that you understand the principles of yin and yang, know the rules of serving the gods, and are a celestial spiritual officer, I will spare you for now." Another holy emperor, with a serious expression, asked, "What is the reason for your obstruction of the holy emperors? You must speak the truth." Li Chengfeng did not dare to delay. Kneeling on the ground, he briefly described the background and outcome of the situation. "The island nation's bandits disrupt our Huaxia, using the heavenly calamity energy to destroy our Huaxia dragon veins, slaying our Feng Shui divine dragon. I asked the 5 holy emperors to armor the dragon and protect Huaxia." Seeing Li Chengfeng kneeling on the deck, speaking to the 5 tornadoes, Chu Qingyan showed a look of disdain and mockery. Thinking that this lunatic was really good at playing tricks, she turned to Chu Yunhong and said seriously, "Dad, this is a lunatic. I suggest we send him to the Haiqing Psychiatric Hospital." "Shut up." Although Chu Yunhong could not see the 5 emperors and only saw the 5 tornadoes, he could guess that the legendary 5 emperors had arrived. Chu Qingyan felt wronged and took 2 steps back, just retreating beside Hu Tiangang, saying in a slightly displeased tone, "Hu Tiangang, what do you think? He's over there talking to the air, kneeling and bowing. Is he not a lunatic?" "He's not a lunatic. He's speaking to the ancient 5 emperors. Don't speak, lest you disturb the 5 emperors." Chu Qingyan did not believe it at all, staring disdainfully at Hu Tiangang, thinking he was just another lunatic. Among those present, only Li Chengfeng and Hu Tiangang had opened their heavenly eyes, able to see everything happening before them. At that moment, Hu Tiangang was incredibly shocked, and his gaze towards Li Chengfeng was no longer filled with mockery and disdain, but only respect and admiration. After Li Chengfeng finished explaining the situation, the ancient 5 emperors appeared angry. "Damn it! How dare they attempt to destroy our Huaxia dragon veins and slay our Huaxia divine dragon? Truly audacious." As the holy emperor spoke, the sun had already risen, and the long shadow of the military knife tower fell onto the Huangbu River once again. The military knife, formed from the condensed heavenly calamity energy, simultaneously appeared over the Huangbu River, measuring several hundred meters long and dozens of meters wide, several times larger than the previous day. The military knife, condensed from the heavenly calamity energy, descended from the sky and directly struck the Huangbu River, causing the dragon energy of the Huangbu River to be impacted once more. At the same time, 2 divine dragons flew out from the Hashang River and Huangbu River, emitting mournful and painful dragon roars as they rolled in the air. The backs of the dragons were covered in wounds, already bloodied and mangled, with bright red blood dripping from their wounds into the Huangbu River. The dragon energy was affected, and the sky suddenly turned dark with thick clouds, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down instantly. The 5 holy emperors floating on the tornadoes looked at the 2 divine dragons suddenly flying out from the water, covered in injuries and bleeding profusely, and felt immense anger. How outrageous! How dare they harm our Huaxia divine dragons? Li Chengfeng looked at the two divine dragons with great pain and knocked his head on the ground several times. Disciple Li Chengfeng earnestly requests the 5 emperors to grant me divine powers to armor the dragon and protect our Huaxia dragon veins. Granted. The 5 holy emperors responded simultaneously. They waved their large sleeves, and 5 different colored imperial dragon energies flew into the treasure basin. The 5 emperors' money in the treasure basin instantly emitted 5 different colors of light. He hurriedly knocked his head in thanks. The 5 holy emperors looked at Li Chengfeng, who was bowing on the ground, and nodded simultaneously before disappearing without a trace. The 5 holy emperors came on the wind and left riding the wind. Li Chengfeng quickly got up from the ground, looking at the 2 divine dragons not far away, who were rolling up and down and occasionally emitting mournful dragon roars. He dared not delay for a moment and shouted loudly at the 2 divine dragons, 2 dragon lords, "Can you fly over here?" Hearing Li Chengfeng's call, the 2 divine dragons endured their pain and quickly flew over, circling around the boat incessantly. Hu Tiangang was stunned by this scene. This kid was too abnormal. 2 divine dragons actually obeying him. Chu Qingyan was speechless. This was a lunatic. Regardless of whether her father agreed or not, once they reached the shore, she would definitely send him to a mental hospital. In the sky above the Huangpu River, a military knife formed from the gathering of the ominous aura descended from the heavens, once again striking towards the Huangpu River. At the same time, Li Chengfeng formed hand seals with both hands, constantly changing them while chanting. Heavenly Azure, Earthly Spirit, Ancient Imperial Sect, 5 Sects Imperial Aura, Eternal Clarity, 5 Emperors Decree. Armor the Dragon, Rise. As the word rise fell, Li Chengfeng formed the 5 Emperors seal with his hands and pointed at the 5 treasure bowls in front of him. The 5 Emperors' coins, radiating with the Imperial aura, seemed to come to life and flew directly out of the treasure bowls. The 2 divine dragons in the air absorbed the coins onto their bodies, and in just a moment, their bodies were covered with the 5 Emperors' coins. The scars on the bodies of the 2 dragons healed instantly under the restoration of the Imperial aura. Then, a flash of golden light appeared, and the 5 Emperors' coins on the bodies of the 2 divine dragons emitted a 5-colored radiance. All the 5 Emperors' coins connected together, transforming into golden armor that protected the 2 dragons. At the same time, the military knife, formed from the ominous aura, heavily struck the Huangpu River. This time, the 2 divine dragons did not emit a painful dragon's roar. When the military knife struck the Huangpu River, a 5-colored radiance suddenly emanated from the river's surface, and the military knife formed from the ominous aura was instantly shattered. Using the 5 Emperors' dragon aura to counter the heavenly slashing ominous, Li Chengfeng successfully protected the dragon vein of the Huangpu River. Watching the heavenly slashing ominous being shattered by the 5 Emperors' aura, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After flying around the small boat for a while, the 2 divine dragons landed on the bow and nodded 3 times at Li Chengfeng, as if expressing their gratitude for his protection. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly and said, "2 dragon lords, you don't need to thank me. This is what I should do." The 2 divine dragons nodded again, then looked up at the sky where the military knife formed from the ominous aura reappeared. The 2 dragons simultaneously emitted an angry dragon's roar and soared into the sky, charging towards the military knife. With the protection of the 5 Emperors' aura, the 2 giant dragons seemed to be aided by the gods and directly dispersed the ominous aura. Hu Tiangang was left in shock, having witnessed this astonishing scene firsthand. His feelings of astonishment took a long time to settle. Chu Qingyan and Chu Yunhong also widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the empty treasure bowls. Although they couldn't see the divine dragons, they could see the copper coins. Just a moment ago, the copper coins in the treasure bowls had actually flown into the air by themselves, forming the shape of a divine dragon and then emitting a colorful glow, after which 50,000 copper coins disappeared without a trace. Where did those copper coins go? How could they vanish into thin air? Chapter 85, Flying Dragon Tornado, Center of Haiqing Tower. 1. Li Chengfeng's mysterious methods completely shocked everyone. After about 2 minutes, Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin finally came back to their senses from the shock. Their minds were filled with the earlier scene of the sudden appearance of 5 tornadoes and the copper coins that vanished into the sky. Everything was so miraculous and bizarre that it was hard to comprehend. How did he do it? Was it magic? Chu Qingyan studied the treasure bowl for a long time, believing that there was a mechanism inside that ejected the 5 Emperors' coins, but after a long time of searching, she found no mechanism. The most shocked was Hu Tiangang. He had witnessed the miraculous scene firsthand. Although he was a member of the Dragon Guardian and had encountered many strange and miraculous things on Kunlun Mountain, he had never seen someone capable of summoning divine dragons with the decree of the 5 Emperors before. While he had successfully protected the Feng Shui dragon vein of the Huangpu River, the crisis brought by the military knife tower had not been completely resolved. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath and turned to look at the military knife tower not far away, knowing that to completely resolve the heavenly slashing ominous, another skyscraper needed to be built, because when the sun rises in the east, the shadow of the military knife tower cuts the Huangpu River, severing the Feng Shui dragon vein of the Huangpu River. When the sun sets in the west, The shadow of the military knife tower cuts the Qinjiazi economic center, severing the water dragon aura. In this way, the water dragon aura drawn to Qinjiazi by the northern pearl would be scattered by the ominous aura, directly affecting the economy of Qinjiazi and the surrounding people. This was the insidious nature of the double knife supporting the Sun Feng Shui layout. One knife cutting towards the Huangbu River and the other cutting towards Qinjiazi. The intentions of the 9 chrysanthemums Yinyang Feng Shui masters could be described as sinister and ruthless. The national treasure-level Feng Shui masters in China had long realized this. The so-called national-level 100 billion project was precisely to build a skyscraper in Haicheng to completely dismantle the heavenly slashing ominous of the military knife tower. Upon returning to the Sigeria Hotel, they saw Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming already waiting outside Chu Yunhong's room. Both of them were holding folders and rushed over to greet Chu Yunhong upon his return, their faces full of respect. "Old General, you're finally back. Where did you go early this morning? We've already prepared the designs for the skyscraper and would like you to take a look and see which design scheme to choose." Having successfully resolved the threat to the Huangbu River's heavenly slashing ominous, Chu Yunhong was in a very good mood and smiled as he nodded at the two. "All right, please come in." Once inside the room, the two eagerly opened the folders and took out the blueprints, placing them in front of Chu Yunhong for him to review. Chu Yunhong didn't understand Feng Shui metaphysics. He just glanced at the blueprints briefly before handing them over to Hu Tiangang. Hu Tiangang took the blueprints and began to examine them carefully. There were 3 main designs: the Xianbing sword, the Konglong mace, and the King Kong shield, all employing methods to counter the heavenly slashing ominous. Each design could be considered perfect. The Xianbing sword had a sharp blade, the Konglong mace could both attack and defend, and the King Kong shield was indestructible. Looking at the 3 architectural design drawings, Hu Tiangang secretly praised their brilliance. Regardless of which design was chosen, once built, it could counter the heavenly slashing ominous of the military knife tower. Just as Hu Tiangang was conflicted about which design scheme to adopt, Li Qingfeng, who had been standing by, suddenly spoke up. "None of these 3 designs will work. None of them can be used." Li Qingfeng was quite speechless. He had already told them 2 days ago in the meeting that using methods to counter the heavenly slashing ominous was simply unworkable. These 2 old geezers actually ignored his advice and still chose to use methods to counter the ominous. If this were on the territory of an island nation, Li Qingfeng would have agreed without hesitation. But this was on the land of China, the economic center of China. How could they use such a foolish method? Li Qingfeng's words undoubtedly angered Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming, and the 2 old geezers slammed the table in outrage, glaring at him. "What do you think you are? Daring to say that our carefully selected Feng Shui designs are no good?" Lu Ziming looked at Hu Tiangang with a serious expression and ordered, "Brother Hu, throw him out for me. I don't want to see him, nor do I want to hear him speak." Hearing this, Li Qingfeng smiled slightly, casting a playful glance at Hu Tiangang, eager to see if he would throw him out. If it had been before, Hu Tiangang would have unhesitatingly kicked Li Qingfeng out. But after witnessing his extraordinary methods, and seeing that even the 2 divine dragons obeyed him, how could he still dare to disrespect him? Chu Yunhong's face also showed a hint of displeasure. In his eyes, Li Qingfeng was not only a national treasure, but also his future son-in-law. Lu Ziming actually dared to be so audacious as to try to drive his son-in-law away. Just as he was about to get angry, Hu Tiangang stood up and shouted angrily, "What nonsense! How dare you speak to Mr. Li like that?" Quickly apologized to Mr. Li. Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng were both dumbfounded, startled by Hu Tiangang's sudden rage, and asked in confusion, "Who? Are you calling us the nonsense? Or are you talking about him?" "Of course I'm talking about you." Lu Ziming was confused, wondering if Hu Tiangang had lost his mind. He remembered that during the last meeting, it was Hu Tiangang who had driven Li Qingfeng out of the conference room. Just 2 or 3 days had passed, and now he was defending Li Qingfeng. Lu Ziming's face was filled with anger. "Hu Tiangang, are you out of your mind? I asked you to drive him out. Why are you yelling at me? Yelling at you is already mild. You should consider yourself lucky that I didn't hit you." Hu Tiangang retorted without backing down. Li Qingfeng was quite surprised. He didn't expect Hu Tiangang to defend him like this. Remembering how he had been driven out of the meeting room just days ago, he felt that things had changed drastically. Just as the 2 were about to argue, Chu Yunhong shot Lu Ziming a glare and said irritably, "All right, stop arguing." Upon hearing Chu Yunhong speak, the 2 had no choice but to quiet down. Hu Tiangang still left a harsh remark, "Mr. Li will be my idol from now on. Anyone who disrespects him is disrespecting me." Hu Tiangang, if anyone dares to disrespect Mr. Li, don't blame me for being rude. Hu Tiangang, have you gone mad? We've been friends for over 10 years. If you don't help me, that's fine, but how can you support an outsider and turn against me for him? This is unbelievable. It's driving me crazy. Lu Ziming was furious, wondering what had happened in just 2 or 3 days for Hu Tiangang to become Li Qingfeng's lackey. If Lu Ziming had seen what happened that morning, he might have also turned into Li Qingfeng's lackey. Chu Yunhong looked at Hu Tiangang with a satisfied gaze, and then turned to Li Qingfeng with a gentle look, speaking in a kind tone, "Young brother, can you explain why these 3 types of Feng Shui designs cannot be used?" Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng were both baffled, looking at Chu Yunhong, confused about the situation. Even General Chu was speaking so politely to Li Qingfeng, acting like a lackey. What on earth had happened? It was hard to imagine that two people of status and standing were showing such respect to a young kid with no background or status. Was the sun rising from the west today? Tian Guofeng was also bewildered, thinking to himself that he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Being admired felt really good. Li Qingfeng felt a little elated and then began to explain the drawbacks and impacts of using Tianzhan Sha against Tianzhan Sha. A few days ago, I already mentioned in that meeting that using Tianzhan Sha against Tianzhan Sha will create a Feng Shui energy field that harms the surroundings. The water dragon energy from the north will be affected, bringing disaster to nearby businesses. Eventually, even the local residents will suffer, with mild cases getting sick and severe cases facing death. Master of Yi Studies Lu Ziming listened and scoffed with disbelief. Nonsense. What do you mean by creating a disaster? I've never even heard of it. Chapter 86, Flying Dragon Tornado, Haiqing Central Tower, Part 2. As a Feng Shui master, Tian Guofeng fell into deep thought upon hearing this. When two powerful forces of Tian Sha collide, they will scatter apart, which is indeed what Li Qingfeng referred to as creating a disaster. Realizing this, he was suddenly shocked and looked at Li Qingfeng with surprise. He then pulled Lu Ziming aside, saying seriously, Lu, he makes a lot of sense. If we use Tianzhan Sha against Tianzhan Sha, it will indeed create a harmful Feng Shui energy field. What he calls creating a disaster is actually an understatement. It should be called disaster cutting through all directions. Once this energy field forms, all the nearby residents will be affected. Li Qingfeng looked at Tian Guofeng with approving eyes, thinking that this old guy still had some brains. With just a little guidance, he was able to deduce the seriousness of the situation and recognize the concept of disaster cutting through all directions. After Tian Guofeng's remark, Lu Ziming also realized the issue. But he still maintained a defiant expression, glaring at Li Qingfeng and saying, if you say our design is inadequate, then tell me. Besides using Tianzhan Sha against Tianzhan Sha, what other methods can be used? If you can design a better Feng Shui building, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. Tian Guofeng had already seen that this young man was not simple. At this moment, he understood why Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong respected him so much. The astute Tian Guofeng stepped back, not daring to interject further. Lu Ziming was more stubborn, lacking the perceptiveness to read the room, and said whatever came to mind without caring about the details. Li Qingfeng smiled and shook his head helplessly, thinking that this old man's character was indeed fiery. Since he wanted to call him Grandpa, he would indulge him. All right, I'll let you see what the top-notch Feng Shui building design looks like. He had expected Li Qingfeng to back down, but he didn't expect him to agree. Lu Ziming snorted, not believing that a young kid could design a better Feng Shui building than them, casually saying, okay, I'll give you 7 days. If you can come up with a better Feng Shui design than ours, I'll kneel and call you Grandpa. Li Qingfeng smiled slightly, exuding an air of confidence, and replied proudly, no need for 7 days, I can draw it right now. Lu Ziming couldn't help but laugh at this. This kid was really arrogant, claiming he could draw the Feng Shui design right now. It was quite ridiculous. All right, if you can't draw it, you'll kneel and call me Grandpa. Okay. Li Qingfeng maintained a smile, neither happy nor angry, and nodded. Chu Yunhong looked at Li Qingfeng's confident demeanor and then turned to Lu Ziming with a hint of sympathy in his eyes, thinking that it was unfortunate that he chose to confront him. He had no idea how powerful this kid was and would regret it later. Hu Tiangang looked on with anticipation, feeling that Li Qingfeng would once again bring him a shock, so he prepared himself mentally. Since there was no paper and pen, Wang Bin quickly ran out and took more than half an hour to buy them. Wang Bin, panting, placed the paper and pencil in front of Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng held the pencil and began sketching on the paper. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang watched with eager anticipation, not daring to make a sound for fear of disturbing his train of thought. Tian Guofeng also felt a bit of excitement, wanting to know what this young man was capable of that made Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang respect him so much. Lu Ziming, however, wore a mocking expression, looking at Li Qingfeng with derision, not believing that he could produce a Feng Shui design drawing for a building in such a short time. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes have passed. Li Qingfeng finished his last stroke, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. And then he raised his head and said, all right. Upon hearing those two words, everyone hurried over to look at the paper. The blueprint depicted a conical building that spiraled upward, with the angles of inclination and spiral marked, and at the bottom, the words Xinglong position were written. Chu Yunhong looked at the sketch of the building, his face showing a look of disdain. What on earth is this? It looks so ugly. If such a building were constructed in Haiqing, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? He quickly shook his head, rejecting this design, feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought Li Qingfeng might have a better Feng Shui design that would make Lu Ziming kneel and call him Grandpa, but now it seemed a bit unlikely. It was probably Li Qingfeng who would end up kneeling. Chu Qingyan also came over to join the excitement. When she saw the bizarre design on the sketch, she sarcastically said, oh, what is this? It looks so ugly. Hu Tiangang saw the design on the sketch and initially shook his head in regret, thinking that Mr. Li was about to fail. However, when he took a second look, despite being prepared, he was still incredibly shocked. Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng had the same initial reaction of disdain and contempt upon seeing Li Qingfeng's design, thinking this Feng Shui design was really ugly. But as they looked at the marching long position and the angles of inclination and spiral on the blueprint, their expressions of disdain and contempt gradually disappeared. The more they looked, the more shocked and impressed they became, feeling extremely excited inside. Lu Ziming, although not a professional Feng Shui master, was a master of I Ching. His Feng Shui skills were not as good as Tian Guofeng's, but Feng Shui is derived from I Ching, and as long as one is proficient in I Ching, their Feng Shui attainments would not be low. The two stared at the ugly building on the sketch for a long time, secretly marveling at how perfect and mysterious this Feng Shui design was. Just when Chu Yunhong thought Li Chengfeng would have to kneel and call Lu Ziming grandpa, a surprising scene unfolded. Lu Ziming directly knelt on the ground, bowed to Li Chengfeng twice, and excitedly said, "Grandpa, your grandson willingly admits defeat. Your Feng Shui design is truly amazing. I, Lu Ziming, am convinced." Li Chengfeng was taken aback. This old man was really straightforward and hurried over to help him up. "Old Lu, I was just joking earlier. Why did you take it seriously? Get up quickly. This will shorten my lifespan." Lu Ziming refused to get up, kneeling on the ground with a serious expression and loudly saying, "Grandpa, if you don't recognize me as your grandson, I'll stay here and not get up." Li Chengfeng was speechless. This old man was not only straightforward but also very stubborn. He would never backtrack on what he was determined to do. He was truly genuine in accepting defeat. Had he known this would happen, he would not have made that bet. This was a well-known master of national studies in the field of I Ching, kneeling on the ground to call a young man grandpa. If this got out, it would surely astonish his peers. Chu Yinhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin all looked puzzled, feeling quite confused about what was happening. Why did Lu Ziming, who initially criticized the ugly design of the building, suddenly admit defeat and say it was amazing? Chu Yinhong curiously asked, "Old Lu, this building is clearly drawn very ugly. What is so mysterious about it?" "Shut up. What do you know? Don't say my grandpa's drawing is ugly," Lu Ziming angrily replied. Uft. The people present were speechless. Lu Ziming's change was too rapid. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Li Chengfeng, looking down on him. And the next moment he was defending him, instantly becoming his sycophant. This person must have a problem with his mind. Chapter 87, Flying Dragon Tornado. Haiqing Central Building, 3. Chu Yinhong was speechless, unable to understand why Lu Ziming's attitude towards Li Chengfeng changed so quickly. Tian Guofeng looked at Li Chengfeng with astonished eyes. This young man had taken only half an hour to create such an exquisite Feng Shui architectural design. How could it not be shocking? Clearly, it was an ugly building design. But what Feng Shui mystery was hidden within it that could make the I Ching master Lu Ziming willingly admit defeat and kneel to call Li Chengfeng grandpa? Chu Yunhong shot an unhappy glance at Lu Ziming, then turned to Tian Guofeng and asked curiously, "Old Tian, what on earth is going on?" Tian Guofeng took a deep breath, calming his shocked emotions before slowly speaking. "Although this drawing looks ugly, it is the best Feng Shui design to dissolve the heavenly slash and kill, the flying dragon tornado, or it can also be called a tornado. The entire building is primarily oval-shaped, spiraling upward from the base, making it look like it is turning in circles. At the very top, there is a raised section that looks very special. Many people do not understand what the purpose of this raised section is. If we view this building as a spiraling dragon ascending, then this raised section at the top represents the dragon's head. The design of this building indeed looks strange and ugly, breaking the conventional concept of architecture. Ordinary people would surely not understand why a perfectly good building would be designed this way. Why would the entire building need to spiral and incline? For those proficient in Feng Shui, they can see at a glance the hidden Feng Shui mystery in this building. This is indeed the most perfect design to dissolve the heavenly slash and kill. The location selected for the building is at the Qinglong position, which happens to be southeast of the military knife building, blocking the morning sunlight, preventing sunlight from reaching the military knife building. As a result, the Feng Shui formation of double knives supporting the sun is left with only the double knives and no sun to support. The morning sunlight cannot reach the military knife building, so the heavenly slash and kill cannot form. And the water dragon vein of the Huangpu River will no longer be affected by the heavenly slash and kill. Although the heavenly kill energy directed towards the Huangpu River has been resolved, when the sun sets in the west, the sunlight from the west will shine on the military knife building, and the heavenly slash and kill will again be directed towards Lujiazui. At this time, the tornado building designed by Li Chengfeng plays a crucial role. The entire building spiraling upward looks like a divine dragon soaring into the sky, forming an energy field of a flying dragon tornado, or tornado, directly blocking the heavenly slash and kill aimed at Lujiazui. The tornado energy field formed by the divine dragon soaring into the sky will directly shatter the military knife formed by the heavenly kill energy directed at Lujiazui, scattering it into the clouds, preventing the heavenly kill energy from affecting Lujiazui. Li Chengfeng's Feng Shui architectural design not only successfully broke the Feng Shui formation of double knives supporting the sun, but also ensured that Lujiazui's economy and the surrounding citizens would not be affected. This is precisely why Lu Ziming willingly admitted defeat and knelt down to call him grandpa. This Feng Shui design is truly exquisite. After listening to Tian Guofeng's explanation, Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin still looked somewhat bewildered, but they understood bits and pieces of it. In short, The design of this building could successfully break the Feng Shui formation of double knives supporting the Sun Chu Yinhong side. Although this building was a bit ugly, as long as it could break the Feng Shui formation, the rest didn't matter. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed to use Li Chengfeng's Feng Shui design. Since it was just a simple sketch, Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming still needed to take the drawing back for detailed design work. Lu Ziming, with a serious face, stared at Li Chengfeng and respectfully said, "Grandpa, since you designed this building, why don't you give it a name?" Li Chengfeng felt embarrassed and somewhat disdainful as he replied, "Lu Lao, could you please not call me Grandpa? No, I, Lu Ziming, am willing to accept my losses. From now on, you are my grandpa, and I am your grandson," Lu Ziming said seriously. Li Chengfeng was quite speechless. There was nothing he could do about this old man, and hoped he wouldn't encounter him again in the future. Tian Guofeng looked at Li Chengfeng with respect. "Young master, why don't you give this building a name?" At that moment, Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang also persuaded him to name the building. Li Chengfeng didn't decline, slightly furrowing his brows as he considered for a moment. "Let us call this building Haiqing Loyalty Mansion. What do you think?" Haiqing Loyalty Mansion. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Good, let us call it Haiqing Loyalty Mansion." Thus, through everyone's unanimous discussion, the design and name of the building were finalized. 3 months after the completion of the military knife building, the Haiqing Loyalty Mansion officially began construction, and after nearly 10 years of ups and downs, the building was finally put into use. When this building was completed, it became the tallest building in Huaxia, standing over 630 meters high, with a total investment of nearly 15 billion. Today, the 3 skyscrapers in Haiqing are jokingly referred to by the people of Huaxia as the 3 divine artifacts of Haiqing: the pagoda, the military knife, and the tornado. Few know that this is the masterpiece of the Feng Shui masters of Huaxia and the first-class Yinyang Feng Shui masters of Jiujiu fighting against each other. Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming threw all the design drawings they had brought into the trash can, holding onto a rough sketch that Li Chengfeng had casually drawn. As if they had found a treasure. They wanted to take this sketch back for detailed design, both eager to grab it, but in the end, Lu Ziming snatched it from Tian Guofeng. Before the two left, Tian Guofeng looked at Li Chengfeng with respect and said with a heartfelt tone, "Young master, today you have taught me a lot. Here, I want to express my sincere gratitude to you." As he spoke, Tian Guofeng deeply bowed to Li Chengfeng and continued, "Your design not only saved Haiqing but also saved thousands of people. I express my sincere gratitude once again." He bowed again, and at that moment, Tian Guofeng genuinely admired Li Chengfeng. Although he was young, his mastery of Feng Shui was likely unparalleled. Li Chengfeng looked embarrassed and hurriedly helped Tian Guofeng up. Speaking in a righteous tone, "Old Tian, you flatter me. As a Huaxiao person, it is my duty to protect the Huaxiao dragon vein and serve the country." This statement from Li Chengfeng made both Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming look at him with newfound respect. At such a young age, he already had such a sense of national responsibility, rare indeed. The 2 old men left the Westin Hotel with respect for Li Chengfeng. After the earlier incident, Chu Yinhong looked at Li Chengfeng with even more admiration, thinking how talented this young man was. How wonderful it would be if he were my son-in-law. Then he looked at Chu Qingyan beside him, his eyes flashing with disdain. This silly girl has no brains. Such an excellent man is in front of her, and she actually looks down on him, even considering him a bumpkin. It's really worrying for her. Missing out on such an outstanding son-in-law. Finding another one would be difficult. Chu Yinhong didn't he notice that Chu Qingyan's gaze towards Li Chengfeng was no longer filled with disdain and contempt, but rather curiosity. When a woman is curious about a man, it's not far from liking him. While Chu Yinhong was lost in thought about how to make Chu Qingyan like Li Chengfeng, his phone suddenly rang, and upon answering, he heard an apologetic voice. "Old General, I'm very sorry, Sima Hong has escaped." "What? Sima Hong escaped?" Chapter 88. Who is Sima Hong? Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were about to leave when they heard the news that Sima Hong had escaped, and they quickly stopped in their tracks. Turning to look at Chu Yinhong held the phone, speaking angrily into it. "What is your Longmen 8 Bureau doing? How could you let Sima Hong escape?" "Old General, we were too careless. That Sima Hong is not an ordinary person. He not only has skills, but also knows evil techniques." A sigh came from the phone. Then continued, "The 4 brothers I sent to catch Sima Hong all sacrificed themselves. Their deaths were very strange. One brother had a smile on his face, another looked terrified. One brother was full of tears before he died, and the last brother's death was the strangest. He even dug out his own heart." Upon hearing this, Chu Yinhong's aged face showed a shocked expression, for members of the Longmen 8 Bureau had actually sacrificed themselves, and their deaths were so bizarre. Who exactly is Sima Hong? After hanging up the phone, Chu Yinhong's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression very grave. Anyone who could join the Longmen 8 Bureau was not an ordinary person, either a martial arts expert or a master of techniques, or a person with extraordinary abilities. Each member of the Longmen 8 Bureau could be considered a national treasure, and losing 4 at once was a significant loss for the country. Seeing that Chu Yinhong's expression was off, Li Chengfeng asked with a puzzled face, "Old General, what happened? How could Sima Hong escape?" Chu Yinhong briefly recounted the contents of the call. Chu Qingyan and Wang Bin looked shocked and confused after hearing it. How did those 4 members of the Longmen 8 Bureau die, and why were their deaths so strange? Li Chengfeng and Hu Tiangang frowned slightly, puzzled about what method Sima Hong used to kill the 4 members of the Longmen 8 Bureau. Sima Hong's escape posed a significant threat to Li Chengfeng. If he were indeed a first-class Yin-Yang Feng Shui master, Li Chengfeng's use of Qimen techniques to guard the Huangpu River Dragon Vein would surely not remain a secret. Li Chengfeng was well aware that if this matter got out, he would definitely face a frenzied pursuit by first-class Yin-Yang Feng Shui masters. What to do now? Now that Sima Hong has escaped, catching him again would not be an easy task. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Chengfeng with a worried gaze and said firmly, "Little brother, don't worry, I will definitely send someone to protect you." Feng Shui masters skilled in mysterious arts harm others, either by using Feng Shui to kill or by using evil techniques. It can be said to be very difficult to protect a Feng Shui master whom someone wants to kill using normal methods. Li Chengfeng feigned a fearless demeanor and snorted coldly. "Old general, you don't need to send anyone to protect me. Ordinary people can't protect me. I also want to meet those first-class Yin-Yang Feng Shui masters and see what abilities they have. Complaining now won't help, nor will being afraid." The escape of Sima Hong cannot be blamed on the Longmen 8 Bureau, as they also sacrificed 4 members. If blame must be assigned, it's because Sima Hong is too cunning. Since there is no way to avoid it, I'll face it head on. Li Chengfeng silently vowed in his heart that if those first-class Feng Shui masters dared to come, he would let them experience the power of Qimen evil techniques and folk taboo arts. Chu Yinhong looked at Li Chengfeng with admiration. This young man has courage and determination. It's a true man. Chu Qingyan looked at Li Chengfeng, this bumpkin, and found him quite brave. Just as Li Chengfeng was thinking about how to deal with the pursuit of the first-class Feng Shui masters, at the top floor of the military knife building, Masao Sato was roaring in anger. He had worked hard for many years to sever the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River, and he was on the verge of success when the ominous energy was suddenly dispersed by 2 divine dragons. How could these 2 divine dragons not fear the ominous energy? Even more strangely, when the military knife made of ominous energy struck the Huangbu River, the surface of the river emitted a 5-colored radiance that instantly shattered the military knife. What was going on? The Taishan blocking stone and the Bagua breaking mirror could not stop the heavenly slashing ominous energy, which crumbled under the impact of the heavenly slashing energy. Just when victory seemed assured, and the Feng Shui dragon vein of the Huangpu River was about to be severed, the 2 divine dragons were to be slain. Why did the heavenly slashing energy lose its effect after just one night? In a fit of rage, Masao Sato smashed a priceless antique vase worth tens of millions onto the ground and shouted angrily, "What tricks have these cunning Chinese geomancers played on the Huangbu River? Go investigate it for me right now. I want to know what is going on." The reason Masao Sato was so furious had another important cause. The military knife tower was a joint construction project between the island nation and a certain Western country. If the military knife tower could not sever the dragon vein of the Huangbu River and achieve the expected effect, how could he, as the person in charge, explain it to the investors of the military knife tower? How could he account for it to that Western country? The consequences of failure were unbearable. He might face severe punishment or even be asked to commit seppuku. The other members of the top-tier Jiuju also felt incredibly frustrated. They had eagerly come to the military knife tower to witness the severing of the Huangbu River's water dragon vein and the slaying of the 2 divine dragons. Who would have thought that the heavenly slashing energy could no longer affect the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River? This was unacceptable to them. After spending nearly 10 billion, the military knife tower was finally completed, but could not sever the dragon vein of the Huangbu River. They were filled with immense anger. Jiro Tanaka stepped forward, bowed to Masao Sato, and spoke in a very serious tone. "Lord Sato, please rest assured, we will investigate this immediately. We will definitely find out what these despicable Chinese geomancers did to the Huangbu River. Get out." Seeing the furious Masao Sato, Jiro Tanaka was taken aback, and the other top-tier geomancers did not dare to linger, hurriedly running out of the room. After driving everyone out, Masao Sato muttered in a low voice, "Chinese geomancers, you are too despicable and shameless. What method did you use to dissolve the heavenly slashing energy?" Just as Masao Sato was full of confusion, the door suddenly swung open, and someone walked in. Hearing the footsteps, he lowered his head and shouted without even looking, "Get out! Can't you understand my words?" The person who entered the room had no intention of leaving. Instead, he walked straight to Masao Sato's desk, staring at him with a mocking gaze, but not speaking. Masao Sato, with his head lowered, was very angry. Who was this person, daring to ignore his words? As he raised his head, he casually said, "Get out." Before he could finish, when Masao Sato saw the person clearly, he swallowed the words back, looking at the person in front of him with a surprised expression and asked in a puzzled tone, "Lord Shimiku, why are you here?" Chapter 89. Qimen Evil Technique Shedding, Part 1. The Lord Shimiku that Masao Sato referred to was named Saito Santaro. He appeared to be in his 50s, standing less than 1.7 meters tall, looking quite sickly, but his eyes revealed a hint of fierceness and anger. He was actually Sima Hong, who had removed his disguise. A trace of fear appeared in Masao Sato's eyes as he hurriedly stood up and walked to the side, bowing to Saito Santaro and speaking respectfully. Lord Shimaku, I apologize for not knowing it was you visiting. Please forgive my previous rudeness. Masao Sato secretly raised his head to look at Saito Santaro. Noticing that his face was pale and he appeared very weak, Saito Santaro leaned on the desk with both hands, looking quite displeased, and weakly said, "Fool, hurry up and find me a doctor. Can't you see that I'm injured?" Masao Sato then noticed that there was a chunk of flesh missing from Saito Santaro's arm, with a deep wound exposing the white bone, blood staining the entire arm. He asked in shock, "Lord Shimaku, how did you get this injury?" "Someone clawed me." "Stop talking nonsense and quickly call a doctor." What kind of person could be so domineering? Able to rip off the flesh from Saito Santaro's arm with just a few fingers? This strength was terrifying. Masao Sato did not dare to delay and quickly made a call to have his personal doctor come to the office. Then, looking at Saito Santaro with a respectful gaze, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Lord Shimaku, what happened? Who dared to hurt you?" "My identity was exposed last night, for very powerful people tried to capture me, and I accidentally got injured by them. If it weren't for my deliberate feigning weakness to let them lower their guard, you might not be seeing me now." Saito Santaro took a deep breath, feeling a sharp pain in his arm, and recalled the events of last night with lingering fear. The strength of those 4 people was truly terrifying. If it weren't for the family's ancestral techniques, he would not have been able to escape at all. 2 of those 4 used eagle claw techniques, and their martial arts skills were quite high. Another person's method of attack was very strange. He would place his index and middle fingers together on his temples and then stare at Saito Santaro, making him lose the ability to move. Even more bizarre, when that person moved his eyes and lightly shook his head, Saito Santaro was thrown out and crashed heavily into the wall. This method of attack was something he had never seen in his life. It was like the legendary special ability. The Longman 8 Bureau was indeed a mysterious organization in China, and it had such extraordinary individuals within. Masao Sato looked puzzled and asked in confusion, "Lord Shimaku, how did they see through your identity? Who are those 4 people?" Saito Santaro shook his head helplessly. He did not understand how his identity had been exposed either. This was what he wanted to know, who had seen through his identity. As for the 4 people who came to capture him, he had already guessed that they should be from the mysterious Chinese organization, the Longman 8 Bureau. Soon, 5 doctors arrived at the office and began to bandage Saito Santaro's wounds. While the doctors were treating his wounds, Saito Santaro felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the doctor. Not only did Saito Santaro have external injuries, but he also suffered serious internal injuries, highlighting the strength of those 4. Unfortunately, they were still dead. Seeing Saito Santaro spitting blood, Masao Sato, looking worried, hurriedly said, "Lord Shimaku, I should take you to the hospital." "No need." Saito Santaro shook his head, half closing his eyes, reclining on the sofa, and asked weakly, "Has the water dragon vein of the Huangbu River been severed?" "As long as we can sever the dragon vein of the Huangbu River, even if I get hurt a bit, it's worth it." Masao Sato hesitated, unsure how to respond. If Saito Santaro knew that their plan, which had taken over 10 years and nearly 100 billion, had already failed, he certainly would not be able to accept it. Seeing that Masao Sato did not respond, Saito Santaro opened his eyes and said in a somewhat displeased tone, "Sato-kun, answer me. Has the water vein of Huangbu River been severed by the heavenly slaughtering evil?" Under the pressing inquiries of Shimaku Santaro, Sato Masao had no choice but to answer truthfully. "Lord Shimaku, unfortunately, our plan has failed." "What? You say our plan has failed? How is that possible?" "Absolutely impossible." Shimaku Santaro was agitated. He had been lurking in Haiching for over a decade to implement this plan, and now it had failed, which he could not accept. Shimaku Santaro pushed away the doctor who was bandaging his wounds and walked to the window to look at Huangbu River. In the sky, a military knife formed from the aura of the heavenly slaughtering evil was dispersed by 2 divine dragons, and an angry voice roared, "Baka, Li Qingfeng, detestable Huaxia people. It must be you. You must have used Qimen techniques to guard the Huangbu River with dragon armor. Baka, I will kill you with my own hands." Listening to Shimaku Santaro's furious roar, Sato Masao asked in confusion, "Lord Shimaku, who is this Li Qingfeng you speak of? What is dragon armor?" Dragon armor is a technique used by Huaxia Qimen practitioners to protect the dragon vein. As for that Li Qingfeng, he should be a Qimen practitioner. Shimaku Santaro recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. Upon learning that it was a young Huaxia Feng Shui master who had resolved the heavenly slaughtering evil, Sato Masao was equally furious. "Baka, Li Qingfeng, daring to disrupt our great island's plan, I will make sure you have no place to be buried." Just as Shimaku Santaro and Sato Masao were extremely angry, thinking about how to kill Li Qingfeng, Chu Yinhong, and Hu Tiangang were sitting in a car with military plates, and not long after, they arrived at a military base. After getting out of the car, 2 officers were already waiting nearby, saluting Chu Yinhong with a standard military salute and saying, "Welcome, General Chu, to inspect." "Cut the formalities," Chu Yinhong said with a serious expression. "Where are the 4 fallen soldiers? Take me to see them first." One of the 2 officers, named Qin Mo, in his 30s, and the other named Tang Wan, in his 40s, were both members of the Longman 8 Bureau. They looked at Li Qingfeng and asked curiously, "Old General, who is this young brother?" He is my bodyguard." According to regulations, Li Qingfeng was not allowed to enter the military base. So Chu Yinhong had to find a random excuse. Under the guidance of Qin Mo and Tang Wen, they soon arrived at a spacious room where 4 beds were arranged, each with a corpse lying on it, covered with a white cloth. These are the 4 who went to capture Sima Hong last night. Chu Yinhong, Hu Tiangang, Qin Mo, and Tang Wen entered the room, first removing their hats and giving a standard military salute to the 4 corpses. Seeing the 4 salute, Li Qingfeng hurriedly raised his hand and awkwardly imitated the salute, but it was not at all standard. Qin Mo and Tang Wen frowned slightly. Wasn't he General Chu's bodyguard? How could he not even perform a military salute? Due to Chu Yunhong's presence, they didn't dare to ask further. They knew that since Chu Yunhong brought him here, there must be a reason. Chapter 90. Qimen Evil Technique Shedding Skin. Part 2. The group walked to the first corpse. Qin Mo took a deep breath and then lifted the white cloth, revealing a corpse with a strange death expression. Tang Wen sighed beside him, staring at the corpse, tears welling in his eyes, and he held back his tears, saying sadly, "Old General, this brother's name was Zhang Tong. He was a martial arts master, and his eagle claw technique was very powerful, capable of easily crushing bricks and stones. It's a pity he sacrificed himself like this, only 26 years old this year." Chu Yunhong also sighed, feeling very sad, and then asked, "How did they die? Have you figured it out?" "We suspect they fell under an illusion. We found a powder in their nostrils, and after testing by the technical department, it was found that this powder has hallucinogenic properties," Qin Mo replied. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang nodded. They recognized the technical department's findings. Looking at the strangely deceased body, Li Qingfeng frowned slightly, recalling something his grandfather had once said, and said seriously, "No, if they only fell under an illusion, it doesn't necessarily mean they would die, and they certainly wouldn't die in such a strange manner." Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang both looked at Li Qingfeng, while Qin Mo and Tang Wen were also curious, as what he said seemed very reasonable. Even if they fell under an illusion, it didn't necessarily mean they would die. At most they would be trapped in the illusion. Qin Mo curiously asked, "You said falling under an illusion doesn't necessarily mean they would die. Then how did they die?" "They must have been affected by the evil technique of the Shinmaku family from our island. The death curse is a type of spell, originally appearing in Huaxia and known as the death curse, which is also a folk forbidden technique in Huaxia. During the Tang dynasty, it was brought back to our island by the sorcerer Shimaka Chuan, who traveled to Great Tang. This Shimaka Chuan was also a genius in spellcraft. He improved the death curse by combining it with illusion and hypnosis, creating the death curse, where those affected would die mysteriously. And the death curse became the secret art of the Shimaku family." Tang Wen asked curiously, "How do you know all this?" "I read it in a book." Li Qingfeng didn't tell the truth. He knew about the death curse because he had once heard his grandfather mention that there was a Shinmaku family in our island, and their death curse was particularly powerful, and if one encountered a member of the Shimaku family, they had to be very careful. Li Qingfeng was full of curiosity and continued to ask, but his grandfather, with tears in his eyes and a sorrowful face, was unwilling to continue, only painfully saying, "They died too tragically, too tragically. Some cried, some laughed, some had twisted faces, and some even dug out their own hearts." At that time, he was still very curious about how his grandfather knew about the Shimaku family and the death curse. After learning from Chu Yunhong that his grandfather had once gone to our island to break the 8 trigrams of the EU Tower, he remembered what his grandfather had said before. Now, combining it with the strange deaths of the 4 individuals, it was exactly the same as what his grandfather had described. Therefore, Li Qingfeng speculated that they must have been affected by the Shimaku family's death curse, and that Sima Hong was very likely a member of the Shimaku family. Li Qingfeng now understood that the reason his grandfather didn't want to talk about that past was that the memories were too painful. His grandfather and the Grandmaster, along with nearly 100 Taoist priests from Tianqing Temple, must have fought against the Shimaku family when they went to our island to break the 8 trigrams of the EU Tower. And many Taoist priests from Tianqing Temple died at the hands of the Shimaku family. Li Qingfeng really wanted to know what happened to his grandfather, the Grandmaster, and those nearly 100 priests when they went to our island to break the 8 trigrams of the EU Tower. In the end, only his grandfather and 2 young priests returned to Huaxia. At this moment, thinking of his grandfather's painful expression, Li Qingfeng truly did not want his grandfather to bring up that painful past again. Just as Li Qingfeng was lost in thought, Qin Mo and Tang Wen both revealed smiles. Although not obvious, they still carried a mocking meaning. To dare to take what he read from a book and bring it up, what a joke. Due to Chu Yunhong's presence, they found it inappropriate to express their thoughts directly, not wanting to look at the remaining 3 corpses. Chu Yunhong felt that seeing his subordinates die so tragically would only make him sad. With a face full of anger, Chu Yunhong said, "No matter what, we must kill that Sima Hong." "Yes." Qin Mo and Tang Wen answered simultaneously. Qin Mo recovered the white cloth, and just as the group was about to leave, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the room, blowing the white cloth off Zhang Tong's corpse. The group was startled, the windows were closed, and the door was shut. Where did this wind come from? Li Qingfeng, confused and scared, turned to look at Zhang Tong's body. When the cloth was completely blown away, he realized that a piece of flesh was stuck to his fingernails. There were no wounds on Zhang Tong's body, Whose flesh could this be? He thought to himself. If this piece of flesh belonged to Sima Hong, that would be great. Although Qimen and Tang Wen were from the Longmen 8 Bureau, they were not part of the Qimen and practiced martial arts without having opened their heavenly eyes. Li Chengfeng and Hu Tiangang had opened their heavenly eyes and could see things others could not. After the gust of cold wind passed, Li Chengfeng and Hu Tiangang saw 4 phantoms appear next to the 4 corpses, saluting Chu Yunhong, Hu Tiangang, and the others with a standard military salute before disappearing. Seeing Hu Tiangang's unusual expression, Chu Yunhong asked with a puzzled look, "What happened? Just now, those 4 brothers returned and even saluted us." Hu Tiangang said with a sad expression. Although Qimen, Tang Wen, and Chu Yunhong couldn't see them, they believed him and solemnly raised their hands to salute the 4 corpses again. Qimen and Tang Wen approached to recover Zhang Tong with the white cloth. But Li Chengfeng hurried over, curious, and asked, "Brothers, whose flesh is stuck to his hand?" Qimen then noticed the small piece of flesh stuck to Zhang Tong's fingernail and felt guilty for not removing it while cleaning the corpse, then replied, "This piece of flesh should belong to Sima Hong. Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." Brother Zhang Tong practiced eagle claw technique. This flesh must have been torn from Sima Hong. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng was overjoyed. It was good that he asked, otherwise he would have missed it. This piece of flesh truly was Sima Hong's. He took out a piece of tissue and pulled the flesh off the fingernail. It was 1 centimeter wide and 3 centimeters long. Looking at the flesh from Sima Hong, Li Chengfeng said with a serious expression, "With this, it should be enough." As he looked at the small piece of flesh, Li Chengfeng thought of the Qimen evil technique of shedding skin. He wanted Sima Hong to pay a price. After carefully wrapping Sima Hong's flesh, Li Chengfeng said seriously to the 4 corpses, "Brothers, although I don't know you, I will avenge your grudge. Sima Hong must die." Qimen and Tang Wen looked on mockingly, wondering what this kid was doing, acting all high and mighty here. If he weren't brought by Chu Yunhong, they would have wanted to slap him. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang, however, looked puzzled. What was Li Chengfeng up to, and how did he plan to kill Sima Hong? Qimen curiously asked, "Old General, who exactly is he? He seems quite impressive." "He's my son-in-law. Isn't it okay to be a bit impressive?" Chu Yunhong replied casually. Qimen and Tang Wen were shocked and looked at Li Chengfeng with admiration. This kid wasn't just impressive. He was really impressive, daring even to pursue Chu Qingyan. Chapter 91. Qimen Evil Technique of Shedding Skin, Part 3. Li Chengfeng walked over to Chu Yunhong and noticed that Qimen and Tang Wen were looking at him strangely. He touched his face and wiped the corner of his eye, wondering if there was something on his face or if he had eye boogers. Why were they staring at him? Chu Yunhong looked at the tissue in Li Chengfeng's hand, confused, and asked, "Little brother, what are you going to do with that?" Hearing Chu Yunhong call Li Chengfeng little brother, Qimen and Tang Wen were immediately bewildered. What was going on? Why was Chu Yunhong treating his son-in-law like a brother? It was truly hard to understand. How did their family hierarchy work? Li Chengfeng opened the tissue, revealing a small piece of flesh, and said seriously, "I'm going to use this piece of flesh to kill Sima Hong and avenge these 4 brothers." As members of the Longmen 8 Bureau, Qimen and Tang Wen had seen many extraordinary people and masters of Qimen using all sorts of strange and exotic techniques. However, they had never heard of a method so powerful that it could kill a person using just a piece of flesh that fell from their body. They both struggled to suppress their laughter but still wore mocking expressions, thinking that Chu General's son-in-law must have some issues. Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang, however, looked puzzled. They had witnessed Li Chengfeng's capabilities and knew he wasn't just talking nonsense. Seeing his confident demeanor, Hu Tiangang curiously asked, "Mr. Li, this is just a piece of flesh that fell from Sima Hong. Isn't it a bit absurd to think you can kill him with it?" Qimen and Tang Wen once again showed expressions of doubt. Why did Hu Tiangang refer to him as Mr. Li? It was known that Hu Tiangang was already over 40 years old, a main member of the Hulongwei, who had guarded the dragon vein of Kunlun Mountain for many years. And his mastery of Xian techniques was unfathomable. How could such a powerful figure address a young kid as Mr.? They clearly understood that Hu Tiangang wouldn't casually refer to a junior as Mr. They wondered what kind of background this kid had that even Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong respected him so much. Li Chengfeng, with a confident expression, said, "It's not absurd at all. If this piece of flesh was really torn from Sima Hong, I can make him wish he were dead. With just this piece of flesh. What method do you have to make him wish he were dead?" Qimen and Tang Wen asked, full of doubt. Li Chengfeng initially did not want to explain. But since he needed their help with what was to come, he could only provide them with an explanation. "Have you heard of the shedding skin technique?" When Hu Tiangang heard the words shedding skin technique, his eyes widened in shock, staring at Li Chengfeng. Who was this kid? Not only did he know the long-lost Qimen technique of armor for dragons, but he also knew the long-lost evil technique of shedding skin. As a member of the mysterious national organization Hulongwei, Hu Tiangang often accessed the National No. 3 secret collection, which housed many ancient texts recording various lost folk, evil techniques, and sorcery. Hu Tiangang had seen records of the shedding skin technique in the top 10 evil techniques of Huaxia, which only collected the names and origins of the 10 evil techniques and did not include the methods for performing them. The shedding skin technique first appeared during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Sorcerers practicing evil techniques developed a horrifying technique for shedding skin from living people to create soul-stirring drums and soul-binding lamps to obtain a complete beauty skin. Its methods were extremely cruel, which is why the shedding skin technique became one of the top 10 evil techniques of Huaxia, and due to its brutality, it was classified as a forbidden technique among the people. Fortunately, the shedding skin technique had already been lost during the Tang dynasty. How could Li Chengfeng know this long-lost Qimen evil technique of shedding skin? Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Chu Yunhong were all puzzled. They had lived a long time, and this was the first time they had heard of the shedding skin technique. Chu Yunhong asked with curiosity, "Little brother, can this shedding skin technique really kill Sima Hong and make him wish he were dead?" Li Chengfeng nodded, then said with a look of regret, "How many more things do we need to kill Sima Hong with the molting technique?" Qin Mo and Tang Wen asked curiously. "We also need Sima Hong's birth date and time, a snake corresponding to his birth date, as well as realgar wine, realgar powder, and a brush with red cinnabar." Upon hearing that Sima Hong's birth date and a corresponding snake were needed, Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang all sighed. It was practically impossible to gather these two items. Qin Mo shook his head and said, "Even if we use some means and connections to find out Sima Hong's true identity and his birth date, finding a snake that corresponds to his birth date is simply impossible." Tang Wen added with a hint of sarcasm, "Snakes can't talk, and no one records when a snake is born. How can you know which snake corresponds to Sima Hong's birth date?" Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong showed disappointed expressions, initially thinking that Li Chengfeng's molting technique could really kill Sima Hong. Now it seemed he was just boasting. Finding a snake corresponding to Sima Hong's birth date was utterly absurd. However, Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, looking confidently at Qin Mo and Tang Wen. "As long as you two can find Sima Hong's birth date, I can find a snake that corresponds to it." "Stop bragging. Even if we find Sima Hong's birth date, you still can't find a snake that corresponds to it." Qin Mo and Tang Wen both replied skeptically. Hu Tiangang, however, glanced at the tissue in Li Chengfeng's hand, which contained a piece of Sima Hong's flesh, and suddenly understood that this piece of flesh might be the key to finding the snake. Seeing that the two didn't believe him, Li Chengfeng felt helpless. Without Sima Hong's birth date, it was impossible to use the molting technique to make him suffer. Without obtaining Sima Hong's birth date, everything was futile. Just as Li Chengfeng was about to give up and throw away the piece of flesh, Chu Yunhong said seriously, "Qin Mo, Tang Wen, listen up." The two quickly stood at attention and replied solemnly, "Please, General, give us the combat mission. I order you to find out Sima Hong's true identity and his birth date within 3 days by any means necessary." "Yes." Qin Mo and Tang Wen responded simultaneously. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, thinking that General Chu had a way. He also felt a little touched. The reason Chu Yunhong gave this task to Qin Mo and Tang Wen was for his sake. Li Chengfeng looked seriously at Qin Mo and Tang Wen and said, "Brothers, Sima Hong might be from the Shenmu family. You can focus on investigating the members of the Shenmu family and their immigration records. You should be able to find his birth date." "How do you know Sima Hong is from the Shenmu family?" "I guessed," Li Chengfeng replied confidently. Qin Mo and Tang Wen looked disdainful, thinking that this kid really knew how to show off. He dared to guess anything. After arranging everything, Chu Yunhong said seriously, "All right, let's go back." Chapter 92, Strange Techniques of Molting, Part 4. As Chu Yunhong and Li Chengfeng left the military base on their way back to the Sigri-La Hotel, Hu Tiangang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked respectfully, "Mr. Li, who exactly are you, and how do you know so many long-lost techniques?" Chu Yunhong also looked at Li Chengfeng with a puzzled expression, eager to know how Li Tiancheng had trained him to be so outstanding. Li Chengfeng initially didn't want to answer, but seeing Hu Tiangang's respect, he didn't want to disappoint him and casually replied, "Because I am a descendant of the Qimen sect, and the techniques of the Qimen sect have been passed down through generations." Qimen? Hu Tiangang pondered, as he didn't know much about Qimen. The Qimen sect is a very mysterious school, and few people in the secular world have heard of it. Although Qimen and Shuangguan are both part of Taoism, there are differences. Qimen's techniques mainly focus on the unusual, while Shuangguan's methods focus on the profound. As the saying goes, all methods do not stray from their path. Qimen and Shuangguan can be considered two branches of Taoism, differing in their practices. Shuangguan emphasizes orthodox methods for achieving the right body and the way of the Tao, which ordinary people refer to as Taoists. Qimen focuses on the art of Qimen, and many dark arts have evolved from Qimen techniques, because it is based on techniques. In ancient times, ordinary people referred to practitioners of Qimen as sorcerers. In this era, it is difficult to see Qimen sorcerers, partly due to a tragic reason. During the Tang dynasty, a master of Qimen techniques accidentally poisoned Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimen, while refining an elixir. As a result, Qimen sorcerers faced a frenzied hunt by the Tang royal family, and almost all Qimen sorcerers in Huaxia were slaughtered. Some sorcerers fled to other countries to save their lives. For example, the sorcery, witchcraft, and dark arts in Southeast Asian countries were brought by fleeing Qimen sorcerers during the Tang dynasty. Some Qimen sorcerers, to escape persecution, either joined Shuangguan or lived incognito as hermits, no longer concerning themselves with worldly matters, only wishing to pass down Qimen techniques. They hope that one day the Qimen sect can rise again. Unfortunately, since the Tang dynasty, the Qimen sect has been severely damaged and has never recovered. Since then, Qimen sorcerers have nearly disappeared from the land of Huaxia, leaving only Shuangguan Taoists. Chu Yunhong listened attentively, finding it hard to imagine that such a history existed during the Tang dynasty. The persecution of Qimen sorcerers by the Tang royal family is not recorded in history. Only the poisoning of Emperor Taizong Li Shimin by an alchemist is noted. Who would have thought this was the main reason for the disappearance of Qimen sorcerers? Even the driver was shocked, realizing that in today's society, there are only Taoists and no sorcerers because, during the Tang dynasty, sorcerers were completely exterminated. Hu Tiangang also gained insight, and as a member of Shuangguan, it was the first time he had heard of this matter. He didn't expect such a significant difference between Qimen sorcerers and Shuangguan Taoists. Many people believe that sorcerers are just Taoists. How many know the difference between sorcerers and Taoists? Hu Tiangang sighed. Mr. Li, you've taught me another lesson today. Thank you very much for letting me know the reason for the disappearance of sorcerers. Oh, no need to be polite. This is all just my fabrication, so don't take it too seriously, Li Chengfeng said with a smile. After talking for so long, his throat was a bit dry, so he casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in no time. Hu Tiangang smiled as well. Knowing very well that what Li Chengfeng said was definitely not fabricated, he was recounting a little-known history. Those who enjoy reading historical texts should notice that before the Tang dynasty, records about sorcerers can still be found, but after the Tang dynasty, records about sorcerers have nearly vanished. Chu Yunhong looked at Li Chengfeng with a hint of regret, thinking that this child is truly knowledgeable and talented. What a pity. What a pity, if only he were truly his son-in-law. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. Li Chengfeng and Chu Yunhong got out of the car, while Hu Tiangang went to another place. Li Chengfeng and Chu Yunhong walked into the Shangri-La Hotel one after the other, chatting and laughing, having a great time. They did not notice that a car was parked not far away, with a pair of murderous eyes watching them. The people in the car were Sato Masao and Shinboku Santaro. Sato Masao looked at the two figures and asked with a puzzled expression, Lord Shinboku, is that young man Li Chengfeng, who used Qimen techniques to protect the Huangpu River's dragon vein? That's right, it's him. Shinboku Santaro replied in a cold voice. He wished he could kill Li Chengfeng right now, but unfortunately, he was injured and unable to use his death summoning technique. So he could only wait until he felt better to make plans. Sato Masao continued, that old man should be Chu Yunhong, right? I heard he has a very beautiful daughter. Exactly. Shinboku Santaro casually replied. Suddenly realizing that the four people from the Dragon Gate 8 Bureau couldn't have just randomly tried to capture him. Someone must have ordered it. And that person should be Chu Yunhong. He recalled that he had said some arrogant words to Chu Yunhong at the Shangri-La Hotel, which must have displeased him, prompting him to send the Dragon Gate 8 Bureau to capture him. With this thought, a fierce expression appeared on Shinboku Santaro's face as he said in an annoyed tone. I see now. Those four who tried to capture me must have been sent by Chu Yunhong. Baka, I will make him pay the price. Immediately after, a sinister smile appeared on Shinboku Santaro's face as he said in a commanding tone, Chu Yunhong's daughter is indeed very beautiful. Find a few people to capture her for me. I want to teach her a lesson, just to give General Chu a little warning. Don't worry. Lord Shinboku, I will arrange for someone to capture Chu Yunhong's daughter right away. In less than 3 days, she will be in your bed. Sato Masao said with a wicked smile, then instructed the driver to leave. In the following 2 days, Li Chengfeng prepared the necessary items such as vermilion, brushes, incense candles, etc., just waiting for Qin Mo and Tang when to bring over Sima Hong's birth date, so he could find the snake corresponding to it. However, after waiting for 2 days, there was still no news. He wondered what Qin Mo and Tang were doing. Such a small matter shouldn't take so long. As long as Sima Hong wasn't dealt with, Li Chengfeng felt uneasy and uncomfortable, like needles pricking his back. He remembered his grandfather saying that if he encountered someone from the Shinboku family, he must be cautious. Since his grandfather said such things, it showed how terrifying the Shinboku family was. Just as Li Chengfeng was growing impatient, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Chu Yunhong, along with Qin Mo and Tang Wan, walked in. Chapter 93. Qimen Evil Technique Molting. 5. Seeing the 3 people who walked in, Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. They didn't even knock, which startled him. Chu Yunhong smiled as soon as he entered, saying, Little brother, we have found out Sima Hong's identity. He really is from the Shinboku family, and his real name is Shinboku Santaro. To uncover Sima Hong's true identity and his birth date, Chu Yunhong had mobilized a lot of manpower. Qin Mo and Tang Wan had barely slept in the past 2 days. Their eyes filled with bloodshot veins and severe dark circles. Although they were extremely tired, the way they looked at Li Chengfeng was filled with immense respect. A couple of days ago, before Li Chengfeng left, he had told them that Sima Hong might be from the Shinboku family and instructed them to investigate the members of the Shinboku family closely. At first, Qin Mo and Tang Wan didn't believe it at all. To them, investigating Sima Hong based on such a baseless assumption felt like a joke. However, when they began the investigation, they discovered that the real Sima Hong had already been killed, and the person impersonating him left no clues, making it impossible to trace. After spending a whole day and night with no leads, they remembered Li Chengfeng's words and decided to take a chance by investigating recent immigration records. quickly uncovering information about Shinboku Santaro. It was only then that Qin Mo and Tang Wen understood why Chu Yunhong and Hu Tiangang respected him so much. However, Li Qingfeng was not concerned about Sima Hong's true identity. He only wanted to know if they had found Shinboku Santaro's birth date. Just as he was about to ask, Qin Mo took out a file bag, pulled out the materials inside, and respectfully handed them to Li Qingfeng, saying in a respectful tone, "Mr. Li, this is the detailed information on Shinboku Santaro, along with his birth date. Please take a look." Li Qingfeng took the materials, casually glanced through them, and focused on Shinboku Santaro's birth date. He took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Narrowing his eyes and curling his lips into a sinister smile, he said in a fierce tone, "Shinboku Santaro, just wait to die." Chu Yunhong, Qin Mo, and Tang Wen were all startled by his demeanor. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless and timid Li Qingfeng had such a ruthless side? After obtaining Shinboku Santaro's birth date, Li Qingfeng directly picked up the backpack he had prepared earlier and walked straight outside, casually saying, "Let's go find the spirit snake." Qin Mo and Tang Wen could hardly contain their excitement, eager to see what method Li Qingfeng would use to find the snake corresponding to Shinboku Santaro's birth date. Chu Yunhong also looked forward to it. Although he was older, he closely followed behind, unwilling to fall behind even a step. Just as they walked out of the Shangri-La Hotel, they ran into Hu Tiangang, who had also been busy investigating Sima Hong's true identity these past 2 days. When he learned that Sima Hong's true identity had been found and his birth date had been obtained, he hurried over, as he also wanted to know how Li Qingfeng planned to catch the snake. Seeing Li Qingfeng and the others coming out of the Shangri-La Hotel, Hu Tiangang felt relieved, glad that he had arrived in time, or he would have missed them. Li Qingfeng got into the car and casually asked, "Old General, do you know where there are snakes in Haicheng?" Chu Yunhong shook his head. He really didn't know about such matters. Qin Mo quickly answered, "To the east of our military camp, there is a large reed marsh where there are many snakes." The group drove towards the location Qin Mo mentioned. Before long, they arrived at the reed marsh east of the military camp. At a glance, it was filled with lush green reeds swaying in the wind, with white reed flowers dancing in the breeze. The group got out of the car, and Li Qingfeng looked at the marsh in front of him, feeling very satisfied. Such a dark and humid environment is exactly what snakes love. There must be plenty of them inside. With a smile, he casually said, "All right, let's prepare to summon the snakes." As he spoke, he took down the bag he had left on the car. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang all showed expressions of difficulty. Entering such a large reed marsh to catch snakes was not an easy task, especially since the snake's birth date must correspond with that of Shinboku Santaro. Who knew which snake corresponded to Shinboku Santaro's birth date? Catching such a snake was definitely harder than ascending to the heavens. However, once Li Qingfeng's words were out, the 3 men were helpless. Without waiting for Chu Yunhong to give an order, they directly walked towards the reed marsh, preparing to go in and catch snakes, intending to bring them back for Li Qingfeng to identify which snake corresponded to the birth date and time of Shimu Sandalang. Watching the 3 men walk towards the reed marsh, Li Qingfeng asked in confusion, "3 brothers, what are you going to do?" "Go in and catch snakes," they replied. Li Qingfeng shook his head with a smile and said, "It's strange if you can catch any snakes going in like that. Hurry back." The 3 men looked puzzled. If they didn't go in to catch snakes, how could they do it? Were they supposed to wait outside for the snakes to come out on their own? That was impossible. Snakes were not stupid and would run away when they saw people. How could they possibly come out willingly for someone to catch them? Little did they know, Li Qingfeng's method was precisely to make the snakes obediently come out, which was the so-called inviting the spirit snake. Chu Yunhong remained silent, curiously watching Li Qingfeng as he looked at Qin Mo and Tang Wen. "Brothers, is there a land temple around here?" "Yes, there is one over there," Qin Mo said, pointing not far away. Li Qingfeng turned to look and saw a small land temple about 200 meters away. The land temple was about 1.5 meters high, roughly 1 meter long and wide, built of blue bricks, topped with a layer of dark gray tiles, giving it a sense of antiquity. Li Qingfeng walked towards the land temple with his bag, and Chu Yunhong and the others closely followed. This land temple had not been worshipped or maintained for a long time. The statues of the earth god were askew, and the incense burner had been smashed. Looking at the statues of the earth god and earth goddess, Li Qingfeng sighed, squatted down to straighten the statues, then opened his bag to take out the prepared offerings. First, he lit 2 candles and placed them on either side of the land temple. He then grabbed a handful of soil and placed it in the middle of the temple, lit 6 incense sticks, bowed 3 times to the land temple, inserted the incense into the soil, and burned some paper money in front of the temple, placing some fruit before the statues. After everything was done, Li Qingfeng knelt in front of the land temple, respectfully speaking slowly, "Grandpa Earth, Grandma Earth, I, Li Qingfeng, a disciple of Qimen, have a request. I earnestly ask you to show your spirit and lend me your assistance." Li Qingfeng then bowed 3 times, and at that moment, a sudden gust of cold wind blew, and 2 small whirlwinds, thick on top and thin on the bottom, about 20 centimeters high, flew out of the temple, stirring up dust. Immediately afterward, the 2 whirlwinds suddenly burst open, and out of nowhere appeared an old woman leaning on a green wooden cane and an old man leaning on a black wooden cane. Since Qin Mo and Tang Wen could not see the earth god and earth goddess, They were unaware of what was happening, only feeling that the scene before them was very strange. How could those two sudden whirlwinds just explode and then disappear? Watching the mysterious Li Chengfeng, they were puzzled, wondering if this was how he would catch the snake. Chu Yinhong was also full of curiosity, eager to know what was happening, but did not dare to interrupt Li Chengfeng. Hu Tiangang, looking at the suddenly appeared Earth God and Earth Goddess, was immensely shocked. What kind of fate did Li Chengfeng have that allowed him to successfully summon the gods every time? At that moment, Hu Tiangang understood that Li Chengfeng was not catching snakes, but inviting them. Chapter 94. Qimen Evil Technique Shedding Skin. 6. The Earth God and Earth Goddess govern a piece of land, ensuring the safety of all living beings within it. They know very well how many beings and plants exist on this land and what events have occurred. Asking the Earth God and Earth Goddess to help find the spirit snake corresponding to Shinmu Sanalang's birth date and time would be an easy task. The Earth God asked, somewhat displeased, "Little sorcerer, what do you want me to show my spirit for?" Seeing the Earth God and Earth Goddess appear, Li Chengfeng quickly knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times, explaining the situation about inviting the spirit snake. The Earth God stroked his beard, looking serious, and then slowly asked, "You are looking for a spirit snake corresponding to this person's birth date and time. Are you planning to use evil techniques to harm someone?" Li Chengfeng was taken aback. The Earth God, who governed this land, could see through this matter. Li Chengfeng was very calm because he knew that in front of the gods, trying to hide the fact that he wanted to use evil techniques to eliminate Shinmu Sanalang was impossible. He spoke directly. "The island nation bandits used evil techniques to harm 4 of our Chinese people. I intend to use evil techniques to make them pay with their lives. It is only right. I asked Grandpa Earth to investigate." The Earth God nodded. "I hope your account is true. If you dare to deceive me, even if you are a disciple of Qimen, I will not spare you." The Earth God and Earth Goddess then turned and transformed into 2 small whirlwinds, flying back into the land temple. Watching the sudden appearance of the 2 small whirlwinds, Qin Mo, Tangwen, and Chu Yunhong all looked dumbfounded. What was going on? How could these 2 small whirlwinds appear out of nowhere again? Li Chengfeng sighed. Although the Earth God held a low position in the celestial realm, his temper was quite significant. The Earth God belonged to the local deities of the underworld, the smallest officials in the celestial realm. After a moment, the 2 small whirlwinds flew out of the land temple again. When the 2 small whirlwinds burst open, the Earth God and Earth Goddess suddenly appeared again, their faces showing a hint of anger. Qin Mo, Tangwen, and Chu Yunhong remained puzzled, wondering what these 2 small whirlwinds really were, appearing and disappearing at will. Although they were eager to know what was happening, they did not dare to ask, fearing they might disturb Li Chengfeng. The Earth God, using his black wooden cane, angrily said, "I went back to check, and indeed someone has used evil techniques to harm people on the land we govern. This is outrageous." The Earth Goddess also looked angry, staring at Li Chengfeng with a serious expression. "Burn me the birth date and time of that person, and I will help you find the spirit snake corresponding to it." Hearing this, Li Chengfeng's face lit up with joy. He quickly took out the yellow paper with Shinmu Sanalang's birth date and time written on it and burned it directly in front of the land temple. As the yellow paper burned away, the Earth Goddess suddenly had a piece of yellow paper in her hand. Looking at the birth date and time on the yellow paper, the Earth Goddess nodded and said, "You wait here. The spirit snake will come soon." Li Chengfeng knew that the matter had been settled and quickly bowed 3 times. "Thank you, Grandpa Earth, for showing your spirit. Thank you, Grandma Earth, for showing your spirit." The Earth God and Earth Goddess nodded at Li Chengfeng, then turned and transformed into 2 small whirlwinds, flying back into the land temple. Li Chengfeng got up from the ground, smiling as he looked towards the nearby reed marsh, waiting for the spirit snake corresponding to Shinmu Sanalang's birth date and time to come out. Seeing Li Chengfeng stand up, Qin Mo and Tangwen finally snapped out of their daze and hurriedly approached to ask, "Mr. Li, what were those 2 small whirlwinds just now? And who were you talking to?" "You might as well ask Brother Hu. He should have seen everything," Li Chengfeng casually replied. Qin Mo, Tangwen, and Chu Yunhong all turned to look at Hu Tiangang, facing 3 people who had never opened their heavenly eyes and could not see the strange scene. Hu Tiangang felt a bit proud and said with a hint of arrogance, "Those 2 small whirlwinds are the incarnations of the Earth God and Earth Goddess. Just now Mr. Li was speaking with them, asking them to help find the spirit snake." 3 people were left in shock after hearing what Hu Tiangang had to say, firmly believing that such unbelievable things still existed in the world. Qin Mo, with an incredulous expression, said, "Brother Hu, are you saying that we can find the spiritual snake corresponding to the birth date and time of Shinmu Sanalang with the help of the Earth God and Earth Goddess?" "Yes." Hu Tiangang nodded, feeling even more admiration for Li Chengfeng. The 3 others still had some doubt about whether the spiritual snake corresponding to Shinmu Sanalang's birth date and time would crawl out on its own. After about 5 or 6 minutes, they saw the wild grass next to the reed marsh shaking continuously, accompanied by a rustling sound. A green rat snake was slithering through the grass. Before long, the snake crawled to the front of the Earth Temple, raised its head, and tilted its little head to stare at Li Chengfeng, its appearance full of spirit. The snake was about 2 meters long and as thick as an arm. It must have lived for several decades, and it should indeed be the spiritual snake corresponding to Shunmu Sanalang's birth date and time. Chu Yinhong, who was naturally afraid of snakes, looked at the suddenly appearing rat snake, and his aged face turned a bit pale as he quickly took 2 steps back. Qin Mo and Tang Wen were both in disbelief. How could this be possible? A snake really crawled out on its own for someone to catch. It was too absurd. They had lived for decades and had never seen anything like this. Their eyes towards Li Chengfeng were filled with more respect. This young man was indeed impressive. They both thought how great it would be if he were from the Longmen 8 Bureau. Li Chengfeng looked at the rat snake in front of him and asked with a smile, "Brother Snake, the Earth Grandpa and Earth Grandma must have told you about the favor I asked for, right?" In the astonished gazes of everyone, the rat snake nodded in response to Li Chengfeng's question. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The snake could actually understand what Li Chengfeng was saying. Qin Mo felt everything in front of him was unreal, like a dream. He turned to Tang Wen and said seriously, "Brother, can you slap me to see if I'm dreaming?" "Okay, wait, you slap me too to see if I'm dreaming." They both nodded. And then there were 2 loud slaps as they covered their faces, now certain that they weren't dreaming and that everything they saw was real. Li Chengfeng stared at the rat snake and continued, "Brother Snake, since the Earth Grandpa and Earth Grandma have already spoken to you, I want to say more. Don't worry, I want to take your life. It will just hurt a little. After I finish that person, I will go to the Jade Emperor Temple to pray for you, wishing you to achieve success and join the ranks of immortals." The rat snake nodded vigorously this time. And if one looked closely, they would notice excitement in its small eyes. Li Chengfeng was very satisfied with this spirited little snake, then squatted down and opened his backpack, saying to the rat snake, "Brother Snake, come in, I'll take you back." The rat snake slithered into the backpack. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Shu Yinhong were so shocked they couldn't speak. Everything that had happened today was too overwhelming for them. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a snake would take the initiative to come forward, understand human speech, and crawl into a backpack. If they told others about this, no one would believe it. Now that the spiritual snake corresponding to Shinmu Sanalang's birth date and time had been found, the next step was to use the strange technique of shedding skin to kill Shinmu Sanalang. Li Chengfeng picked up the backpack containing the spiritual snake and smiled at the others, saying, "The spiritual snake has been found. Let us go back." Qin Mo and Tang Wen were initially skeptical that Li Chengfeng could kill Shinmu Sanalang with just a piece of flesh. But now they were very eager to witness how the strange technique of shedding skin could accomplish this. Chapter 95, The Strange Technique of Shedding Skin, Part 7. Before long, they returned to the Sigri La Hotel, and by this time, the sun had set and night had fallen. Chu Yinhong, Hu Tiangang, and the others followed closely behind Li Chengfeng with eager expressions, wanting to witness the method and magic of the shedding skin technique. Once back in the room, Li Chengfeng directly opened the backpack and said to the rat snake inside, "Brother Snake, come out." Hearing Li Chengfeng's voice, the rat snake slithered out halfway, twisting its little head to look around, and then retreated back into the bag. It must have been a bit scared in this unfamiliar environment. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly and called again, "Brother Snake, don't be afraid. I have something delicious for you. Hurry and come out." While speaking, Li Chengfeng took out the piece of flesh from Shinmu Santalang wrapped in toilet paper and laid it on the ground. Due to the hot weather, he had forgotten to put the piece of flesh in the refrigerator, and it had already begun to smell. Li Chengfeng was nearly sickened by the stench and quickly stepped back while covering his nose. Qin Mo and Tang Wen hurried over to open a window, and Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang also looked disgusted, fanning their mouths and thinking how foul-smelling Shinmu Sanalang's flesh was. The rat snake was also a little foodie. Hearing there was something delicious, it quickly crawled out of the backpack. However, upon seeing the piece of rotten meat on the toilet paper, its small eyes showed a look of disdain as it tilted its head and stared at Li Chengfeng, as if asking, "Is this what you call delicious?" Li Chengfeng smiled and nodded at the rat snake. The rat snake's eyes showed dissatisfaction, and then it swam back a little, shaking its little head at Li Chengfeng, indicating that the meat was too stinky, and it was unwilling to eat it. Li Chengfeng was secretly shocked. No wonder it was the spiritual snake chosen by the Earth Grandpa and Earth Grandma. It truly had a lot of spirit. If the rat snake didn't eat Shinmu Sanalang's flesh, they wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of becoming one with the snake and communicating spiritually, and the shedding skin technique would be ineffective. Seeing the rat snake's lack of cooperation, a hint of killing intent flashed across Li Chengfeng's face as he stared fiercely at the rat snake, threateningly saying, "Stinky worm, eat this piece of meat immediately. If you don't eat it, I'll smash you and make soup." Looking at Li Chengfeng's fierce gaze, the rat snake couldn't help but shiver. Its little snake heart was frightened. Humans were really terrifying. Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang all looked at Li Chengfeng with disdain. Was this something a person should do? How could he intimidate such a cute and spirited little snake? This was beastly behavior. Because Chu Yinhong had been bitten by a snake before, he always felt uneasy whenever he saw one and was extremely afraid of snakes. However, when he saw this rat snake, which was so full of spirit and could understand human speech, his fear of snakes inexplicably vanished. And he actually found the snake quite cute, feeling an impulse to take it home as a pet. Seeing Li Chengfeng intimidate the little snake, he also showed a hint of displeasure. The rat snake looked at Li Chingfeng with a wronged expression, spat a few times in protest, and then reluctantly swam toward the piece of rotten meat, staring at it for a long time without taking a bite. Li Chingfeng was already a bit impatient. He directly picked up the ashtray and pointed it at the rat snake, threatening once again. The longworm, I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't eat, I'll smash you to death and make soup out of you. The cauliflower snake turned to look at Li Chingfeng again, and seeing his fierce expression, it could only helplessly close its small eyes and bite the rotten meat in its mouth, swallowing it down in no time. After eating the rotten meat, the cauliflower snake turned to stare at Li Chingfeng as if asking, Are you satisfied now? At this moment, Chu Yanhong, Qimen, and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Li Chingfeng really wanted to smash the cauliflower snake to make soup, they definitely wouldn't agree. They had already grown fond of this snake. How could they use such a cute and spirited little snake for soup? Seeing that the cauliflower snake had eaten the rotten meat, Li Chingfeng finally showed a satisfied smile, and then said, Brother snake, there might be a little pain later. Please bear with it, and don't move around. If you do, it will be inconvenient for me to draw the talisman on you. The cauliflower snake nodded pitifully, muttering to itself, calling him brother snake one moment, and stinky longworm the next, thinking this human was really fickle. Under the watchful eyes of Chu Yunhong, Qimen, and the others, Li Chingfeng took out many items from the room, including 3 talismans of different colors, black, green, and yellow, with the runes already drawn on them. There were also cinnabar, realgar powder, realgar wine, 8 black and white candles, a brush, and other items. After lighting the 8 candles, he crossed the black and white candles and placed them around the cauliflower snake. Then he poured the cinnabar and realgar powder into the realgar wine and stirred it continuously with chopsticks until the realgar wine turned red with the color of cinnabar. The cauliflower snake, smelling the scent of realgar, seemed a bit anxious and uneasy, remembering Li Chingfeng's fierce look and the threat to smash it for soup. But it didn't dare to react too much. Li Chingfeng picked up the brush, pressed his palms together, and held the brush between his thumb and index finger, while forming a spell with his middle and ring fingers, chanting the request master spell. Then he dipped the brush tip into the realgar wine, and the white brush tip instantly turned cinnabar red. He then said to the cauliflower snake, Brother snake, bear with it and don't move, otherwise I'll smash you for soup. The cauliflower snake nodded again, then closed its eyes, appearing to submit to Li Chingfeng's torment. Li Chingfeng held the brush and first made a mark on the top of the cauliflower snake's head while chanting a spirit summoning spell. He continued to draw down the snake's head, writing the birth date of Shenmu Santai Long on its back and inscribing spirit summoning runes. The snake itself is of the Yin attribute and is a cold-blooded animal, greatly fearing yang entities. Cinnabar, realgar wine, and realgar powder are all yang substances. When these 3 yang substances were mixed together, they maximized the yang energy, and using it to draw talismans on the cauliflower snake, which belongs to the Yin attribute. It couldn't withstand the invasion of the yang energy. As Li Chingfeng drew the talismans on the snake's body, the cauliflower snake seemed to be in great pain, its long body trembling continuously. When Li Chingfeng finished drawing the runes, the cauliflower snake could no longer endure the pain, rolling on the ground, its red tongue trembling and making rustling sounds. Watching the cauliflower snake rolling in pain on the ground, Chu Yanhong, Hu Tiangang, and others looked at Li Chingfeng with pity and dissatisfaction. This person was truly despicable, cruel, and inhumane. How could he treat such a lovely cauliflower snake like this? Although they felt dissatisfaction in their hearts, they didn't dare to voice it, fearing it would affect Li Chingfeng's actions. After putting down the brush, Li Chingfeng picked up the 3 talismans and pinched them between his middle and index fingers, continuously drawing in the air while chanting, Heavenly profound essence, earthly profound essence, divine profound essence, ghostly profound essence, assist my body, all orifices connect. As Li Chingfeng chanted the spell, the 3 talismans suddenly ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes that fell onto the cauliflower snake. When the ashes landed on the snake, white smoke began to rise from its body, as if it were burning. The outer layer of its skin changed from green to grayish-white. About 5 minutes later, a small vertical opening suddenly appeared on the top of the cauliflower snake's head, right where Li Chingfeng had previously marked it with the cinnabar brush. Then the cauliflower snake began to slowly wriggle out through the small opening on its head, and after about 10 minutes, it shed the outer layer of its skin. Its nearly 2-meter-long body coiled on the floor, trembling continuously, looking very weak. Its 2 small eyes were filled with tears, staring pitifully at Li Chingfeng. If this cauliflower snake could speak, it would surely curse Li Chingfeng as a fraud, saying that this was not just a bit of pain, but rather a torment worse than death. Chapter 96, Strange Techniques of Shedding Skin. 8. Li Chingfeng looked at the snake's skin shed by the cauliflower snake and smiled with satisfaction. Chu Yanhong, Hu Tiangang, Qimen, and Tang Wen were stunned by the previous scene. This operation was truly bizarre, and at the same time, they felt sorry for the cauliflower snake. Could this really be the strange technique of shedding skin? They still couldn't believe it. When the cauliflower snake shed its skin, Shenmu Santai Long's skin would also shed along with it. This was too unbelievable. Unless they saw it with their own eyes, it was hard to believe. Qimen, full of curiosity, asked, Mr. Li, can Shenmu Santai Long's skin really shed? Absolutely. Li Qingfeng replied confidently, not wanting to explain too much. He knew very well that no one would easily believe in such absurd and bizarre things. Especially that Shenmu Santai Long's skin would shed along with the snake's skin. They didn't believe it, and there was nothing Li Qingfeng could do. Because no one knew whether Shenmu Santai Long was alive or dead now, or if his skin had shed. Just as Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang were deep in thought and maintained a skeptical attitude, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Wang Bin rushed in, panting, holding his bleeding head, his face covered in blood, looking panicked, and said in an anxious tone, "No, it's bad. Miss Chu has been kidnapped." "What did you say?" Chu Yinhong stared at Wang Bin, who had suddenly rushed in disbelief, asking in a tone of disbelief, "Qing Yin has been kidnapped?" Yes. Wang Bin replied helplessly. Chu Yinhong couldn't believe this was true. On this land of Huaxia, someone actually dared to lay hands on his daughter. He shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who has the guts to lay hands on my daughter?" "I, Chu Yinhong, will make him die without a burial place." Chu Yinhong then said, "Qin Mo, Tang Wen, Hu Tiangang, take orders, immediately mobilize all forces, and be sure to find Qin Yin. Anyone involved in kidnapping Qin Yin will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Qin Mo, Tang Wen, and Hu Tiangang all responded simultaneously. They didn't dare to delay for a moment, and quickly left the room upon receiving the order, preparing to use all their power to search for Chu Qin Yin and make those who kidnapped her pay the price. Li Qingfeng frowned slightly, curious about who had kidnapped Chu Qin Yin and what their purpose was. Although he didn't have much affection for Chu Qin Yin, he also didn't want anything to happen to her. Everyone knew what kind of torment a beautiful woman would suffer if she fell into the hands of bad people. Li Qingfeng looked at Wang Bin, tore off a white bedsheet, and casually wrapped it around his head before asking, "Binzi, what on earth happened?" Wang Bin sighed and recounted the events in detail. In recent days, with nothing to do, Wang Bin followed Chu Qin Yin every day, carrying her bags, accompanying her on leisurely strolls, shopping wildly, and searching for delicious food. Wang Bin was also enjoying himself, with food and drink provided. And Chu Qin Yin paid him a salary of 1,000 yuan every day. However, just an hour and a half ago, after shopping at Tama Square, when they arrived at the underground parking lot and were about to drive back, Wang Bin, carrying a large number of bags, was suddenly knocked unconscious. As he fell to the ground, he saw that Chu Qin Yin, who had just opened the car door, was also knocked unconscious from behind. He didn't know what happened next. Fortunately, someone discovered the unconscious Wang Bin and called 120. While waiting for the ambulance, Wang Bin suddenly woke up. When he regained consciousness, Chu Qin Yin was already gone. Remembering the scene he saw before losing consciousness, he panicked and called Li Qingfeng, but the phone was turned off. After listening, Chu Yinhong took a deep breath. Thinking about his beautiful daughter falling into the hands of bad people, she would surely suffer inhumane torment. The usually calm and composed old general was also a bit flustered at this moment. After learning that his daughter had been kidnapped, Chu Yinhong suddenly became taciturn, as if he had aged several years. Li Qingfeng comforted him, "General, don't worry, Miss Chu is blessed. She will be fine." Chu Yinhong did not speak, only nodding heavily, not knowing how Chu Qin Yin was doing now. They still didn't know that just half an hour ago, the unconscious Chu Qin Yin had been taken by 3 men to a villa in the suburbs of Haiqing. After carrying the unconscious Chu Qin Yin into the villa, the 3 men directly threw her onto the sofa in the living room, where an old man with a lewd expression, Shimu Santaro, was standing nearby. Looking at the beautiful Chu Qin Yin lying on the sofa, Shimu Santaro, who was over 50, felt a stir in his heart, secretly marveling at how there could be such a stunning beauty in the world. Shimu Santaro chased the 3 men away and eagerly walked to the sofa. Squatting beside Chu Qin Yin, gazing at her beautiful face, drooling. "Haha, I can't take it anymore, I want to." As he spoke, Shimu Santaro stripped off all his clothes and approached Chu Qin Yin to unbutton her clothes. Perhaps due to his rough movements, the unconscious Chu Qin Yin suddenly woke up, feeling dizzy and experiencing immense pain at the back of her head. When she shook her head to regain clarity, she found an old man unbuttoning her clothes. The irritable Chu Qin Yin was filled with anger, wanting to hit him, but unfortunately, her hands and feet were tied up. As a martial arts master, she tried to break free from the ropes, but couldn't. She could only struggle desperately, trying to resist, and shouted angrily, "Get away from me, don't touch me." The more she struggled, the more excited Shimu Santaro felt. Seeing Chu Qin Yin awake, he raised his head, grinning even more lewdly, and said with a wretched expression, "Dear Miss Chu, you're awake, that's even better. A live fish is always more fun than a dead fish, haha." When Chu Qin Yin saw the old man in front of her, she was shocked. He was the long-missing president of the Haiqing Xuanwu Association, Sima Hong. Seeing him completely naked, she suddenly realized what this old man wanted to do to her, and her heart filled with rage. "Sima Hong, if you dare to touch me, my father will definitely tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes." "Haha." Shimu Santaro laughed lewdly, proudly saying, "Miss Chu, I want to make it clear to you, I'm not Sima Hong. My real name is Shimu Santaro. A couple of days ago, your father sent someone to capture me, causing me to get seriously injured. Today, I want to take back some interest from you, just to give your father a small lesson." If General Chu finds out that his daughter has been defiled by me, do you think he will be very excited and happy? Huh. Chu Qingyan was shocked to hear this. She never expected that Sima Hong's true identity was actually a Japanese man and a member of the Shimu family. Looking at the lewd Shimu Santaro, Chu Qingyan continued, I don't care if you are Sima Hong or Shimu Santaro. This is the land of Huaxia. You better let me go, otherwise. Don't think you can leave alive. Faced with Chu Qingyan's threat, Shimu Santaro showed no fear, laughing lewdly and saying, Miss Chu, I don't care who you are or who your father is. I just want you to know the power and strength of our great Japanese men. Haha. Don't worry, I want to be gentle. As he spoke, Shimu Santaro lewdly reached out towards Chu Qingyan. The usually arrogant and domineering Chu Qingyan was now in a panic, angrily shouting, Get away, take your filthy hands off me. Help, Dad, come save me. Chapter 97, The Strange Arts of Qimen. 9. Chu Qingyan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, struggling desperately and calling for help. But still couldn't he escape the clutches of Shimu Santaro. She could only close her eyes and let those warm hands do as they pleased on her body. She wished for a Prince Charming to come riding on a rainbow to save her from this nightmare, but unfortunately, it was all just a fantasy. When she opened her eyes again, it was still that lewd face and evil gaze. As the daughter of General Chu from Huaxia, she would not beg for mercy. She glared at Shimu Santaro and helplessly shouted in anger, Shimu Santaro, you wait, I will definitely kill you and make sure you die a terrible death, wiping out all the members of your Shimu family. Shimu Santaro did not respond, his eyes red, like a wild wolf that hadn't eaten meat for years, eagerly wanting to feast. As the beautiful and enchanting Chu Qingyan was about to be defiled by this beast, a delicate flower was about to suffer ruthless destruction. The strong-willed Chu Qingyan, who had rarely cried throughout her life, now shed tears of humiliation. She had once dreamed of giving her most precious thing to the man she loved the most. Now, it was about to be taken away by an old Japanese man, and her heart shattered. Slowly, she closed her eyes, preparing to accept this tragic fate. Just as she closed her eyes, she suddenly felt those filthy hands leave her body, followed by Shimu Santaro's heart-wrenching screams. Listening to the tragic sounds, she wondered, did Japanese men always have to shout loudly when forcing women to showcase their masculinity? Chu Qingyan didn't dare to open her eyes. She didn't want to see this lewd, old man. However, listening to Shimu Santaro's miserable cries, the more she listened, the more something felt off. Curiosity got the better of her, and she quietly opened one eye. When she saw Shimu Santaro, she was instantly terrified, her face losing color. Shimu Santaro was holding his head with both hands, and the skin on his body was rapidly shedding. In no time, it all peeled off. Although Chu Qingyan was a woman, she was braver than most men. Seeing Shimu Santaro shedding his skin, she trembled all over, took about 3 seconds to recover, and let out a terrified scream. Ah, help me. I'm so scared. The 3 people who brought Chu Qingyan were standing outside the door, smoking and wearing lewd smiles, thinking about whether Lord Shimu would let them in for some fun after he was done. They wanted to have their turn to ravage this beautiful flower. Just as they were arguing about who would go in first, a miserable scream suddenly came from inside the villa, along with Chu Qingyan's inhuman cries. The 3 were startled, and one of them, looking confused, said, Lord Shinmu, what happened? That scream sounds a bit off. What happened inside? Why were the 2 screams so strange? The 3 quickly realized something was wrong and rushed into the villa without hesitation. When they entered the living room, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. They saw Lord Shinmu lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, writhing in agony, reaching for his skin beside him, trying to put it back on, but every movement caused unbearable pain. The 3 stood frozen in shock, holding their breath. After about 10 seconds, one of them asked with a trembling voice, Lord Shinmu, what happened to you? They asked several times, but Lord Shinmu did not respond. As he continued to scream in agony, filled with fear and pain, his mind was completely chaotic. He couldn't hear anything else around him. Only the sound of his own screams. Fear, immense fear, pain, unbearable pain. This was worse than death. Lord Shinmu never understood why his skin had suddenly fallen off. The 3 were terrified and anxious, unsure of what to do. One person shakily took out his phone and called Sato Masao, telling him everything that was happening. Even if Sato Masao was killed, he wouldn't believe it was true, and he shouted angrily, You 3 bastards, what nonsense are you talking about? How could Lord Shinmu's skin fall off? If Lord Shinmu hears this, you better watch your lives. But, Lord Sato, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, I'll take a photo and send it to you. You can see for yourself. Soon, a photo was sent to Sato Masao's phone. When he saw the image of a bloody figure lying on the ground, with all the skin on the upper half of the body peeled off, he couldn't believe that the person on the ground was Lord Shinmu. He quickly called back, his voice trembling. Is this really Lord Shinmu? Respected Lord Sato, this is indeed Lord Shinmu. Even if you gave me 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. How did his skin fall off? We don't know. Each person spoke with tremors and shock. The scene unfolding before them was too bizarre and terrifying. How could the perfectly fine Lord Shinmu suddenly shed his skin? Sato Masao didn't know what to do, took a deep breath, and told the 3 who had kidnapped Chu Qingyan to leave quickly. As for Lord Shinmu, Looking at the bloody photo on his phone, he knew very well that he wouldn't survive. After hanging up, the three looked at the still struggling Lord Shinmu, glanced at Chu Qingyan again, sighed, and could only leave helplessly, one of them casually closing the door behind them. The three were unaware that once they returned, they would be silenced. Sato Masao didn't dare to harm Chu Qingyan because he knew that if anything happened to her, Chu Yanhong would definitely investigate thoroughly. Let Lord Shinmu take the blame for kidnapping Chu Qingyan. After all, he wouldn't live much longer. After the three left the villa, only Chu Qingyan and Lord Shinmu remained. Seeing the three leave, Chu Qingyan turned her attention to the Lord Shinmu lying on the ground, her heart filled with fear, his inhuman screams echoing in her ears, her throat already hoarse. At this point, all of Lord Shinmu's skin had shed, and he was still alive, occasionally twitching on the ground, clutching his skin, looking extremely horrifying. It had only been an hour since the three left when Qimen and Tang Wen brought people to surround the villa. Nearly 20 members of Longmen 8 Bureau appearing in various hidden corners. They mobilized all the available forces in Haiqing, retrieved all the surveillance footage along the way, and quickly located Chu Qingyan. As they approached the villa, they heard Chu Qingyan's heartbreaking screams from inside, and their hearts sank. It was over. Miss Chu must have gotten into trouble. Hearing Chu Qingyan's heart-wrenching screams, Qimen, Tang Wen, and the other members of Longmen 8 Bureau were completely panicked. If something happened to Chu Qingyan, how would they explain it to General Chu? Qimen, Tang Wen, and the other members were filled with anger, furious at whoever was heartless enough to use such methods to torment Miss Chu, making her emit those inhuman cries. Thinking of the stunningly beautiful Chu Qingyan possibly being tortured by a beast or a group of beasts made everyone feel heartbroken and enraged. Qimen gritted his teeth, his face filled with fury. For Chu Qingyan's safety, they didn't dare to rush into the villa and could only suppress their anger, shouting at the villa, "Listen up. Let Miss Chu go immediately, and I can make your deaths quick and painless, or else you will wish you were dead. Let Miss Chu go now. This is your final warning." Just as Qimen was speaking, Tang Wen and the others were quietly approaching the villa, preparing for a surprise attack. However, as they neared the villa, Chu Qingyan's screams suddenly stopped. Everyone froze in place, wondering why Miss Chu had stopped screaming. Had she been killed by the kidnappers? Their spirits instantly dropped, filled with anger, but soon after, they heard Chu Qingyan's voice from inside the villa. "Qimen, come in quickly. I'm scared to death." Hearing Chu Qingyan's voice, Qimen, Tang Wen, and the other members of Longmen 8 Bureau showed expressions of confusion. What did Miss Chu mean by that? Everyone present thought it must be a trap set by the kidnappers, forcing Chu Qingyan to call for them to enter so they could ambush them. Thinking they had seen through the kidnapper's scheme, Qimen and Tang Wen snorted coldly at the same time. Qimen discreetly gestured for them to continue approaching the villa while he kept negotiating with the kidnappers, trying to draw their attention, and then raised his voice. "Miss Chu, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you." Chu Qingyan cursed in her heart, "These fools," and then shouted angrily, "Qimen, Tang Wen, hurry up and come in, or I'll beat the crap out of you." Qimen and Tang Wen frowned slightly, thinking they couldn't go in now. The kidnappers must have set up an ambush. It would be like sending themselves to death if they went in now. They were also puzzled as to why the kidnappers hadn't spoken since the beginning. Before long, Tang Wen and several members of Longmen 8 Bureau broke a window and rushed into the villa. Once they entered, they found no kidnappers at all, only a horrifying scene. Instantly stunned, one timid member let out a scream. Still outside the villa, Qimen heard the scream and thought it was over. They must have fallen into an ambush. Just as he was filled with sorrow and anger, worrying about his teammates who had been caught, the villa door was suddenly pushed open. Tang Wen stood at the door, his face pale and his voice trembling. Come in, come in." Qimen, puzzled, rushed into the villa, and when he saw the scene in the living room, he was equally shocked and speechless. A person lay in a pool of blood, his skin missing, with clearly defined muscles on his thighs and arms flowing with bright red blood, and the blood vessels connected to the muscles were clearly visible. This person was still clutching a piece of human skin in his hand, trying to put it back on his body, but his movements were weak. The other members of Longmen 8 Bureau were terrified, their faces turning ashen, with some even vomiting on the spot. It was the first time they had seen such a horrifying scene. Qimen and Tang Wen simultaneously thought of Li Chengfeng. Initially, they had some doubts about his claims of the bizarre skin-removing technique, wondering if it was true and if he could really peel off the skin of Shinshu Santaro. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were incredibly shocked. They stared at the figure lying in the pool of blood. Having already guessed that this person was indeed Shinshu Santaro, they never expected that the one who had kidnapped Chu Qingyan would be him. Li Chengfeng had inadvertently saved Chu Qingyan through his skin-removing technique. The bizarre and terrifying technique was truly frightening. Who on earth had invented such inhumane skin-removing techniques? Chu Qingyan, seeing everyone frozen in place, said irritably, "A bunch of fools, what are you standing there for? Can't you see I'm still tied up? Hurry up and untie me." Tang Wen rushed over and helped to untie the ropes from Chu Qingyan. She appeared pale and must have been greatly frightened. Witnessing someone peel off their own skin would definitely leave a lifelong psychological shadow. Qimen brought the barely alive Shinshu Santaro back to the Longmen 8 Bureau's branch, while Tang Wen took Chu Qingyan back to the Shangri-La Hotel. After successfully rescuing Chu Qingyan, when she returned to the hotel, she directly threw herself into Chu Yunhong's arms and cried loudly. Seeing his daughter return safely, Chu Yunhong breathed a sigh of relief and comforted her by patting her back. Don't cry, you're back now. It's all right. Dad, you don't know. Even though I wasn't harmed by that Shinshu Santaro, I was almost scared to death. Chu Qingyan animatedly recounted everything that had happened. After hearing this, Chu Yunhong felt a deep ache in his heart. His precious daughter must have been terrified. He then felt like laughing, realizing that not many things could scare her. He was secretly amazed that Li Chengfeng's bizarre skin-removing technique was indeed magical, making Shinshu Santaro suffer a fate worse than death. Although he hadn't witnessed the skin removal process himself, just imagining it made him realize how terrifying it must have been. He silently felt grateful that Li Chengfeng had used his bizarre technique on Shinshu Santaro. Otherwise, his beautiful daughter would have been ruined by that old man. Chu Qingyan, feeling a bit wronged, curiously asked, Dad, why did Shinshu Santaro's skin fall off? It's so strange. Chu Yunhong took a deep breath and said earnestly, Silly child. You were able to return safely thanks to that young brother. That country bumpkin? Yes. Chu Yunhong nodded, and then told her about how Li Chengfeng had used the bizarre skin-removing technique on Shinshu Santaro. Chu Qingyan looked incredulous. She couldn't believe it was true that the skin falling off Shinshu Santaro was related to that country bumpkin. Seeing that his daughter didn't believe him, Chu Yunhong said seriously, If you don't believe it, you can ask Tang Wen. He witnessed the entire process. Chu Qingyan turned to look at Tang Wen, who silently nodded. At that moment, Hu Tiangang knocked and entered. When he learned that Chu Qingyan had been successfully rescued, he hurried to the Shangri-La Hotel. Seeing that Chu Qingyan was safe, he finally felt relieved. Hu Tiangang arrived just in time. Chu Qingyan looked at him seriously and asked, Hu Tiangang, don't lie to me. The reason Shinshu Santaro's skin fell off was really because of that country bumpkin. Hu Tiangang took a deep breath. He wished he were the one who had saved Chu Qingyan, but unfortunately, it wasn't him. He silently nodded. Chu Yunhong said with a hint of pride, My precious daughter. Do you believe it now? I told you before that this young brother is not an ordinary person, but you didn't believe me. Chu Qingyan, deep in thought, became even more curious about Li Chengfeng, smiling and revealing her cute, delicate appearance. I still don't believe it. Seeing Chu Qingyan acting spoiled, Chu Yunhong chuckled. He had never seen his daughter like this before and understood that his precious daughter had developed a crush. Chapter 99. The Fate of a Bachelor. Alone and lonely when Li Chengfeng learned that the kidnapper of Chu Qingyan was Shinshu Santaro, he smiled slightly. It was truly a coincidence that he had inadvertently saved Chu Qingyan. He thought to himself that she must have been quite frightened to witness Shinshu Santaro peel off his own skin. Since Shinshu Santaro died a particularly gruesome death from being possessed, he must have accumulated a lot of resentment. It wouldn't be long before he could become a very vengeful spirit causing trouble in the world, which would certainly bring about considerable problems. To eliminate future troubles, Li Chengfeng instructed Hu Tiangang to prepare 5 coffin nails, smeared with rooster blood, to be nailed into the soles of Shinshu Santaro's feet, the palms of his hands, and his forehead. This technique was called the 5-heart soul binding technique, a method used by bizarre practitioners to subdue souls. Once the palms, soles, and forehead were pinned down with coffin nails covered in chicken blood, the soul would be unable to leave the corpse. Hu Tiangang took a deep breath. This young man was indeed ruthless, intending to ensure that Shinshu Santaro would never be reborn. He casually replied, All right, I'll take care of it right away. After Hu Tiangang and Tang Wen left, only Li Chengfeng and Chu Yunhong remained in the room. Now that the matters in Haiqing had been resolved and the Feng Shui, a dragon vein of Huangbu River, had been secured, Li Chengfeng planned to return to Qingzhou. As for the construction of the billion-level project, the Haiqing Loyalty Building, he would leave it to Chu Yunhong to handle. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng wanted to leave, Chu Yunhong hurriedly said, Little brother, you've come to Haiqing with great difficulty. Why not stay a few more days and let Qingyan take you around? Li Chengfeng shook his head directly. Having been out for nearly half a month, he wanted to go home and see his grandfather. He hadn't offered incense to his ancestor in so long and wondered if his ancestor would be angry. Seeing that Li Chengfeng was determined to leave, Chu Yunhong sighed, feeling quite reluctant. Noticing Chu Yunhong's troubled expression, Li Chengfeng asked curiously, Old General, do you have something on your mind? Chu Yunhong sighed and casually said, Qingyan is already over 30 this year and hasn't even dated a boyfriend. I have 2 sons. The eldest is 42 and the second is 37. And they're both still single. My Chu family has power and wealth, and my 2 sons are both handsome and talented, yet they can't find girlfriends. My daughter is beautiful. Why is no one brave enough to marry her? What is going on? Originally wanting to introduce Chu Qingyan to Li Chengfeng, she felt quite disappointed when she saw he had no intention of pursuing her. This led her to express her frustrations. After hearing this, Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. With the strength and status of the Chu family, and given that Chu Yunhong had 2 sons, they should not be lacking in women. How could they still be single in their 40s? This shouldn't be the case. Chu Yunhong sighed and helplessly said, I am already over 60 this year and don't know when I will be able to hold my grandson. Even if I can't have a grandson, a granddaughter would be fine. Unfortunately, this child, Qingyan, also can't get married. As he said this, Chu Yinhong stared at Li Chengfeng, as if hinting at something. Li Chengfeng understood what Chu Yinhong meant, but he really wasn't interested in Chu Qingyan. Every time he saw her, he felt quite scared. Chu Yinhong helplessly said, "My 2 sons are still single, and my daughter also can't get married. Little brother, what do you think is the reason for this?" Regardless of whether they are from wealthy families or ordinary families, as parents, when they grow older, they hope their children can settle down and have families, so they can hold their grandchildren. If the children are grown but still single, it is the parents who feel the most anxious. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Chu Yinhong's face, Li Chengfeng casually asked, "Old General, can you tell me the birth dates and times of your 2 sons and Miss Chu?" Chu Yinhong hesitated for a moment, but still wrote down the birth dates and times of his 2 sons and Chu Qingyan on a piece of paper. Looking at the birth dates and times on the paper, Li Chengfeng calculated the fate of the 3, muttering to himself, "Hai Zichou Run, sees Yin as lonely, sees Su as few, Yin Mao Chen Ren, sees Si as lonely, sees Chou as few, Si Wu Wei Run, sees Shun as lonely, sees Chun as few, Shin Yu Su Run, sees Hai as lonely, sees Wei as few." As he looked at the 3 people's birth dates and times, Li Chengfeng's brows furrowed tighter. And soon he deduced their fates, saying somewhat helplessly, "Old General, if I'm not mistaken, the fates of your 2 sons should be the lonely fate caused by divine spirits, and Miss Chu has a fate of few relationships caused by divine spirits." Upon hearing that his sons had the lonely fate and his daughter had the few relationships fate, Chu Yinhong was shocked. Upon hearing the term divine spirits, he knew things were not simple. While worried, he curiously asked, "Little brother, what does it mean to have divine spirits in one's fate? And what are lonely and few relationships?" There is a saying in folklore, "Men fear loneliness, women fear few relationships." If a man's fate is marked by loneliness, he will inexplicably prefer to act alone, live alone, and not like to interact with women, and women will keep their distance from him. If a woman's fate is marked by few relationships, she will inexplicably drive away her suitors, strongly dislike men, and have a personality that is reclusive and violent, making it difficult for others to understand, cold as ice. Those marked by loneliness and few relationships will find their love paths obstructed and are destined to live lonely lives. Even if their family conditions are good or they are handsome, their romantic lives will not go smoothly. Even if people with these 2 fates can eventually find love, they cannot grow old together, as they will often argue over trivial matters and eventually part ways. After listening to this, Chu Yinhong was very shocked and firmly believed in what Li Chengfeng said. He never imagined that the reason his 2 sons couldn't find wives and his daughter couldn't get married was due to their fates. In an anxious tone, he asked, "Little brother, what should we do? Are my son and daughter destined to be lonely for life? Will I never be able to hold my grandson in this lifetime?" Li Chengfeng nodded, and Chu Yinhong hurriedly asked, "Little brother, do you have a way to change their fates?" Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. The divine spirits in fate are not ordinary fate configurations. To resolve the fates of loneliness and few relationships, ordinary folk methods like relationship techniques, harmonizing techniques, peach blossom techniques, and heart-stealing techniques will not work. To resolve the lonely and few relationships caused by divine spirits, one must use superior relationship techniques. Looking at the worried and anxious Chu Yinhong, Li Chengfeng said seriously, "Old General, there is a method, but it requires their hair and nails." "What method?" "The Moon Elder's bonding technique. In the heavens, the Moon Elder ties the red thread, and on the earth, the matchmaker speaks of destiny. Now, only the Moon Elder's bonding technique can resolve the 2 divine spirits of loneliness and few relationships, and help change the fates of the 3. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng could resolve his son's lonely fate and his daughter's few relationships fate, Chu Yinhong was very excited and immediately called his sons to send over their hair and nails. Originally planning to return to Qingzhou City, Li Chengfeng had to wait another 2 days. After helping Chu Yinhong's children change their fates and bond in relationships, he would return to Qingzhou. In the next 2 days, Chu Qingyan would occasionally come to find Li Chengfeng. Perhaps because of her few relationships fate, even though she had a good impression of Li Chengfeng, she still maintained a cold demeanor. It was at this moment that Li Chengfeng understood why Chu Qingyan's temperament was so peculiar, often resorting to violence. This was all caused by her few relationships fate. P.S. Sorry, the author is not feeling well, head hurts, body aches, and can't breathe properly. My brain isn't working well either, and I don't have any drafts, so I managed to write out a chapter. Chapter 100. Folk's Secret Technique. Moon Elders bonding in order to help Chu Yinhong's children resolve the lonely and few relationships caused by divine spirits. Li Chengfeng was not idle these days. First, he went to the Moon Elder Temple to request a statue of the Moon Elder, about 20 centimeters tall, holding a peachwood staff in one hand and a relationship book in the other. He also purchased the items needed for the Moon Elder's bonding technique: red paper, dragon and phoenix candles, incense burner, fragrant incense, red dates, and red thread. During these 2 days, Chu Qingyan had been following Li Chengfeng, paying for everything behind him. This was all arranged by Chu Yinhong to promote their relationship. Wang Bin became the porter, carrying large and small bags alongside Li Chengfeng, always keeping a distance of over 2 meters behind Chu Qingyan. As Chu Qingyan walked ahead, she suddenly turned around and unhappily said to Li Chengfeng, "Country bumpkin, come here. I have something to ask you. Miss Chu, what is it? You can just ask like this, and I will definitely answer truthfully. Li Chengfeng dared not get too close to her, always maintaining a certain distance. Chu Qingyan, with an annoyed expression and a cold tone, said, Country bumpkin, you said I can't get married because of my fate. I can't get married because I simply don't want to marry. What does that have to do with my fate? Have you ever considered that the reason you don't want to marry is precisely due to your few relationships' fate? Li Chengfeng replied seriously, but Chu Qingyan pouted and disdainfully said, I don't believe in fate. Such things are invisible and intangible. How can people believe in them? Li Chengfeng didn't explain further, fearing that too much explanation would lead to a beating. These past 2 days, walking with her had been nerve-wracking. If it weren't for old General Chu's special arrangement, he would really not want her to follow him. In today's age, many people do not believe in fate. In fact, many do not even know what fate is. Only a few understand that the 9 palaces' fate left by ancestors is called the Fate Code. In daily life, it is often seen that some people, no matter how hard they work, waking up early and staying up late, no matter how much sweat they shed while striving, running around for a living, cannot save up much money throughout the year. The money they earn is never enough to spend. This is precisely due to the official and killing spirits entering their fate. The official and killing spirits in fate lead to many obstacles, poor financial luck. And when encountering issues, harmony must be prioritized to avoid misfortunes. In daily life, we can also see some people who are very lazy, sleeping until late in the morning and doing nothing all day, yet they never lack money to spend. Many people do not understand how such a lazy person can still have money, which is precisely the characteristic of a partial wealth destiny in the 9 palaces destiny system. People with a partial wealth destiny may not lack money, but if they do not have an official seal in their fate, they may face imprisonment. You may choose not to believe in fate, but this is the impact of fate on everyone. If you think about it, could everything that happens to each person be the arrangement of fate? There is a saying in folklore that goes, if one has bad luck, look for it in Feng Shui. If something is lacking, pray for it. If lacking money, pray to the god of wealth. If lacking romance, pray to the god of marriage. In addition to the god of marriage's method of tying connections, there is also the matchmaker's method, both of which are similar secret techniques aimed at promoting romantic relationships between men and women. When Li Chengfeng prepared all the items, Chu Yunhong's 2 sons also sent over their hair and nails. Chu Qingyan reluctantly cut off a lock of hair and some nails. Under the curious gaze of Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin, Li Chengfeng first wrote the names and birth dates of the 3 people on red paper. He wrapped their nails and hair in the red paper with their birth dates written on it, then tied it with red thread, leaving it a bit long, preferably half a meter to a meter. After wrapping all 3 red papers, he made marks on them to avoid confusion later. Li Chengfeng then walked over to the nearby offering table. On the offering table, there was a statue of the god of marriage in the center, with dragon and phoenix candles already lit on both sides, and a plate of red dates in the middle, symbolizing an early marriage. At the front of the offering table was an incense burner, and Li Chengfeng lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times to the statue of the god of marriage, and then placed the incense into the burner. He then placed the 3 red paper packages in front of the statue and draped the extra red thread over the marriage book held by the statue. After doing all this, Li Chengfeng muttered a chant. The Tai Chi divides into 2 forms. Yin and Yang are originally one. The god of marriage resides in the celestial palace, overseeing the register of marriages. The auspicious light of heaven arrives, and couples are united as husband and wife. The god of marriage ties the red thread, and couples cherish each other for a long time. As Li Chengfeng chanted the incantation, the red thread and red paper emitted a faint red glow, indicating that the god of marriage agreed to make connections. Li Chengfeng turned to look at Chu Yunhong with a smile and said, Old General, the god of marriage has already agreed to make connections. As long as you write the girl's birth date on the red paper and then wrap it with her hair and nails, tying it on the other side of the red thread, your 2 sons will be happily married within a month. However, since the 2 sons have a lonely star fate, even after marriage, they may find it hard to grow old together. Chu Yunhong asked worriedly, what should we do then? When the 2 sons get married, on their wedding night, you take this red thread down, tie a knot in the middle, which is called eternal unity of hearts, and then hide it under the marriage bed to ensure they remain united forever, Li Chengfeng explained. Remember, every year on the 15th day of the 8th month, you must offer incense to the god of marriage, as this day is the birthday of the god of marriage. Chu Yunhong carefully noted every word Li Chengfeng said, and suddenly thought of a problem. Asking the 2 sons to find a woman's hair and nails to wrap in red paper was simply impossible. He expressed his helplessness. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Old General, this is not a problem. You can decide who you want as your daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, Chu Yunhong's face lit up with joy. How had he not thought of this? The choice of daughter-in-law is entirely up to the father. He just needed to find a girl he liked, ask for her birth date, hair, and nails, and tie it on the other side of the red thread. There were certainly many noble families wanting to marry into the Chu family. It was just that his 2 sons were not very promising. Now that he could take charge and select a suitable daughter-in-law, it was something every parent would want to do. Chu Yunhong smiled and said, Little brother, I really have to thank you this time for resolving my worries of many years. Old General, this is just a small matter. There's no need to take it to heart. While the two were talking, Chu Qingyan looked puzzled and curious, wondering if the god of marriage's method of tying connections was really that magical. Wang Bin smiled, recalling having seen some miraculous marriage techniques in novels before, and was surprised these techniques actually existed. He thought he would ask Li Chengfeng to help him with a marriage technique one day, perhaps setting up a peach blossom array in his bedroom to help him find a wealthy and beautiful girlfriend. Now that the matters in Haicheng had been completely resolved, Li Chengfeng decided to return to Qingzhou City the next day, and Chu Yunhong did not try to keep him, as he was only thinking about holding his grandson as soon as possible. That night, while Li Chengfeng was sleeping soundly, the snake lay beside him. Suddenly, he felt a touch on his hand and, still half asleep, did not think much of it. Soon after, he felt a touch on his hair. Disturbed from his peaceful slumber, he felt annoyed and directly grabbed the snake and threw it onto the floor. The innocent snake was thrown off balance, and, when it raised its head, saw a mysterious figure cutting off Li Chengfeng's hair. The figure then found his ID card in the drawer, memorized the birth date on it, and quietly left. As soon as the figure left, Li Chengfeng opened his eyes, revealing a helpless smile, thinking, "Old General Chu, you might be disappointed. I was picked up by my grandfather. And I don't even know my own surname, let alone my birth date." Chapter 101. The god of marriage cuts the red thread. The next morning, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin got up early, tidied up a bit, and did not forget to take the snake with them as they prepared to leave Haicheng for Qingzhou. Chu Yunhong saw them off at the hotel entrance, holding Li Chengfeng's hand with a smile, saying, "Little brother, when you return to Qingzhou, please send my regards to your grandfather. Once I finish my business here, I will go visit him." "Okay, I will definitely convey it." Li Chengfeng nodded. Before leaving, Chu Yunhong gave him a check, which he did not look at but simply put in his pocket, politely saying, "Old General, goodbye." "Goodbye." With that, the crisis of the sky-severing killing in Haicheng came to a satisfactory conclusion. Chu Yunhong nodded, watching as Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin got into the car and left, a proud smile appearing on his face. He snorted coldly, thinking, "If you don't want to be my son-in-law, there's no way. I will definitely choose you as my son-in-law." Chu Yunhong then turned and went back to the hotel. When Chu Qingyan saw her father return, she asked with a hint of regret, "Dad, did that bumpkin leave?" "Yes." Upon hearing that Li Chengfeng had left, a flicker of conflict crossed Chu Qingyan's face, leaving one to wonder what was on her mind. Just then, Chu Yunhong smiled broadly and took out a piece of red paper along with hair and nails. He wrote Li Chengfeng's name and birth date on the red paper, then wrapped the hair and nails inside it. Chu Qingyan, seeing this, asked with a puzzled look, "Dad, what are you doing?" "Hee, of course, this is for your lifelong happiness," Chu Yunhong said with a grin. Chu Qingyan instantly understood her father's intention and did not stop him because she was also curious to see if the god of marriage's method of tying connections could really bring about a marriage. Soon, Chu Yunhong neatly wrapped the hair and nails and thought about the single status of his children, feeling very good that the problem would soon be resolved. He walked up to the offering table, found the red thread meant for Chu Qingyan in the hands of the god of marriage, and then tied the other end to the red paper with Li Chengfeng's name on it. After securing it, he draped the red thread back over the marriage book held by the god of marriage. This is the long-lost folk secret technique of the matchmaker, Yu Lao's connection method. In the human world, it is Yu Lao who connects fates. Under Yu Lao's pen, good marriages are created. Those who are solitary and have no soulmate are hard to find, and Yu Lao the matchmaker connects fates. Having done everything, Chu Yunhong looked at the red thread on Yu Lao's wrist and felt quite satisfied. This folk's secret technique is indeed interesting. Just as he thought he had succeeded, the red thread connecting Li Chengfeng and Chu Qingyan's birth dates suddenly flashed with white light and broke off cleanly, as if cut with scissors. Chu Yunhong was stunned. How could a good red thread suddenly snap? Chu Qingyan, who had been standing beside him, also saw this scene and was very puzzled. "Dad, why did the red thread break?" "It might be that the quality of the thread is too poor. I'll just reconnect it." Chu Yunhong could only comfort himself and then reattach the red thread, carefully placing it back on Yu Lao's wrist, thinking that it shouldn't break this time. However, as soon as the red thread was placed on Yu Lao's wrist, it broke again. Chu Yunhong was also confused. He repeated this several times, and each time the result was the same. This strange scene left both of them bewildered. Why would the red thread break on its own when placed on Yu Lao's wrist? Chu Yunhong was not a fool. He understood very well that the reason the red thread broke was that Yu Lao was unwilling to connect this marriage. Chu Qingyan also couldn't understand and asked with a puzzled look, "Dad, what's going on?" Chu Yunhong shook his head, not knowing how to respond. And just when he was feeling helpless, Hu Tiangang knocked and walked in. When Hu Tiangang entered the room and saw the offering table and Yu Lao's statue, he was immediately startled. What is going on here? He knew very well that this must be Li Chengfeng's doing. This young man knew too much. When he learned that Li Chengfeng had already left, he felt a little regret for not saying goodbye or leaving a contact number. If he encountered an insolvable problem on Kunlun Mountain in the future, maybe he could help. He then turned to look at Chu Yunhong. He should have Li Chengfeng's contact information, so he would ask him for it later. Seeing Hu Tiangang, a hint of joy flashed across Chu Yunhong's puzzled old face, and in a slightly anxious tone, he said, "Tiangang, come quickly and see what's going on." Chu Yunhong demonstrated twice more, and then told Hu Tiangang what had happened. Seeing the scene before him, Hu Tiangang also looked puzzled. Why wouldn't Yu Lao connect the two people's fates and instead broke their connection? With a face full of confusion, Chu Yunhong asked angrily, Tiangang, what is going on? Hu Tiangang took a deep breath and could only explain according to his understanding. In this world, all beings, no matter what, those who steal the secrets of heaven will surely face heavenly punishment. Li Chengfeng, as a skilled geomancer, must be afflicted by the 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies. How could Yu Lao connect a geomancer who steals the secrets of heaven? If Yu Lao connects Li Chengfeng, that would be going against the heavens. Hearing this, Chu Yunhong sighed, feeling that Hu Tiangong's explanation was very reasonable. It seemed that Chu Qingyan and Li Chengfeng were destined to have no fate. This matter could only be set aside. At this moment, Li Chengfeng had already boarded a plane. He closed his eyes slightly, recalling the experiences he had in Haicheng these days. This trip to Haicheng was very rewarding for him. It made him aware of his grandfather's glorious history and also made him understand the ambitions of the top Yinyang geomancers of the Dunjia. Thinking of Chu Qingyan, a hint of helplessness flashed across Li Chengfeng's face. This woman was very beautiful and had 2 adorable dimples, but her only flaw was her bad temper. Remembering the dimples on Chu Qingyan's face, Li Chengfeng suddenly thought of 2 folk legends. There is a story in folklore that people with dimples on their faces, when they cross the Naiha Bridge, refuse to drink the Mengpa soup because they do not want to forget their beloved from their previous life. And the mark is made when the underworld officials forcibly pour the soup into their mouths. Another legend says that people with dimples on their faces, unwilling to drink the Mengpa soup while waiting for their beloved, will choose to jump into the Wangshuan River after being force-fed the soup, suffering for 1,000 years in the river to earn a chance to reunite with their beloved. Thinking of these 2 folk tales and the dimples on Chu Qingyan's face, Li Chengfeng was suddenly struck. He realized that Yu Lao's connection technique might not work on Chu Qingyan. If Chu Qingyan really jumped over Wangshuan River in her previous life, the man she must wait for in this life would definitely be her previous life's true love. This is known as the fate of this life being decided in the previous life. Even the Yu Lao in the heavens would not dare to intervene in this matter. Li Chengfeng frowned slightly, curious about who the person Chu Qingyan was waiting for in this life would be. Chu Qingyan was already 32 years old and had yet to meet her beloved from her previous life. It seemed that in this life, she would end up empty-handed again, and then jump back into Wangshuan River to wait for 1,000 years. What a tragic woman. About an hour later, the plane landed smoothly in Qingzhou. Chapter 102 Folk Residential Feng Shui Taboos. 1. No place is as comforting as the place one has grown up in, even if it has only been half a month. Upon returning to Qingzhou, looking at the familiar streets, he felt particularly comfortable. Back at Suiwan Hall, he casually threw his bag onto the sofa, walked to the portrait of the ancestor, bowed, and lit 3 sticks of incense. Wang Bin stood at the door, looking at the noodle shop across from Suiwan Hall, swallowing his saliva, and said with a smile, Chengfeng, are you hungry? Let's go eat a bowl of lamb noodles. Okay. Li Chengfeng nodded. Ever since reopening Suiwan Hall, he often went to the sister's noodle shop across the street for her lamb noodles. The price was reasonable, the portions were generous, and the taste was quite good. It had been half a month since he had eaten her noodles, and he was indeed a bit craving them. Wang Bin casually closed the door and walked towards the sister's noodle shop with Li Chengfeng. As soon as they stepped out of Suiwan Hall, the 2-meter-long snake crawled out of the bag, poking its little head out to look around, its small eyes full of spirit, finally fixing its gaze on the ancestor's portrait. Fortunately, it was a special plane arranged by Chu Yunhong. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult to bring this snake back to Qingzhou. The snake stared at the portrait hanging on the wall, hurriedly crawled out of the bag, slithered its body to the offering table, and kept bowing to the portrait. The ancestor in the portrait looked at the snake, his eyes slightly moving, revealing a hint of surprise. This little snake is not ordinary. It is full of spirit and not an ordinary creature. If a celestial being guides it, it might be able to ascend to the celestial realm in a few hundred years. The ancestor watched the little snake still bowing and was very satisfied, casually saying, Little one, I see your spiritual root is quite good and you have a connection with me. How about I take you to cultivate in the world of the painting? The snake excitedly nodded. The ancestor in the painting smiled slightly, gently beckoning with his finger, and the snake flew into the painting and disappeared. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin entered the sister's noodle shop. It was lunchtime, yet the business was quite slow. Sister Yang and her husband, Dong Qingwei, were sitting in the shop playing with their phones. Dong Qingwei's head was still wrapped in bandages, and his hands had slight burns, smeared with purple ointment. Boss, 2 big bowls of lamb noodles, add 2 more portions of lamb. Okay. Sister Yang put down her phone and went to the back to prepare noodles for Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. Li Chengfeng looked at the desolate shop and started chatting with Dong Qingwei, who was playing on his phone. Both of them opened shops on the same street, and although they had not known each other for long, they were somewhat familiar. As they talked, Dong Qingwei expressed his frustrations. His shop used to have great business, and during meal times, the 10 tables in the shop were never enough. However, for reasons unknown, about a month ago, business began to decline, and now only 3 to 5 customers visiting throughout the day was considered good. Dong Qingwei sighed and helplessly said, If this continues, I'll have to close my shop. Li Chengfeng first observed the shop. The decoration and layout of the shop did not include any feng shui elements. indicating that the poor business was not related to the shop's feng shui. He then looked at Dong Qingwei's face. His wealth palace was round and full, suggesting that while he may not be extremely wealthy, his financial luck should not be bad. The wealth palace refers to a person's nose. A high, full, rounded, and straight nose with a sheen indicates great financial luck and the ability to save money. Conversely, a crooked nose with a sharp tip, thin nostrils pointing upwards, and a dull color signifies poorer financial luck and difficulty in saving money. As Li Chengfeng quietly assessed his face, Dong Qingwei sighed again. Little brother, you said there are no new noodle shops around here, and no one is competing with my business. Why is my shop struggling? At this moment, Wang Bin suddenly chimed in, hitting the nail on the head. Big brother, could it be that there's a problem with your shop's feng shui? This statement instantly awakened Dong Qingwei. He turned to glance at the Su Yuan Tang across the street and nodded with slight interest. You two must be from Su Yuan Tang, right? A year ago, when I took over this shop, the previous owner mentioned that the feng shui master at Su Yuan Tang was particularly skilled. You two must be feng shui masters. Li Chengfeng did not respond, but Wang Bin shook his head and smiled, saying, he is indeed a feng shui master. I'm just his assistant. Dong Qingwei then focused his attention on Li Chengfeng, directly asking him to help check if the sudden decline in his shop's business was due to feng shui issues. Li Chengfeng, being quite curious, wanted to find out why the noodle shop's business had suddenly turned cold. Since there appeared to be no feng shui issues in the shop and the owner's fortune seemed fine, the problem might likely lie with the residence or ancestral grave. After Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin finished their lamb noodle dish, Dong Qingwei and his wife closed the shop and drove the two back to their home, deciding to first check the residence, and if there were no issues, then look at the ancestral grave. Dong Qingwei lived in a rural area on the outskirts of Qingzhou. Soon, the car stopped in front of a three-story building. Li Chengfeng got out of the car and surveyed the surroundings. Most houses in the village were built along the sides of the road, possibly for convenience. Whether the houses were on the east or west side of the road, their doors all faced the road, leading to many houses having doors directly opposite each other. Dong Qingwei cheerfully said, little brother, this is my house. Take a look for any issues. Li Chengfeng nodded, then glanced at the house behind Dong Qingwei. The house, built on the east side of the road, was a traditional north-south layout, but the front door faced west. The exterior of the house appeared fine. Li Chengfeng then looked across the road, where there was also a three-story building with a north-south layout, but the front door faced east, and there were two stone lions placed on either side of the door. Upon seeing the two stone lions, Li Chengfeng immediately understood the situation. Brother Dong, your front door is directly opposite the front door of the house across the street. A door facing another door can create a door facing evil, affecting the fortunes of both families. Door facing evil. Dong Qingwei pondered. He had heard older family members mention things like door facing evil, through hall evil, and through hall wind, which could affect a person's financial luck. However, nowadays, fewer people believed in such things. Many people in the community know about door facing evil, but very few take it seriously in terms of feng shui taboos. The 10 books on Yang House records that doors facing each other can easily bring misfortune, are extremely inauspicious, are detrimental to wealth, and can lead to conflicts. Two families should not face each other, or else one will face decline. It is crucial to avoid doors facing each other when building or buying a house. If doors face each other, and one family does something to their door, such as hanging a mirror or placing stone lions on either side, it can destabilize the feng shui energy and direct negative energy towards one side, affecting the other family's fortunes. In Dong Qingwei's case, if the opposite family did not place lions beside their door, the impact of the door facing evil on both families would not be too significant. However, since the opposite family had placed stone lions, the negative energy from the door facing evil was directed entirely into Dong Qingwei's home, directly affecting his family's fortune. Li Chengfeng speculated that the stone lions had likely just been placed not long ago, and then asked, Brother Dong, think carefully. Did your business start to decline after they placed the stone lions at their entrance? And what about your head injury and wrist injury? Did those occur in the last few days? Chapter 103, Taboos of Yang House Feng Shui, Part 2, Dong Qingwei and Sister Yang both appeared thoughtful. After a moment, they nodded in unison, looking at Li Chengfeng with astonished expressions, clearly believing his words were accurate. The day after the family across the street, Gua Erden, placed the stone lions on either side of their door, Dong Qingwei scalded his hand with hot water. Recently, he had also been experiencing insomnia and vivid dreams. Due to poor rest, he had even bumped his head a few days ago. His entire family felt lethargic and weak, as if their knees and back were sore. As mentioned earlier, people's lives are influenced by energy, and the energy field has a significant impact on individuals. Because their home's feng shui energy field had been altered, it was normal for them to experience such reactions. Li Chengfeng said seriously, your family's feng shui energy field has already been changed. Experiencing such events is to be expected. Reflecting on the recent events, Dong Qingwei firmly believed in what Li Chengfeng said and was filled with anger, wanting to confront the owner of the house across the street. Gua Erden. It was unacceptable for someone to place stone lions at their door and bring misfortune to his entire family, making it impossible for him to run his noodle shop. As a man, he couldn't swallow this anger. Dong Qingwei, known for his hot temper, grabbed a shovel and angrily walked towards the road across. But his wife hugged him from behind, pleading with a tearful voice. Honey, you can't go. You know what kind of person Guo is. Even if you talk to him, he won't move the stone lions. If you two end up fighting, if you win, you go to jail, and he goes to the hospital. If you lose, he goes to jail, and you go to the hospital. What will happen to us three? Just moments ago, Dong Qingwei was filled with rage, but after hearing his wife's advice and seeing her sorrowful expression, his anger dissipated. With a resigned sigh, he ultimately dropped the shovel. Li Chengfeng admired Sister Yang, recognizing her as a good woman who remained calm in a crisis and didn't stoke her husband's anger. Dong Qingwei was lucky to have such a wife. Seeing her husband calm down, Sister Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and gently comforted him. The father of the child, since the little brother can see the reason, there must be a way to resolve it. Let's make plans after the little brother finishes speaking. Okay, I'm listening to you. Dong Qingwei took out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, but unfortunately, neither of them smoked. He lit one for himself, squatted on the ground, took a few deep puffs, and then asked, Little brother, what do you think we should do? If it really doesn't work, I'll find a hammer and sneak over tonight to smash those 2 stone lions. No need to smash them. As long as you set up 2 stone cannons or iron cannons at the door, aiming at the lions across the street. You can balance the current Feng Shui energy and resolve the door's evil. Yang Sanjia still found it hard to believe upon hearing this. Little brother, is it really that simple? It really is that simple. Li Chengfeng replied with a slight smile. Although this matter seemed simple, it was actually not simple at all. In Chinese folklore, there have been many disputes caused by the door's evil. Originally good neighbors would turn into enemies over such matters because the door's evil, also known as the scolding door, leads to conflicts and disharmony among neighbors. In daily life, it's often seen that due to doors facing each other, neighbors would hang a bagua mirror to ward off evil on their doors, while others would hang blessings from the heavenly official. Some would place lions on both sides of the door, while others would place cannons. Such occurrences are really too common in folklore. After learning the method of resolution, Dong Qingwei seemed much more relaxed. Yang Sanjia's brother was in the stone carving business, so she immediately called him to have 2 stone cannons sent over. After resolving the issue of the door's evil, Yang Sanjia smiled and politely said, Little brother, since you're here, could you please help me check the feng shui inside my house? Li Chengfeng nodded, walked around upstairs and downstairs. The design of the building was quite standard, with no major issues, but the furniture was a bit messy, which didn't have too much impact and didn't need to be mentioned. After resolving the matter, Yang Sanjia handed a red envelope to Li Chengfeng, who did not refuse and let Wang Bin help accept it. Helping others solve problems and receiving payment is also quite reasonable. Of course, it also depends on the family situation. If the other party is in financial difficulty, it's better to take less as a token gesture. For families like Yang Sanjia's, they could take whatever amount they offered without needing to push back. Dong Qingwei took Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin back to Suiyuan Hall, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then hurried home to install the stone cannons. Upon entering Suiyuan Hall, Wang Bin said with a grin, Chengfeng, let us buy a car someday. I'll be your driver. Li Chengfeng nodded. It was indeed time to buy a car, otherwise, traveling was really inconvenient. The two chatted for a while, and Wang Bin wanted to go home to take a look. Li Chengfeng transferred him 100,000 yuan. And looking at the payment notification on his phone, Wang Bin smiled widely. After Wang Bin left, Li Chengfeng also planned to go home to see his grandfather. He hadn't been back in 2 months, and now that he had earned his first pot of gold in life, it was time to return in glory. Li Chengfeng went into a liquor store, bought a few bottles of the best liquor, took 2 packs of the best cigarettes, and also bought 5 pounds of pig head meat, 5 pounds of sauce beef, and some cold dishes, all of which were his grandfather's favorites. Carrying the heavy bags, he hailed a taxi and headed straight home. Before long, he returned to the seaside fishing village where his grandfather lived in seclusion. Holding the bags with a big smile on his face, and before entering the door, he shouted outside, Grandpa, I'm back. Li Tianqing, who was sitting in a shaded area with his eyes closed, heard the voice from outside and felt both happy and angry. He was happy that his grandson was back, but angry that it had taken him 2 months to return. Silly boy, you know to come back. I thought you had forgotten about your cheap grandfather. Grandpa, how could I forget anyone, let alone you? Although Li Tianqing and Li Chengfeng were not blood relatives, they shared a bond that transcended blood ties. Seeing his grandson walk into the yard, after not seeing his smiling face for 2 months, a smile appeared on Li Tianqing's face. This child had lost quite a bit of weight after being away for 2 months. Just as Li Tianqing was looking at Li Chengfeng with a kind gaze, he suddenly heard a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the door. The sound of footsteps heavy and steady, unmistakably from someone skilled in martial arts. He turned his only eye to focus on the yard's gate. Just as Li Chengfeng reached his grandfather, the yard's gate was suddenly kicked open, and 5 men in black clothes walked in, with a short, dark, and fat man leading the way. Hearing the sound behind him, Li Chengfeng quickly turned around and asked warily, Who are you, and what are you doing at my house? We are here to take your life, Tianzhong Jiro said in a voice filled with murderous intent. Chapter 104. Qimen Formation 7 Kill Soul Lock Formation, Part 1. Li Chengfeng frowned slightly, from the accent of the speaker. He could tell they were from the island country. It seemed that the matter of using Qimen techniques to guard the water dragon vein with dragon armor had not escaped the attention of the Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the Zhuge faction. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. This was the first time facing off against the Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the Zhuge faction. If it were a Feng Shui contest, Li Chengfeng wouldn't be afraid at all, but seeing their demeanor, it was clear they wanted to resolve things with violence. He felt a bit panicked. He definitely couldn't take on all 5 of them alone. Even if he couldn't win, he could run. But what about his grandfather? He regretted coming home, knowing that the Yinyang Feng Shui masters of the Zhuge faction would come for revenge. He wouldn't have returned home and brought them here, putting his grandfather at risk. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, hoping they would spare his grandfather, and said seriously, "If you have something against me, come at me. This has nothing to do with my grandfather. I will go out with you. Let us settle our grievances outside." Tianzhongjiro shook his head slowly with a fierce expression, clearly displeased, and said, "If we just wanted to kill you, we could have acted in Haiqing. The reason we didn't is that we want to see if there are any hidden forces behind you, to figure out your background and root you out completely. After our investigation over the past few days, unfortunately, we overestimated you. You have no hidden forces behind you, just a grandfather who is a cripple." Tianzhongjiro did not know how powerful this cripple was. While speaking, he shot a scornful glance at Li Tianqing, a smirk on his lips, and arrogantly said, "Killing you 2 won't take much of our time. After we finish you off, I still have to report back to Master Sato. Talking to you has already wasted a lot of my time. Let us get to it, quickly kill them, and don't delay me from returning to Haiqing for dinner." The 4 men behind Tianzhongjiro nodded in agreement, and they all looked at Li Chengfeng with cruel smiles, stepping towards him one by one. Although the 4 men were not particularly tall, their breathing was steady and their steps powerful, clearly martial arts experts. Seeing the 4 men approaching, Li Chengfeng hurriedly ran in front of his grandfather, speaking urgently, "Grandpa, you go first. I'll hold them off. Once you're far enough away, I'll run." Li Tianqing shook his head. With just one leg, he relied on a cane to walk, and at his age, even if he could walk, where could he go? He would be caught sooner or later. "Since we can't leave, let's not go at all." Li Tianqing opened a bottle of wine, took a few big gulps, and glanced disdainfully at the 4 approaching men. "Xiaofeng, aren't they just 4 martial artists? What is there to be afraid of? Go. I'll give you 2 minutes to make these 5 people lose their souls and leave no bones behind." "Grandpa, what time is it? Don't joke with me. I don't have that ability. I can hold them off. You should leave quickly." Li Tianqing shook his head. With just these 4 people, he could poke them to death with his pinky finger. Why should he leave? His grandson was so scared, which left him somewhat disappointed. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed his grandson still didn't understand the power of the Qimen Dunjia formation, only thinking about fighting with fists instead of using formations to kill. Today, he had to teach him a lesson, to make him understand how to use the Qimen formation to kill and protect himself. Li Chengfeng felt helpless, not understanding what his grandfather was thinking. He had only taken a couple of sips. Could he be drunk already? Seeing his grandfather refuse to leave, Li Chengfeng had no choice but to watch as the 4 men got closer. Feeling a bit regretful that he hadn't agreed to let Chu Yunhong send someone to protect him. Now it was too late to regret. He stared at the 4 men and said in a frustrated and angry tone, "Don't come over. I have something to say to you." The 4 stopped simultaneously and stared at Li Chengfeng, while Tianzhongzi also looked over, curious about what he would say before dying. "If you want my life, I can give it to you, but my grandfather is over 90 years old. He poses no threat to you. I hope you can spare him." Tianzhongzi shook his head, wearing a proud smile, showing no intention of sparing Li Tianqing, and urged anxiously, "Hurry, kill them. I still want to go back to Haiqing for dinner." This made Li Chengfeng very angry, but he felt helpless. He could only pick up a nearby stool, take a fighting stance, and glare at the 4 men approaching him, saying again, "If you have the ability, let us fight one-on-one. What kind of ability is it for 4 of you to beat one of me?" No one responded to Li Chengfeng. In Tianzhongzi's eyes, both Li Chengfeng and Li Tianqing were doomed. These 4 were martial arts masters from the island country. Killing them should be as easy as squashing 2 ants. Li Tianqing watched his grandson pick up the stool and couldn't help but shake his head. He sighed again, but suddenly, a gleam of determination appeared in his only eye, and his aged face was filled with vigor as he said in a teaching tone, "Xiaofeng, if you can't handle these 4 people, you don't deserve to be my Li Tianqing's grandson. Whether they are martial artists or cultivators seeking immortality, in the eyes of us Qimen practitioners, they are nothing. I, Li Tianqing, can sweep through thousands of troops without any force. If you can't handle just these 4 martial artists, how can you live up to my teachings over the years?" As he spoke, Li Tianqing took another couple of big gulps from the bottle and, without even looking at Li Chengfeng, picked up a piece of pig's head meat and began to gnaw on it, not forgetting to praise, "Delicious, so delicious." At this moment, Li Chengfeng still hadn't understood the meaning of his grandfather's words. He threw the stool at the 4 men to block their approach and then turned to his grandfather, speaking with determination, "Grandpa, don't worry, I won't embarrass you." Encouraged by his grandfather's passionate words, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of courage. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, made a fierce expression, and shouted loudly, "Come on. Even if I die today, I will bite off a piece of your flesh." After saying this, Li Chengfeng took a desperate stance. waiting for the four men to come closer. As the four men approached, Li Chengfeng felt very nervous. Li Tianqing sighed, still not looking at Li Chengfeng, and continued with a slight slur, "Heaven and earth conceal the evil. Heaven and earth conceal the spirit." The Qimen Dunjia formation harnesses the power of heaven and earth. It can move mountains and fill seas, kill immortals, and annihilate Buddhas. A single formation can slay thousands of troops. Back in the day I, along with your grand teacher Li Jinshan, crossed the ocean to the island country and broke the 8 compass tower. Your grand teacher set up the Qimen Dunjia formation, the 12 capital heavenly evil formation, and killed thousands of island warriors. If you can't even defeat these 4 martial artists, I would rather watch you get killed by them. Because you don't deserve to be my Li Tianqing's grandson, nor do you deserve to be a successor of the Qimen school. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng finally understood his grandfather's intention. He was meant to use the Qimen Dunjia formation against these 4 men, and he instantly beamed with joy. "Grandpa, I understand." Li Chengfeng relaxed his fists, a smile appearing on his face as he thought of the 7-kill locking soul formation from the Qimen Dunjia. He fixed his cold gaze on the 4 men, quickly stepped back 6 or 7 paces to create distance, and then said in a cold voice, "Today, I will let you know the power of the Qimen formation of Huaxia, making you regret coming to this world and regretting causing trouble in our Huaxia." Li Chengfeng then drew a circle on the ground with his foot, leaving no trace, and began to hand sign the summoning spell in the air, repeatedly tapping and chanting. Jia Mu Gung Jin Qi, Imu Xin Jin Mei, Bing Hua Ren Shui Wang, Ding Hua Gui Shui Liang, Wu Tu Jia Mu Ba, Ji Tu Imu Xiao, Gung Jin Bing Hua Tue, Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang, Ba, Xiao, and Tue are known as the 7 killers. And the Qimen Dunjia 7-kill locking soul formation is also known as the 7-kill locking soul formation. The 7-kill locking soul formation is an extremely vicious and cruel formation, guarded by the 7 deadly spirits. All living beings trapped within the formation become food for the 7 spirits, slowly devoured like suffering under 1,000 cuts, tormented to death, with their souls scattered. Chapter 105. The Qimen Dunjia 7-kill locking soul formation, Part 2. As Li Chengfeng pointed out the positions of the 7 killers, 7 different-looking spirits appeared one by one. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the courtyard, stirring up dust and leaves. The 4 men were still confused, not understanding what was happening. One of them, looking down at the ground, curiously said, "Strange, these winds seem to be coming from the ground." Li Chengfeng stood in the circle he had drawn earlier. This circle was the eye of the 7-kill locking soul formation. Standing in this circle, he could control the entire formation without being affected by the Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang, Ba, Xiao and Tue. Li Chengfeng continually changed his hand signs, chanting the formation mantra faster and faster, and the fierce wind in the courtyard grew stronger. As an important member of the 9th chrysanthemum, Tian Zhongzi had already opened his heavenly eye, watching the Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang, Ba, Xiao, and Tue appear one by one and feeling the malevolent wind emerging from the ground. A look of terror crossed his plump face. Tian Zhongzi, well versed in many things, recognized this as the mysterious and strange formation of Huaxia. A flicker of panic crossed his face as he urgently shouted to the 4 men, "Bastards. We can't let him complete the formation, otherwise, we're dead. Hurry, stop him." Upon hearing Tian Zhongzi's warning and feeling the ominous wind rising from the ground, the 4 men realized something was wrong and rushed towards Li Chengfeng, trying to stop him from completing the formation. Just as the 4 rushed in front of Li Chengfeng, it was already too late. With a loud shout from Li Chengfeng, "Spirits of the 7 kills, heed my command. Formation, arise." The 4 men, who had just reached Li Chengfeng, suddenly felt the world spin, plunging into darkness. The Li Chengfeng right before their eyes suddenly vanished. Tian Zhongzi, witnessing the change, felt immense fear as he realized they had fallen into the opponent's formation, and he roared in anger. "Despicable and shameless Huaxia people, if you have the ability, let's fight with real knives and guns. What kind of skill is it to sneak attack us with such strange formations?" Hearing the voice of Tian Zhongjiro, one of the other 4 people asked in confusion, "Lord Tian Zhong, what is going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark?" "This is the most despicable formation of the Huaxia people. You all need to be careful," Tian Zhongjiro replied while thinking about how to break Li Chengfeng's formation. Standing at the center of the formation, Li Chengfeng looked at the 5 people trapped inside and revealed a cold smile. Not wanting to waste time with them, since his grandfather only gave him 2 minutes, he waved his hands in the air, and with a gentle motion, the 7 fiends monsters, filled with overwhelming malice, began to emerge from the ground one after another, appearing in the 7 fiends' soul-locking formation, securing the 7 fiends' positions and letting out piercing cries at the 5 people. Hearing the eerie sounds, the 5 were startled, and one of them shouted with a trembling voice, "What is that? Come out. We, the warriors of the Great Island, are not afraid of you." Li Chengfeng snorted coldly and then began to activate the Great Formation. Immediately, the 7 fiends monsters launched an attack on the 5. One small monster with a green face and sharp fangs leaped from behind Tian Zhongjiro, landing directly on his shoulder. Its sharp claws gripping his head while its sharp teeth began to viciously bite at him. Tian Zhongjiro screamed in pain. Trying to shake off the monster on his head, just as another monster pounced on him, slowly gnawing at his flesh. The other four, despite being martial arts experts, were truly no match for these monsters and could only allow them to tear at their bodies, ultimately being devoured alive. Their souls scattering in the seven fiends' soul-locking formation. Li Chengfeng couldn't bear to look at such a bloody scene and kept his eyes closed. When all the sounds finally disappeared, he formed hand seals to send the seven fiends' monsters back underground and then stepped out of the formation center. The moment he stepped out, the seven fiends' soul-locking formation vanished instantly, and everything before him returned to normal. The 5 people who had been in the courtyard had vanished without a trace. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, since he summoned the 7 fiends monsters. It hadn't consumed much of his essence energy, but his heart, still shaken, could not calm down. The scene he had just witnessed was truly terrifying and cruel. He had never thought of using formations to deal with enemies. This was also the first time he had witnessed the process of a formation killing people, leaving his feelings very complicated. In a trembling voice, he said, "Grandpa, I killed all 5 of them." Li Tianxing nodded, looking at his pale-faced grandson. Knowing he was quite frightened, he smiled kindly and comforted him. "If you don't kill them, they will kill you. There is always a first time for everything. Once you kill more people in the future, you'll get used to it." Li Chengfeng walked up to his grandfather, took a bottle of wine, and drank it greedily. After half a bottle of strong liquor, a silly smile appeared on his face. The grandfather and grandson seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, enjoying pig head meat, gnawing on beef jerky, drinking, and chatting in the small courtyard for a long time. Li Tianxing looked at his grandson with satisfaction. Being able to easily point out the 7 fiends' positions and summon the 7 fiends monsters for the formation was something that no more than 10 people in the world could do. His grandson had an extremely high comprehension, but his only flaw was a lack of practical experience. He didn't understand how to use the formation techniques and skills when faced with danger. Today could be considered a lesson for him, helping him understand how to use formations to kill enemies. Then he spoke earnestly, "Xiaofeng, your path ahead is long, and you will definitely encounter many unimaginable dangers. When you face danger, you must remain calm. Don't just think about fighting to the death with the enemy. That is the most foolish behavior." Li Chengfeng nodded, understanding his grandfather's meaning. Those who practice martial arts are truly no match for techniques. Remembering that his grandfather had mentioned that the Grandmaster had once used the 12 capital Heavenly Fiend Great Formation to slay 1,000 island warriors, his curiosity was piqued again. He really wanted to know about that unknown history. Taking advantage of his grandfather's slight drunkenness, he casually asked, "Grandpa, how did the Grandmaster die? Can you tell me about your experience with the Grandmaster and the nearly 100 Taoist priests from Tianqing Temple going to the island to break the 8 Spheres Tower? How do you know about this?" Chu Yunhong told me. Li Chengfeng recounted how Chu Yunhong had come to Qingzhou to find him, wanting to invite him to Haiqing to break the celestial slaughter. Upon hearing Chu Yunhong's name, Li Tianqing first smiled, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. He raised the wine bottle and drank the remaining wine in one go. After a moment, he slowly spoke, "Forget it. I'll tell you when I have time later. I'm a bit tired now and want to take a nap in the house." Disappointment flashed across Li Chengfeng's face as he supported his grandfather toward the house. He knew that the reason his grandfather was unwilling to bring up that past was that the memory was too painful. After all, it involved the Grandmaster's death and nearly 100 Taoist priests. Chapter 106. Folk Feng Shui Taboos in Residential Houses, Part 3. Li Chengfeng accompanied his grandfather at home for a few days, pestering him every day to tell him about going to the island to break the 8 Spheres Tower, but his grandfather was always unwilling to speak. Eventually, Li Tianxing got annoyed and directly chased Li Chengfeng out. "Get lost, you little brat. Every day you pick at my scars. How did I end up with a grandson like you? I'm old now, and I only have a few days left to live. Can't you let me have some peace? Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I won't ask again. Get lost." With no choice, Li Chengfeng had to return to the Surintang. He originally wanted his grandfather to live in Wanhai Pavilion, but was rejected by his grandfather. Having lived in the small fishing village for so long, his grandfather had formed bonds with the surrounding villagers, who took great care of him, so it was natural that he didn't want to leave. Li Chengfeng opened the door to Surintang and suddenly remembered the patterned snake. He and T fed it for several days and guessed it might have starved to death. When he opened the bag, he found that the patterned snake had long since disappeared. After searching the room and finding nothing, he had to give up. Li Chengfeng sighed. A snake that had been so obedient had just run away, and he felt a bit heartbroken. He then looked at the portrait of the Grandmaster, preparing to offer incense. But when he saw the portrait, he lost the mood to do so. He hurried to the altar, eyes wide open, only to find that a green patterned snake had appeared at the foot of the Grandmaster in the portrait at some unknown time. Li Chengfeng carefully recalled the image. There seemed to be no snake in the painting, so how could a snake suddenly appear? Thinking of the missing patterned snake, which looked exactly the same as the one in the painting, he was suddenly shocked. What the hell? How is this possible? How could the patterned snake end up in the painting? Li Chengfeng stared at the patterned snake in the portrait and shouted, "Stinky worm! Who told you to run into the painting? Get out of there right now." The patterned snake in the portrait shook its head vigorously, and at the same time, a voice from the portrait of the Grandmaster echoed. It was this immortal who let it enter the painting. Is that not allowed? The sudden voice startled Li Chengfeng. and he slowly raised his head to stare at the Grandmaster in the painting, who was smiling. Grandmaster, as long as you agree, anything can go into the painting. Even if you want to bring in 2 beautiful women to accompany you, I won't have any objections. Li Chengfeng was just casually speaking. But when he saw the expression of the ancestor, he was secretly alarmed. The ancestor's eyes sparkled, revealing a smile of sudden realization. Fortunately, a voice from outside interrupted, and the ancestor in the painting suddenly returned to normal. Yang Sanjia appeared at the door with a tray, on which was a bowl of lamb noodles and 2 side dishes, stir-fried lamb and green pepper with eggs, smiling broadly. Little brother, who are you talking to? I was video chatting with a friend. Li Chengfeng hurriedly replied, glancing at the food Yang Sanjia brought, first exchanging pleasantries. Yang Sanjia placed the food on the coffee table and then said with a smile, Little brother, we really owe it to you. Ever since we set up 2 stone cannons on both sides of our door, aimed at the stone lion in front of Guo'erdan's house, our whole family has been sleeping particularly soundly and securely. The next day, our store's business was even better than before. Your method is really effective. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Sometimes, one really can't dismiss Feng Shui. A family's health, financial luck, and family relationships have a lot to do with Feng Shui. Having already accepted her family's money for Feng Shui services, if he were to eat her food for free again, that would not be appropriate. Li Chengfeng took out 100 yuan, but Yang Sanjia insisted on not taking anything. As they were pushing back and forth, Li Chengfeng noticed that she was missing a ring finger on her left hand, and her pinky finger was only half there. His heart ached, and he directly stuffed the 100 yuan into her pocket. Sister, if you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Feng Shui is Feng Shui, and eating is eating. These are 2 different matters. Yang Sanjia smiled, and finally accepted the 100 yuan. She had no intention of leaving and continued to focus on Li Chengfeng, saying, Little brother, my brother who runs a stone carving factory also wants to invite you to check his Feng Shui. Recently, his stone carving business has been particularly difficult, and it looks like it can't go on. I have time right now. Just have him come pick me up. Eating this bowl of Feng Shui is mainly dependent on word of mouth between people. Over time, as the reputation grows, the business increases. Just after Li Chengfeng finished eating, a Toyota Land Cruiser parked in front of Yang Sanjia's noodle shop, and a man and a woman got out of the car. Soon, Yang Sanjia led the man and woman to Sui Yuan Hall. The man was her brother Yang Lujun, and the woman was her sister-in-law, Wang Xiaomei. Yang Lujun, nearly 1.8 meters tall, was lean and capable looking, but unfortunately, he was missing half an arm. The elbow joint on his left arm was missing. Seeing Yang Liujun's missing arm, Li Chengfeng thought of Yang Sanjia's missing ring and pinky fingers and felt that something was not simple, but he didn't say much. When Yang Lujun saw Li Chengfeng, he was somewhat surprised as he didn't expect the Feng Shui master who helped his sister's family to be so young, but he didn't have any doubts and politely said, Mr. Li, hello? It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello. After some casual pleasantries, Yang Lujun briefly explained his family's situation. His stone carving factory had been doing worse and worse over the past 6 months. If it continued like this, the factory would go bankrupt. And they were already in deep debt, with finished stone carvings piling up that couldn't be sold. After listening, Li Chengfeng nodded and decided to first visit the stone carving factory to see if there was any Feng Shui problem there. Yang Liujun's wife, Wang Xiaomei, drove, and Yang Sanjia, concerned about her brother's factory, insisted on going along to see what was going on. Before long, they arrived at Yang Liujun's stone carving factory, and Wang Xiaomei drove directly into the factory. When Li Chengfeng got out of the car, Yang Lujun politely said, Mr. Li, let's go to my office for some water and take a break. All right. Li Chengfeng nodded. Yang Lujun really knew how to handle things, as expected of a businessman. Yang Liujun's stone carving factory was quite large, covering at least 40 to 50 acres, with 4 carving workshops. Due to the poor performance and inability to sell the produced stone carvings, they hadn't paid their employees for 3 or 4 months. They also owed a lot of money to stone suppliers, and creditors came to collect debts frequently, making it increasingly difficult to continue. If this continued, they would have to sell the factory to pay off all the debts. Arriving at Yang Liujun's office, the decor was very simple. There was a desk by the window and 5 blue plastic chairs against the wall on the right side of the entrance. Li Chengfeng observed the office and couldn't help but shake his head. Chapter 107. Folk Residential Feng Shui Taboo, Part 4. Li Chengfeng shook his head because he saw many problems in Yang Liujun's office, some of which were not minor issues. Especially the 2 ink wash paintings hanging on the wall, both depicting tigers. One was of a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, and the other was of a tiger roaring in the forest. Both paintings were framed in glass, approximately 1.7 to 1.8 meters long and about half a meter wide. Many people do not know that it is best not to frame paintings used at home or in the office with glass, as it is not good for the owner's health. Seeing Li Chengfeng staring at the 2 tiger paintings, Yang Lujun walked over and said with a hint of pride, Mr. Li, one of my best friends knows I particularly like tigers, so he gifted me these 2 tiger paintings, wishing me to live like a fierce tiger and dominate the area. These 2 paintings are not cheap. Each one is by the tiger painting master Tan Hu, and each costs over 100,000. Looking at the 2 tiger paintings, Li Chengfeng nodded but with a face of disdain. Only someone who doesn't understand Feng Shui would hang pictures of ferocious beasts in their home or office. These two tiger paintings were indeed well painted, with the tiger depicted vividly. Its eyes exuding fierceness, its mouth slightly open revealing sharp teeth, giving a strong and imposing first impression. Li Chengfeng turned to look at the position of the desk. The roaring tiger painting was directly facing Yang Liujuan's desk. The other painting of the tiger descending the mountain was hanging behind Yang Liujuan's chair. With the tiger also showing fierce eyes and slightly open mouth revealing sharp teeth, its front legs bent in a pouncing posture. Looking at the tiger in the painting, Li Chengfeng shook his head again. Yang Liujun was truly ignorant. How could he dare to hang a tiger with such an obvious fierce look and bared teeth in the office? Especially the painting of the tiger descending the mountain behind him? Wasn't that courting death? He thought this hanging was very imposing, but he didn't know how dangerous it was. Yang Liujun particularly loved tigers because they are majestic and are called the king of beasts. He wanted to dominate like a tiger. Yang Liujun wore a proud smile, thinking that Mr. Li must also be attracted by these two paintings, thus proving how well painted they were. At this moment, Li Chengfeng's face was serious as he casually asked, "Boss Yang, if I'm not mistaken, the positions of these two paintings were also chosen by your friend, right?" "That's right. He knows my left hand is inconvenient, and he personally hung these two tiger paintings for me." Every time he mentioned this friend, a deep emotional expression would appear on Yang Liujuan's face, indicating that he had a very good relationship with this friend. However, what Li Chengfeng said next made Yang Liujun very dissatisfied. Li Chengfeng looked at Yang Liujuan's expression and really didn't want to discourage him, but some things had to be said. "Boss Yang, there's something I don't know if I should say or not." "Mr. Li, feel free to speak your mind," Yang Liujun said with a grin. Li Chengfeng didn't hide anything anymore and said seriously, "Boss Yang, the reason your friend gave you those two tiger paintings is not because he knows you like tigers. Personally, I feel he wants to harm you." Yang Liujun was taken aback at first and shot Li Chengfeng a slightly displeased look. "Mr. Li, this friend of mine is my best brother. Ever since my factory encountered problems, he's been trying to help me through tough times. How could he possibly want to harm me?" Yang Liujuan's emotions were clearly a bit agitated, and he even felt an impulse to drive Li Chengfeng away. How could he say that his best friend, a brother, wanted to harm him, due to Sister Yang San's influence? Yang Liujun didn't want to explode, but his attitude towards Li Chengfeng had lost its previous respect. Li Chengfeng didn't care, smiled slightly, and continued, "Boss Yang, take a good look. These two tigers look imposing and fierce, but their eyes hide a fierce light, and their half-open mouths show teeth, giving the impression that they want to eat people. It's obvious they're not good beings. To put it bluntly, these two paintings are symbols of great misfortune. Hanging these two symbols of misfortune in your office will not only affect your health, but also your financial luck, whether at home, in the office, or in the car. It's best not to hang images of fierce wild beasts randomly, and not to place fierce beast ornaments carelessly. Even if you really like these fierce animals, you can't just hang them in the living room, bedroom, office, or car. If not done properly, it could affect the feng shui and energy of your home, impacting the luck and health of the entire family and bringing unnecessary trouble. Remember, in your home, office, especially in the bedroom, do not casually hang images of fierce beasts or place various fierce beast ornaments, as there are many feng shui taboos involved." Yang Liujun listened to Li Chengfeng's explanation and stared at the two tiger paintings for a long time. Although he didn't understand feng shui, what Li Chengfeng said made too much sense. Even if he didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of him. If he didn't look closely, the first impression of the tigers in the painting was indeed imposing and fierce. But upon closer inspection, he noticed the fierce light hidden in the tiger's eyes, and the sight of their exposed teeth made him feel uncomfortable. Yang Liujun still didn't want to believe that his best friend would harm him, and said sadly, "We've been classmates since middle school and have known each other for over a decade. Although we are not biological brothers, we are closer than brothers. How could he give me tiger paintings to harm me? You need to ask him that question. If you choose to believe me, take down these two tiger paintings, and I'll help you rearrange the feng shui in your office. If you don't believe me, I will leave now." Li Chengfeng decided to give him a chance. Considering Sister Yang San's perspective, Yang Liujun was still hesitating, but at that moment, Yang San walked up to him and said earnestly, "Xiao Jun, you must believe in Xiao Gu. He really has the ability. That Chen Mingyuan giving you two tiger paintings definitely doesn't have good intentions." Yang Liujun finally chose to believe Li Chengfeng because ever since he hung those two tiger paintings in the office, he frequently dreamed of being chased by two tigers and then being eaten by them. Since then, he had been restless every day, and his weight, which was nearly 200 pounds, had dropped almost 60 pounds in less than half a year. This was indeed caused by the two tiger paintings. Dreaming of their flesh and drinking their blood, if he didn't get rid of the two tiger paintings, he probably wouldn't make it to the end of the year. Yang Liujun took a deep breath and turned to Li Chengfeng, saying seriously, "Mr. Li, I believe you. Just tell me what to do." "Good." Li Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction. As long as the other party believed in him, he could help him turn misfortune into fortune. Soon, Wang Xiaomei called 2 employees to take down the 2 tiger paintings and brought them outside. When the 2 tiger paintings were taken away, Li Chengfeng heard the fierce roar of a tiger. The atmosphere in the office also changed. Without the 2 tiger paintings, everyone felt much more relaxed. Next, Li Chengfeng began to rearrange the feng shui in Yang Liujuan's office. He instructed Yang Lujun to buy a landscape painting, which should not be framed with glass, and hang the landscape painting behind him. He also told him to buy a welcoming painting to hang opposite the desk. The desk should be placed a little farther from the window and not directly against it, and all the blue stools should be removed and replaced with a sofa. Yang Lujun and Wang Xiaomei listened attentively and took note of everything Li Chengfeng said. Chapter 108. Taboos in Feng Shui for Residential Homes. Part 5. The Feng Shui layout of the boss's office has a significant impact on a factory or enterprise, and it must not be taken lightly. Very few successful bosses do not believe in Feng Shui or worship the god of wealth. Many big bosses' offices conceal Feng Shui mysteries. Li Chengfeng rearranged Yang Liujuan's office, and when the two workers carried out the blue stools, he still felt a bit puzzled. How could there be blue stools that are usually found in employee dining areas in a boss's office? This matter probably also had something to do with Yang Liujuan's friend, Qimen Yuan. In just half an hour, the Feng Shui layout of Yang Liujuan's office was resolved, and Li Chengfeng set up a landscape wealth-attracting arrangement in his office. After settling the office matters, Wang Xiaomei brewed a pot of tea, and Yang San washed some fruits. The whole family was very polite and showed immense respect for Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng had grown accustomed to being respected, and there was no trace of awkwardness on his face. His every gesture exuded the demeanor of a master. After resting in the office for a while, Yang Lujun took Li Chengfeng on a tour of the factory, and there were no problems with the several workshops. Li Chengfeng knew that just relying on the two tiger paintings could not make a factory so chaotic. Since Yang Liujuan's friend wanted to harm him, he would definitely make moves in other places, including his home and even the ancestral grave. After walking around the factory and not finding anything wrong, Li Chengfeng walked out of the workshop. Wang Xiaomei and Yang San closely followed behind. Yang Lujun curiously asked, "Mr. Li, are there any other problems in my factory?" Li Chengfeng nodded, as he was staring at the entrance of the stone carving factory and then walked towards the entrance. In front of the entrance was a road, with many trees planted on both sides, including poplars and pines. It was now a little past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was slightly slanting to the west. The slanted sunlight fell on these trees, and the shadows of the trees just landed at the entrance of the factory. The security guard at the entrance was sitting in the shade of the trees, relaxing. And when he saw the boss and the boss's wife walking over with a young man, he quickly stood up. Li Chengfeng reached the entrance, looked at the shadows cast by the trees that fell right at the entrance, and frowned slightly. Seeing Li Chengfeng staring at the shadows on the ground, Yang San curiously asked, "Xiao Gu, is there something wrong with the shadow of this tree?" Li Chengfeng nodded, and then explained the reason. Many people may not know what tree shadow killing is, or even have never heard of the term tree shadow killing. The so-called tree shadow killing refers to the shadow of a tree or a utility pole that falls on the entrance when illuminated by the sun. In Feng Shui, this is called the Yin Sha Jimen, shadow blocking the door. The main entrance is the entry point for vitality, and once the door is blocked, the flow of wealth cannot enter, thus affecting a family's fortune and even their health. If the factory entrance, shop entrance, or home entrance is shaded by tree branches or blocked by the shadow of a utility pole, it will definitely be difficult for businesses to thrive. For a home entrance, this will impact the family's financial luck. The area outside the main door, 2 to 5 meters away, is known as the outer Mingtang, which is a place for gathering qi and the flow of Feng Shui. The main door plays a crucial role in whether wealth can enter. Whether it's in-house Feng Shui or Yang-house Feng Shui, both emphasize the importance of gathering qi and water in the Mingtang. If the Mingtang does not gather qi, how can wealth enter? The outer Mingtang at the entrance must be kept clean, without random clutter. If there is a trash can, it should be removed, otherwise, it will affect the gathering of qi. Some people originally have very good financial luck, but often due to neglecting home Feng Shui and cluttering the outer Mingtang at the entrance, they cause qi not to gather, leading to wealth not entering the door. This situation is quite common. Of course, there may be other reasons affecting the flow of Feng Shui at the door, such as tree shade blocking the entrance or the shadow of a utility pole directly facing or crossing the entrance. If the shadow of a utility pole or tree directly faces the door, it is called Ding Xian Sha, and the consequences are even more serious. After listening to Li Chengfeng's explanation, Yang Lujun, Yang Sanjia, and Wang Xiaomei all showed looks of shock on their faces. Today they have gained new knowledge, hearing for the first time that a shadow blocking the main door can affect financial luck. At this moment, Yang Lujun firmly believed in what Li Chengfeng said. Looking at the shadow on the ground, he anxiously asked, "Mr. Li, could it be that my factory's poor business is related to this tree's shadow blocking the door?" "Yes." Li Chengfeng nodded. Yang Lujun, looking worried, asked, "Then how can we resolve this?" "The simplest way to resolve this tree shade sha is to cut the tree down. If the tree does not belong to you, you cannot cut it down casually, but there are other methods to resolve it. Using a bagua to break the sha, placing Tai Shan blocking stones, hanging a mountain sea talisman, or placing stone lions on both sides of the door can all resolve the tree shade sha. Tree shade sha is quite common among the people, but many do not pay attention to it, not taking it seriously, always thinking about making money. Yet they cannot earn anything, and all of this may be due to issues with the home's Feng Shui. If a family encounters tree shade sha or Ding Xian Sha situations, and the family's financial luck is poor, it is advisable to resolve the tree shade sha and Ding Xian Sha as soon as possible. if it does not affect the family's financial luck. It is recommended not to move casually. Li Chengfeng looked at the nearby poplar tree, thinking that this tree must be at least 5 or 6 years old, wondering if it was planted by Yang Liujuan's friend Chen Mingyuan. Anyone with a bit of Feng Shui knowledge would not allow a tree to face the entrance directly. Some cautious individuals even avoid large trees and utility poles near their windows. If this tree was indeed planted by his friend 5 or 6 years ago, then it can only be said that this friend is truly terrifying, having already laid out plans against Yang Liujun back then. Using Feng Shui techniques to harm someone is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. It often requires long-term planning. When Yang Liujun learned that resolving the tree shade Sha only required cutting down the tree, a smile appeared on his face. As those trees outside his stone carving factory were indeed his, planted by his friend Chen Mingyuan 5 years ago. Mr. Li, I will have someone cut down all the trees at the entrance tomorrow. Li Chengfeng nodded. Yang Liujun's stone carving factory business was not only suffering because of the tiger paintings and tree shade Sha. Looking at his severed arm and Yang Sanjia's deformed fingers, there should also be issues with the Feng Shui of his ancestral grave. He was very curious why Chen Mingyuan would use Feng Shui techniques against Yang Liujun. The matter was likely not that simple. After being busy for most of the day and seeing that it was time for dinner, he could only invite Li Chengfeng to his home to check the Feng Shui another day. Chapter 109. Fokyang House Feng Shui Taboos. 6. The next morning, Yang Liujun and his wife arrived early at Suiyuan Hall, preparing to invite Li Chengfeng to check the Feng Shui of their home. Since they removed the 2 tiger paintings from the office yesterday, Yang Liujun had slept particularly soundly that night, and upon waking, he felt much better. Feeling the changes in his body and his mental state, Yang Liujun was now completely convinced of what Li Chengfeng said. His best friend, his brother, who gifted him the 2 tiger paintings, indeed had ill intentions. He was puzzled, having known Chen Mingyuan for over a decade without any grievances, their relationship being very good. Why would he use such methods to harm him? As for the tree shade blocking the main door, Yang Liujun had already contacted someone last night and would have all the trees outside the door cut down today. The Feng Shui layout of the office would also be arranged according to Li Chengfeng's advice, which was indeed the kind of mountain water layout favored by many businessmen and bosses. When Yang Sanjia saw her brother and sister-in-law coming, she hurried out of the store, as she wanted to follow and see if there were problems with her brother's home Feng Shui as well. After having breakfast at Yang Sanjia's store, Li Chengfeng got into Yang Liujuan's Toyota Land Cruiser, ready to go to his home to check the Feng Shui. On the way to his house, sitting in the back seat, Li Chengfeng thought about Yang Liujuan's deformed arm and Yang Sanjia's fingers, and after a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but ask, "Boss Yang, how did you lose your arm?" Asking such a sudden question was indeed a bit abrupt, but Li Chengfeng still felt the need to ask because he sensed that the disabilities of Yang Liujun and Yang Sanjia were not that simple. Yang Liujun smiled, appearing indifferent, but thinking of his lost arm, he felt uncomfortable, casually replying, "I was accidentally hit by a stone while helping the workers at the factory." Upon mentioning Yang Liujuan's arm, Yang Sanjia showed a pained expression and glanced at her own fingers, sighing sadly, then began to recount the unfortunate experiences of the 6 Yang siblings. They had a total of 6 siblings, with the eldest, 2nd, 5th, and 6th being boys, while the 3rd and 4th were girls. In the village, the Yang family was considered a large family, with many members, harmonious relationships among siblings, and each being successful in their careers. Unfortunately, in the past 5 or 6 years, the 6 Yang siblings had experienced numerous tragedies. The eldest and 5th siblings died unexpectedly 3 years ago, and the 2nd sibling lost both legs in a car accident and could now only live in a wheelchair. Just half a year ago, Yang Sanjia's 4th sister fell while picking up her child from school, and after that slight fall, she never stood up again. Reflecting on the tragic experiences of his siblings, Yang Liujun couldn't help but sigh and turned to look out the window, feeling an immense weight on his heart. Yang Sanjia wiped her tears, her voice trembling as she said, "Little brother, why is our family's fate so bitter? 3 of the 6 siblings are dead and 3 are injured. What is going on?" After listening to Yang Sanjia, Li Chengfeng frowned slightly. If only one of the Yang siblings had an accident, it might just be a coincidence. However, with 3 dead and 3 injured among the 6 siblings, it was clear that there was a problem with the Feng Shui of their ancestral grave. And it could also be the most terrifying pattern in in-house Feng Shui, blood light hitting the grave. There is a saying in folk traditions, blood light hits the grave, harming those in the hall. The meaning is that if a family's ancestral grave has a Feng Shui pattern that causes bloodshed due to certain special reasons, the descendants of the grave's owner will experience short lifespans, early deaths, and unexpected disabilities, leading to financial losses. The incidents involving Yang Sanjia and her 6 siblings are mostly caused by this bloodshed affecting the grave. When faced with such situations, it is crucial to resolve the issue quickly, otherwise, more problems will arise later. When Li Chengfeng saw Yang Sanjia's mutilated fingers and Yang Liujuan's missing arm, he guessed that there might be issues with their ancestral grave's Feng Shui, but he didn't expect the problem to be this serious. After listening, Yang Liujun and Yang Sanjia showed shocked expressions. Previously, when incidents happened in their family, they were only saddened and thought it was all just accidents, without considering the Feng Shui of the ancestral grave. After Li Chengfeng explained the bloodshed affecting the grave, they finally realized that the series of misfortunes befalling them was likely due to problems with their ancestral grave's Feng Shui. At this moment, they felt particularly regretful. If they had sought a Feng Shui master earlier to examine their ancestors' burial site, their 6 siblings might not have suffered such fates. Yang Liujuan's wife, Wang Xiaomei, asked with a puzzled expression while driving, "Mr. Li, our ancestral grave has been fine for so many years. Why has it suddenly turned into a Feng Shui pattern of bloodshed?" There are many reasons a grave might suddenly become a site of bloodshed. For instance, if a brick kiln or tile kiln suddenly appears near the ancestral grave, or if a young deceased person is buried nearby, it can alter the Feng Shui of the grave, resulting in a pattern of bloodshed. The term young deceased person refers to someone who died tragically at a young age, such as a murder victim or a condemned prisoner. If such a person is buried beside one's ancestral grave, it can significantly affect the Feng Shui of that grave. Originally a good Feng Shui site, the appearance of a young deceased person can turn it into a place of decline. After hearing this, Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia turned pale. There is indeed a brick factory and a very large brick kiln near their ancestral grave. The presence of a brick factory near an ancestral grave is particularly taboo, as the long-term excavation and brickmaking can damage the Feng Shui energy, leading to a leakage of energy and altering the grave's Feng Shui. As for whether there are any young deceased persons buried near their ancestral grave, they were not very clear about it. Yang Sanjia, pale-faced and trembling, asked, "Little brother, if our ancestral grave is truly a site of bloodshed, will Xiaojun and I still encounter problems?" Li Chengfeng nodded. If their ancestral grave's Feng Shui is indeed a site of bloodshed, their siblings are sure to encounter more issues. At this moment, Yang Lujun, looking worried, asked, "Mr. Li, if our ancestral grave is truly a site of bloodshed, what should we do to resolve it?" "The best way to deal with a site of bloodshed is to relocate the grave," Li Chengfeng said seriously. "Because there is a brick factory next to their ancestral grave. The energy of the land has already been damaged. Now the only solution is to relocate the grave. This matter cannot be rushed. It is necessary for Li Chengfeng to visit their ancestral grave first to determine how to resolve the issue." Yang Lujun was eager to take Li Chengfeng to see his ancestral grave immediately, but since they had already arrived home, they could only finish inspecting the Feng Shui of the main house before going to look at the Feng Shui of the ancestral grave. P.S. Sorry. The author needs to tidy up and go back home for the new year, so there will be a temporary pause. Updates will resume vigorously after returning home. Chapter 110. Folk Feng Shui Taboos for Houses. 7. Shortly after, the car drove into a village and stopped in front of a self-built courtyard. Yang Lujun originally had 2 houses in the city, but due to poor profits from the stone carving factory, he sold both houses to raise funds. And now he either lives in the factory or returns to the village. Li Chengfeng got out of the car and casually looked around the village. All the houses in the village were arranged in an orderly manner, with one house next to another. The houses in the village are mainly single-story and 2-story buildings, with a small courtyard in front and a hall behind, mostly consisting of 3 or 4 rooms, with auxiliary rooms in front of the hall. Each house comes with a yard, and this courtyard layout is very common in the north. There is a significant difference between the architectural styles of the south and the north. For example, north of the Yangtze River, almost every family has a courtyard, while south of the Yangtze River, houses with courtyards become increasingly rare. This might be the regional difference. Yang Liujuan's house is a 2-story building with 4 rooms. A traditional layout facing south, with auxiliary rooms built in a circle to the southeast and southwest of the hall. The main door faces south, with a bathroom and washroom on the east side and a kitchen on the west side. Yang Lujun opened the door and respectfully said, "Mr. Li, please come in." Li Chengfeng nodded and stepped into the courtyard. As soon as he stepped through the courtyard gate, he stopped, looking up at the doors of the 4 rooms of the hall. The doors of the 4 rooms of the hall were directly opposite the courtyard gate, which violated the Feng Shui taboo of direct doors in a house, known as the internal door killing. Just then, Wang Xiaomei happened to open the door to the hall. Through the hall's door, Li Chengfeng saw the back window of the room. The door of the hall was directly opposite the large window at the back of the house. The courtyard gate, the hall's door, and the rear window formed a straight line, and Li Chengfeng frowned slightly, unable to help but shake his head. Noticing Li Chengfeng stopping and his expression being off, Yang Lujun instantly felt something was wrong, and, knowing full well that Li Chengfeng must have noticed another issue, asked with a trembling voice, "Mr. Li, is there something wrong?" Li Chengfeng nodded, and then spoke. "The courtyard gate, the hall's door, and the rear window of the house are all aligned and connected, violating the biggest taboo in house Feng Shui, which is the penetrating hall killing." Penetrating hall killing? Yang Lujun was puzzled. He had heard the elders mention it before, but did not know what it was or what impact it had on a family. There are many proverbs circulating in folk culture regarding penetrating hall killing, such as the first evil in house Feng Shui is the most taboo of penetrating hall wind. Do not sleep in an alley. The most poisonous is penetrating hall wind. Do not fear falling while walking. Just fear the penetrating hall wind in your house. Where penetrating hall wind refers to the penetrating hall killing. Anyone with a bit of Feng Shui knowledge, especially the older villagers, knows the dangers of penetrating hall killing. When building or buying a house, they will try to avoid layouts that have penetrating hall killing. Yang Lujun wondered why he didn't avoid penetrating hall killing when building his house, and even specifically aligned the courtyard gate, the hall's door, and the rear window so precisely. It must have been done intentionally. Yang Lujun, upon learning that their house's feng shui violated the first great evil of penetrating hall killing, also looked very pale and then explained the reason behind it. This house was rebuilt 2 years ago after he demolished the old one. At that time, he was busy with factory matters, and his good brother, Chun Mingyuan, volunteered to help him build the house. The entire construction was managed by Chun Mingyuan, who also helped design it. Not watching over such a major task and leaving it entirely to a friend shows how much trust Yang Lujun had in Chun Mingyuan. It was this Chun Mingyuan that made Li Chengfeng very curious about who he really was, as he seemed to know how to use feng shui to harm others. Was he also a feng shui master? If not, there must be a feng shui master guiding him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And Yang Lujun shouted in fury, Chun Mingyuan, how have I offended you? Why are you sabotaging my family's feng shui and harming us all? Li Chengfeng shook his head helplessly. Yang Sanjia, who had been standing beside him, asked curiously, little brother, why is the through hall kill called the #1 evil in Yangzhai, house feng shui, and what are its harms? Li Chengfeng patiently explained the reasons to them. If a home encounters, it not only affects the health of the family members, but also their financial luck. The main reason for the formation of is that the door faces the window, or the window faces the door, or there is a back door opposite the front door, causing the room to be open from north to south, making it impossible for the room to gather energy. Yangzhai feng shui emphasizes hiding the wind and gathering energy. If the feng shui energy enters the room and flows away directly, the room cannot gather energy, which will affect the family's financial luck. If the energy enters through the front door and stays in the room to gather energy, instead of flowing out through the directly opposite back door and window, it can create an effect of gathering wealth. Therefore, it is advised not to easily leave a back door in Yangzhai feng shui, and the back window should not be too big or too numerous to prevent financial energy from leaking out and affecting the family luck. If the feng shui of a home suffers from, it often cannot retain wealth. Money comes in one hand and goes out the other, and what is earned is always less than what is spent. People live by energy. With energy, they thrive, and without it, they perish. If the entire room cannot gather energy, it will also affect the health of the family members, leading to back pain, leg pain, lack of energy, and over time, various diseases. After hearing this, Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia both took a deep breath. They usually only thought about making money, not realizing that Yangzhai feng shui could have such a significant impact on people. Wang Xiaomei, with a hint of fear on her face, quickly asked, Mr. Li, how can we resolve this? Li Chengfeng said seriously, place a screen inside the door to block the evil mouth, change the door and seal the window. Hang a peace gourd and 5 emperor coins on both sides of the door, and hang items like Shanhai Zhen in the house to resolve. While in the stone carving factory, Li Chengfeng had mentioned, and it was the first time Yang Lujun, Yang Sanjia, and Wang Xiaomei had heard of it. So they were curious about what actually was and asked their questions. Li Chengfeng smiled slightly. Many people in modern society do not know what is. For many, it is their first time hearing about it. The main purpose of is to stabilize the house and break the evil, as long as it is hung in the house. It can eliminate all taboos. However, should not be hung carelessly in the house. If hung improperly, it can be deadly. Ordinary feng shui masters also hesitate to use for breaking evil because they fear hanging it in the wrong place could lead to disaster. Li Chengfeng casually replied, is actually a bagua, 8 trigrams, diagram, with the 8 trigrams and taiji diagram in the center, the sun and moon depicted on the north and south sides, and the 3 mountains and 5 peaks in the middle, surrounded by 5 lakes and 4 seas. Has the power to move mountains and part seas. And it is widely used for feng shui in eliminating evil. It can easily resolve various forms of evil, although has special effects such as stabilizing the house, breaking evil, enhancing wealth, bringing prosperity, ensuring home safety, and making everything go smoothly. There are many taboos when hanging, so it is not recommended to hang it casually. After hearing this, Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia were secretly amazed, not expecting to have so many effects. If one hung it in their home, wouldn't it resolve all evil situations? After explaining the harms of, Li Chengfeng walked through the courtyard into the main hall to check the feng shui layout of the room. Chapter 111. Folk Yangzhai Feng Shui Taboos. 8. Upon entering the main hall, there was the living room and stairs leading to the second floor. On both sides of the living room were bedrooms and a storage room. Li Chengfeng walked around the entire room, his brow furrowed the whole time. There were indeed too many feng shui problems in the room. One bedroom even had 2 doors, and the back window was left too large. Having 2 doors in one room can also affect family luck, leading to a lack of wealth, and the back window being too large causes financial energy to leak out. Moreover, the bathroom was in the southeast corner while the kitchen was in the west, which is also a significant taboo in folk Yangzhai feng shui. According to normal feng shui layout, the kitchen should be in the east, the washroom in the west, and the toilet in the southwest corner. The feng shui layout of Yang Liujuan's home was completely reversed. Li Chengfeng really didn't want to look further. From a feng shui perspective, Yang Liujuan's house was a disaster. Living in such a house, even if one had a fortune, it would be impossible to retain it, let alone hope for wealth. It would be good enough to earn and spend. After pointing out the issues with the Yangzhai, Yang Lujun was so angry he almost spat blood. He finally understood why his financial luck was getting worse. His home feng shui had problems. Yang Sanjie took a deep breath, never imagining that her brother's home feng shui had so many issues, and anxiously asked, "Little brother, with so many feng shui problems in my brother's house, how should we resolve them? Do we need to tear down the house and rebuild it?" Li Chengfeng shook his head. If Yang Lujun had money to tear down the house and rebuild it, and then redesign the feng shui layout, that would be the best. But since he doesn't have money now, we can only think of other methods to resolve it. He continued, "No need, just hang in the room. And it can resolve all evil situations." Yang Lujun looked at Li Chengfeng with gratitude. The feng shui issues in the factory and the Yangzhai had all been identified, and there was a method to resolve them. Next, they needed to go check the ancestral grave to see if there were any issues with its feng shui. It was only a little past 9 in the morning, and Yang Lujun was preparing to invite Li Chengfeng to check the feng shui of the ancestral grave. He couldn't rest easy until the feng shui problems in his home were resolved. Thinking about how he had been bothering Li Chengfeng these past few days, Yang Lujun shyly said, "Mr. Li, I'm really sorry for bothering you these past few days. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have known that there were so many problems with my home as feng shui." "No need to be polite," Li Chengfeng casually replied. "As a feng shui master, it's normal to take money to help others with disasters." The few of them got into the car, and Wang Xiaomei backed the car out, preparing to leave the village. However, just after they had driven a short distance, a black Audi came towards them. The Audi showed no intention of yielding and directly blocked the path of the Toyota Land Cruiser. Wang Xiaomei hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Seeing the Audi blocking their way, Yang Liujuan's expression changed slightly, and Wang Xiaomei also looked very worried. The door of the Audi was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with glasses, a buzz cut, and a height of about 1.75 meters stepped out of the car, looking slightly plump. This middle-aged man had an angry expression on his face and walked straight to the window of the Toyota Land Cruiser, banging on the window forcefully, shouting angrily, "Yang Lujun, get out here, hurry up and get out." The window was banging loudly, and seeing the angry man in front of her, Wang Xiaomei turned pale with fright and looked at her husband beside her, asking in a worried tone, What should we do?" Yang Lujun stared at the angry man, his own face equally furious, and said in an annoyed tone, "He's come at the right time. I was just about to look for him." Yang Lujun then pushed open the car door and stepped out, glaring angrily at the man still banging on the window. This middle-aged man was Chun Mingyuan, and when he saw Yang Lujun get out of the car, he raised his hand to point at him and shouted angrily, "Yang Lujun, today you must give me an explanation. Where are the 2 tiger paintings I sent you? And why did you cut down the trees I planted at the factory gate?" Yang Liujuan's expression was cold as he looked at his former good friend, his once good brother, who was here throwing a fit over 2 tiger paintings and the trees at the gate, demanding an explanation from him. He felt particularly sad when he heard Li Chengfeng say that his friend sent him the 2 tiger paintings to harm him. Yang Lujun didn't believe it at all and even thought about kicking Li Chengfeng out. Now, seeing the furious Chun Mingyuan, who was enraged because the 2 tiger paintings were taken down and the trees at the factory gate were cut down, Yang Lujun understood why Chun Mingyuan was so angry, because his plan had been ruined. Yang Lujun snorted coldly and said in a very disappointed tone, "The office is mine. And so are the tiger paintings. Taking down the tiger paintings is my business. It has nothing to do with you. The land at the factory gate is my family's, and I can cut down those trees if I want. You have no right to question me." Chun Mingyuan stepped up to Yang Lujun, grabbed his collar, and said angrily, "Yang Lujun, I thought of you as a brother. Knowing you like tigers, I spent over 200,000 to buy you 2 tiger paintings and hung them in your office myself, and you just threw them away. And those trees at the gate, I planted them myself. And you actually cut them down. What do you mean by this? Do you still consider me a brother?" Hearing Chun Mingyuan's self-righteous and grandiose words, Yang Lujun really wanted to laugh. If he had heard such words before, he would have felt very guilty for throwing away something his good friend gave him and for cutting down the trees planted by his good brother. But now that he knew the true intention behind the 2 tiger paintings and the trees planted at the gate were part of a sinister feng shui scheme, he felt immense disappointment and could no longer believe Chun Mingyuan's words. Yang Lujun couldn't help but laugh, a disappointed and sad laugh. After the laughter, his cold gaze fixed on Chun Mingyuan as he said, "The tiger wealth-breaking scheme, the shade-killing door-covering scheme, and my family's first deadly passing-through killing. These are all your masterpieces, right? What are you talking about? I don't understand." A flicker of panic crossed Chun Mingyuan's face, but he still pretended to be calm, acting as if he knew nothing and didn't understand Yang Liujuan's words. Seeing the other party still pretending, Yang Lujun was so angry he laughed, saying seriously, "Chun Mingyuan, stop pretending. I have already seen through your scheme to harm me with feng shui. Can you tell me, we have no grudges or enmity. We are still the best friends, the best brothers. Why do you want to harm me with such sinister feng shui techniques? Tell me why?" Yang Lujun was very excited as he said these words, his angry eyes glaring at Chun Mingyuan. Chapter 112. Folk Intum Feng Shui Taboo, Part 1. Chun Mingyuan looked at the agitated Yang Lujun, listening to his angry shout. And he knew very well that his scheme to harm Yang Lujun with Feng Shui had been exposed. Although he had been exposed, Chen Mingyuan was not worried at all. A contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Even if he was exposed, so what? Using Feng Shui to harm people was originally feudal superstition. And even if he reported it to the authorities, no one would believe it. On Earth, no country has ever stipulated that it is illegal to use Feng Shui to kill or harm others. At the same time, he was very angry. His plan was about to succeed but had been exposed. The tiger wealth-breaking scheme, the shade-killing door-covering scheme, and the first deadly passing-through killing of the residents. If he knew who had ruined his plan, he would make them pay. At this moment, Li Chengfeng was sitting in a car, staring at Chen Mingyuan, speculating that he should also be a Feng Shui master. Chen Mingyuan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Yang Lujun, don't slander me. What tiger wealth-breaking scheme? What shade-killing door-covering scheme? What passing-through killing? I have never even heard of them. So how could I understand how to use these things to harm people? Seeing the other party refusing to admit it and acting like a rogue, Yang Lujun felt helpless and was so angry his face turned pale. He really wanted to go up and hit him. Yang Sanjia was afraid her brother would suffer, so she got out of the car with Wang Xiaomei. Standing on either side of Yang Lujun, their angry gazes fixed on Chen Mingyuan. This person is really shameless. The tiger wealth-breaking scheme, the shade-killing door-covering scheme, and the first deadly passing-through killing of the residents. He clearly designed all of these. Yet he is here playing rogue, stubbornly refusing to admit it, Yang Sanjia said angrily. Chen Mingyuan, you are truly shameless. My brother considers you the best friend, the best brother, and you actually used Feng Shui to harm him. What are your intentions? At this time, Wang Xiaomei also scolded Chen Mingyuan for his despicable behavior. Seeing the three of them looking fierce, Chen Mingyuan knew very well that the matter had now been exposed. Continuing to stay here and argue with them would definitely not end well. So he left a harsh sentence in a fierce tone. Yang Lujun, if you dare to slander me for using Feng Shui to harm people, just wait. Our matter is not over yet. After saying this, Chen Mingyuan drove away, then took out his phone and called Hu Yensong, the vice president of the Qingzhou Xuanji Association. Watching Chen Mingyuan leave, Yang Lujun still felt a bit unwilling, as he did not yet know why Chen Mingyuan wanted to harm him with Feng Shui. Yang Sanjia stomped her feet in place, angrily cursing Chen Mingyuan before getting into the car in a huff. Yang Lujun returned to the car and sighed. Speaking in a very emotional tone, Mr. Li, I really owe you for helping me see Chen Mingyuan's true colors. Li Chengfeng just smiled slightly and kindly reminded him. This Chen Mingyuan is not a good person. He definitely won't let this go easily. You need to be careful from now on. Yang Lujun nodded, then turned to look out of the car, feeling increasingly puzzled about why Chen Mingyuan wanted to harm him with Feng Shui. Wang Xiaomei drove the car, and shortly after, they arrived at the location of Yang's ancestral tomb. Li Chengfeng got out of the car and observed the surrounding terrain. The topography here was mainly hilly, and about 1,000 meters to the east was a brick factory, with 2 red chimneys standing next to the kiln. Due to the brick factory's long-term excavation and brick firing, the area was pockmarked with pits, and the energy of the land had been severely damaged. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but shake his head. Because of the existence of this brick factory, all nearby tombs would be affected. Under Yang Liujuan's guidance, after walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at a group of tombs built on a hill, with many graves on it. Yang Lujun stood in front of a tomb, speaking in a somewhat sad tone. Mr. Li, this is my father's grave. The one buried here is my 5th brother. And that one is my eldest brother. Li Chengfeng nodded, gazing at a nearby tomb mound with a puzzled expression and asked, Boss Yang, who is buried in that tomb? Yang Lujun looked towards the tomb mound not far from his father's grave, then shook his head, saying that piece of land did not belong to his family, and he did not know who was buried there. Li Chengfeng walked up to the tomb mound, circled it, and noticed that the grass on this mound was particularly short and small. He then bent down and pulled up a small blade of grass, looking at the roots, and was secretly alarmed. Yang Sanjia walked up to Li Chengfeng's side, looking at the small grass in his hand with a puzzled expression, and asked, Little brother, is there something wrong with this grass? Li Chengfeng held the grass in his hand and looked at the grave mound with a serious expression. If I'm not mistaken, the person buried in this grave should be a young man who died young, not older than 20, and he died a very tragic death. Yang Lujun, Yang Sanjia, and Wang Xiaomei all looked puzzled. Although they believed what Li Chengfeng said, they still didn't understand how he could know that the grave contained a young man without having opened the coffin. Seeing the 3 of them looking confused, Li Chengfeng smiled slightly and explained the reason. He knew that a young man was buried in the grave mound based on the grass on the grave. Judging the gender of the grave's owner and whether they died of old age, illness, or an accident from the grave grass is a fundamental skill for a Feng Shui master. If one can't even see this, they certainly haven't mastered their craft. There is a considerable amount of Feng Shui knowledge involved in determining from the grave grass whether the deceased is male or female, old or young, died of natural causes, illness, or a tragic accident. If the deceased is a man, the grass on the grave will grow eastward towards the sun, meaning it grows to the left, with relatively straight roots. If the deceased is a woman, the grass will grow westward, meaning it grows to the right, with bent roots. If the deceased died of old age, the grass on the grave will be stiff, and when pinched, it will feel hard and may even prick the hand. With longer roots. If the deceased is a young person, the grass will be tender, with shorter roots, and the leaves will break easily when pinched. If the deceased died accidentally or was murdered, even if the soil on the grave is very loose, the roots of the grass will mostly break when pulled. Based on the grave grass, one can also see the descendants' fortune and health. After hearing this, Yang Lujun, Yang Sanjia, and Wang Xiaomei were amazed, not expecting that there was so much Feng Shui knowledge hidden in the grave grass. Curiously, they walked in front of the grave mound and carefully observed the small grass on the grave. The grass indeed grew crookedly towards the direction of the sun. Then, they grabbed a piece of grass and pulled it out. It was very tender. Looking at the roots, most of them were broken. The soil on the grave was not very hard, and after a recent heavy rain, the soil on top of the grave was relatively soft. So how could all the grass roots be broken? This was really strange, almost exactly as Li Qingfeng had said. Yang Sanjia, holding the piece of grass, said in surprise, "Little brother, is it true that a young person is buried in this grave?" Li Qingfeng nodded, and then looked towards the brick factory not far away. Although the location of the Yang family's ancestral grave was not a Feng Shui treasure land, it was also not a place of declining Feng Shui. However, with the presence of the brick factory and the young deceased, it had turned into a place of great misfortune, a blood light hitting the grave. Chapter 113. Folk Taboos of In-House Feng Shui, Part 2. Seeing Li Qingfeng staring at the brick factory not far away, Yang Lujun recalled what he had said earlier in the car about blood light hitting the grave and felt very worried. Not only was there a brick factory near his family's ancestral grave, but there was also a young deceased buried there. He immediately asked, "Mr. Li, is my family's ancestral grave really a place of declining Feng Shui, a blood light hitting the grave?" Li Qingfeng nodded solemnly and replied, "Your family's ancestral grave has a brick factory to the east and a young deceased buried to the west. This is indeed a place of great misfortune in in-house Feng Shui, a blood light hitting the grave. The reason your 6 siblings have suffered such severe fates is because of this blood light hitting the grave." Upon hearing this, Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia felt very regretful. If they had sought a Feng Shui master to check their family's Feng Shui earlier, their 6 siblings should not have suffered such fates. They then anxiously asked, "Mr. Li, how can we resolve the blood light hitting the grave? Because the brick factory has been digging soil and making bricks for many years. Along with the heat generated during brick firing, it has damaged the earth's energy and Feng Shui energy here. The only way now is to relocate the grave." Li Qingfeng did not wish to relocate the grave unless absolutely necessary. As the saying goes, do not relocate graves. 9 out of 10 relocations fail. For the deceased, it is said that being buried in the earth is for peace. If there are no special circumstances, descendants should not relocate graves casually, as this is disrespectful to ancestors. If the ancestors are angered, it is also possible that they will take their descendants away. The Yang family's ancestral grave had reached the point where it could not be left unrelocated. Since they decided to relocate the grave, there was no need to continue observing. They just needed to find a Feng Shui blessed land, choose a suitable auspicious day for the relocation, and move the grave. Li Qingfeng calculated and found that 6 days later would be suitable for relocating the grave. Since ancient times, relocating a grave has been a significant matter with many taboos. If these taboos are violated, it will not only affect the descendants' fortunes, but may also lead to death. Li Qingfeng instructed Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia to prepare the necessary items for the grave relocation, and because the items needed for the relocation were numerous, the two of them noted them down one by one on their phones. They were surprised to find out that so many items were needed for grave relocation: red gloves, incense, paper money, ancient coins, large radishes, red cloth, and various grains, among others. Yang Sanjia, puzzled, asked, "I can understand why incense and paper money are needed for the relocation, but why do we need a large radish? Does Li Qingfeng want to eat radish during the relocation?" She casually asked, "Little brother, do you want to eat radish? If you do, just tell me, and I'll make you some braised lamb with radish when we get back." Li Qingfeng smiled and said, "Sister San, this radish is not for eating. It's to be thrown into the grave pit after the relocation." Throwing a large radish into the grave pit after relocating is a tradition left by ancestors. After the ancestors' remains are moved, a large radish must be thrown into the original grave pit. The radish cannot be a red radish. It must be a green radish with roots. The reason for throwing a radish into the grave pit actually has another purpose. As the saying goes, 1 radish equals 1 pit. If a radish is not thrown into the grave pit, it is said that a newcomer will die to fill the pit. This is also a taboo of grave relocation that cannot be taken lightly. After hearing this, Yang Sanjia was astonished, not expecting that there were so many taboos involved in grave relocation. Once they had noted down all the items needed for the relocation, Yang Lujun looked at Li Qingfeng with a puzzled expression. He thought it was easy to understand that having a brick factory near the grave would damage the earth's energy and affect the Feng Shui. But why would having a young deceased buried near the ancestral grave also form the Feng Shui pattern of a blood light hitting the grave? He then asked the question that was on his mind. Li Qingfeng smiled slightly and asked back, "Boss Yang, you must have watched historical dramas, right?" Yang Lujun nodded. saying he used to watch historical dramas often 10 years ago, but now the quality of dramas was declining, and he was too busy with work. With smartphones being so prevalent, he rarely turned on the TV, which had become a mere decoration in his home. Li Chengfeng continued. When you watched historical dramas in the past, you must have seen that the heads of some families prohibited the burial of wrongdoers, unmarried men and women, suicides, those who died untimely deaths, and children who died accidentally in ancestral graves. Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia both nodded, confirming that they had indeed seen such things in some historical dramas and still did not understand why these people could not be buried in ancestral graves. If he were to explain it, it would probably take all day, as the taboos of Yin House Feng Shui are far more numerous than those of Yang House Feng Shui. Li Chengfeng casually summarized. The main reason these people are not allowed to be buried in ancestral graves is that they would affect the Feng Shui of the ancestral grave, turning a Feng Shui-blessed land into a declining or very ominous place. Especially those who were beheaded by the authorities in ancient times were generally thrown into the wilderness. Even if someone collected the body, it would be buried in a desolate place, surrounded by no graves, just a lonely wild grave. Soon, Wang Xiaomei drove Li Chengfeng back to the Suiyuan Hall. After getting out of the car, they walked into the hall. Yang Sanjia took out 2 red envelopes and handed them to Li Chengfeng, which amounted to at least 20,000. Then she spoke in a pleading tone, "Little brother, please help me choose a good Feng Shui site for my father. Once it's done, my brother and I will definitely thank you properly." Li Chengfeng accepted the red envelopes. It was reasonable to collect some money after being busy these past few days. What troubled him the most was helping Yang Sanjia's father choose a burial site with good Feng Shui. Li Chengfeng thought of his trip to Tianmishan to find the hairless crow and the emaciated bat, and the high-quality Feng Shui location he discovered accidentally. The youngster lying on gold. Feng Shui sites like this are truly rare and hard to come by. If Yang Sanjia's father were buried in such a site, it wouldn't take 3 years for the Yang family to become wealthy. Such a precious Feng Shui site was not something he wanted to just give to Yang Lujun's father, especially since their relationship was not very good. To put it bluntly, this was a business deal. At that moment, Yang Lujun also spoke in a pleading tone, "Mr. Li, I entrust you with selecting a Feng Shui site for my father. If one day I, Yang Lujun, become successful, I will definitely not forget your great kindness. All the descendants of the Yang family will honor Mr. Li as our master." Yang Lujun understood very well that Li Chengfeng truly had the ability. If he could help his father find a good Feng Shui site, their family's fate might change. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he wouldn't let it slip away. Li Chengfeng showed a troubled expression and said with a hint of helplessness, "Boss Yang, Sanjia, finding a good Feng Shui site is not something you can do just by wanting to. Quality Feng Shui sites have very high requirements regarding ancestral merits. Even ordinary auspicious sites are hard to come by. Moreover, even if a good Feng Shui site is found, it may not necessarily belong to your family. It's not something you can use just because you want to. Many things must be left to fate." Upon hearing this, both Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia showed disappointment on their faces, but they were still unwilling to give up, as this was the only opportunity for the Yang family to turn their fortunes around. "Mr. Li, as long as you can find a good Feng Shui site, I will handle the rest. No matter how much it costs, I will find a way to buy the land back." At this moment, Yang Sanjia also spoke up. "Little brother, don't worry. Once our Yang family becomes successful, we will definitely not forget your kindness." "Sanjia, I can't guarantee anything. I can only say that I will try my best to help the Yang family find a good Feng Shui site," Li Chengfeng said helplessly. Helping others with burial site Feng Shui is a very tricky matter for every Feng Shui master. If the Yang family's ancestral merits are not deep enough, helping them find a good Feng Shui site would certainly attract divine retribution, so caution is essential when it comes to selecting Feng Shui. To expedite the search for a good Feng Shui site, Yang Lujun asked Wang Xiaomei to come to Suiyuan Hall the next day to drive Li Chengfeng around Qingzhou to see if they could find a good Feng Shui site. Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia then went to prepare the items needed for the relocation of the grave. Chapter 114, Superior Burial Feng Shui. Water Gathering at the Heart of Heaven, Part 1. After sending Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia off, Li Chengfeng closed the door of Suiyuan Hall, brewed a pot of tea, and sat down to drink. Looking at the money on the tea table, Li Chengfeng couldn't feel happy at all. He was somewhat conflicted about whether to help the Yang family find a good Feng Shui site or just randomly choose a burial site. Li Chengfeng raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. After contemplating for a long time, he finally made a decision. The choice of Feng Shui for the Yang family could only be left to fate. If a good Feng Shui site could be found, it would indicate that the Yang family had that fortune, and he would relocate the father of Yang Lujun and Yang Sanjia to the auspicious site. If a superior Feng Shui site couldn't be found, it would mean that the Yang family did not have that fortune, and he could only look for an ordinary burial site to relocate their father. Everything depended on destiny. This was the best approach. If the Yang family had that fortune, the good Feng Shui site would surely be easy to find. If they did not have that fortune, even if they searched tirelessly, they might not find anything. The next morning, just after Li Chengfeng finished breakfast, Yang Lujun's wife, Wang Xiaomei, drove to Suiyuan Hall. As soon as Wang Xiaomei got out of the car, the front passenger door was pushed open, and a sweet-looking girl got out, around 20 years old, somewhat resembling Wang Xiaomei. This girl was Wang Xiaomei's sister, Wang Xiaojun, who was still in school and wore a proud expression that gave off a vibe of don't come near if you're poor. Wang Xiaomei saw Li Chengfeng and hurried over, smiling as she introduced her sister. Mr. Li, this is my sister Wang Xiaojun. Today is the weekend, and she is free, so she wants to come along to take a look. Li Chengfeng nodded at Wang Xiaojun and smiled politely. This girl was very beautiful and had a good figure, but her expression was somewhat off, proud and indifferent. What Li Chengfeng didn't know was that Wang Xiaojun was only proud and indifferent in front of poor people. She completely changed her demeanor in front of wealthy individuals. With a cold expression and a slightly mocking glance, Wang Xiaojun scanned Li Chengfeng from head to toe, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was the so-called Feng Shui master her sister mentioned? He looked too ordinary. She thought to herself, what kind of future could a Feng Shui consultant have? Educated and raised in a privileged environment, Wang Xiaojun didn't believe in the idea of Feng Shui changing fate. In her view, only ignorant people would believe in such things. If it weren't for her sister Wang Xiaomei insisting that she come, she wouldn't have come at all. She then turned her head away, unwilling to look at Li Chengfeng again. Wang Xiaomei felt a bit embarrassed at her sister's reaction. This sister really didn't understand anything. Such an excellent man, and she actually looked down on him. Facing Wang Xiaojun's mocking gaze, Li Chengfeng remained unfazed, maintaining a polite smile, thinking that she was just another superficial woman who judged people by their appearance. He then said, Sister Wang, please wait for me here. I'll go back and get something. All right. Wang Xiaomei gently responded, then turned to look at her sister. Since they were going to find a good Feng Shui site, the Sanha compass was essential. Li Chengfeng turned back to Sui Yuan Hall, searching for a while but couldn't find the Sanha compass, not knowing where Wang Bin had put it. While Li Chengfeng was looking for the compass, he overheard the conversation between Wang Xiaojun and Wang Xiaomei outside the door. Wang Xiaojun said with a tone of disgust, Sister, please don't introduce me to just any man in the future. With him looking like that, he will never amount to anything in his life. Hearing her sister say such things made Wang Xiaomei very angry. Xiaojun, Mr. Li truly has skills. His future achievements will definitely. Before Wang Xiaomei could finish, she was interrupted by Wang Xiaojun, who said impatiently, Sister, enough? Don't say any more. A Feng Shui consultant can't have any real skills. If he can buy a house in Qingzhou City by looking at Feng Shui for a lifetime, that's already impressive. I don't like men like that. Wang Xiaojun spoke with a tone that suggested she had seen the world. Sister, do you know what kind of man is truly capable? Wang Xiaomei shook her head, believing in her heart that Li Chengfeng was a capable man. Wang Xiaojun said smugly, Sister, to be honest, I have a gathering tomorrow night. Do you know where the gathering is? Wang Xiaomei shook her head again, and Wang Xiaojun continued in a proud tone. It's at Wanghai Pavilion. Sister, do you know Wanghai Pavilion? Do you know what kind of people can go there to eat? Those who can dine at Wanghai Pavilion are all important figures with status and identity. These people are the real capable ones, understand? Wang Xiaojun was very proud while saying this. Her classmate Deng Jizu's birthday is tomorrow, and the venue is chosen at Wanghai Pavilion, and he has also invited her. For Wang Xiaojun, being able to dine at Wanghai Pavilion and being invited by Deng Jizu is something to be proud of. In her heart, only Deng Jizu is a capable man, and only such men are worthy of pursuing her. Wang Xiaojun said boastfully, Sister, I won't hide it from you anymore. Deng Jizu is pursuing me, so please don't casually introduce me to boyfriends from now on, okay? Wang Xiaomei felt speechless and regretted that she had brought her sister here. Thinking that if she had known this would happen, she would never have done so. She felt very regretful about her sister's choice. Although Li Chengfeng was just an ordinary Feng Shui master and not very handsome, she had a feeling that this young man was certainly no ordinary person, and his future achievements would be immeasurable. Since her sister didn't like him, there was nothing she could do, and she said helplessly, All right, I hope your choice is the right one. Wang Xiaojun snorted coldly and looked at her sister with a mocking gaze. Thinking that her sister had found a disabled husband and still wanted to introduce her to a poor guy. How could she have such a sister? She just didn't want her to live better than she did. The two sisters' conversation outside the door was clearly heard by Li Chengfeng, who snorted coldly. Wang Xiaojun was also a gold digger. A woman like her wouldn't even catch his eye if she ran around naked. Li Chengfeng finally found a 3-in-1 compass under the coffee table, then smiled and walked out of the Sui Yuan Hall, not even glancing at Wang Xiaojun. In a cold voice, he said, Sister Wang, let's go? Wang Xiaomei felt very embarrassed. She knew that Li Chengfeng must have heard what her sister said. Wang Xiaojun, however, was indifferent, thinking that her words were meant for Li Chengfeng to hear, to let him know that she didn't think highly of him and to avoid any improper thoughts about her. What Wang Xiaojun didn't know was that Li Chengfeng didn't take her words to heart at all. In his eyes, Wang Xiaojun was just a clown. If she knew that he was the owner of Wanghai Pavilion, she wouldn't know what to think. Once in the car, Wang Xiaomei asked awkwardly, Mr. Li, Qingzhou City is so big, where are we going to find a Feng Shui treasure? To a place with mountains and water. Li Chengfeng replied casually. A place with mountains and water? Wang Xiaomei pondered. Speaking of such places, her family lives in the countryside, and they have contracted a reservoir and several mountains. The scenery there is particularly good. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaomei decided to take Li Chengfeng home first to have a look, then started the car. Preparing to return to her family home, Wang Xiaojun sat in the car, looking at the cold-faced Li Chengfeng, feeling quite pleased. thinking that her earlier words must have hit his self-esteem, which is why he was pretending to be aloof and ignoring her. This was exactly what Wang Xiaojun wanted to see. She then took out her phone and posted about her sister introducing a Feng Shui master as a boyfriend in the class group, mocking her sister's behavior. They spoke little along the way, and after about 2 hours, they arrived at Wang Xiaomei's family home. Chapter 115. Superior In Tomb Feng Shui, Water Gathers at the Heart, Part 2. Wang Xiaomei parked the car at the door, got out, and wanted to invite Li Qingfeng in for a drink before going to see her family's reservoir. Li Qingfeng didn't want to waste time and casually said, "Sister Wang, I'm not thirsty. Let's go see your family's reservoir first." Wang Xiaomei could only nod and prepare to take Li Qingfeng to see her family's reservoir. Wang Xiaojun turned back to the house, showing a face full of disdain, unwilling to even look at Li Qingfeng. Seeing her sister being so rude, Wang Xiaomei felt helpless and said apologetically, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry, my sister has a bit of a strange temper." "It's fine," Li Qingfeng replied casually, thinking that this woman wasn't just strange-tempered, but was actually materialistic. He followed behind Wang Xiaomei toward her family's reservoir. Underfoot was a common rural cement road, with lush green fields on both sides, where watermelons, corn, and peanuts were being grown, and uncles and aunts wearing sun hats were weeding the crops. In the fields, the green crops were thriving, and the chirping of sparrows occasionally came from the ridges. Enjoying the pastoral scenery and breathing in the fresh air, Li Qingfeng was quite enchanted. This kind of rural life is what many people long for. Such tranquility does not exist in the city. As he walked, Li Qingfeng observed the surrounding terrain. This area was half mountainous and half plain. The mountains weren't very high, and a narrow stream flowed through the fields from west to east, with poplar trees planted on both sides. Downstream of this small river was the reservoir and mountainous land contracted by Wang Xiaomei's father. After about 20 minutes of walking, the reservoir came into view, surrounded by low hills covered with pine trees. Looking at the nearby reservoir, Wang Xiaomei said, "Mr. Li, this reservoir and the surrounding mountains all belong to my family." Li Qingfeng simply nodded, his gaze fixed on the reservoir not far away. The entire reservoir was circular, surrounded by gentle hills. This reservoir was in a low-lying area at the foot of the hillside, a naturally formed reservoir. Seeing this scene, Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and quickly walked a few steps toward the reservoir, with Wang Xiaomei closely following behind. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the reservoir, and Li Qingfeng looked at the reservoir and the surrounding hills with astonishment, exclaiming, This is water gathers at the heart." The circular reservoir and the surrounding hills allowed the water vein energy to converge here. Internally shocked, he realized that the Yang family's fortune was indeed not shallow. They encountered a superior Feng Shui configuration, water gathers at the heart. The superior Feng Shui configuration water gathers at the heart indicates wealth, gathers wealth energy, and promotes prosperity. Both Yin and Yang Tomb Feng Shui emphasize hiding the wind and gathering energy, but merely hiding the wind and gathering energy does not qualify as a Feng Shui treasure. Only Feng Shui that both hides wind and gathers energy while receiving the earth's water can be considered a Feng Shui treasure. Water that gathers around the Yin tomb is called gathering water. Water that gathers in front of the Yin tomb's bright hall is called water gathers at the heart. The so-called water gathers at the heart refers to the gathering of water at the bright hall of the Yin tomb, also known as heavenly water. However, water must not flow across the bright hall. It must gather in front of the Yin tomb's bright hall for it to be called water gathers at the heart. If water flows across the bright hall directly in front of the Yin tomb without gathering in front of the bright hall, it forms a Feng Shui configuration known as water breaks the heart. Once a deceased person is buried in a Feng Shui configuration of water breaks the heart, future descendants will have sparse offspring and will struggle to accumulate wealth. To put it plainly, the so-called water gathers at the heart means that directly in front of the Yin tomb, there should be a lake or reservoir. And this lake or reservoir must not have sharp angles. Ideally, it should be circular or oval in shape. This is called water gathers at the heart. If water flows directly past a graveyard without stopping, it cannot allow the energy of the water vein to gather, leading to the grave being without water. This is called water breaking the heavenly heart. The difference between water gathering the heavenly heart and water breaking the heavenly heart is only one word. Yet they are worlds apart. The former signifies wealth and prosperity, gathering financial energy, while the latter breaks financial energy and harms descendants. Therefore, when assessing the Feng Shui of a graveyard, one must not be careless. If one does not understand, they should not act recklessly. Seeing Li Qingfeng standing in front of the reservoir, silent for a long time, Wang Xiaomei curiously asked, "Mr. Li, is there a problem with my family's reservoir?" Li Qingfeng shook his head and then said with a serious expression, "Sister Wang, the auspicious Feng Shui site has been found. When the auspicious day for relocating the grave arrives, we can move the old Master Yang's tomb here." Hearing that the Feng Shui site had been found, Wang Xiaomei was overjoyed and asked curiously, "Mr. Li, where is the Feng Shui site you mentioned?" "It's your family's reservoir," Li Qingfeng replied casually. The Yang family's fortune is truly profound. They found an excellent Feng Shui site, water gathering the heavenly heart, right at their doorstep. If they relocate Yang Lujun, Yang Sanjia's father, to this place, once the energy gathers and the grave obtains water, the Yang family will become wealthy. Wang Xiaomei still found it hard to believe that her family's reservoir was indeed a Feng Shui treasure, and in disbelief, she asked, Mr. Li, is my family's reservoir really a Feng Shui treasure? Absolutely, it's a superior Feng Shui site, water gathering the heavenly heart. Seeing Li Chengfeng's serious expression, Wang Xiaomei was very happy and then shared this good news with her husband Yang Lujun. Li Chengfeng then looked towards a hillside next to the reservoir. Since he had found the Feng Shui treasure, he would also mark the grave's location, walking towards the hillside with the sonic compass. Wang Xiaomei, watching Li Chengfeng's back, curiously asked, Mr. Li, where are you going? To that small hill to mark the spot, he replied. Wang Xiaomei quickly followed, and the two walked towards the small hillside next to the reservoir, one in front and the other behind. Li Chengfeng maintained a certain distance from Wang Xiaomei, as a man and woman wandering in the woods might be misunderstood if seen by others. Before long, they arrived at the small hillside beside the reservoir, which was directly facing the reservoir, right in the center of it. Li Chengfeng took out the sonic compass, occasionally looking at it, and then at the surrounding hills and the reservoir, walking back and forth on the sloped hillside while quietly muttering. Rin Mountain, Bing direction, Z Mountain, Wu direction, Guai Mountain, Ding direction, Chou Mountain, Wei direction, Jin Mountain, Kuan direction, Yin Mountain, Shin direction, Jia Mountain, Gung direction, Mao Mountain, Yu direction. Water emerges from Jianyin direction, water emerges from Sun Si direction. This was Li Chengfeng's first time looking for a superior grave location, and he dared not be careless. If he marked the wrong position, even a slight deviation could ruin the Feng Shui of water gathering the heavenly heart. Wang Xiaomei stood beside him, admiringly watching the serious Li Chengfeng, and she was very curious about what he was mumbling about, not understanding a word. After about 10 minutes, Li Chengfeng finally put down the sonic compass, looked at the spot beneath his feet, and smiled with satisfaction, casually saying, the grave is properly situated at Xuanwu Mountain, with the bright hall gathering the green dragon water. This should be the grave location of water gathering the heavenly heart. Li Chengfeng asked Wang Xiaomei to find a stone and made a mark at the spot beneath his feet.